Hello, Pokemon trainers, Pokemon fans, Pokemon lovers. Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships. We're here to kick it off this weekend, and there's only a couple minutes before the official show starts. I'm Caleb Pang. I'm joined with Zoinks, Scott, Kyle, representatives from all four of our Pokemon games this weekend. How you all doing?
Doing fantastic. I mean, you can see the set behind us. It's absolutely brilliant. Really excited to be here in Anaheim for the tournament. I'm going to be casting Pokemon Unite this weekend, and it's going to be a fantastic event. I can't wait.
You're representing the Pokemon video game. It should be super fun. I always like this moment where it's going to brings me back to the first time I was in the crowd waiting for the opening ceremonies as a competitor. I think just so much excitement here, right? Kind of dreaming, hey, if things go right, just a couple days I could be a world champion, or you could not, like I wasn't.
Same here, Scott. For TCG, this is actually the 20th Pokemon TCG World Championships. It's been crazy to see how much it's grown and evolved over the years, but no matter what happens, it's always such a spectacle. It's so amazing to be here. I mean, how could you not be excited to be here at the Pokemon World Championships? A whole season building up to this moment.
Right, and 20 years, so much history behind TCG and Pokemon, all the Pokemon games. But let's start with TCG. What are you looking forward to for this weekend and for the game in their 20th year?
Yeah, for TCG, we have some new cards getting added into the mix. The Scarlet and Violet Black Bolt and White Flare expansions get added into the mix. There's a couple cards that we're going to keep an eye out for. And this season, it's been a lot about Gardevoir EX and Dragapult EX. We'll see if there's anything that can kind of shake things up and knock those two off their pedestal.
And BG, Scott, what's it looking like for you all?
I think it's going to be a lot of fun. We're continuing the same format we've had for a few events now, so players have had some opportunities to prepare. It's kind of one of the more open formats we've had with Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, where pretty much all the Pokemon permitted. You're still allowed to use those two really powerful restricted Pokemon. At first, we had a kind of a handful of pairings that seemed like they're really dominating, especially that Shadow Rider Calyrex and Zamazenta, but more and more teams have kind of popped up later in the format to also prove their threats. We saw Lunala win at North American International Championships. We had a Groudon win the last Grassroots tournament, so it's kind of a deeper threat list that players are going to have to work through for this tournament.
Definitely. And Zoinks, Pokemon Unite, new kids on block with Pokemon Go too. What's it looking like for you all in year 4?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned a really open tournament for BGC. I think Pokemon Unite's in a pretty similar fashion. The metagame is pretty wide. One thing that'll be a bit more narrow, I think, is our ban phase that we have at the beginning of each match, where you get to take 4 Pokemon out of contention for that matchup. Both teams get 2 bans. Pokemon like Latios, Ho-Oh, and potentially even Charizard are all just powerhouses in the metagame right now, which a few of those Pokemon would be a bit of a surprise. It's been a while since they have been meta, but they are so strong, so I'm assuming those are getting banned. But in terms of picks, it's going to be the Wild West, I think. It's going to be really interesting. The Eastern metas versus the Western metas could not be more different, so very excited to see that clash.
Awesome to hear. And for Pokemon Go, too, something really special for me for the game is that we've had a world champion from pretty much a different region every single year, and we've never had a repeat champion for that fact. So there's a chance this year. I think 3 of the previous world champions will be here this year. So we'll see if that can happen, or we get a world champion from a different region this year. So we'll see how that goes. But speaking of players, there are some players we should look out for too. Let's start with TG. What are the players to watch?
I mean, there's so many out in the field, right? And there's so much history for the TCG. We'll get to Ross Cawthon in the middle in the second, but one player that stands out is Ryuki Okada from Japan. Traveled internationally a lot this season to compete in a lot of different tournaments and ended up winning EUIC and also a regional championship. Very rare for a player from Japan to travel to these events and win big like that. So he's had a gigantic season so far, definitely a player to watch. But it's not the World Championships without Ross Cawthon. I said there's been 20 Pokemon TCG World Championships. He's the only player to compete in all 20 of them. He has a storied history. 20 years ago, he made the finals of the World Championships for the first time. He's a 2-time runner-up, and he's always pushing to get that win. He's always got that fire, that desire to finally get a win at the World Championships. Then we also have players like Ovind, and there's hundreds and hundreds of players competing in the TCG World Championships. Everybody has a shot.
All right, and we got some other players for VG, I believe, as well. A lot of players, hundreds of you all competing too. What are the ones to watch for in VG?
There's so many great players this year where it's hard to narrow it down to just a few, but I think that, especially the number of former world champions and former international champions, that there's some names to maybe be particularly afraid of. You see Wolf Click here, our UIC champion, also a former world champion in 2016, which had a very similar format to this tournament. Has been very dominant all year. Wolf's always sort of been a player who liked to solve formats his own way, kind of plays teams that no one else played. I think both of his tournament wins this year are really reflective of that, where they're kind of teams teams are very Wolf. It's not like playing anyone else when you play against Wolf. I think that's some of his advantage, where he does have a little bit of aura there, not just in the picture, but also with, kind of just the way that he plays. Where
a lot in the picture, though.
It's true, right? Very unique style. I think Marco Silva next to him, another international champion from this year, he nearly hit to 3,000 championship points, just an incredibly dominant player. And I think he's been a really great barometer kind of just kind of keep an eye in the meta, because he's that player who always seems to be playing kind of the team that's perceived as the best, and he's always the best player at it, where, if you're trying to kind of, win in like the most conventional way, I think that's him. And then the final name that lists there, Shohei, the world champion from 2 years ago. Kyle's mentioning some Japanese players traveling, and the trading card game, he's kind of been our video game equivalent to that, where we've seen him in all the international championships, regional championship as well. He didn't pick up any wins, but did consistently get deep into day 2 in all those events, so proving he's still one of the most consistent players. We'll have to see if he can get that big dub again here.
Right. All right. Awesome to hear. We have Go coming up next. We have a bunch of players here in our 4th year competing. We got some players to look out for too. Marco Galde, first year at World Championships, he got 5th place. And then last year, his 2nd time competing at Worlds, he got 3rd place. Average of 4th place finish at Worlds is incredible. Not only that, he won an international LAIC and 3 regionals or special events. So 4 major wins this season, and he's looking to improve his average of 4th place finish at Worlds. Definitely a player to be feared here in the Go circuit. And then we got its Axon, the Yokohama World Champion from 2023. Also won a regional this year, the last regional in North America, and then won North America International Championships. And now he's trying to complete that golden road and be the first repeat World Champion for Pokemon Go, which is going to be a huge accolade if he does achieve that. And then we got Potamon, who got 1st place at European International, Spanish player, and he came over to North America International and got 2nd place. So 1st and 2nd of 2 internationals played in. Super impressive feats, and of course a lot of other players to watch out for that could upset all of those players. So definitely a lot on the line for Pokemon Go. And Pokemon Unite, if Luminosity's not on this team to watch, I don't know what's going on, but what do you all got for us?
Yeah, great prediction. They are going to be up there. We do have 15 players to watch, so we will be doing this for a while, but we did combine them into 3 teams for all of you. So we got 3 squads to look out for. We got Luminosity Gaming, Zeta Division, and High Five. And yes, great intuition there, Caleb. Luminosity Gaming is, of course, one of these teams to watch. They are a 2-time World Championship squad. They had an incredible first couple of years of the game. They did take a loss in the last year's World Championship, but this year, the track record is looking great. 3 international championship wins. That's all of them. All of the ICs they were able to take down, so a very impressive squad. Big favorites for this event for sure. Zeta Division, one of the strongest teams out of Japan, honestly, this year and the year prior, so a great team to look out for. And then High Five, making this list in large part because they're the only team that's been able to beat Luminosity Gaming at an in-person event, so that's a lot of credit.
All right, well, really impressive stuff too. A lot of history there. Luminosity just being gentlemen and just taking a year off at the World Championships. Let's see if they are able to get that title back on their side. Now, for those at home, too, even if you're not watching in the venue, there's still a lot to be gained, right? A lot of entertainment, but there's also some drops, some distributions, some Twitch drops, too. I believe TCG has some to kick us off.
Yeah, we have lots of stuff for TCG going on this weekend. One thing you can do is head over to TCG Live, put in that code WCS25TCGL. You'll get a bunch of cool cards from those latest expansions, Black Bolt and White Flare. That Hilda there is one we expect to see pop up in some decks. Very good in the Dragapult EX deck. So that's a cool one you can get. So make sure you get that on TCG Live. But then there's also Twitch drops going on as well. There's fun deck box, card sleeves, coin, lots of credits, fun stuff. Yeah, as long as you just watch along this weekend, you can sync up your TCG Live account. You'll get some awesome stuff.
Right, and I know, a lot of fans at home, they don't just play one of our games, but multiple games too. So we got something for everyone. Let's go to Pokemon Go next, the mobile game. And we got Skarmory, one of the Pokemon from the world's winning team from Yokai from 2024. You get some Skarmory candy, some XL candy as well if you want to use Skarmory in the Ultra League, and Stardust that you need for everything. And of course, the very coveted Charge TM as well, where you can get exclusive moves that that can't be learned at any other time. So a lot to be gained from Pokemon Go, but also if you're getting back into the game a bit or want to get into competitive, you can choose different paths on Pokemon you can get throughout. And we got Leap, Squirtle, Sentret, and you're thinking, oh, these are just pre-evolutions, but their evolved forms do have a lot of play in the competitive circuit. So choose your own path there as you build out your own team. Speaking of building teams too, you gotta definitely build some teams for VG.
Yeah, and I think you could potentially get a great Pokemon to help you do that if you were to enter this code here. You can get our the photograph from our secret 4th player to watch here, last year's world champion, Luca Tirabelli. And yeah, it's been a great Pokemon, so this will come with you all trained if you download this in the game. Also kind of get a unique Pokeball in there if you're an enthusiast about that like me, where it could become the Cherish Ball. And yeah, really powerful Pokemon. It's been strong at both the previous world championships and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. And hey, I think if you tune into the video game stream, you're probably going to see a few photographs today as well.
That'll be awesome. And then last but not least, we got Pokemon Unite with some drops as well. We got some emblems coming, I assume?
We got some emblems, we got some boxes, we got a lot of really cool rewards, honestly, for this year's Twitch drop. So just watching along, like Puka said, you can get the Murkrow Platinum emblem, as well as some rental license selection boxes, and a jersey random box. The very cool Pokemon Unite jerseys that our players get to wear on stage. You can get one of those as well, just from watching the Twitch stream. Get one of these random boxes. That's going to be, of course, throughout the weekend. And on Championship Sunday, we got some exclusive drops as well. So some really cool stuff, just like you said, for watching along, enjoying the event, and you get to get the payoff. Also, we do need to mention this. We haven't mentioned it yet. We are all wearing brown shoes. It's a rule. If you come on this stage, you have to wear them. So just as a heads up for everybody else working the event, brown shoes only.
Yeah, there's actually, people don't know, but there's actually a box over there with a bunch of brown shoes. So, you got to have one on if you come over here. Right. Now, I got a little fun question for you all, too. We talked about players to watch and those that have already made a big name for themselves and things like that. But I'm very curious to hear from each of you for your respective games. Any underdog stories or storylines that you think would be super exciting to see come to fruition this weekend? Now, I'll start it off here, so I give you all a little bit of time to think. For me, it's got to be Sagen Park playing in Pokemon Go. Now, for those that don't know, Sagen Park won VGC World Championships many years ago with a Pachirisu, but has also competed competitively at World Championships in all the Pokemon games. I believe Pokken as well, too, except Go. He actually did qualify for Pokemon Go back in 2022, but he opted to go for Pokemon Unite that year. Now, this is the final Pokemon title that he hasn't competed in for World Championships. And even though it's his first, major international tournament, I have a suspicious feeling that he might do a lot better than people anticipate. So for the VG fans, for the fans of Sagen Park out there that has been following his journey, I'm sure some of them might even tune in to see his Pokemon Go tournament results. So that would be a really fun one to see.
Ooh, okay.
What about for Pokemon
I like
Unite?
that a lot. Yeah, if I'm picking out a team to watch this weekend outside of our big three, maybe, I think if we're here in North America, a team that's got to be mentioned is the Orange Juicers. A very fun name, of course, but also just a fantastic team to watch. With Luminosity having such an incredible season internationally, I think oftentimes the Orange Juicers' regional success gets a little bit overlooked. And this is an amazing team. They had a great Worlds run last year, the best performing North American team in the World Championships in Honolulu. And I think they're looking to do an even better job, obviously, at this competition. So I think they're a great team, a great one to watch, and I know they've been putting a lot of prep into their group stage specifically. So maybe not even an underdog, just a really strong team, but because of Luminosity being the titan that they are, the spotlight gets stolen a little bit sometimes. How about you for VG, Scott?
I'm going to whip out a little bit. I think rather than calling out a specific player, I think it's a specific strategy that I'm really looking out for. I think one thing that's neat about this format, it's a little more archetypical than most video game championship formats are, where usually you can kind of just put whatever 6 Pokemon together. In this, it's really about 2 pairings of restricted Pokemon. Usually by the time we get to the World Championships in one of these formats, players have really figured out their matchups against the top pairings, and sometimes what ends up winning, like what's notably with Wolf's team in 2016, something a little weird, right? Something no one really thought of, something no one was preparing for, and I'm kind of curious to see what that thing will be in this format. I think it's been a little trickier to innovate, where the strongest Pokemon are really strong, and it's tough to find too many solutions to them, but I think there's a good chance, even if it's not the winner of it, I think deep in Top Cut, we'll see some things that I couldn't possibly have thought to call out right now, and I'm hoping that some players have a really cool solution, because it's a really tough puzzle to solve.
All right, that's awesome here. What about TCG, Kyle?
Yeah, so TCG is always interesting because anything can happen, really.
Yeah.
We saw just last year, Fernando Cifuentes won with a deck that was just 4 Iron Thorns EX, nothing else. TCG Worlds has been a lot of underdog stories. The awesome thing about it is you really don't know what's going to happen. It's just one tournament, and there's hundreds of players who had to qualify to get here. They're all very talented, but sometimes it's just about you picked the right deck on the right day. People are wondering, is that going to happen again this year? There's a Crustal deck that is basically an anti-metagame card. It can't take damage from Pokemon EX. So it's a very polarizing deck. You run into a deck that's not prepared, you win. You run into a deck that is prepared, better luck next round. So it's always a question mark. Will one of those decks go on a big run? We don't know what's going to happen. It's exciting.
Yeah, definitely. And you're speaking about different decks. It kind of reminds me too how even though we are all different Pokemon games, sometimes certain things that are useful in the meta kind of vary based on our game. So I'm curious to hear what's been really good in your game that might not be relevant in the other games. So there's a chance that we might get that wrong. There might be some overlap. But for Pokemon Go this year, it's got to be Dedenne, right? The other electric mouse, maybe not as popular as the main one, but this one really exploded in the meta and has put a splash on scene. Something that wasn't even relevant in Pokemon Go for years has finally made scene, and we might actually see a world champion running it on their team. What about for Pokemon Unite, Zoinks?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the meta's pretty open, so it's tough to pin down like something that maybe won't be in every other game. But I do think a few Pokemon are going to be really strong this weekend. I think one interesting thing I talked about a little East and West earlier on. Zarina versus Suicune has been an interesting debate where a lot of teams from Japan love Zarina. It's a really powerful Pokemon, especially when you know how to use it, a very skill-intensive Pokemon. And then Suicune has just been kind of unseen. However, in the West, it's everywhere. So I think those two Pokemon will be really interesting to watch. And I don't think you guys got Zarina or Suicune going around in your metagame. So how about
Not right now.
Yeah, I get one for the beginning. I think it's been it's had its moment in the TCG before, but I have to shout out VGC Legend and Smeargle. It's no longer doing the Darkrai cosplay thing. Now a little bit more of an interior designer with that Decorate and the Spore. So I guess mimicking a different sleep-inducing Pokemon. But we've seen it a lot more as a support Pokemon. It's pretty neat where Decorate does some fun things where powers up your partner. So we get to see some Pokemon that normally maybe aren't such devastating attackers suddenly become really scary.
Right.
Glad Smeargle was able to get out of that dark void.
What about for TCG, Kyle?
TCG always has a lot of wacky Pokemon. I would say the one on top of everybody's mind that stands out is the Badoo.
Yeah.
It's just tiny little Pokemon. It's only got 30 HP, which for TCG standards these days is tiny. All right, there's Pokemon with over 300 HP, but yet this little 30 HP Pokemon just does 10 damage. But it prevents your opponent from playing item cards on their next turn. These are just the weird things that can happen in the TCG. It doesn't look very imposing, but it can completely freeze your opponent for like multiple turns. So yeah, it's always funny when it's like, oh man, my opponent had Badoo, I couldn't do anything.
Yeah.
Terrifying monster.
Right. Well, I will say to you, 30 HP in TCG might not be a lot. It's also not a lot in Pokemon Go. I would love to see a Badoo in action, but maybe one day for Pokemon Go. Very excited to see the action come out too. Grab your beverages, grab your popcorn, get relaxed here. This is Pokemon World Championships. Get in your seats. We're gonna kick it off here. Stay tuned. Let's hear the hype, everyone.
journey now begins. The radio up and the windows down. Me and my squad will never back down. Gonna show the world how to get that gold. But first things first, baby, let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? To put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? To put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. We've come such a long way, and we had a real good run. And we're not going anywhere, baby, 'cause we're having way too much fun. The radio up and the windows down. Me and my friends gonna run this town. Time to make our mark, gotta get that gold. First things first, baby, let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? To put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? To put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll.
Get the engine started, victory is on the road. This is my team's party, you're invited to the show. And we won't stop riding till the Pokédex is full. 'Cause you're never gonna do it if you do it all alone. Rock and roll into battle with a new fuzz. Every round we bout to tackle needs a tune fuzz. The evolution radio to boom buzz.
But first things first, baby. First things first, baby. Pedal to the metal, let's go. Let the good times roll. Let 'em roll, let 'em roll, yeah. Oh yeah. Let the good times roll. Baby, let the good times roll.
Man, y'all ever have one of those perfect days? The sun is shining, the tailwind is pushing you, and things are going your way. You're finding shinies, you don't hit yourself in confusion, you land all your focus blasts. Yeah, I got a good feeling about today. Wake up in the morning, grab a Pokeball. Got a feeling that today I'ma catch a ball. Throw my cat to the back and a strap on my pack. Every challenge that I face is looking laughable. First things first, hit the mark, first supplies. Polka dollars high because I'm winning every time. Know that on the roof, 4 trainers giving eye. Till they see me with my team and then they spin into the side. Hit that road and we don't run slow. Red fires in the tall grass when I roam. Pressure's high and the cash rate slow. But I get them for strike every time that I throw. Hit the gym, gotta flash the credentials. These leaders sleep on my potential. So I set my ace, I got a badge to claim. I got a feeling that it's gonna be a good game.
Nothing's gonna stop me today.
No way.
I've got a feeling it's gonna be a good game.
Good game.
Nothing's gonna stand in my way. I've got a feeling it's gonna be a good game.
Jim, and you know we flexy. Add another digit to the Pokédexy. Had just amazed way I'm getting my steps in. I'm holding the chest, so if you see me resting, I'm taking this league, man.
Your domination.
And we can run doubles.
I've got combination.
My PC is built up, my strategies thrive. Way I'm one shot and close, I don't need no revive.
Hey!
Worked hard to prove this. Hall of Fame's on my to-do list. Tall grass stains on the brand new kicks, and I hold down beats to the championships. Drop my foes and say, alone we fold, but a team goes ways, and the road back home's gonna feel so great. Got a feeling that it's gonna be a
Good game.
good game.
Nothing's gonna stop me today.
No.
I've got a feeling it's gonna be a good game.
Good game.
Nothing's gonna stand in my way.
That's right.
I've got a feeling it's gonna be a good game. La da da da, la da 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 da. It's gonna be a good game.
to me. I have come all this way here and make my stand on the edge of my fate, almost in my hands. I'm reaching out, and it's almost now I can almost taste it. Just beyond, just beyond. It's just beyond my fingertips. Just beyond, just beyond. It's just beyond my fingertips. Just beyond. Yeah, we reaching the horizon and it's just beyond.
Welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships! So, what'd you think of that performance? I'm Anna Prosser, and I feel so lucky to get to perform in our opening ceremony alongside Cam Steady, Toasty Marshmallow, and Name Wants to Battle. Let's all give them some more love. For those of you at home, we're coming to you live from the Anaheim Convention Center right here in California, USA. We're here, of course, to celebrate our titles, Pokemon Scarlet and Pokemon Violet, the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon UNITE. Over 2,000 of the world's very best trainers are here to claim the title of world champion. Only a few can do it, and we're here to watch their world story unfold. Now, you all know who we're going to see next, so please let's welcome to the stage the president and CEO of the Pokemon Company, Mr. Tsunekazu Ishihara.
Pokémon トレーナーの皆さん、ポケモンワールドチャンピオンシップス2025へようこそ。
Hello, trainers, and welcome to the 2025 Pokemon World Championships.
世界中から集まってくださった皆さん、そしてオンラインでご覧いただいている大勢の皆さんにまずは感謝を申し上げます。皆さんのポケモンへの愛と長年のご支援がこのイベントを本当に特別なものにしています。
I first want to thank everyone who traveled from around the globe to be here today, and of course all of you joining us online. It is your love and support of Pokemon over the years that truly make this a special event.
そして競技に参加するトレーナーの皆さん、新たな世界チャンピオンの誕生を見届ける観戦者の方々、そしてイベントを楽しみに来られた方もぜひ仲間と一緒に素敵な思い出を作ってください。
Whether you're here to compete, watch the rise of the next world champions, or to enjoy all of the event activities, I hope you all have a great time making special memories with your friends.
またトレーナーの皆さんを支えてくださったご家族やご友人の皆さんにも心より感謝申し上げます。皆さんの愛情とサポートが彼らをこの世界大会へと導いてくれました。
I also truly appreciate all of the family and friends who are joining our trainers this weekend. It is your love and support of these competitors that help them overcome the challenges they faced on their way to Worlds this year.
さあ、いよいよ始まりの時です。日曜にはポケモン世界大会史上で初めてアリーナ会場で決勝戦が行われます。日曜日にまたお会いしましょう。
And now it is time for the competition to begin. This year, on Championship Sunday, we'll be hosting our finals in an arena for the first time in the history of the Pokemon World Championships. And I look forward to seeing you all again there.
それでは皆さん大いに楽しんでください。そしてご健闘を心よりお祈りしています。ありがとうございます。
Now, please enjoy the show and competition, and I wish the best of luck to all of our competitors this weekend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ishihara. I am very much looking forward to what you have in store for us on Sunday. So, all right, let's see. Our incredible Pokemon community is in the house. Check. Intro video, check. Opening performance, check. So, how about all you top trainers? Are you ready to compete? Let's get the 2025 Pokemon World Championships started. Competitors, good luck. The battle to become the next Pokemon World Champion starts right now.
Hello and
The Unite casters descend upon Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. Spirits are high, but they have all forgotten the world's largest marble. Anaheim, California, home of the world's largest marble. Ah! Oh, scared me. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are. We have finally made it to Anaheim, California, home of our World Championships. Hello, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy. Here, ye to the ha. I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Hello, Doob Snacks.
I can't be more excited. We've got the marble, we've conquered that. We've got that situation fully wrapped up and buttoned up. We never have to talk about a marble again because we're finally here in Anaheim, home of course, the world's largest marble, but more importantly, home of the Pokemon World Championships for 2025.
That's right. And of course, they talked about it earlier on the broadcast. We will be on Championship Sunday in an arena to see these grand finals. But before all of that happens, these teams have been assembled from all over the world to compete here this weekend. Day one is going to be our group stage, where these teams are going to go at it to see who moves to that single elimination bracket on day two.
Let's go through these groups real quick, Spraggles. Group A, Splash, OJ, Stamina Esports Gen 5. Group B, Peru Unite, Team EX, Revelation. Group C, Kakalak, Talon, and Komai. Group D, Nouns Esports, Paper Rex, version 1. Throw the next page on there for me. Production, bang. Group E, SAUL Esports, India, finally making it to the World Championships. Santos Laguna, QT Dig, You Need Coaching, Unk. Luminosity, Reject, Onyx in Group F. Group G, High Five, Insomnia, which is where we are starting, and I can't wait to talk about that, but let's run through the rest. CACM Esports, Force Team, and Group H, rounding this whole thing out, Aegis Flame, Sonic Rise, and Zeta Division.
So many amazing groups. I mean, obviously, if you've been following the championship series, there are so many huge names that you recognize here. You know Luminosity, you know Reject, you know Zeta.
Yep.
The teams we're about to watch, this is a run back of our grand finals at ACL, the most competitive and difficult tournament of the entire season, which saw High Five go up against Insomnia. Insomnia, the unexpected, like, force that just wrecked all the top teams in Japan at ACL. We're going to see if High Five has what it takes to take them down here. Interestingly enough, Doopsnacks, even though Insomnia won that first matchup, I think most people are expecting High Five to take this series.
Yeah, we were talking to our Japanese casters yesterday, kind of getting ready for today. And they mentioned kind of the fall off that Insomnia had after ACL, obviously punching their ticket to the World Championships by winning that event, but then kind of went on a slide. And whether that's they took their foot off the gas and were losing focus a little bit because they kind of already knew they were qualified for the World Championships, or if they were just having issues, or maybe the meta shifted under their feet and they couldn't quite get their footing again. But High Five, on the other hand, or at the time, Alter Ego, has been on a meteoric rise, and their scrim stonks are through the roof right now.
Yeah, they're one of these teams that's always in contention for one of the best in the world. And Insomnia's run at ACL was amazing, but also it felt very wild. They were a spoiler team. They were playing Phalanx. They were the Rocky Helm Gyarados like originators, it felt like. So you have to wonder, if the meta isn't in their favor, how well will they play this weekend? However, they have done this before. Yes. They won the most impressive tournament all year, and that is, I think we can't overstate that. Luminosity won NAIC, LAIC, EUIC, but ACL was the most difficult tournament where they came third.
Exactly right. Now, focusing a little bit back in on Insomnia and High Five, something you and I were chatting about right before this is like, okay, High Five might be the stronger team kind of in the back half of the season since ACL. However, Insomnia plays so much into their own style, unpredictability. The fact that they're the first match of the day and maybe High Five isn't completely warmed up, where you might fall more susceptible to those types of gambits out of Insomnia. So this, I think, is more even than maybe some folks give it credit for.
Oh, I totally agree. We take a look at our teams setting up here on the big stage. You can see High Five there in their Unite jerseys, and we have Insomnia in their org purples, looking pretty incredible here. You have Obion with the two-color hair.
The lettuce is on point.
Orange, purple, the aura from that man's incredible. When I walk by him, I just go, ah, I shudder.
I like the motivation that Ice put on his jersey there, number 2, as a clear reminder that they got second at ACL, and now they're fighting for the 1 spot, so they don't lose sight. They remember where they've been, the pain that Insomnia put them through. Now it's time to overcome in the first match of the day, as we saw those two teams there picking sides on our stage, which looks great, by the way.
Oh, the stage is insane here. Obviously, I mean, this is Worlds. All of our live events are bangers, but this is incredible. I mean,
yeah, we keep looking better, so they have to one-up like things like the stage.
That's what they keep saying.
They're like, you guys look
looking
so good.
They text us. We'll have to keep making the stage better. Sorry, production, it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, and in production's defense, it's you and I just texting those things to each other.
What if they said this to us?
What if, dude?
What if that world existed?
What if we did a marble bit for an entire year?
Yeah.
What if, dude? What if?
Behind the scenes, we were very, very serious about paying this marble bit off.
I don't think people at home know the hoops we jumped through to make that amazing video that you saw come to fruition. Like it or hate it, doesn't matter. That's what you got for a year-long bit.
That's what you got. We do pay off our bits. Now, the question that we are going to have to find out is, can Insomnia pay off what they set up at ACL?
Correct.
You know, I think a lot of people are discounting this team a little bit, but they were in this really unique position. And we've seen teams get here before where you win early in the season, you punch your ticket to Worlds right away, and you can kind of coast for a bit.
Sure.
You know, and then you have a tournament or two maybe that doesn't work out in your favor. Well, you're still a team that is that good when you put your focus on it. The question is, has Insomnia put that necessary focus on it here as they are going up against, again, the team that fought them in the grand finals, High Five?
Yeah, I mean, there is something to be said. Obviously, we don't have the inside track on Insomnia and what their strategy was in the back half of the season, but there is some weight to the fact that maybe they were discovering strategies, and then once you think it's solid, you just put it to the side and you don't actually use it in tournaments, and you don't expose it in events, right? You enter these events to continue high-level competitive play, try to play a little bit more maybe standard, if you will, but you're tucking away all these strategies. So it could have been Insomnia's lulling everybody into a false sense of security. Everybody's discounting them. Okay, ACL was a flash in the pan. This team doesn't really matter. Terrible back half of the season. When in reality, they could just be waiting to break everything out like they did at ACL and really shock some teams.
Now, this weekend, we've got a few things going on for all of you at home who are going to be watching this stream, and then, of course, the main Pokemon stream on Championship Sunday. We're talking drops, baby. So just by watching, you are going to earn some of these wonderful prizes right here. A Murkrow Platinum Emblem, a Jersey Random Box, a rental license selection box. That is going to be for watching here Friday, Saturday, and we have more rewards coming on Sunday.
And we have more stuff for day 3 as we're taking a look at that. This continues all weekend long, so just tune in.
Yeah.
Tune in, rack up the time, get the free stuff, and do it. And that's the thing that I always do, is make sure to get the sticker on my account, because I like to sport that after the World Championships is done on my trainer card. Worlds 25 will get that for you, and you can redeem that when? Right now.
Right now, baby. Head over to that gift exchange. You can grab that sticker immediately, throw it on your trainer card, and let everyone know you watch the best of the best compete here.
And us, coincident.
That's what I meant, the best of the
that's
best.
what you meant?
Yeah.
Yikes.
That's what I meant. No, you watch the best teams in the world go at it all weekend. Again, day 1 here, we are in our group. So if you take a game off the expected other best team in your group, as we're about to see here, you have a very good shot of heading into day 2. Day 2 gets crazy. It is an intense bracket, a single elimination all the way to grand finals. So the 2 teams who are going to run into each other, Dupe Snacks,
The grand finals are also single elimination.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's single elimination all the way until single elimination. Bang. These teams that make it to grands will have not lost a single match, you know, in day 2.
And
2
especially
undefeated teams.
And especially in those semifinals, best of 5s as well. So not only have they won all of their matches, they got to the semifinals, won a grueling best of 5 as well to head into and set up our grand finals, which will be in the arena and a best of 5.
Yeah, and the arena is... Well, I shouldn't say too much about it, but everyone's very excited.
You know what we should say a lot about?
What?
Without context, let's be very honest. Our outfits for Sunday are very exciting. We have been very childlike wonder and excitement about our outfits for Sunday.
Yes.
So it'll much be like the Marble video, I think.
I think it will.
It's gonna be the outfit version of the Marble video.
Yeah, if you like that, you're gonna like what we're doing on Sunday.
Oh, I think we're in trouble.
I think we might be in trouble as these two teams are getting set up. We're gonna be heading to our draft shortly here between High Five and Insomnia. A question I have for you: with Insomnia, they had all of these sort of wild picks. What do you think they bring out here? Is it still like, look, they've got Phalanx, they've got Gyarados. Gyarados just recently got buffed, so maybe they're still just, running this very powerful Pokemon that worked out well for them. But do you think they have any other wild choices up their sleeves?
If ACL is any indication, I'm going to say yes. And I think, to me, it's less important about what goofy stuff that Insomnia brings into the map. It's how High Five can react, because at ACL, they could not figure it out.
No.
They had no shot. They looked like they were flailing, even though, like, game 1, for example, Xingdi went absolutely crazy for High Five. They still ended up losing that game, and that kind of felt like the last Jenga block was pulled out of the tower, and it just all came crashing down.
Yeah, it does feel like that, especially when we head to our grand finals for a lot of our big events. This isn't always the case, but it really does seem like one team starts off strong and completely mentally beats their opponents, right? I mean, we've seen it in a lot of our World Championship grand finals. They are all very resounding victories for the team that wins them. Interestingly enough, our world champions from last year did not qualify for this, which is crazy. In fact, our second place team is not here. That's how competitive this year has been for Unite.
Yeah, I mean, with the change of how the leagues in the East, having some really cool sponsored teams going through, having a more weekly by weekly league-based format, really ramped up the competition, got some good eyes on the game, on the product, and teams had to adjust very quickly because it wasn't 1 month of competition. It was week in, week out. They were facing these teams, trying to figure these things out. So to your point, iron sharpens iron, and all of a sudden everybody starts collectively getting stronger. an incredibly strong team. Again, we talked a lot about Insomnia because of their performance at ACL, but High Five is very, very good. You've got players on there like Ice that have been at the World Championships every single year, and there's only a handful of people that have done that.
Yeah, and a lot of those players are here, right? I mean, which is really
they would
impressive.
have to be. If they qualified for every single one, they would have to be here.
So that's how that would work. But a lot of the what I'm saying is a lot of these great players that you've seen year in, year out have made their way to this competition in different ways too.
Correct.
You know, we have like the cool story of a player like Inder who played for North America, TTV, the entire story there, now playing on Nouns Esports on kind of their super team from EU. We have players from APAC that have reorganized, but they are, you know, have been members of many legendary teams in this game. It's going to be a crazy weekend. One of the big questions, of course, is who's going to win the entire thing. I think there are some favorites. It feels like, from the outside looking in, there are some really strong teams and some really strong regions. Japan is probably the strongest region in the game overall. They have so many amazing teams here.
Yeah, I mean, they're a powerful region for sure. And they kind of like, I think NA and Japan kind of mirror each other, where they play outwardly very well, but they cannibalize each other as well, which is what makes them strong. Like, you know, we were kind of talking about the iron sharpens iron mentality. It almost feels like when it comes down to NA and Japan, their biggest arch nemesis are the teams that are right down the street from them and that give them the most problems. Now, when you have a team like High Five, who's been on the cusp of great performances at the World Championships, who just seem like they keep grasping at straws right at the very end, this is a phenomenal way for them to start their weekend, because I do think that High Five is one of the favored teams here this weekend. And Insomnia, crazy to think that our ACL champion is considered the underdog right now.
It is a wild situation, right? But you know, you have that one tournament and then you have the rest of the season. They kind of did the opposite of what happened with Peru when they won EUIC and punched their ticket a year ago. They continued to dominate throughout the year. But Insomnia sort of fell off a little bit. And again, there's that question is, did they just know they could relax? Because they've already got their ticket to Worlds. They didn't need to win. Or did the meta really start to shift away from some of the picks that worked well for them at ACL? There are a lot of different tournaments and moments where you go, that tournament really favored this team. You think about metas, right? You think about the Speedster meta that we had for one of our, you know, regionals. That was a tournament that really favored certain teams. Or you think way back in Unite's history when Duraludon was such a thing, right? And there were certain teams that really, really performed well in that meta. We're gonna have to see if Insomnia can keep up with all of the meta shifts, because I don't think people were talking as much about Charizard and Ho-Oh, and of course Latios, who wasn't even in the game at that point before at ACL. And we're going to see how they adjust now. Something I did want to talk about, I mean, some Pokemon we may or may not see. Speaking of Ho-Oh, this is a Pokemon that is insanely strong. I have to wonder if it makes it through drafts.
Oh, if it makes it through, it's at a heavy price. Like, you have a plan in place, because it's almost guaranteed if it slides through, it's getting nabbed up immediately. Now, I will caveat that with saying that is at the start of the tournament. That's probably what we're going to look at. But we've seen over these 3-day events the meta shift to the point where, like, what was picked first is all of a sudden not getting picked or banned at all, because teams have already quickly evolved past that point, kind of, we'll say, like level 0, and are just kind of scaling up, and we're like, okay, Ho-Oh isn't even in this equation anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that a few times. Remember the Tyranitar meta that didn't actually come to fruition. We're going to take a look at some of our Pokemon top pick rate. This is in our region, Dupes Next, so a lot of the regions that we are coming. Pelipper on screen. The only time you'll see it in Unite. Top Pokemon by pick rate. Number 1 with a bullet right there, Umbreon, which I'm not shocked to see. And look at, if you look at this here, everything here is that support defender core. Umbreon, Snorlax, Blissey, Hoopa, Eldegoss. The only odd one out is Miraidon, which, oddly enough, we don't see much Miraidon at all anymore. Maybe within the Inteleon changes we will again.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, but you're right. That was the big one standing out, top Pokemon by ban rate. And you can see the same enemies are showing up here again, rearing their heads. Psyduck, banned a lot, so much that it wasn't even on the previous graphic. Blissey and Umbreon are definitely things to be contend with when you're talking about those support cores.
You know, a couple Pokemon to look at here. One that I think is just unbelievably good, and some regions might actually be sleeping on it a bit. I'm specifically talking about Japan, who didn't play a lot of Suicune at their regionals. Suicune, I think, is unbelievably good, and I know a lot of the teams we cover love this Pokemon. Then you've got something like Mimikyu. I'm actually kind of shocked to see its ban rate this high. This feels like a targeted ban, though, of course. It's either a team has a Mimikyu player or they don't. It's either they have Trainer or they don't.
Exactly. And there's a couple of Mimikyu players running around, which is why that number goes up, because it just becomes, if it's this team, then you ban this, because it just really is so oppressive when it slides through. Touching back on Suicune, and the reason why I think it is still so strong, when it got nerfs a few patches ago, yes, it reduced its, we'll say, its kit across the board throughout the game, but one thing that was left untouched was that Unite move, which was one of the most staggering things it does. And it not being touched left its stocks right where it is. It's like, okay, all this stuff is less ideal, but a lot of teams are just throwing an experience share on this thing, and they're like, we're not really looking for it for damage. We're looking for it to kind of crowd control and create engagements. And with that Unite move untouched, all of those boxes are still checked.
Yeah, this, you know, one thing you talked about there that I do think is really interesting, it feels like this year more than any other, we've seen the rise of the non-traditional support, or the even the non-traditional kind of attacker role in the bottom path. A lot of teams flexing around with some different picks here, saying, we don't need to play exactly by the formula. A Pokemon that's an all-rounder like Suicune could easily be in our support role. Same thing with something like Galarian Rapidash played with an EXP
I
share.
love Support Horse.
Support Horse is
really fun.
It's
really fun.
It's unbelievably good. Smart Strike is one of the most destructive moves. It's so frustrating. It repositions you. It stuns you. It's like crazy. It's a sure hit. It is crazy, crazy good. And I think you do have to credit teams like Luminosity a lot for this. There are other teams, of course, that are making a lot of these choices, right? But LG feels like one of those squads that just went, well, look, we have a support player in Otter, who's one of the most cracked attacker players that has existed in our game, and they really showed what that role can do. You saw support Mew, you saw all of these different looks from the team, and I think it just expanded everyone's mindset on what each role's purpose is.
Yeah, exactly, right? As the, Pokemon like Blissey get banned out, we might even see like Clefable bans or Clefable picks because it got tuned up a little bit, and it's almost guaranteed to hit 100k healing now with a Clefable in the game. It's just so crazy strong. But once you take the healing aspect with these bans, with like Hoopa portals and all that kind of taken out, well then what's the next step? Well, if they aren't be able to regenerate their HP, if you stun them and lock them down so you can get knockouts before they can get out, well then that's the recipe for success. And that's why you're seeing a lot of the shift towards these crowd controlling type Pokemon. And you got to think like Mamoswine comes into the mix. I know it's not a supporter, but in defender, but like Earthquaking in, the Ice Fang reposition, like that is disaster for some of these squishier Pokemon.
You know, we've actually seen a few defenders, talking about Mammoth, we've seen a few defenders kind of get tuned up a bit in some recent patches. Gudra recently received some buffs, and I don't know if anyone's going to play Gudra, but if
Phil
anyone
Yumis
could,
isn't here, so maybe not.
Yeah, Phil's gone. No Gudra. However, Insomnia is the kind of team that I could see going, no, we play Gudra, and we actually play it really well.
Yeah.
They also were known for Crustle.
They play Carry Gudra.
They play Carry Gudra.
Why not?
And they're crushing with it. They also were known for Crustle. Crustle recently got some buffs as well. It feels like there are a lot of defenders that they amped up heading into Worlds right here. One Pokemon that they actually did take the teeth out of a little bit is Psyduck. So we saw it with that crazy ban rate, but it got, I think, 2 nerf patches throughout this season. And right now it definitely doesn't feel as popular. It's still unbelievably good. Psychic is insane. Like, that move is ridiculous. Surf is amazing. Its Unite move is pretty incredible. But I do wonder if we are moving past the duck a little bit.
So I wouldn't commit that far on that yet, just quite yet, Spraggles, because to me it feels a little bit like Suicune in the sense that it still checks some of the boxes of the reason why you're picking it to begin with.
Yes.
So if you can like if you can bridge the gap in one of your other Pokemon, like the damage that it does and the hindrances that it creates, then I think it's still reasonable. To your point, I think the pick rate of it is dropping. Like, I think the priority of it is far lower than it was before. I'm not going to say that. But I would also see situations where I'm unsurprised that it steps in. You know, again, following that role in a Pokemon, I think we both put in our article as something we'd like to see is the Little Gentleman, which is a disruptive, engagement facilitating Pokemon that goes on and on with Suicune, Psyduck, support horse, all those things.
One of my favorite things is if this is your first time watching a broadcast, and we said
Sableye every time.
One Pokemon we would love to see is the Little Gentleman. Like, I don't know. Is this Unite specific?
Junior?
What is this Pokemon? We're talking about Sableye, which there are a few teams that play this extraordinarily well. So well that you might ban it against them so you don't see the juicers bring it out or something like that. There are just so many picks. And like you talked about earlier, one of the more interesting things that happens in a tournament like this is at the start of it, everyone's got their strategy, and then halfway through day one or near the end of day one, everyone goes, actually, our Marouche is broken. We needed every single game. You know, like you start to see that shift happen in real time. And I'm curious to see what Pokemon that happens with. You know, one that I've got my eye on, now that Inteleon is a little worse, is Decidueye. We saw it a bit out of EU, right? And they were playing it in some of their regionals, having some really good success. I wonder if some of these teams that play that long-range sort of snipery poke comp could shift over to Spirit Shackle away from Snipe Shot Inteleon.
For me, so while Snipe Shot Inteleon was so strong, it kind of got a higher priority. I don't think Decidueye clears that. However, I do think it becomes one of those like game-shattering gutter picks. Well, all of a sudden it's like, oh no. Like this thing is now a problem because we have no good way to get into the back line. You know, the person that's selecting or the team that's selecting has all the information of the other 9 Pokemon that are going to be in the game. Okay, my Decidueye is going to be safe. Pick it, and then they can just run through teams because unlike Snipe Shot, that the Spirit Shackle rips through. It just keeps going. It has pierce. So the fact that that is also kind of an easy button as well helps tremendously. And as you and I learned playing some ranked games last night, a good well-timed knock-knock arrow Unite move can really beat you down.
Yeah, it can really get you. It'll get Zoinks for sure, I'll tell you that much.
It's gonna crush
We have a new Zoink screenshot, by the way.
Yeah, we do.
We have a new one.
So was he playing Garchomp?
Yeah, he's playing
Which
Garchomp.
is crazy because Garchomp is one of his best Pokemon.
It is. If you liked 0 KOs, 1 assist Inteleon from Zoinks, you're going to love 0 KOs, 1 assist Garchomp. Let me tell you right now, you're going to love that. That's a Pokemon, by the way. I was talking to Slash before, I think a couple weeks back, we were talking a little bit about the meta. Slash is the defender player on Luminosity, and he was talking about how Garchomp might be completely gone from this meta now after a round of nerfs. Yeah.
OG must be gutted then.
Well, maybe.
Well,
still got that Zacian.
You know, it kind of feels like the all-rounders are all kind of in the same spot. Which is why we used to see or we have seen this year, things like Lucario pop up, which is very underwhelming, but it's still kind of like, well, I've played it for 4 years, so I'll probably do better with this than something that's stronger on the margins. But, you know, you talk about strategies of teams, back to High Five and Insomnia. Xingdi is an absolute mutant in the Thea Sky Ruins with things like Leafeon, and we saw some of those targeted bans for them at ACL, and a Pokemon that they're so comfortable with that if High Five can get those types of Pokemon into his hands, they are looking to leverage that. I mean, how many times have we seen Xingdi on a Leafeon and then Ice on Comfey?
Yeah. Absolutely. You know, one thing, as you were talking about that, Dupes, next, I'm just watching these teams get ready. I love to see a team where the energy is positive, loose, and fun. I've talked about this a lot with Mazo. He's just one of those players where it feels like every time the camera's cutting to him, the energy is very good. And I think that's important when you see that out of these squads up on the big stage, because it's not just enough to be good. Right? It's not just enough to have gotten your way here. It's not just enough to play this game very well. The pressure intensifies. Everything is different, especially on that stage. There have never been more eyeballs on what you are doing right or what you are doing wrong, how your team is playing. The the emotions run high, and there are certain players that really rise to the occasion. It's the reason that a team like Luminosity has won 3 live events this season. It's not only that they're that good, it's that they are that good under this kind of pressure. So when I was just watching High Five there, I love to see the energy of a team laughing and having a good time as they are getting prepared to take on a squad that beat them in the biggest tournament of the year.
On the counterpoint, you want to talk about a team that just aura farms when they're on camera. Insomnia and Obi-Wan specifically, especially with the lettuce split between the purple, orange, and sitting in that end spot right in front of the camera. You know we're going to be getting a lot of looks. The Obi-Wan stare down, no blinking, which we loved in ACL. That kind of had that bit on standby, and it crushed every time.
The crowd went insane. We were going insane for it. And this is a big moment for these squads. They're going to be kicking off our day. And you have to assume if you are starting off your day in front of the crowd and you take a win, I feel like your entire day is set. I think you could ride that all the way through day one.
Especially in this matchup, right? Not only is it winning your first match of the day, the first one in front of the crowd, but these are 2 high-octane teams with high expectations associated with them. Again, your ACL winner and your ACL finalist are squaring off to kick off our World Championships right now. Again, as a reminder for those of you at home, Insomnia, after winning ACL, on a little bit of a downslide, on a little bit of a down tilt. High Five, on the other hand, has just been training in the hyperbolic chamber. They are just on the rise, and people think that this might be one of the strongest teams present, despite having lost to Insomnia, the team that they're facing off first.
I think the term is hyperbaric chamber.
What'd I say?
Hyperbolic chamber.
Well, things can be hyperbolic. You're right.
The interesting thing about a hyperbaric chamber is it's quite hyperbolic, I would say.
Okay. That's great.
Ooh, what are we seeing here? Oh, it's someone's shirt in front of the camera.
I thought we lost our monitors.
I didn't think I honestly thought something was happening. I was like, do we have a surprise happening right now that they didn't tell us about? As our teams are still up there getting ready to head into our first draft of the day in front of the crowd. I was out there in the crowd watching the opening ceremony. I mean, this is such a hype time for Unite. It's unbelievably exciting.
These teams, now they're trying to get us up. They're trying to stay loose. Of course, you all feel it at home. We feel it in the booth. The teams definitely feel it on stage. They know that a game is coming, and we are now finally underway with the first band being Latios.
That's right, our first match here at our World Championships. High Five, Insomnia. Latios banned out right away. We are not going to see one of the newest additions here. And the rest of the draft is continuing. It looks like we might have to remake this because I don't think they are going to be the ones banning out Phalanx, that's for sure.
No. Well, if ACL is any indication, they're going to want to keep that one in the pocket here as an available option for them. On the other hand, I'm not sure I could believe that High Five would ever consider picking Phalanx, but we will see.
Yeah, look, I mean, you never know. There's a lot of investigation that goes on when you're trying to find what the team you're playing against is actually running. So you'll have players playing on a different account with a different name for a week before the tournament so they can test out a strategy and not get caught by anyone, because everyone's eyes are on all of these matches. What are they running? What are they picking? What is winning for them? When you are trying to get out of groups, you are going to analyze all of the teams you are paired with in an intense way. And if you know a secret surprise pick, well, all of a sudden it's not a secret, it's not a surprise. You can play around it, you can ban it out. So I do think it's possible High Five has played some Phalanx, but I think more likely we're just heading into remake right here, because the only team I could expect to see Phalanx out of is going to be Insomnia.
Also, Revelation,
right?
Yeah, Revelation tends to favor the weird from time to time.
Yeah, they do. But they like a Duraludon. They're not afraid.
They are not afraid to select Duraludon in key situations. Now, Insomnia, or like you said, still Rocky Helmet Gyarados. Sometimes the quirkiness doesn't come in the pick, but in the items. Rocky Helmet, again, put at least on everyone's radar.
Yes.
Like, okay, there's probably something here. This team is performing very well. And I have seen a rise in Rocky Helms since that event for sure.
no question. And Rocky Helm got a really good buff. I think it's an insanely good item right now for a lot of these picks. You know, it used to have this very weird interaction where you needed to lose a certain amount of HP in a single hit to trigger its damage, and because that threshold was so high, a lot of your tankier Pokemon, your defenders and some of your supporters, were not actually getting a lot of use out of it. Now, it does less damage, but it is proccing that extra damage all the time, plus providing a huge amount of physical defense.
Which is why we saw it, or we're going to see it potentially on, like you said, good frontlining defenders that are always trying to stay in the pocket, or Pokemon that heavy engage, stay in there, and are getting shelled at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Trying to facilitate. So two different types of Pokemon that could be, we could see that Rocky Helm on, as we are seeing this game being rebuilt quickly so we can get into this first match, because I, for one, am incredibly excited for it.
Yeah, I mean, we have such an insanely good schedule today. It's unbelievable. We start our day with the ACL run back, and we end our day with Luminosity versus Reject. Like, what an insane day.
Yeah, that's our bookends, and all the story in the middle is also very good as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the teams that you would expect or be excited to see, you're going to be seeing them here on broadcast. Coming up next, we've got Juicers. We have Nouns later in the day. I know we have multiple teams out of Japan that we're going to see. We're going to see India on broadcast, which I'm so excited about. So, so many good regions playing here. So many incredible teams that we're going to see this weekend. But the group stage notoriously has been brutal. I mean, there are teams who are going to show up and they are going to get beat a couple times by some of the best in the world, and they're heading home today.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about the Luminosity Reject group. They had Onyx shoved in there, and Onyx is no slouch either. You know, they've been a staple into the UCS, and you know, obviously, I think it's what everybody would say is Luminosity Reject favored in that group.
Yeah.
However, Onyx is a great team to play Spoil Sport because they are strong.
And also, I mean, if you were to shut down one of these powerhouse squads from heading into day 2, it would be incredible. You know, a couple things just don't go your way. We saw it happen with LG at ACL. I think they had a really rough matchup into Alter Ego. Now the team you're looking at, High Five, right? They had a rough matchup into them. I think it was probably expected that they would be able to take them down, and they couldn't, as we are now heading back into our draft right here. We can see the bands Suicune, Latios, Lucario, and Hoopa.
Very interesting here, and we haven't gotten signed that this is a remake, so this is what we are locking in. Z-Ray, who is kind of a ranged specialist for this squad, is locking in Ho-Oh quickly, which means the counter to Ho-Oh needs to exist, and it's immediately a Mewtwo to Buzzwole back-to-back.
Mewtwo, Buzzwole. I think Buzzwole is just never bad, right? An incredible top lane Pokemon, and at the same time, it's hard to counter it with anything, right? It's just going to be very, very good in that top path. On the other side, filling out their support core, we've got the defender in Snorlax and Blaziken. The incredible thing is, so many power picks right now. Charizard right on the other side. I was wondering, do we see Ho-Oh? Do we see Char? Game 1.
Out the gate. And we're getting some sub information here too. When you see the Lucario ban, the Hoopa ban, there's something going on here, and that pays to the research that these teams have done going into this. And this is a Pokemon that's been very popular in the East, Zarina.
Yeah, no, this is interesting, right? Because they're running 2 all-rounders. Zarina has a little better dive than something like Blaziken, but both of them are looking to brawl. And then they're playing this Espeon pick right here. Over to the other side, Insomnia, you're seeing Duck go almost for free in that final pick.
Yeah, again, going to be carrying the light bulb, going to be disruptive. And it goes to the point. Obviously, its priority went way down. But the point I was making is it still checks the boxes of what Psyduck was doing before. It's just a little less strong. So if you can bridge the gap with something like a big Charizard pick, well, then all of a sudden, Psyduck looks pretty darn good.
You're taking a look here at the side of Insomnia. Buzzwole, Charizard, and Blissey all looking to stack. If you take a look at High Five right here, Ho-Oh, Zarina, Blaziken, all looking to stack. So there's going to be a lot of aggressive plays towards those goal zones early so they can stack these Pokemon up. All of them extremely powerful with that extra damage. I want to talk just for a second about Char, because we didn't get to talk about it too much. Recently received what feels like a mega buff to this thing. Its pick rate throughout the season, 2%, but I could see this thing doing very well all weekend and either being a pick or ban.
Can I piggyback off that? Pick rate 2%, pick rate 5%, pick rate 8%, pick rate 15%, pick rate 24%. We are in a different world than where we've been all season long.
It's incredible to see, right? You love a nice meta shift like this, and it's given the teams a lot of time to prepare for it. As we head into our first game here at our World Championships, high five your purple team, Insomnia your orange team, APAC East versus Japan. These two regions went at it at ACL, Insomnia being the victor, and now we're heading into game one.
Look at that quick 3-player rotation to the top. They're putting all this pressure on the Torchic here. Okur is getting low, goes back to get a berry with the eject button, and now they're putting some decent pressure on for a 3v2.
Yeah, I mean, look at that right there. We talked about how aggressive they were going to be towards that goal zone, looking for those stacks early, and they absolutely were.
Nice pressure by Ice here. They're getting the stacks, as you mentioned. A few players looking to stack there, carrying the light bulb as well, as Ice is looking to pivot to the middle, put pressure on the Charmander, who's still sitting at level 4. But there you have Obi-Wan on the Mewtwo, ready to go.
And look at this Ho-Oh just trying to steal this away, and they do. Able to take that away. Charmander, still a Charmander here. Not yet Charmeleon here for this fight, as Zarina is online at level 6.
Zarina's online, and Z-Ray got to evolve as well, so the Espeon pressure is there, and the Ho-Oh still has not gone down. We have a big rotation by Akura, gonna put the pressure on, decent reposition, but that Psyduck is gone, and now this goal zone's getting tons of points in, and High Five is starting to gain some steam.
Yeah, not only they're starting to gain some steam, I mean, they are winning these fights. They shut down that Charmander. However, in the top path, Insomnia putting in the work, continuing to stack with both of these Pokemon, get them online. Mewtwo going down in a flash.
All of a sudden, Insomnia takes a look. We've got a Charmeleon finally, but that needs to get evolved up. Look at Ice living in this central area for free. They haven't gotten knocked out yet, putting tons of pressure on Soon here, who's really quickly going to get a berry. And finally, the collapse is on, and they need to get this knockout on Ice. They do.
They finally do, but you've got to remember, that's their EXP share defender right there. It's not worth, Xing Di, the level 7 Zarina or something like that. All that pressure that was put on, incredible plays there from High Five. It feels like fight-wise they're in control of this, but Insomnia very calmly continuing to level in this top path. In a lot of trouble right here as Buzzwole goes down. The Espeon's going to push forward. Snorlax now with a huge heavy slam. Ho-Oh, and we've got 4 towards the goal.
I mean, it's nothing but pressure here from High Five, right? I think the only thing they wish was going a little bit better is that they got the Blaziken online a hair earlier, but outside of that, they are moving across this map. Well, look at Ice again on your mini-map here, living in that central area, slowing things down. Finally, Insomnia commits to a 5-player push-by.
And here we go, Insomnia moving towards this goal zone. Buzzwole looking to help the Mewtwo score, and they're going towards Snorlax. Snorlax peeling back.
Now, I mean, they were able to just keep it down to 1 score. We do have our Reggie hitting the map right now. Z-Ray and Akura on the scene, but here comes the rest of High Five. Regiseal's getting ripped, quickly secured by the Snorlax. Akura, the hero, steps up, and now that's 2 players, 3 players down for Insomnia. Watching this slip through their fingers early, his High Five's going to rack up the score.
I mean, beautiful overcap right here. We have the 30 in that bottom goal zone. I think a lot of people were saying that High Five was probably favored right here, and they are dominating Insomnia at the start of game number 1. Look at all of the experience and wild Pokemon they are taking away from Insomnia. They're winning every fight, and what a lucky steal on that bottom objective.
I mean, that's what starts, right? But once you're given the opportunity, or once you have a play like that go your way, the fact that High Five was immediately, okay, shift into 5th, pedal to the metal, we can take a bunch of knockouts here, and they really did send Insomnia reeling. Insomnia going to get a conciliatory Regieleki here that they're going to send down in the top path.
Yeah, they're going to send that up towards that tier 2 goal zone, but it doesn't look like they're going to end up fighting near it. They have Charizard kind of looking to see if anything is an option. 5 members of Insomnia right now actually moving through the center right here. They could be moving up for a fight right now. They're all hiding in the tall grass.
Yeah, I sees it though. I saw Usakazu go in the big time engage, but it's a 5v1. They get a knockout quickly. Buzzwole Unite is used, But look at this quick rotation. They wanted to get one catch and use and build off of that. They're going to get another one here. Nice Espeon Unite slows stuff down, but High Five needs to react. We've got a lot of damage going on at Kura. They pick up 2 berries, and it's enough to keep Insomnia away.
Well, look at Insomnia right here. I mean, just traveling as a 5-person group throughout this map, seeing what fights they could pick up. Really great pivots there from High Five, but it's tough to take down 5 players all trying to make the same thing happen. Obion now having to peel away from this top path, just continuing to stack in that goal zone right now. The scoreline 169-117 heading into the halfway mark of this match.
Yeah, you already see 9-4 kind of giving up the position here, letting them know they were going for it. Mewtwo Y Unite comes out a hair early, but it sends all of High Five backwards. Insomnia now takes the positional advantage around Regice, and they're going to secure with the Mewtwo Y. The pressure's on. We got a big power nap in the middle of a lot of bodies, but the Bliss Assistance is on the side out, and the chase is on. Charizard is there to clean it up, and now they're on this goal zone. Akura goes down, and Insomnia is feeling it. Bang! The Ho-Oh resuscitation, and Akura's right back into the mix, but the Buffalo's in the back line put pressure on. 2 players down from High Five. Insomnia keeps pushing and pushing and pushing. The block is back. It gets them out of dodge, and the 2 defenders are left reeling as Insomnia shows signs of life.
That's right, 169-212. Insomnia once again moving as a 5-man unit towards that goal zone, absolutely cooking them in that fight. We saw Charizard really come online there with that Unite move, and High Five, who feels like they've been in control of this match, all of a sudden has lost 2 objectives in a row, lost a major fight. They're heading up towards this top path right here. Only 1 Unite move on the side of High Five, 1 Unite move from Insomnia as well, but Insomnia in a better position with this Tier 1 goal zone.
They do have the Espeon Unite, which is great for a catch here, because there's so many Unites down that they have a good opportunity to make something happen. Block Shield is gargantuan, by the way, now. Able to get back, and they just send their Regieleki pretty much so they don't have to contend with it. They've got work in other places on the map to do.
Yeah, and Insomnia allowed that to happen. They recognized this wasn't going to be a super important fight for them. All of the early pressure, all of that early Ho-Oh making their way towards this central area here doesn't seem like it has put High Five that far ahead in this match. They catch the Ho-Oh. Blissey caught a little bit right here. The Sacred Fire moving in. They're going to try to take Blissey early. They're going to see, yes, they finally do.
I was going to say, I feel like they're both like, come on, come on, come on.
Yes.
This is taking longer than it should. All right, nice rotation here. Xingdi kind of quiet this game. This arena has been working. It's a good level, but hasn't been kind of like the huge Xingdi takeover that we're used to seeing. We're going to need a good opportunity of High Five and good positioning to make that happen here in the late stages.
They do have a great setup right here for this objective. I don't know if Insomnia is actually going to contest this at 245. They're kind of moving it. Beautiful heavy slam right there. Charizard coming on the backside, though. We're going to see if we're going to start this fight.
Usakazu's getting low. They go back over the wall. They don't give up their Unite move. They just say, I'll give up myself. Get back and we'll set up. 30 seconds till Ray, Spraggles, and this thing is tight.
Yeah, it's really, really close. Obviously, that buff for High Five could be a huge difference maker in this fight, right? You talk about Pokemon like Ho-Oh, Snorlax, incredibly difficult to take down. Now you're giving them some defense and special defense with Regirock, as Insomnia making their way into the Ray Pit, looking for how they are going to start this fight. If it's anything like that bottom Reggie from earlier, they're in a great position right here. Moving forward, catching with the flamethrower. They know they found someone in that bush because of the move speed that Charizard got right there. The question is, who's going to start this fight? High Five is behind in this moment.
Oh,
Snorlax
nice heavy
over the
slam
wall.
engage. And Kura pins against the wall. Forces Usakazu, and they're split. Mewtwo Y Unite is out. Blissey is there. Power Napper in the middle. Xingdi is on top. Usakazu, they're going for the knockout. We're rotating back through. Mewtwo is mega, and it is throwing all those psychic balls right in the face of High Five. Great resuscitation is going to bring back the Espeon, and they got the pressure on, but nobody's falling for Insomnia. Xingdi finally seeing a bunch of targets. Usakazu cleans it up in the back, but there's Z-Ray to get one back the other direction. Buzzwole is down, but the signs of life of High Five are dwindling here in game 1 of our first match at the World Championships, and it looks like Insomnia is looking to pivot on top of Ray.
Now here we go. This is actually tough for Insomnia to secure compared to what they have on the side of High Five. Espeon is a better secure in this moment, so the question is, will they pivot away from Ray? They do. They peel away from Ray. They're looking for the members of High Five that are coming back into this fight. Here comes the Ho-Oh with the Sacred Fire, and they're re-engaging.
Charizard on top of Z-Ray. Z-Ray runs back behind their team. Xingdi goes for the engage. They need to get a knockout here. How's the Charizard still standing? Finally dealt with. Xingdi looking on Uzakazu. They're on top of him with Ho-Oh. Sacred Fire is just burning them down. Ho-Oh taking the skies, showing them that there's a legendary here. Soon goes down. They're so low. Can the Blaziken 9-4 close the deal? No way they get out of there. But now they have the rip is on because they've got the best secure between the Zarina and the Blaziken. They're looking for it. Good heavy slam on the backside to split Obi-Wan from the rest of the team. Rayquaza's low. Overheat is charged up. It's too early. Secured by Zarina, and High Five sees the light at the end of the tunnel.
You had this moment from Insomnia where they won this massive fight, but they just didn't have the secure to be able to take Ray. Of course, now hindsight being 2020, Doobsnacks, it really does feel like that was their moment. They had to take it, but they were already up in this fight. They decided to play it safe. High Five moves back in for a massive fight and takes it away from Insomnia. Without the Unite moves, without the positioning they had before, Insomnia just could not deal with the pressure from High Five.
What a great re-engagement by High Five.
Beautiful.
They, to me, were given 2 golden opportunities in this match, and they seized them both. The first one, Reggie, when Ikura heavy slammed, secured, and immediately everybody went, this is our time, and then collapsed on top of Insomnia and got good goal zone break. And the second one was Insomnia backing off of Ray. High Five knows, okay, we've got another chance at this. Our raw power level across our team is a bit higher, and our secure is definitely better.
Way better.
And they saw the opportunity, they stepped forward, the Z-Ray got behind the team so that the Espeon could stay standing, put a lot of good pressure on, and they got themselves a Rayquaza in a very convincing fashion in that second refight.
You know, there's no question this was a really difficult position for Insomnia to be in, because while they had moderately okay rip potential in the Charizard, their secure was bad. They know Snorlax is coming back in, and Heavy Slam is a heroic secure move from a defender. They also have this Espeon that's in the periphery of this Ray Pit. They know that at any moment it can move in with this Psybeam and try to take something down here. So they just have this dilemma in front of them. What to do? Do they go for a secure even though they're already ahead and their secure is bad, or do they go for a refight that they might not win? It really did feel like they were in a very difficult position. Unfortunately for them, the refight was a disaster.
The refight didn't go their way. I can't fault them on making that choice because uniquely Espeon and Snorlax together were the worst 2 players on the side of High Five to still be standing, because you don't even have to have Snorlax go in for the secure. You can have them heavy slam a little early and block, because all 3 players were just standing.
You know, as you're saying this and we're taking a look at the replay from that match, that is what just happened at this fight, right? The Snorlax moves in with a heavy slam. Here's the beautiful start of this fight right here. We got the Mewtwo Unite, the Bliss Assistance. We have Zarina taking them up in the air. We have Buzzwole moving in with a Unite move of their own, trying to do some serious damage. Immediately getting the Ho-Oh revival right there onto the Espeon. Great Espeon Unite, but this fight went the way of Insomnia, and I think a lot of it had to do with the staying power of that Buzzwole. Of course, the refight not going their way, and yeah, they're just in one of those really tricky Unite positions. You've used all your Unite moves, you want to fight, you don't have secure, but you are ahead. What do you do in this moment? It's very, very tough. It's something that their composition isn't really set up for, right? When they don't have that rip potential, it's really difficult for them to get Ray low enough, fast enough to actually secure a game win.
Yeah, when you look at games of this genre on other platforms, you consider yourself, you have, because it's not time gated, you have the opportunity to make up for either miscalculations, misdecisions, or mistakes. But in Unite, because it is a strict 10-minute time limit, you are not afforded the runway to correct something when it doesn't go right. So not only do you have to make as many of the best choices as possible, you have to make them insanely fast. And the volume of information that Insomnia had to process when they made that call to lay off Ray is incredible.
Yeah, it was a great moment for High Five, and I think Insomnia probably made the best decision they could with the information that they had. It's just such a tricky spot. And that does speak a little bit to the start of the match, the very start, which is the draft screen. It speaks a little bit to maybe they didn't draft exactly what they needed to deal with a moment like that. As we are now switching sides, Insomnia is going to get that first pick. The band's coming in. We see the Hoopa, see the Blastoise. Lucario once again. It looks like they know something very specific about Insomnia. Suicune being hovered, but no, they settle on Galarian Rapidash.
Yeah, we've got a lot of powerhouse Pokemon that can come into this. Obviously the Ho-Oh, the Suicune, feels like, just like Ho-Oh, if you are letting this thing through, you have a plan somewhere. And if you don't, what are you doing? Latios is the other one.
Latios is the first pick right here. So this is another Pokemon that I did not know if it was going to make it through a lot of drafts. You know, in your solo queue games, this thing can get online and become incredibly overpowered. In a game like this, when you have a team around you to support you, getting this online, getting all of your Aeon power so that you can do this absurd damage, this is going to be tough for High Five. And I'm really curious to see how these two top-level teams work with and against this Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're giving up Latios with the expectation to be able to take Suicune, Ho-Oh. We saw those locked in almost immediately. Quickly, Leafeon is selected as well. So is Zarina. And on the side, I mentioned Mamoswine a little bit earlier in our when we were getting going here. What a great isolating Pokemon. It takes one Earthquake and a good Ice Fang to just dismantle, honestly, 3 of the 4 Pokemon that High Five has picked so far.
We see S-Slime locking in the 3-headed bird right there. I think this is a really strong pick. It does pretty well actually into something like Suicune as long as you don't get caught in that first volley, right? You're able to kind of move around, dive in. It's one of the best dive Pokemon in the entire game as our teams are getting ready here for this next match. I didn't see the final pick there, I don't think, on the side of High Five.
I didn't see the last pick either because we had seen the Leafeon and Zarina, and we cut away. There we go. Mewtwo-Y.
Mewtwo-Y with that final pick as they're moving things around right here. Obviously, you can see the big stage. You see us up there in the giant monitors. Zarina is amazing. It's so cool seeing our games. Or I should say, this center is amazing. The arena is Sunday.
Yes, the arena is Sunday, something we are both excited about. And don't forget, we've got awesome costumes. And that's what they are, honestly. They're honestly, they're not outfits, they're costumes. They're just costumes.
Yes. This is a big moment for Insomnia, right? I thought they looked really good in game number 1. They had some pretty amazing fights. They had a difficult time early, right? They had this really tough matchup into that Ho-Oh early, but they clawed their way back into this match in a big way.
Yeah, I mean, they did. The 5-player going to the central hide, picked down one target to get some of that experience, and then they just got away, right? They gave themselves the opportunity to kind of leech experience back to their side and bring some balance. After that, it was another good team fight on that T1 bot. And after that, it was like, oh, all of a sudden this game is even. All of a sudden, Insomnia is up on the scoreboard, and it kind of feels like they're grasping control of this game.
Yeah, and we're getting ready to head into our next game right here. Game number 2 here in Group G. Insomnia, your purple team. High Five, your orange team. Up 1 game right now over their rivals from ACL.
Ho-Oh sitting around taking a look. They've got a Swinub and a Buzzwole to contend with. Buzzwole in the bottom path, worth noting, as we've got the Doduo up top.
Yeah, nice secure there. Once again, High Five taking all of that. They were able to take the contested wild Pokemon there, and they were able to take the one on the side of Insomnia. Ho-Oh just incredibly powerful, difficult to deal with. The pressure put onto it, looking for a KO right there as we head to the top path to see S-Slime peel away from this fight.
Looks like they're going to get out of dodge here. Good for them, as they have pretty much been left alone because the Chansey went on the escort mission with the Latios.
And look at Xingdi right here. I mean, they're sending Zarina through the center. They want to make sure that's online very quickly. We see the Latios here in the bottom path, ready to fight, and it's looking for a few things. It's looking to chip at their opponents with Dragon Pulse and also secure as much wild Pokemon as they can to charge up their Aeon power. Once they hit their 25 stacks, you will start to see those little balls of Aeon energy fly out towards their opponents to deal extra damage, and as that increases throughout the match, it will start to rip through the side of High Five.
Luna just kind of getting squirrely a little bit, stepping forward, making sure their presence is known, as we have a big-time rotation by Usakazu and Sunsun going to go cover up top.
Yeah, high five with the Leafeon up here, just able to secure a lot of this experience, but he caught right there in so much trouble and goes down. You can see why Insomnia is prioritizing this Pokemon.
Absolutely. High five, on the other hand, you know, welcome to give up their Leafeon for all the points they're putting in the bottom path, as they do have a score lead, and the levels look about even.
Ooh, and here we go. We have a Drill Peck Dodrio here. Insomnia always making, you know, the exciting choices that you don't expect. I think you'd expect to see some Tri-Attack here, but we've got the Drill Peck. Xingdi moving forward, seeing if they can peel Sunsun back towards their side for the KO, but they couldn't make it happen.
Everybody is just taking inventory of where they are on the map. We know in 40 seconds we're going to be getting our first Reggies to hit the map. And of course, right before that is going to be these birds that they're going to be able to contest in the path.
Yeah, they're trying to get as much of this over to the side of Insomnia as they can. As High Five is pushing towards this goal zone here in the top path. Dodrio deciding when they want to move in, picking up.
Timed.
No, didn't get the KO. Dodrio goes down. Beautiful play there from High Five.
Listen, you can say that they actually did leave with something, though. They got the Emerald two-step out of the Leafeon, and they're not going to have it for this first Reggie. Now can Insomnia take that very small victory in what looked like a loss and do something with it?
Yeah, High Five now moving towards this objective right here. We have Z-Ray coming down to start dealing some damage. Leafeon moving down for this fight. No Unite moves on the side of Insomnia. No Unite moves on the side of High Five. Obviously, Leafeon's was just used.
Regice is at half, moving forward. High Five taking agency here, jumping on top of Luna, burning him down in the back is Ice. Tons of pressure with the Suicune there, and they get two. And now they're looking for more as the Regice is secured by High Five, and that goal zone is their next priority.
Yeah, they're looking to see how they want to score here. We've got 29 points from the Leafeon, just letting Zarina continue to score, stack up, get more powerful, and have a better overcap. In the top path, Dodrio from Insomnia left to score in the top path, continue to stack and make sure that those Drill Pecks will absolutely shred through their opponents.
Goal zone looks incredibly low in the top path. I didn't quite see how much remaining, but you could see that orange circle around it almost completely closed. Nice Drill Peck Unite move combo. Kind of miss on 9-4, but the chase continues. S-Slime wants this one, and good coverage by the rest of High Five to make sure that Leafeon stays standing. And now they're in deep waters as S-Slime. The Mewtwo Y is showing up to A-press him down. Nice to reunite. We're going to see if we can get it done. We do. They are gone.
Yeah, beautiful stuff there from High Five, right? Really punishing that Dodrio. Nice play from Dodrio, but they just could not fight. As they move forward right here, Buzzwole Unite move, picking up the Suicune, but Buzzwole goes down the other way. We now have the Revival moving, and we're going to have to see Latios peel away from this fight as they are being chased away. The Flamethrower into a Bliss assistance. They're running. Sacred Fire hits them, but now we're going to reset for a moment right here. They're just too tanky after that Bliss assistance. But
Huge engagement.
No, and off the
Suicune Unite. Just an absolute ice age. The scoreline finding the nut today because they are getting closed down and they're moving to the next one. They're going to keep putting these points in. Usakazu's the only one in the stratosphere of trying to stop this thing. The points are still raining in. All of Insomnia pushes forward, and it's finally enough to make High Five leave.
You have to give High Five so much credit in that moment. They take a huge fight, get a massive victory, look at the clock and see we're over 5 minutes. That means there are no jump pads on the side of Insomnia. They push towards that tier 2, and it just as you said, raining points in. 119, 254. High Five in control of this match. A lot like game number 1, but I'm not seeing as much fight from Insomnia. But it should be noted, Latios is probably the most scaling Pokemon we've ever had in this game. It gets better and better and better as the match goes on, but they're going to need it because they're way behind.
Yeah, and right now they're way behind, but so much so that they can't even show their face at any of these objectives right now. So High Five got another one for free as the Dodrio's in the backside, forcing out the Mewtwo Y Unite. We've got the action on the side. Usakazu sorting out that Suicune there, and we're moving through. We'll see what we can catch here because the Dodrio's been dealt with. Usakazu taken to the skies, and they get stepped through by the Zarino. Big moves by that Pokemon. Up, down, and finally Buzzwole gets one back for the squad.
And look at this here. I mean, this Buzzwole Buzzwole from Insomnia is unbelievably good. They are a huge playmaker. It's Izakazu, right, on Buzz? They are just such a playmaker for Insomnia right now. And all the while, we have Luna getting online with this Latios, caught in the Suicune Unite move, the Ice Fang right back the other way. They are looking to see if they can take down this Latios, but they are going to peel away Buzzwole back in for a huge KO.
But getting poached there is brutal work. High5 sprung a trap. What they really want to do is keep any points from going in, which they were successful. They got a knockout to go along with it, but then they got a little too high on their own supply, and they started pushing a little too far forward and gave up a Ho-Oh knockout for no real reason.
Yeah, they gave up a knockout right there, and Insomnia really coming online. You see the Latios damage. You see the difference in some of these later engagements, right? As this thing is just really starting to rip through the side of High5. They need to get it very fast. On the side of Insomnia, you can see the priority they have on taking out this Suicune early. They recognize they have to get this thing done. If they can, their Dodrio can really come online and make some big moments happen. And of course, they don't want anyone in their team stunned out, frozen during some of these big fights. 2 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. An objective in the bottom path right here, as well as this tier 1 goal zone that Insomnia would love to score on.
Oh, immediately poached is the Ho-Oh again and quickly dispatched. So that kind of takes all the wind out of High5 sails, right? It kind of looks like they're trying to set up a trap around it. Looks like they're still going to push towards the basement Reggie, though.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. High5 deciding whether or not they want to go for it. 2:15 on the clock. They absolutely could take this if they want. They got to put a little pressure on it. It looks like they know that Insomnia isn't going to contest it right here. Instead, deciding to get better positioning around the Rayquaza pit. 5 seconds on the clock. You see S-Slime looking to find members of High5 on the other side. Right now, Insomnia in a different position than game number 1. They are behind and they're down 1 game. They need this, Dupe Snacks.
Oh, they're trying to poach Uzakazu, and that's a huge get for High5. Rayquaza is kind of getting chunked, already at 75%. How are they going to leverage? Huge Suicune Unite move, and they're going to go for the engagement. Bliss Assistance is safe just in time to keep Luna standing for a hair longer. They have to 2-step out. 9-4 gets it. 3 players down for Insomnia. The pressure's on the Mammoth Ice is on the chase. Rip is there. Dodrio Unite is too late. High5's going to secure off the back of Leafeon, and High5 is looking for every other member of the team as Uzakazu's back, but I don't think there's enough in the tank for Insomnia.
Wow, I mean, Insomnia had such a great setup heading towards this final fight. And then Uzakazu, the playmaker that we talked about in that Buzzwole, gets poached immediately, caught. High5 puts enough pressure on to take it down instantly, and from then on, it was just the dominoes falling. They kept picking up KO after KO after KO, chipping at Rayquaza. Beautiful Ray fight from High5, who has had 2 impressive Rayquaza fights against Insomnia now.
Yeah, you can really see what High5's trying to do in these games. Great engagements, right? Didn't really work out in the first game. They won on the refight. But that second one, they saw their opportunity. They took what they wanted, and they were able to cash in this time with a convincing win. Now we're trying to stack our scores up to make sure we can get our points in, as we've got a counter pitch going on for Insomnia.
Yeah, we're looking for it with 30 seconds left. Suicune looking for a massive freeze right here. Dodrio moving in with the drill peck, but no, the points continue to rain in. 341, 574. Leafeon Ho-Oh on the other side. It looks like there isn't going to be enough in the pockets of Insomnia to deal with those Hundo Burgers. 341, 774. High5 with a masterful Rayquaza fight, absolutely shutting down Insomnia, and it can just be down to 1 mistake like that, Dupe Stacks. When you see that Buzzwole go down, High5 engage, they put everything towards the side of Insomnia, and they won a huge fight.
I want to say, I mean, the story of High5 here to me is taking advantage of opportunities. We called out 2 in the first game, and man, was the Uzakazu catch what they were looking for in that second game. And they saw it, they saw the opportunity, they took it and did not squander it, and find themselves 2-0 in the first match of the Pokémon UNITE World Championships.
I mean, you gotta say, Insomnia, I think, looked great in some of these moments in these 2 games. In fact, they had an incredible Ray fight in game number 1. but High Five just really seemed to have more coordination in some of these big fights when it counted. The refight in game 1, and then that entire fight in game number 2. They were just very much in control of that match. You know, so much so that you have this unbelievably powerful Pokemon in Latios, but once the team starts falling, there's no wall for them. There's no one to block for them. There's no one to superpower and peel away from that Latios. It just can't do what it needs to do. It needs to hit 3 or 4 Dragon Pulses in a Rayquaza fight, and they couldn't make it happen.
No. Let's talk about that Rayquaza fight one more time as we see these teams congratulating each other. Again, a big win by High Five. Once they got Usakazu, what did that cause Insomnia to do in reaction? Collapse. They were trying to save the player that got them this far in that game. And what did that do? It lined them up for that amazing Suicune Unite, which trapped Mamoswine in the back line, which allowed Ice to fly over top. And that's why we saw once the other players from Insomnia that were caught in the Suicune Unite, they were immediately knocked out with the follow-up, and it pushed Mamoswine so far back that they couldn't frontline for anybody. And really just masterclass execution and great reaction by High Five to how Insomnia reacted to that catch and made sure to just wipe them off the map. Well done.
Yeah, incredible match too. We knew it was going to be an exciting matchup between the ACL winner and the runner-up, right? High Five looking fantastic. Insomnia having a great showing. We could still see them in day 2, but they lost to the biggest threat in their group. After a win like that, while it's not assured, you have to assume High Five is going to have a great rest of the day, and we will see them tomorrow.
Definitely feel like they're going to be in pole position here without a doubt. As we're taking a look at some of the highlights from our game 2 between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, some big moments here. You really saw Insomnia start to have some great fights in game number 2. Even though they were behind on score here, but there was the moment, Buzzwole already down right here, that massive Unite. And I was thinking about this a moment ago. I couldn't remember if that is how it happened. It was the Suicune Unite, and then perfectly timed Mew to Y Unite right afterwards to get another stun. Dodrio just a little too late for that secure. High Five takes a huge win.
I was our MVP here for High Five is 9-4 on the Leafeon. 8 knockouts, a boatload of points, and really made their presence felt, without a doubt.
Yeah, this is one of those Pokemon we were talking about yesterday a lot, wondering if Leafeon would make it through a lot of games. It's still a powerhouse, and when it's played by a coordinated team, it takes advantage of the fact that it is a speedster that becomes unbelievably good at level 4. The only one in the game that really can put pressure on like no other. You saw it in that game right there. They kept the pressure on. It didn't stop. Beautiful fight at Regieleki. Then they pushed towards that tier 2. Game 1 felt like a lot closer. Game 2 felt like High Five was in control of this thing.
I agree. Signs of life in game 2, definitely from Insomnia.
No question.
But you know, the scale was definitely tipped in favor of 9-4 and High Five in that mix. Interesting draft strategies by both of these teams. You know, Latios, pun intended, didn't really get off the ground. Couldn't take flight in that game, and that was intentional.
Yeah.
That was very intentional. You said it's a scaling Pokemon. It can get there quickly, but if it doesn't, it feels like a slog.
Yeah, it's really tricky, right? If you can get this Pokemon online, especially if you can pick up some KOs, steal away some wild Pokemon, start to charge up that Aeon power early, it snowballs in such an incredible way. It just becomes more and more and more powerful throughout the match. But a great team on the other side can shut that down, at least slow it down so much that it's not as potent when you come to the end game. And as you talked about earlier, with the meta shifting as the tournament continues, we've seen Ho-Oh looked pretty fantastic. We saw Char look pretty good. This is our first look at Latios, and it didn't stun.
Right. You know, is this one of those ranked ladder demon Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily translate too well into the competitive environment because everybody is so good and everybody understands how all the Pokemon function so well that it can't really take advantage of what it can do, which is snowball early. And when you consider, or when you juxtapose Latios to Suicune Ho-Oh, Suicune Ho-Oh are impactful immediately.
Yes.
Out of the gate, they are strong.
Yes.
Latios, not so much. So when you give yourself that type of early game advantage and push it like High Five did, you can really make the scaling effect of Latios be completely irrelevant.
Yeah, and there is really a question as to how much Latios we will see today because of moments like this and because of how good teams are on the other side. I mean, if you look at Latios, I don't want to, put myself in a hyperbolic chamber right here, but if you can't get this thing going, it might be
a hyperbaric chamber.
Oh, is it?
Oh, what an idiot.
Okay. If you can't get this thing going, then it would be very, very difficult to find value in it. It needs so much investment, but we are going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more Pokemon Unite. You're not going to want to miss it. What do we have next? It's Juice or Stamina, right? Don't go anywhere.
Stamina. Go.
Go!
But, don't leave.
No, don't go.
But go to break, but you guys
you
stay
don't
here.
Go.
You don't go.
It's so hard.
Make sure you catch all the action. Capture all the battles.
Gear up for glory.
From LAIC to EUIC, NAIC to here, we've traveled the world together. Trainers, fans, and champions in the making. Now it all comes down to this. The stage is set, the battles will be fierce, and the excitement is just beginning. Welcome to Worlds. It's gonna be legendary.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2025 Pokemon Unite World Championships in Anaheim, California. We already had one incredible matchup. We're about to see yet another one. Hi, everyone. My name is Zoinks, joined, as always, by Wonder Chef. How you doing, my friend?
I'm great. My first time here in California. No, I'm just kidding. I live 40 minutes away from here. I'm excited. The first time I don't have to travel to one of these events, but I can't believe we're already here. You know, this has been maybe the most wild season that we've ever had, almost certainly the most wild season we've ever had, and we're at the end. We're at the end. It's, I mean, the first match that we got to see of the day is the perfect example of what I expect to see for the rest of this weekend. It is the most ridiculous set of teams, and it's only going to get better from here.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic matchup. I think that last one we had teams invading more than playing regular path gameplay, so this is going to be a fantastic tournament no matter what. We got to see a rematch of the Asia Champions League finals in that last set. That was incredible. We're going to be looking at two very exciting teams in this next matchup coming up very soon for you, by the way. We're going to have North America's Orange Juicers versus Stamina Esports from Latin America North.
Oh, this is going to be so good as well. I mean, this is just going to be bangers all day. We guaranteed are going to just have so many amazing matches. We're going to start to see upsets. Obviously, that last match was, I don't know if you can consider an upset, but obviously it was like a run back of what we saw earlier in the season. So in a way, we're already getting some cool results. And this one as well, there's a little bit of a question mark. Obviously, these teams have had some experience against each other and each other's region, but Orange Juicers has had a really interesting history, specifically against North America so far. And then also, actually, Stamina had some pretty interesting history against North America so far in the final stretch, where once they got into the bracket stage, they only played against North America, right? I believe they beat version 1 and then lost to LG. So they didn't get a chance to play Orange Juicers. Now they get to kind of play all the qualified teams.
Exactly, yeah, running the North American gauntlet, which is pretty well represented at this World Championships. I think 5 North American teams represented throughout the group stage. But of course, quite a few Latin America teams making this tournament as well. Specifically from Latin America North, we got 3 squads representing that region, which is really, really cool. I don't know if we've ever had that amount of teams at a World Championships before. All make it in attendance for sure. But with, of course, Stamina Esports is a team that you and I have actually gotten to commentate quite a few times over the years, honestly, covering Pokemon Unite. But we have some really fun players on there. I know you and I talk about it all the time, but Reggie, one of our favorite players to cast over at any given time, just plays crazy Pokemon picks. So exciting. A lot of action coming in this matchup. But on the other side, with Orange Juicers, we do have a team that does try to rely on a lot of range damage and more like defensive play often, but they got that dive element that they can throw into it every now and then as well.
Right, which I think is going to be really important this weekend. I mean, I think just taking a look at just even our previous match, we get to see a little bit of kind of what's in the meta, and we have some interesting decisions to be made, I feel, around ranged Pokemon in particular right now. I think there are a lot of Pokemon that are melee and that are brawlers, that are, you know, kind of assassins that are extremely good right now. Extremely good. A lot of good defenders. But when you come to the range choices, we got a chance to see Latios. We got a chance to see some Espeon, Mewtwo Y, but a lot of those have some pretty different play styles than I think we're used to, like some of these like Inteleon Mew players. We maybe talk about one specific player on Orange Juicers, maybe not. But it's going to be kind of like, what is the team feeling comfortable as far as their ranged choices? Because obviously, well, I mean, I was going to say, obviously, we're not going to see Flareons on something that's not ranged, but we have seen some, like, Miraidon with some Electro Drift before, so who knows what they're going to flex to.
Yeah, one attacker pick that I don't think is going to be very common in the metagame in this tournament at all. However, Orange Juicers might be the exception to that rule, is the Alolan Raichu. This is a Pokemon that showed itself up a lot in the North American Regional Championships when Orange Juicers were able to win that tournament. Kratos loves that Pokemon, really enjoys playing the Alolan Raichu, sees a lot of value in that more auto attacker, special attacker combo, which we don't see very often. So that could be cool. But if I got to admit, one pick that I would love to see out of OJ this weekend is Kratos on Charizard. I don't know if it'll ever make it through the ban phase, but that Pokemon is a favorite of that player, specifically in Pokemon Unite. And I know Kratos has talked about it many times about how they are just waiting on a metagame for it to finally emerge and be a relevant threat. It's one of their best Pokemon, so seeing them lock that in, I think, would be so exciting.
I think it's very possible we're going to see it get through the bans. I mean, already we've seen Charizard get through. We're in a meta, for anybody who hasn't been kind of following along, we're in a really wide meta right now, right?
This whole year, kind of.
Basically this entire year. Even when we had the kind of speedster, superpowered speedster meta, it was still wide.
It's true.
It's just there was a lot of good options when you choose there.
A lot of new good options all of a sudden.
And some of them still pretty good. But I do feel like the bans today are going to be very targeted to players, right?
Yes, I think it's a great call.
Yeah, for example, Latios was maybe one of the bans that we expected to see from a lot of teams. Suicune was one of the bans that we expected to see from a lot of teams. Maybe some of the regions don't play it as much.
Yeah.
But both did get through in that last game, depending on what they were feeling as their own comp. And they also got banned, I believe, one time each. So it's pretty interesting to see what we're going to see throughout the weekend.
I totally agree.
And Charizard easily could make it through. I think, honestly, we're not going to see any 100% banned Pokemon. And something's going to make it through always.
I totally agree. It's a bit of the magic of best of 3 as well, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing that more generic ban phase. You get the read on the metagame, your scrims leading up to this event, all your preparation. You can try to ban out the things that you think are going to be the most relevant, but as soon as you play that game number 1, you start seeing how that other team plays, how they operate. Obviously, these are international matchups, so you don't have a lot of practice against these teams. Sometimes the Latin America and North America teams do practice with a little bit closer of that internet connection, but still having a bit more information does translate into the ban phase quite a bit into the game 2 and potentially a game 3 once you have a bit more of a download on that opposing squad.
Yeah, one of the Pokemon that I actually expected we might see banned most of the day already got through quite a bit, which was the Ho-Oh. I think the Ho-Oh, which honestly was pretty scary to live through.
Yeah, there's no way that happens again in this set, right?
Every time we say that, it's, you know how that goes.
I caster cursed it already. We don't even have the game on screen. Let's go.
All right. But yeah, I mean, Ho-Oh is looking extremely good. Again, for anybody who hasn't maybe been keeping up with the meta recently, Ho-Oh got some buffs, and it's kind of back in a way that's maybe stronger than it originally was even, but it can kind of a different way, where it brings a different set of utility, and it is so good. Obviously, if you saw anything that Ice did in that last set, when I was watching it, I was like, Ice is playing obnoxiously in the best possible way. I love Ice, but he was just invading. He was just everywhere that he wanted to be. It was just perfect play, and it really made sure that Insomnia was never comfortable.
Yeah, it's so impressive. I mean, the story of Ho-Oh in competitive Pokemon Unite has been really interesting. As soon as that Pokemon got announced and featured, everyone was like, oh, this is going to take over. This is the new defender, and ability to bring back your teammates from being KO'd, reset those timers immediately, and rejoin the fight sounds just so powerful, but just missing something that a lot of the other defender Pokemon that we have access to have, and that's that crowd control. Stunning ability, things like that, and with a recent rework to one of Ho-Oh's moves, getting it a brand new one, you have access to a huge stun, and even reworking a previous move to also give it a stun has allowed it to have a lot of utility. And we get to see some creativity with that Pokemon as well, like in that last match. Basically, you can stay in the enemy central area and constantly be a nuisance, steal wild Pokemon, whatever it takes, because you simply don't need to recall thanks to Ho-Oh's passive of Regenerator. You're constantly gaining HP back. You can play very aggressively and safe at the same time. It's a bit of a dream come true for players who like to live on the annoying side like Ice.
Yeah. And honestly, I feel like there's a good chance that we might see something like that from Orange Juicers. Orange Juicers is probably one of the teams that we've seen invading more than almost.
Rolling Ho-Oh sounds terrifying.
I know.
Word.
I don't know if I've seen it yet. It's been kind of a while. That's one thing I'm going to say about this weekend. And obviously, by the way, we are setting up this next match, so thank you for sticking with us. That's one thing that I feel like is big for me this weekend is there's a few teams that I haven't seen for, I want to say a month or so, really, right? There haven't been any huge tournaments for a lot of these teams. There have been some grassroots things, but the best we can do is kind of see what they're talking about, see what some of their scrim results are, but to see what they're actually going to use is going to be really interesting.
It'd be so fun. And teams have been hiding stuff.
Yeah.
You know these Pokemon Unite teams at this point in time, even on the ranked ladder, they like to try to disguise some of their strategies that could be bringing into this tournament. It's going to be so fun. But, of course, it's not only these two teams participating in this event, it is a global tournament, so we can take a look at the group stage and how it's been set up. That'd be really awesome to talk about where these groups are ending up. We're just starting the day, so not a whole lot of results are pouring in yet, but some of these matchups have been so exciting. I know I talked about how High Five versus Insomnia was one of my most anticipated matchups going into this tournament because, how do we get the two ACL finalists in the same group? Great draw, Spraggles. Honestly, great, fantastic work.
Yeah, great. That's all Spraggles. Everybody thanks Spraggles for that amazing match. But no, honestly, that was one of the matchups that I was looking forward to the most as well. I think both those teams are going to do extremely well once we get into the later parts of the tournament. I would not be even a little bit surprised if they both made it out of that pool. It's going to be, it's going to be a tough call for anybody to guaranteed make it out of pools, but those two, especially with how they've been playing and having relatively close matches to each other, even though it was a 2-0, it kind of felt like it came down to one really big team fight play, especially from Ikura both games. I think we're going to see them both very, very likely day 2.
And this is a bit of footage from earlier on in the day when competitors, spectators, everybody was pouring into the venue, getting a first look at what I think, in my humble opinion, is the best world stage that we have ever seen. We have a car on the main stage. I think people were pretty wowed by that. I certainly was. And that person's got a Jigglypuff on there.
I was just looking at that.
Yeah, it caught both of our attention pretty early. A lot of celebration of Pokemon all throughout the event, in costume, in competition, wherever we can find it.
Yeah, shoutouts to Gintract as well, one of my friends down there. You can see in the green in the bottom right. We've been doing Pokemon stuff together for years. Long time. One of our head judges now, I do believe. But this is a really cool venue, Anaheim Convention Center. I've been here a few times before. Of course, like I said, I'm from Southern California, so I've had an opportunity. But huge space that we've got this weekend. We've got halls where there's like a competitive hall. We've got a hall with a whole lot of vendors. We've got a hall that's a lot of the creator spaces, I guess. There's like pin trading and like meet and greets and autographs. I do believe someone's going to have a meet and greet later this weekend.
Oh, me. Yeah. There's going to be a few of us Unite creators up there doing it. It's going to be really fun. But there's like so many creators. There's artists, there's content creators, there's commentators. Really just a lot of things to do with this venue. Worlds is upgrading every single year. This year, obviously, no exception. So a lot of really cool things to check out. But we want to take a look back for a little bit here, I think, Wonder Chef, at the metagame throughout the entire year. This is always really interesting to look at because it fluctuates so much. But we do have picks, bans, win rate, things like that if we encompass the entire season. So let's start with pick rate. Umbreon leading the pack, only 2 Pokemon over 3,000 picks in all of our competitions. Umbreon and Snorlax, 2 defenders, holding it down in the above 50% category.
Yeah, however, I feel like Umbreon really has fallen off recently. Snorlax, though, has been consistent the entire season. Maybe the most consistent Pokemon throughout the entire season.
I honestly, that might be a good vouch. This might be the most consistent Pokemon the entire season. We'll have to take a look at its win rate, of course. But first, we'll take a look at the ban rate. Shout out to Mimikyu being on this leaderboard. I mean, I guess Trainer LGC has played at a decent amount of events and has taken a lot of those Mimikyu bans against them. So maybe that's where it's popping up. But wow, did not expect a 24% ban rate of that Pokemon.
That is pretty high. I mean, I guess if you are getting the grand finals, which, Luminosity, they've gone to a few grand finals, I think, in their time. A couple. You get to play more games, which does mean you get to influence more bans, and Mimikyu would be a part of that. Suicune, being the newest Pokemon there, still pretty high up, and it should be as well this weekend.
All right, and of course, some win rate throughout the entire season. We do get into some pretty niche stats here, of course, because we just saw Pokemon like Snorlax with over 3,000 games played. Of course, the measure is going to be a little bit lower, so I want to point out a Pokemon who has an impressive win rate and amount of games played. Look at Inteleon, knocking on the door of 1,000 games played, 58% win rate, and then Psyduck actually breaking that barrier of 1,000 wins and a 59% win rate. So these 2 Water-type Pokemon doing exceptionally well. And honestly, shout out to water types in this whole graphic. Win rate looking great.
Water types have always been good Pokemon Unite.
And normal types, I guess. Okay, water normal, good type to be in Pokemon Unite.
in Pokemon Unite, at least. But of course, this graph may be a little bit misleading for this weekend. I do feel like there were some real power spike moments in the season for a lot of these Pokemon. I mean, Dodrio and Greedent, you can see the wins are pretty low, the actual numbers. Dodrio I'm a little bit surprised on, but Psyduck, Inteleon, Gyarados, I believe all of them probably worse at the current moment than we've seen them when they were getting these win rates.
Yes, like, not that they're not going to do great at this tournament. They do have the potential to do so, but we're remembering tournaments past where these Pokemon were truly in a league of their own in some of these matchups. But looking at this data off this graphic with the water normal, I think If we ever hear that Barrel is on its way to Pokemon Unite, I think everyone should run and cower in fear because it will be truly the most powerful Pokemon to ever touch the game.
That's guaranteed. Zoink said it.
Yep.
If it's ever wrong, of course, you can follow.
Of course,
Zoink's
don't tell me.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
But okay, so one interesting pick that I want to talk about here is Gyarados. When we saw ACL, right, which was the last time that we get to see a lot of these teams play against each other. I would say there's two really big tournaments, there's ACL in those final stretch. And this is the only time we got to see huge, really big international matches. Gyarados was making a huge splash, unintentional, a huge splash in that tournament. Specifically, Insomnia had some of the best Gyarados usage that we've ever seen, and that's a big reason why they won that tournament for sure. But now that it's out of the meta a lot more, I'm interested to see how a lot of these teams do without it. It's a Pokemon that was able to play multiple roles in its own way, because it not only was it able to kind of carry with damage, but it had an incredible initiation. It had really strong chase, especially with that speed buff that they gave to that Unite move. So you were able to kind of cover a lot of slots and wear a lot of hats with that.
It's got a great new hat, by the way. I adore the Battle Pass Pirate hat they gave that Pokemon. But actually, let's talk a little bit about that top path, where Gyarados normally hangs out, the very frequent role for that Pokemon in competitive play. We talked about the bottom path a little bit earlier, the attacker selection maybe getting a little bit slimmer, but the top side does have some interesting Pokemon. In the last matchup, we saw a Pokemon I think we're going to see a ton of in that Buzzwole. I think it's going to be a very, very important Pokemon for this tournament. It feels like it has an off tournament, and then there's a great tournament. And I think the pendulum is swinging towards great tournament. However, it can be feast or famine. As we saw, Insomnia's Buzzwole getting knocked out a little prematurely in some of these team fights. And, well, we saw what happened. High Five takes full advantage of it.
Right. That's one of the biggest things about Buzzwole, is that it's very, very high potential, and it has been for 2.5 years or whatever, basically. But
since release.
Basically, since it came out. Yeah, which I think is about 2.5 years. Maybe it's actually less than that. But whatever, don't quote me on that time. It's
not good at math.
I'm terrible at especially remembering time. But it's really, really strong. However, its weakness is that it really does need to kind of pop off to continue to be super strong late in the game, right? If you just play kind of an average game with Buzzwole, it still can be really impactful because it can really shut down other top path Pokemon, which is one of the biggest reasons why you choose it. But in the last team fights, it can be kind of like picked off relatively easy. You need to just keep going, basically, to snowball with it. And we got to see some interesting choices on the other side as well, right? Where we saw the game where Serena and Blaziken were both picked. And for a moment, we were like, oh, like, who are they going to send? You know, who are they going to send where exactly? It did end up being Blaziken. That's been a classic as well, top path matchup, Blaziken versus Buzzwole for years as well. So I do think we're going to see a really, really wide pool of top path Pokemon.
Yeah. One we didn't see in the banning phase or the pick phase in that last matchup that I think we have a very high likelihood of seeing in this matchup is going to be the Zacian. This is such a powerful Pokemon. It used to be even more formidable for sure. However, I have heard rumors in the scrim data that this Pokemon is doing extremely well, both here in the West and as well in some of these Eastern teams. So I think this is going to be a pretty relevant Pokemon, and I do know that OG really, really enjoys playing that Pokemon. He's a very strong Zacian player. So I'm looking forward to seeing some of that, and actually I'd be kind of shocked if we didn't see it happen in this next matchup.
Yeah, we had a pretty strong Zacian meta for a while as well, right?
Yeah.
So we are going to have, it's one of those Pokemon too that it's not like it's like, oh, all of a sudden like these teams need to learn how to use Zacian and play around it. It's been so good for so much of the game's life, or its life as, you know, since it's been released, that these teams all pretty much know exactly how to fit it into their comps.
Exactly.
And they don't have to really worry about it. It's also not one of those Pokemon that you need to like play around fully. Obviously, you kind of have to deal with like the Eos energy aspect, but you can kind of just let it do its own thing, and it is kind of self-sustaining in its own way. And if the players obviously know how to play in that way, which they all pretty much do, they're already pretty practiced. So I would like to see that. Also, I feel like just in general, one thing that's in our current meta is a lot of AoE damage.
Yeah, that's true.
A lot of the current meta Pokemon, they do either, you know, targeted AoE, or they just kind of accidentally do a lot of extra damage. The Charizard is another one of those where you can kind of accidentally do a lot of damage to a big group if they just happen to be standing next to each other. Latios has a ton of kind of accidental big AoE damage. You are very incentivized to not stand exactly next to each other. But Zacian has kind of like a longer AoE range, so it plays into that even more, I would say.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if that'll fall off a little bit if we start seeing some more pocket-themed supports, like really focused on healing support picks. I'm thinking like Alcremie or even Clefable, who have been strong in the past, but we're not seeing too much of them these days. Looks like teams still kind of electing for just double the bulk, double the crowd control. Like we saw the Ho-Oh Snorlax be so successful, or even the Suicune being in the mix instead of a more traditional support or healer, something like that. So that's going to be interesting. I do think that is going to be very relevant to the Orange Juicers conversation. However, Wonder Chef, you and I have had the opportunity to cast Stamina quite a few times. A lot of those players, they like to make these matches pretty quick, if at all possible. A lot of speedsters, a lot of dive really tends to be the functionality of these teams and has been kind of a defining factor of the Latin America regions, both North and South.
Right. I mean, especially you were talking earlier about Reggie. Reggie is a big reason why that happens, whatever team he may end up being on.
Strong argument for the best Dodrio in the world, I think.
Ooh, that's pretty heavily contested, if I'm being honest. That's I mean, you're gonna have to fight Spriggles for that one, I think, too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Again, Reggie will have to. He's my champion.
Oh yeah. He's playing for you by proxy.
Yes, exactly. I like to get professional players to fight my battles.
Oh yeah.
We've all seen my stats.
I guess I haven't seen whatever this new one is, the Garchomp one.
I don't think anybody needs to actually.
Yeah. We'll figure that one out. But yeah, I agree. They do tend to play pretty fast, but also Orange Juicers tend to play pretty fast. So I do feel like this is going to be another aggressive match. We saw an aggressive match for our first match of the day, Insomnia and High Five, who were honestly playing more aggressive than I'm used to seeing them. They're not like slow teams by any means, but boy, that was a wild back and forth. So I do think we're going to see something similar, and a lot of it is probably, in my eyes, going to be another thing that we're going to talk about, which is supporter picks. And supporter picks are really interesting right now. Another thing that I want to talk about is, as far as getting into this kind of current meta, as we have seen some new supporter come out with the Alcremie. We've seen a lot of choices of kind of using other Pokemon that are like a little bit more defender-based to be supporters. This entire season, of course, we've seen a lot of kind of attackers be chosen as supporters. But I don't know exactly what every team's going to do. I think what High Five did was really, really strong. And that might be a strategy we're going to see even more.
Yeah, I do think, well, just Ho-Oh plus anything with an experience share will do very well. I think it'll function great as a defender. You could have something slot into even the second defender position, or maybe more of a supportive finish, like we did see with the Suicune. And then on the other hand, Ho-Oh plays more of the support alongside that Snorlax. So a bit of an exchange can create some really interesting opportunities. I have to admit, I was pretty high on the idea of healing-focused supports going into this tournament. I thought maybe the metagame was turning a new corner. We might see some of that HP restoration become important, but in our one match worth of data, it seems like that might not be the case. Featuring more crowd control and more engagement tools really feels like the great option. There's not many supports that can do both of those things. Umbreon and Blissey might be the only two contenders that kind of fall into that spot. Mr. Mime, if you really want to stretch that definition. But not many supports can kind of do both great.
Yeah. There are certainly some options as well that we couldn't have seen. Well, there was one option we couldn't have seen, which is Hoopa, because that was, I think, the only... No. Hoopa and Lucario both full banned in the last set. But Lucario we're not talking about right now. So Hoopa, one that I do expect we're probably going to see banned a decent amount. You can see on stage now, Orange Juicers and Stamina sitting down. It's good to see them. Hey, there's Flareons, and oh, that is a cool big Vileplume.
Yeah, wow. Okay, how do I get that Vileplume plush?
You go on stage and you steal it.
You go to the Pokemon Center to purchase it. What are you talking about?
Oh, well, either way works, whatever floats your boat.
I am going to steal.
All right, I think that's totally fine.
All right, perfect. I have permission.
Yeah, from me, and I make the final calls on those decisions.
On legal crime.
But okay, so what I was actually saying about this video game, and not about stealing things from Orange Juicers, is that Hoopa is going to be huge this entire weekend, as it is one of those Pokemon that can, the support Pokemon that can play multiple roles. And I think that that's what happens once teams get more options as far as picks for any role, and are just better at playing kind of everything, is that the more roles that a Pokemon can take up, the more valuable it is. And we see that from Ho-Ho, like you just said. We see it from some of the supports. I think Hoopa can do great in, as far as supporting your teammates and being in those team fights and helping with engages because it allows your teammates to like teleport in. And I think we're going to see that from kind of just everything. Gyarados as well was another example that I gave where it was able to initiate and kind of be the carry.
Yeah.
But we'll see which ones we actually do end up seeing.
Yeah, wow. A Pokemon that can initiate, carry, support, defend. We don't have many options like that can truly quadra or even pentaflex in terms of roles. Feels like Ho-Oh might be the Pokemon standing alone on that pedestal, but Suicune is a pretty good argument for that same position as well. And like you said, Hoopa also filling so many of those checkboxes that you want to see in a successful, competitive Pokemon in this game. But the team on your screen right now, this Orange Juicer squad, they play all those Pokemon. They play even more. They are a squad that does have the ability to dive pretty deep into those Pokemon selection pockets. Things like Sableye, the Mr. Mime I mentioned before. Some really creative support picks can come out from Roland. I think a contender for one of the best supports in the entire.
I completely agree on that. One of the most flexible supports in the entire world. There's some really strong support players that are really particularly good at like one or two Pokemon or like one particular style, right? Like they're really good at like kind of sticking with their team or supporting a carry or whatever. But Roland can do a whole lot of everything, and that allows them to be really flexible as far as their team comps. So I'm excited to see what they're going to do. And one pick that I'm interested to see if we're going to see at all really, or well, I should say commonly this weekend, is one that Roland was choosing a lot, which is the Psyduck. I think Psyduck is another one of those Pokemon that during its peak, it could do all of those things. It could initiate, and it could carry, and it could support, and it could, just name roll here.
Yeah.
But, of course, Psyduck is not exactly the strength that we've been seeing it at the moment. But they were just so good at using it. I think that was one of the teams, I think North America in general was quite good at using Psyduck. There were a lot of great Psyduck players, and the style, it's really hard to replicate with any other support right now.
Yeah, it's interesting the changes that Pokemon has seen, by the way, in terms of why it's gone a little bit off of the normal meta selection. I think it's still going to be a powerful Pokemon, but the major changes that Pokemon have received have been more skill-intensive reworks. I mean, Psychic, the biggest change to that move is the hit radius is a whole lot smaller. I've had the chance to talk to a few of these teams that were practicing over the last couple days for this event, and a lot of them mentioning that Psyduck is still going to be a pocket pick for a lot of these teams. Like, if they trust their aim, they trust the ability, Psychic is still an incredibly powerful move on this Pokemon. The amount of crowd control you could set up, the amount of control you have over the enemy Pokemon as soon as that ability lands is incredibly strong. I think we still see that pick, and I think this Orange Juicers team, a strong contender to take it, but Stamina Esports, they also have some very good players in that support and defender category as well.
That's true. That's true. Again, they're a little bit more of like an aggressive team, but they are a team that I feel like they really pull together like a solid core so that their aggressive players can push forward and be aggressive. So the defender choice, I feel like we're just going to go through every single role right now. Sure. The defender choice and the support choice, they are, like you were kind of mentioning earlier, they're getting a little bit more interchangeable in a way.
Oh, for
right?
sure, yeah.
Where especially I do believe that started a whole lot around Psyduck. We started to see around Psyduck's release where it was kind of like, okay, the supporters are just anything that can kind of survive at this point. But especially just with releases like Suicune since then, and currently the way that Ho works, there are a lot of really good options for kind of playing a supporter that just supports. That's awesome. The sunglasses.
I know.
I need the sunglasses. I'm going to steal those.
It's become a bit of a token showcase from Stamina Esports, I think, at these tournaments. I'm really excited this team is competing here at Worlds because they have had a chance to compete at a few of our international championships, even this year, thinking back to their EUIC performance when they did showcase Gengar on the main stage, which of course is fantastic. But this Slowpoke with the sunglasses, it's a great look, and I'm very happy we're seeing it again.
It's seeing us right now. It's kind of hiding there behind the graphic, but
we see you.
It's so scary.
Not very good at hide and seek. No, the Slowpoke with sunglasses on, yeah.
Well, it wasn't ready, It's going to move. It's a Slowpoke. It takes a while.
Exactly.
But talking about these teams, again, LATAM North is a region that's been doing very well for now quite a few seasons. I feel like they've really, they were kind of sticking to, I would say, some pretty specific teams doing well when they first started kind of doing their best. And now there's been a lot more like kind of like mix-ups of which good players are on which teams. And we are starting to see them all be good. I mean, there was definitely some domination within that region for a little bit, but I do think that pretty much every team from that region is looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, some roster fluctuations before this World Championships I think have kind of put question marks around Stamina Esports specifically, but as a trio, you're right. This region is looking really, really strong. You got Stamina Esports, of course, Santos Laguna also in that crew, and then I believe CSCM Esports also going to be attending this event. So a ton of great players at this tournament, and I think we're looking at one of the strongest. At the very minimum, we're looking at the team with by far the most experience on these main stage events. Stamina Esports have competed in World Championships in the past, and like I already mentioned earlier, those international championships are just invaluable experience.
Which, of course, a lot of experience on the other side now, too, for a team that is, it's weird to say this now because they're not a new team, but considerably newer than I would say a lot of the players on Stamina have been as far as, I guess, playing together. Is that correct? Maybe not quite. Maybe that's not exactly accurate. Because they've been a pretty strong core on Orange Juicers. Yeah, so
like 2 years.
This is
their second year, though.
Yeah, it is their second year, but also with the changes to Stamina, maybe that's not quite accurate. I was going to say Stamina's been together a little bit longer, but maybe not quite.
I think the core of Stamina Esports has been together even since Yokohama, so has had a lot of work together, just slightly ahead of Orange Juicers in terms of that pace.
Yeah, just barely. But regardless, the point is both of these teams have a lot of experience at in-person events. There are only a few teams, I think, that we have this weekend that do not have that much experience at in-person events. I think, version 1, they have some, though they're not completely, experience-less. I think EX, oh look, everyone was waving to us. EX from Korea, I believe maybe has not been an in-person event. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah, a couple of the Japanese teams as well. Obviously Insomnia, as I mentioned, that we just got to see. And then QT Dig will also be making their first international championship performance. Here, a lot of members of both Reject and Zeta Division have had quite a bit of international experience in terms of the global stage. Obviously, Asia Champions League did give some of these teams a bit of a chance to play international opponents. I think QT Dig's still not involved in that one either, though. So this is going to be truly their first chance to go up against the world. I'm excited to watch that team a little bit later today.
Oh, yeah. I'm excited to watch pretty much every team.
Yeah, it'd be hard to name a team that I'm bummed about. I'm excited about every single squad on this
Get them off broadcast. All right, how about we get this team off broadcast if they don't let Flareons go center area Hoopa?
Oh, okay. I like that. Raise the stakes, Wonder Chef.
I talk about it every broadcast. It's never going to go away, and they're never going to let them do it.
If it happens, I'm sure.
See if it's even available. So, if you were to make a guess as to what the bans were going to be, targeted bans maybe, or just bans in general for both of these sides, what would they be? Because I do feel like we have some sort of idea just because we've seen these teams so much.
I think the safe money is going to be on Ho-Oh banned 4 times. In every universe, I think Ho-Oh gets banned in this next draft, which we are going to be jumping into, Wonder Chef. Let's do it. Orange Juicers going to lead this ban phase with a Sableye ban. Did you predict that one?
No, not. Oh, no, okay, it's backwards. Yes, this is going to be a Sableye ban from Stamina.
Oh,
which
makes
does make a lot more sense.
Understood, okay.
So we are going to be seeing the Sableye targeted out, which does make a lot of sense. I feel like we probably only have one Sableye left. Or who else plays Sableye?
Yeah, we got a few players, especially on the international squads. Just a couple of the Japanese players do really enjoy playing that Sableye. And even some of the other Latin American North teams, I think look forward to Santos Laguna potentially bringing out that pick as well. But okay, Stamina, or sorry, this is going to be the Orange Juicers on the orange side, of course. They had to happen. Fate, they knew it. And they will be selecting the Galarian Rapidash and the Latios. Okay, Galarian Rapidash was one of my picks to watch during this tournament. I think it is going to be such a formidable Pokemon, even with some of those recent nerfs that's received. So look out for this Pokemon. I didn't predict Tyranitar. Well, I kind of did, but don't worry about that one.
Yeah, we'll talk about that if it ever happens. The Absol on the other side, that's going to be pretty interesting. We haven't seen too much like full speedster play yet. And then the Buzzwole, which is looking to be the most consistent pick maybe that we're seeing so far. We're also seeing the Snorlax get pretty far down as far as the picks go. I thought that might have been stolen away a little bit earlier.
Yeah, a surprising selection. I mean, Galarian Rapidash was such strong favor. That is very interesting, but does have its own crowd control. A very amazing Pokemon at doing so. Smart Strike, one of those powerful abilities. And we will see Dodrio in this draft, by the way, not from Reggie, but instead from Kratos, a notable bird Pokemon enjoyer. Loves the Talonflame, loves the Dodrio. So those high speed, high damage selections, they are all about it.
Yeah, we've got a few bird enjoyers, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know why, that's just an archetype, but
Is
it is.
Latios a bird? A debate that we will have to have throughout
Yeah,
the
we do
series.
not have to have that at all, at all.
All right.
But the comp from Orange Juicers, I love. I mean, I think these are solid comps on both sides. My biggest question mark, I would say, overall, is why Crustle and why Crustle so early would be my big question, right? I mean, Crustle, good, but I mean, have you heard any rumblings about Crustle being, like, terrifying?
Very funny. I do like the rumblings.
Thanks.
Yeah, that was very, very solid. Well, I think we did see it from this team specifically in the past. However, I haven't heard that it's dominating the metagame or anything like that. I think it is still one of those second-tier defenders. I would consider Snorlax to be a lot more stronger, but Stamina Esports, last time we saw them, one of the kind of criticisms we gave that team is we just saw so much Slowbro out of that team. It was almost the 100% pick rate from that squad. And starting to see a little bit more flexibility, though, I think is exciting, and it does pair very well with some of these attacker Pokemon with the Espeon. The question I have for the other side, though, Wonder Chef, is this Orange Juicers Flareon's on Latios. And I think it's a pretty big question mark. Is this Pokemon as powerful as I think the general populace thinks it is? Very strong attacker, but here we go. Let's get into it. It will be our first game. We're going to have a quick pause on screen, though. I took a really big breath before saying that, so I'm going to say this very excited. We're going to a quick pause.
Or we could say it really, really slow. We could be like, let's get started.
Exactly.
With game. Like, I think they're actually starting it, so I'm trying to hold it, but
yeah, this will be a long
not.
extension if we're going to keep that one. All right.
We are actually getting back in. But yeah, great question as well as we get here into the first match. Going back out of the pause and immediately, what was that? We just immediately unpause. Roland, of course, where he is 90% of the time.
Wow, okay, so Roland will secure the first central area Pokemon of the game on the opposite side. So Frank will not be able to secure on the Absol, and the Ponyta will take the first objective. They're going to be sporting that red buff at the start of the game.
This might be the best meta for Roland ever. Okay, hold on a minute. Roland, yeah, because we'll escape. Another Pokemon that's going to be so hard to take down once they get the invade, but they should be able to catch right there eventually. But, I mean, do we either with that or with the Ho-Oh or with you, I mean, the Band Away, Sableye. There are just so many options, and that's going to build so much space, I think, for kind of building up a late-game Latios for Flareons.
Yeah, also just getting the Galarian Rapidash online a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
You know, it does have the experience share. It could be held back, but now stealing a lot more experience, you're going to have access to Smart Strike a lot earlier. Zugrog showing no fear, trying to open up a bit of space for Kratos. Gets a lot of damage and is able to secure a knockout on the Absol, but it is a trade 1-for-1 Crustle. Going to get that last hit on a Kratos. Big stun for Reggie, but Zugrog covered by Flareons. Great duo here in the bottom half.
Yeah, this is going to be a very scary path. You can see the stat on the bottom. They got a 70% win rate in this season, but 71 from stamina. 1% difference. Big stat change. But I am
interesting though. Yeah. I mean, both these teams I think could be sported as having incredible regional success, being the major story between these squads. We're only going to try to bail as Sherlock, you had another name change for this tournament, shout out, will get a KO streak of 2 on this Zacian. Great early damage.
That's another one of those, I mean, you were talking about that as potentially the top half pick, the Zacian, but the top half matchup that could be a little bit tough depending on who's with you. And right now, Zugrug getting caught out, not going to be able to make it out of there. Tried his best, honestly. That was pretty good, but just was able to, I mean, get caught by 4 people. What are you going to do?
Reggie just landing some really wild hits on this Espeon. I mean, that was the way they shut down that very first invade of the game, was a very, I would say, latent hitbox on that Psyshock, and now just landing so many of these. It's been really tough for Orange users to deal with this threat in particular. I feel like they've kind of found an answer for Frank's Absol, at least in the early game, but Reggie's Espeon has been a challenge until Flareon really gets a lot of stacks on this Latios. They're not going to have very much range threat to deal with.
Yeah, we are going to see a pretty safe Flareon so far. Not been the one who's been getting picked off, but everybody else on the side of Orange Juicers basically has. And I mean, it's because this burst damage is so high. Psyshock plus Absol plus Zacian, plus you get Rock Tomb 1 time, and it's just like, okay, well, I'll see you later.
Yeah, exactly. And take a look at this topside matchup. OG barely are getting to level 7 now, and Sherlock is already at level 8.5. So this has been a landslide of domination on the top side. Bashi with that quick portal to the top side means that they will be able to threaten, take the Registeel since that tier 1 goal zone was already broken, and bring the team up to threaten the Regieleki as well.
Oh, and we're going to see Pachi get caught a little bit. They're going for the Reggie, and it is going to be going to Stamina once again. Double objective, a great way to start things off. They are going to be defending and jumping in, but they just get melted. Flareon's not going to escape this one either, and the Regieleki going in. Everything going the favor of Stamina Esports.
Wow, I mean, Orange is just trying to take a pretty risky fight there to defend that goal zone. You saw OG try to pull off an eject button combo with that Buzzwole, and unfortunately, due to the Absol's timing of their attack, just kind of misses. So Buzzwole caught kind of in the midst of an enemy team. No one really there to defend the goal zone. Regieleki lands, and now they haven't broken that tier 1 yet. It is a huge overdunk potential for Stamina Esports.
Another big thing is that we haven't been able to see Roland really get over into the enemy center area very much after that first time. So it kind of feels like Stamina Esports has been given a lot of space, and they've been leading in each path, basically. So I feel like the only way that we really make a big comeback here is we've got to see Flareon's pop off in the late game. I'm not sure exactly what we're going to see from this Dodrio going in very, very far, but so far it just has not worked out.
Great cover for both the Crustle and BSB on there, timing their crowd control abilities just off tempo enough to shut down a Pokemon like a Dodrio, even after a triple trample. Like, that is not an easy combo to resolve. Absol Unite will try to get a bunch of burst damage, and just on the outside of that damage will be the Dodrio. Buzzwole also gonna fall, and now we are in a position where we get set up for another overdunk attempt at that 5 minutes. Orange Juice is rallying back for the defense, though.
Jeez, this is looking so tough, and the rotation down with the Hoopa portal. That's going to be pretty much everybody down on bottom. Going to take this Basin Reggie potentially very, very quickly. The secure that we have on the side of Orange Juicers, not super scary. The ability to steal is not going to be huge, and right now they're just getting spaced out anyway, pushed all the way back. First big KO onto Zugrug. Roland's going to come down to try and assist, but look at this. They just cannot take down this Crustle. There's all attacking it, and in the meantime, there's an objective, and they still don't get him down. 2 down on the side of Orange Juicers. Stamina are running them over.
Oh my word. This Crustle is just truly immortal running into the enemy side. That is brilliant. Of course, helped a little bit by that Regirock buff. That defense goes a long way on an already tanky Pokemon like Crustle, basically happening in the nick of time. The Stamina Esports are just eliminating every opportunity for Orange Juicers to claw their way back into this game. Even an early rotation by Zugrug just to gain information is punished by this Stamina Esports squad.
A 100% success rate on taking objectives from the side of Stamina. All the rotations have been so good. Zugrug just running forward, saying, I'm not getting out of here. Nothing is going in Orange Juicer's favor. Again, like I said, the biggest potential comeback is that we could see a really strong late game Latios, but they've just gotten so far behind. And the thing, again, you know, Latios new Pokemon, so I'll explain a little bit for people who aren't aware. You farm stacks on that Pokemon by taking down wild Pokemon. Once you KO wild Pokemon, you get a stack, and the more stacks you have, they stay permanently, and they power up your moves, essentially. So you really want to try to stay and farm and become very, very strong in the late game. However, if you're getting pushed the entire time, you don't have your tier 1s, they have tier 1s, you don't have that many things that you can farm. You cannot build up those stacks, and you're still strong, but you're not terrifying.
Right. Yeah, you can stack up what's called that Eon power via knocking out wild Pokemon or even enemy player Pokemon if you try to pull that off.
Also
there
not
you go.
happening.
And you see that we just saw the effect there on Crustle a moment ago. You can get these after effects of a lot of your moves. So Flare with that Dragon Pulse getting a short dash of damage, but watch those little, I think they're the Delta symbol, flying through the air and dealing some extra damage. This could be a contested fight from Orange Juicers towards the bottom side. However, Premium setting up some early Rock Tombs, making sure this bottom side is isolated. Orange Juicers going to have to be the aggressors in this team fight, but 2 of them are trapped by a Rock Tomb.
Okay, well, I got my answer as to why they picked Crustle so early. This is a very good pick for them. Right now, though, they are slowly just kind of seeing if Orange Juicers are going to try to go for this Regi Ice. 12 seconds left before it despawns, so it looks like nobody's going to be going for it. Pretty aggressive here, though. This could be a huge pick for Orange Juicers. It is 5 seconds left to the final stretch. You You got to take advantage of this.
No Unite moves spent on either side, so no panic Unite moves for Stamina Esport, and Orange Juicers don't have an overinvestment. So great look for both these squads, honestly, but OJ going to have the advantage here. Complete isolation of the Rayquaza pit at the moment.
Oh, they've got basically all vision on it as well. They could potentially go for a rip if they wanted to. The thing is, they just don't really have that damage as a team. But they at least have to start threatening it. They are holding some pretty forward position. We get to see a little back cap, just barely, few points, just to kind of try and even things up. And the score lead is not huge. It's not like if they take Rayquaza, they can't win. If some big back cap's gonna work as well. They're going really deep in, and they are once again going to try to catch out this cross. The Unite coming out though, countering, gonna get the KO in return on Latios. Flareon's immediately down. They need the damage. Unite coming out from the Hoopa, and they're just going to continue to melt down this team. Unite coming out from Snorlax. Zorg maybe a little bit late on that, only able to save himself. Roland is still sticking around, but they're just burning down this Ray.
Yeah, Zorg and Roland just now on damage control, trying to hold the line as long as they can, but Reggie going to line up that secure, that Espeon untouched on the top side of the map. Stamina Esports going to secure the Rayquaza with already a huge points and level advantage. This is looking like a very clean win for the Latin America North squad.
Once again, I gotta say it, that Crustle was looking amazing. They put so much focus into taking down Crustle, and then it was two times, and it just didn't work out. They did manage to catch it out one single time, but then no resources were spent. Very smart, I think, from Stamina to say, okay, just go down. You've got time to come back. But yeah, this was a key Pokemon in winning this match, guaranteed.
Well, and Orange Juicers kind of thinking the same wavelength as you. We're trying the exact same approach, even after the second fight around the Crustle. I mean, the Galarian Rapidash Unite move, which essentially works as a super mean look for anybody who doesn't know, with the big triangle on the ground, is targeted towards the Unite moving Crustle. Like, that they're trying to slow down this defender player so much. I mean, it is seriously, it has to be a very intentional game plan, but it won't work out for this game number one. It's Stamina Esports holds strong.
Very, very strong. I mean, again, I'll stop talking about the Crustle because I feel like I can talk about the Crustle forever, but that was a really huge reason as to why they won. And it was interesting as well. One thing that we didn't really get a chance to talk about as much is that we were talking about how they could potentially play like a very, very aggressive style. I felt like even with the Absol pick, they ended up playing a little bit more of a defensive style altogether. In their team fights, they weren't really just like rushing in and initiating, except for the moments where they just obviously had the huge strength advantage, which were actually kind of a lot of those team fights. But we saw a lot of times where the initiation came off the back of the Crustle getting like one kind of like pick, one really good rock tomb, or they initiated, I mean, on them, right? Orange Juicers were the ones who were initiating a lot of the time. Obviously, they need to make a comeback. But the style altogether, I felt like it was a little bit reactive from the side of Stamina, and it worked really well. They knew exactly how to keep their threats out of danger until they needed to kind of hit their own burst damage, what targets to hit. It was just looking perfect for them basically the entire game.
Yeah, so impressive. Also, I don't think we talked about this at all in our pre-ramble before they actually started this matchup, but both of these teams are 1-0 in their group, by the way. So Orange Juicers were able to 2-0 their opponent in Splash from OC, and Stamina Esports 2-0'd Gen 5 from EU. So both of these squads are going into this matchup with the exact same map and match record. Stamina Esports obviously having the first advantage from that game number one, and what a lights out game it was.
Right, and again, for anybody who isn't really familiar with this format, this is a pools day so far, and we are going to see two teams make it out of every pool. So any of these matches that we're going to see, especially early in the day, there's a really good chance that both teams could make it out, but we'll have to see. Frank, had a chance to interview him at last Worlds over in Honolulu, a very cool guy. MVP on that Absol.
Yeah, I love this Absol pick, especially into Snorlax-based compositions. Absol, I think, is one of those very rare speedster-style Pokemon. I was put side through this category too. It's a bit of a tank buster, as well as being a great assassin-type Pokemon. So with that Psycho Cut, you just enhance so much of your damage onto any Pokemon that you target with that. And as well, having those critical hits to ignore defenses really allows you to explode otherwise very tanky, high HP, high defense Pokemon. It's sort of tailor-made to shutting down some of these defender Pokemon, and it's why I think it is going to have a very impressive showing this weekend with so many defenders doing very, very well.
Well, we'll see if it ends up getting picked again. Probably not on the ban list, I would have to assume. There are a lot of other really good targets. That Hoopa, well, you know what? Forget it. You should not have agreed with me. That was on you.
Okay, sure. I'll take the blame for that one. That's wild that happened. Stamina Esports will not be banning Disableeye, by the way. So if they had any intel from maybe scrims or even ranked gameplay from what Orange Juicers likes to play, and they know they're trying to bring it into this tournament, it might not be. It might have an option. And wow. Okay, so they targeted the Crustle all game long.
Yep.
And they're like, we got to start earlier. We actually have to target the Crustle earlier, and we are going to first pick it. Wow, what a call out towards this Latin American North team.
That is a huge call out. So they banned 2 picks and then they picked a 3rd pick. So they're just like, whatever you played last game, you're not playing that again, guaranteed.
Okay, interesting. I mean, this could be Orange Juicers getting the hard read that they maybe think the weakness of Stamina Esports could be how deep their Pokemon pool is. So Orange Juicers, like you mentioned, they banned 2 selections from the last one and first pick it. And there we go, yet another option taken away as the Zacian is going to be picked as well.
4 out of 5 so far.
Yep, yep, that's happening.
Yeah, Orange Juicers, you know, there's like target drafts and there's this Orange Juicers targeted draft.
Orange Juicers, yeah.
Okay, Lapras, a Pokemon that I expected we were going to see a good amount, but I haven't heard as much chatter about it. Did just get some nice buffs.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see how that one's going to do. I feel like we're seeing a lot of Pokemon from older metas and a lot of I don't know, tankiness kind of coming back into play. Not necessarily so much on this team so far, just as far as the new meta Pokemon.
I do think we're going to see quite a great weekend from Lapras. Of course, it's one of the tankiest in terms of special defense that we have in the entire game. Not to mention, has a ton of very strong HP recovery of its own right. So, Pokemon like Galarian Rapidash and Mew getting that extra damage in might be able to fight that a little bit. Reggie is locked in the Espeon. Now, traditionally, this pick, hovered and selected by Frank, has been a Reggie Pokemon. However, that Espeon looks so clean in game number 1, and Frank obviously has a mastery of Speed Surge in the Absol showcase we just saw. So I think we're likely going to see those Pokemon from Stamina Esports stay locked in to those player selections.
Yeah, Reggie, even back when Reggie was on, oh my gosh, what was the team called originally? I'm totally blanking out. But the one, they were sticking together forever. I'll remember partway through this game, I'm sure. But Reggie, you know, back, of course, playing a lot of speedsters, but would flex over to the kind of special attackers a lot. A pretty good amount, not a small amount, so seeing him stick to that around this comp is, I think, quite good. But I do love seeing that Flareons is on the Mew. Mew has never had a bad tournament, in my opinion, or at least this season. And it's just tough because it's not an easy Pokemon. And it doesn't always fit the meta exactly. But the question is, like, how exactly I think they're going to use it. And right now, with the item picks, it looks like it is going to be just kind of the normal Flareon's carry Mew.
Yeah, very damage focused. That drive lens, of course, going to be scaling up even more if you get knockouts or assists throughout the matchup. But a very important factor on a few Pokemon with that item is the cooldown reduction. Mew loves cooldown reduction. That Pokemon's got 6 moves to cooldown, so it can use everything it can take. That drive lens is going to be an important item in this matchup. So let's get into game number 2. Orange Juicers. Backs against the wall as they've taken their first game loss of the tournament. Stamina Esports, on the other hand, undefeated.
Once again, Roland going to be invading, going pretty deep with that Galarian and Ponyta at the moment. We'll see if it ends up taking any of those buffs. But down here on the bottom side, we're going to see a pretty scary path once we see the evolution of this Eevee. And yeah, the Galarian Ponyta does look like was able to be very, very successful. It's sitting over there.
Yeah, and we saw because poor Sarua had to come back in a path with no HP and take a citrus berry so they could keep fighting the Galarian Ponyta. So yeah, Roland having a lot of early success. Zogrug not at that level 4, but is still going to try to take the offensive position. Flareons with 19 points in pocket. Clear evidence that the bottom side is going extremely well for them.
There we go. That's what I like to see. Unfortunately, we're late to see the full action. But yes, the fact that we could see 4 players and a lot of them very low meant that I think Orange Juice's plan worked pretty well as far as things go. They did only lose 1, as we saw Roland, I believe, escape that situation. But might not do as well for them in this fight. We are going to see the re-engage down from the bottom as Kratos is going to pick up a KO as they get those first burns.
Yeah, good punish from Roland too. So OG goes in, takes a pretty big risk on Zacian. Like in that early game, they don't have access to Sacred Sword or Metal Claw. We don't know which option they're going to pick, as Sherlock did go with Metal Claw in that first game, so we'll see. But takes a pretty big risk. But of course, Ponyta there to cover with, well, I believe it's Tackle and Confusion in its early moves at the moment. Does not have access to its evolved form, and of course, the newer moves it will have the choice to take. But that early damage, enough to knock out the Dodrio.
You know, side little thought here. We got to see Latios unbanned and not picked for the first time. Obviously, we're only a few games in, right?
Wow. It's encounter rate.
Encounter rate, not 100%. Imagine. Pachi, though, getting burned down as the Zacian looking very good from both sides so far. I think your call earlier was perfect. That's Pokemon we're probably going to see quite a bit. I'll admit that you're smart, even though you cursed my Absol ban moment.
Yeah. Okay, so an interesting kind of pace to check this game right now. At the 7-minute mark, we're going to the 8-minute mark. Both these teams drafting extremely strong in the early game compositions. Zacian, Espeon, Dodrio, Zoroark, Leafeon, all of these Pokemon have very impressive early spikes, but so far it's been a pretty even matchup. You can see this with a tier 1 push and a tier 2, top tier 1 and a bottom tier 1 push simultaneously. These teams kind of moving in lockstep, but Orange Juicers did win the fight at 8 minutes around the Swablu Altaria. So if we have any kind of check so far, I'd say they are winning the matchup, but Stamina getting a nice KO out of the Mew.
Ooh, and a big pushback from that Dodrio. That's a great way to kind of steal away one of their Pokemon, get a big pick. It's not going to be easy to push onto a Zacian, especially if they can stay on the pad. Wow, Roland just barely surviving there. Playing a little bit of a Psyduck strategy, I would say, altogether with that Pokemon. But the objective, getting burned down very, very quickly. They've got to be careful. Zacian can steal that away very well. Big beam, huge, gigantic combination right there. The beam hitting, of course, from Flareon's, and then Kratos just able to finish off pretty much. Actually, they got one apiece. That was actually beautiful.
It's so impressive. I love that. Good teamwork, of course, with the squad. You set up that damage from range. I love to call it the hammer and anvil strategy. In this case, Leafeon is, of course, the anvil. Mew Solar Beam going to be the hammer.
Of course.
If anybody needs more, allegory explanations, I got you.
Yeah, we need a tier list of what blacksmithing tool every Pokemon would be. Registeel going down.
Take this quiz. Are you a hammer or are you an anvil?
I honestly have nothing for that. But right now, OG getting pulled away. That is just so far away from what.
I appreciate your honesty. All right, Roland's not quite at level 9, but does take quite a bit of burst damage. Immediately jumps in. Smart Strike, Dazzling Gleam does set Kratos up for a first KO. This Lapras, as tanky as it may be, Orange Juicers are the one with the level lead in this matchup. And this is what you see when a team already has kind of a chokehold, just a gripping point on this matchup. They just start taking these really far fights, really early moments, and there it is, yet another goal zone break.
And can I say this is one of the weirdest mental switches, because Orange Juicers switched sides and then they chose 4 or not 4 out of 5, but they chose a bunch of the Pokemon from Stamina's first game, and now they're winning in the way that Stamina was winning first game. So in my brain I'm just like, yeah, Stamina's winning again. But every time I have to look back to reality.
I don't know if Orange Juicers knew they switched spots, by the way. They just took the entire central area spawns from the orange side of the map. So Orange Juicers trying to claim absolutely everything. They are greedy, but we do celebrate that fact here at the Pokemon UNITE World Championships here in 2025.
Orange Juicers are a greedy team in general.
And we celebrate that.
Yes, we do celebrate that. Hey, we know it works, and it works right
It's working
now.
great.
Yes. We're going to have the Regieleki spawn in just a few seconds. There are a few members of Stamina up there to potentially challenge it, but it doesn't look like they're going to get all that close. They don't have very good steal on their side. Like, if they're really going to steal something, it's probably got to be the Espeon. Oh, they are going to be using that Unite just to try to get a KO here, and I like that. Waiting out the entire Unite with their own Unite coming out there. We are going to get at least 2 KOs, probably more and less. Oh my goodness, that was so much damage. Did you see that?
Yeah.
On the way back, the Leafs did infinite damage.
Kratos popping off with his Leafeon, just has no HP. He's able to pick up a few of these KOs. Flareon's pulling off with the jet button dash to pick up even more AO synergy from their fallen comrades, but into a Regieleki debuff goal zone. That's going to pay off extremely well. So some wild exchanges, a wild team fight in the orange side central area, but in the end, it's Orange Juicers getting the payout as they break that tier 2, get a few knockouts, and have broken that 300-point mark at this point in the match.
And of course, getting that Registeel, which meant that that entire fight was done without one of their members, who is currently, their second highest leveled Pokemon.
Yeah.
So they are just looking exactly as good, I think, as Stamina was looking in the last game around this exact same time.
Yeah.
Maybe even better, if I'm being 100% honest. 239-point lead. They are going to continue fighting over here in the center. Not that much to do. Big Unite being popped by Zugrug, not getting attacked into, I believe, during that. Wow, huge X's are going to catch 3, and the Rock Tomb to stop them from getting out, but nobody's really backing him up. There's a little bit too much of a fight behind him. He wasn't able to delay them for a very, very long time. However, that fight, again, was not really over anything. They just wanted to fight.
You can see how hard Frank is trying to avoid Roland in these team fights. The Zoroark and the Dodrio, honestly, both of them being these speedster Pokemon, are so susceptible to the smart strike of the Galarian Rapidash. That stun, there's no other way to say it, it's gross. Like, it holds you in place for so long. It has a reposition effect as well. It can be really tough for some of these squishier Pokemon to handle. And there you see, Roland has these call-outs so perfectly teeing up their team every time.
Oh, Frank going in, getting a solid amount of damage. Reggie as well, landing a pretty big side shock. However, just not quite enough damage to get a full pick. This Regieleki is sitting up here, and if there's any time now that Orange Juicers can maybe not freely burn down an objective, it would be this exact moment. However, there's 20 seconds left. One of these teams would really love to take it, and they are burning it down. OG just going to go in with the auto attacks. No, they're going to use that for an advantage. Huge Rock Tomb, and this is going to be the fight for the 2 minutes. Just going to be jackpotting in with the Unite from the Espeon. Is a great way to engage. However, it's KO'd in return immediately. We are going to see as well just even more damage line from Stamina go down. How do you take advantage of this, though, as Orange Juicers?
I mean, you got 3 Pokemon down. Dodrio is still up with a Unite move, so Sherlock may be the only hope for Stamina Esports at the moment. Stuns Roland, but the stun is there right back. Triple Trample hits multiple targets. Galarian Rapidash is down. Rayquaza at below half HP. Sherlock also at that same rate. Side Shock will take it. Reggie has time to respawn, get in position, and lands an absolutely huge skill shot the whole time. Dodrio making a mess of the Orange Juicers with a KO streak of 4, but they got a long way to come back.
Oh my goodness, they're still not in the lead. I don't know who if anybody else has shields, really. For sure, Reggie's gonna be able to pick up so much Eos energy from the center area, and they are gonna get back that lead.
But do you, or do you leave it for the Zoroark or Dodrio to pick up some more speedster-oriented Pokemon that might be safer to escort it? That's gonna be a Mew-boosted auto attack that would follow you all the way back to the home base if you wanted to. And yeah, we see here Reggie actually leaving all that Eos energy for Dodrio, who has that very unique scoring mechanic. Gonna be a lot easier for Sherlock to put those points in.
Right, I mean...
They do have the lead, by the way.
They do have the lead. I do believe probably... Oh, the Lapras Unite! Taking them all the way on the train! You can't stop this! We are going to see some scores going... No! Immediately taken down, and the score stopped as well! Wow, there's still only a few points of a lead, but who from Orange Juicers can get to the other side? Do they even know that they do not have the lead? Yeah, it's been hard to keep track with so much back and forth. We've got to see some scoring. Leafeon's attempting in the bottom right. We are going to see an attempt to back cap. It's probably going to get stopped by the Crustle.
No.
Oh, no, it actually went in. That might seal the deal.
Yeah, Zugrug not able to stop that 50 points. And Lapras having a small shield, but still having a shield. So that outer hitbox of the Rock Tomb not going to interrupt the score. Valerion's attempting to get a few more points in, but it's too little, too late. Stamina Esports are going to take down Orange Juicers 2-0.
Wow, and a huge comeback in game number 2.
100%.
That looked completely unwinnable, but hey, they played that so incredibly well, and that's always the tough decision, right? That when you have a fight that's before the 2-minute mark, especially one of the Reggies, that's usually where it ends up being, you win it, and then you're like, well, what do I do now? I like that, right. The transfer over of the sunglasses. You're so like, how do we take advantage of this advantage that we have? Right. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit too slow on it and allowed Reggie to come all the way back, hit that side shock, which was maybe the best secure that we have in the entire game. Maybe he's actually able to challenge that, but I mean, just such a great play from Stamina, able to play from the back foot perfectly well.
I mean, and Sherlock's ability to survive with that Eldegoss pocket, right? A little bit of that cotton guard to give you some shields, the Unite move to make sure that Sherlock was at full HP, and then of course their ability to hold onto the triple trample Unite move to sustain in this team fight. I mean, just kind of running circles around Orange Juicers, who's able to take out the entire rest of the team so they're by just enough time. Like, I really do think Orange Juicers made the correct meta decisions, the right strategy calls, but they just failed to knock out a Dodrio, which ended up being the kryptonite of this matchup.
That 3 heads is better than 4.
That's so true.
Really, really good stuff. I cannot believe they made that comeback. That was huge. I mean, the triple trample was so good. And that was, I mean, the biggest reason. Yeah. Hopefully we get a chance to see that again at some point. But I just got to say, everything that they did to make that comeback was just absolutely gigantic. And also, again, both teams stealing away Pokemon from the other side, right? I mean, that Dodrio was on Orange Juicer's side in the previous game. So to be able to steal that away and see the value in it, even though it didn't really work out for Orange Juicers, I think it's a great amount of confidence and team knowledge, comp knowledge from Stamina.
Well, what a look from this team. And now they are 4-0 in terms of game score, 2-0 in match score in their group. So something absolutely crazy would need to happen for this team to not make it out, but they are almost assuredly locked into day 2. Not to mention, will likely be having a very good seed with how well their matchup has gone. Orange Juicers, on the other hand, that matchup they're going to have upcoming against Gen 5 is going to be so important for both those teams.
Very cool. NA versus EU. Yeah, that's going to be a very cool one. Well, that
Solar Beam was crazy.
Oh, yeah, that combination right there was gigantic. That was ridiculous. Oh, this is the spot where we start to see, oh my goodness, that into the drill pack was amazing. Another, by the way, interesting thing to see. I didn't really get a chance to talk about that. I feel like I haven't seen drill pack as often recently. But yeah, this was just an absolute showcase of Dodrio.
So nice. I mean, Orange Juicers were having a really tough call, I think, of where to allocate resources, right? We were fighting over the Rayquaza quite a bit. You had a lot of burn damage, trying to make sure that you were in position to secure, but you're also trying to shut down this other threat. Do you really worry about Eldegoss? No, but you kind of have to still. I mean, a lot of tough decisions created by just excellent gameplay from Stamina Esports.
Yeah, there was a really good call to use. There was like a tough decision there that they had to make specifically with Eldegoss, right? But Eldegoss got hit by that the Galarian Rapidash Unite, and then they did a very, very, very late Eldegoss Unite, as late as possible, because they're going to get a bunch of health back from it, and then just to kind of outlast it, and then they were able to outlast kind of the entire fight because they started off that way, and if that had gone down quickly, it would have been bad.
It was so impressive, but we're going to have a chance to hear about Stamina's side of things because we have an interview on stage with Soph's doing that one. So, take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoinks, and congratulations, Stamina. This is Jello. Give it up for Stamina, everybody. Right, so welcome to the Worlds 2025 stage. And I need to know, how did it feel in the last moment to rely on that steal?
¿Cómo sentiste ese último momento cuando te robaste la jugada?
Fue un momento lleno de adrenalina. Igual, todas las partidas nunca se pierde hasta que se termine el contador. Siempre tuvimos en mente que podemos ganar la última TF.
Yes, it was a moment full of adrenaline. It really shows that the match is not lost until the very moment, so we brought it back.
Yeah, it was really, really close, and I think your play in particular as Dodrio with the last triple trample really made a difference. Right, so how does it feel right now that you have played your first stage match? What's the confidence level going into the next rounds?
¿Cómo te sientes después de tu primer match del stage? ¿Cómo te sientes para el futuro?
Somos más fuertes, cada vez estamos más confiados. Siento que mi equipo puede ser campeón del mundo, simplemente necesitamos crecernos, necesitamos más confianza en nosotros, pero con estas victorias sé que podemos llegar lejos. Que con estas victorias sé que podemos llegar lejos. Nuestro equipo necesita solamente confiarse, solamente ganar confianza para poder llegar muy lejos en el torneo.
Our team needs to continue to build confidence so that we can continue on in the tournament.
Of course, and I know you're going to build quite a lot of confidence because 2025 Worlds is the place to showcase. Thank you so much. I'm going to throw it back to the casters. Congratulations, and thank you so much for the interview. Back to you.
All right, well, if you want to build confidence, I think you've done a great job so far in your group stage with a 4-0 start. But if you want to keep building more, by all means, we got a long tournament. We got 3 potential days of competition if you can make it all the way to Championship Sunday in an arena on the main Pokemon channel. Make sure to tune into that one. But if Stamina Esports can keep this momentum up, I think this is a team that all of a sudden we got to start thinking about as a main contender.
I mean, I think of every team as a main contender, to be honest. I'm not trying to say I'm smarter, but you know, their stamina. They've been doing very, very well.
Yeah,
but I would say that certainly as far as probably the overall preconceived notion of how your teams are going to be doing, this is an upset, right?
I would say so. I think a lot of people, myself included, I'll be sure to say,
Me too.
I had predicted Orange Juicers and Gen 5 to be emerging from this group. Now, with Stamina Esport picking up the wins against both of those teams, obviously my predictions are already starting to fly out the window. It's the first year that's ever happened.
Yeah, never before. Don't check the box.
Yeah, please do not. So I'm really interested to see where this matchup goes. That Orange Juicers Gen 5 match is really going to be a very important, I think, in the grand story of this tournament, at least about some of these Western teams. You know what I mean?
Right.
We watched 2 Eastern teams play in the first matchup. I think a very important story moment. However, I think a lot of us predicting those 2 teams to make it out of groups. Now, we might have just saw a group decider matchup on the main stage, which is very, very important.
And, you know, I cannot wait to see more of these matches, for
Me too.
sure. I mean, also, I just got to point out that, you know, the OC team has a good chance of pulling off some sort of big upset with 1 win. They could potentially do something.
Splash?
You never
That'd be
know.
crazy.
You never know. Let's go
Yeah.
Splash. But, of course, before we move on to our next matches, I just want to mention to everybody that you can log into Unite to get Gyarados for no cost.
That's true.
Which is a very, very fun Pokemon. Has a unique ability to evolve in a very, very different way. So be sure to log in. There's a whole lot of things going on in Pokemon Unite right now. Also an event to be able to get the World's Jersey for free, which is something you want to have in-game, certainly, especially if you're watching right now.
This time of the year is just the best. It's anniversary time. It's Pokemon Unite World Championship time. It's absolutely so fantastic. So log in right now, get a Gyarados Unite license at no cost, and to really celebrate with all the festivities going on. It's been such a great weekend. We can't wait to catch some more Pokemon Unite. So we're going to jump to a very short break, and when we come back, the Pokemon Unite World Championships for 2025 will return.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokémon UNITE World Championships in Anaheim, California. I'm Sof-Chan, and with Denali, we're going to be covering this next match of Peru Esports versus Team X. It's just a pleasure to be casting with you together.
Super excited to cast with you. I think it's our first broadcast together, so this is going to be a whole bunch of fun. But I think a learning lesson for both of us too, because I think at this point in time, we are still kind of trying to figure out what is the tournament meta. We're starting to see some Pokemon really shine, others, people I think are just still trying to explore, does some of the old stuff still work? Has the patch maybe kind of ruined them for us? And maybe if we might have a brand new star of the show, which I think we are starting to see some Pokemon really outshine others and some Pokemon becoming traps.
Yeah, and I'd love to talk about that as well, because you were going into those B stream and B stage off stage matches to have a look, and we were thinking Latios was going to be either really picked or really banned, but it's looking like it's not performing as well, is it?
Yeah, so I was very lucky. I managed to speak to a couple of managers coming into the tournament today, and I kind of asked them what was the status of Latios in all of the scrims so far. And apparently this Pokemon has sort of turned into a bit of a trick pick, where a lot of teams, they understand how strong this Pokemon can be, and so because of that, they kind of realize that, okay, if we give the Latios to the other team, we can counterpick that, right? So they're starting to use this as a strat to say, you can have the Latios, but we have some counterpicks in mind that are going to be able to deal with this Pokemon accordingly. And I think we did see this in a couple of our earlier matches. Double speedsters, lots of early pressure. This is something that has really made it quite difficult to play Latios. And I kind of think teams are now going to start shifting away from this Pokemon, because this is just the main stage matches. We're also seeing this Pokemon really struggle in those off-stage matches. So Latios might not be around for much longer, or maybe someone figures something out and maybe there is a way for Latios to continue to shine. It's still early.
Maybe there is. I kind of see a world where Latios is only really going to shine when we have Latios. And that's not the case for World. So it's something that might just be in the disadvantage there for Latios. And Denali, really, talking about meta, it's not just those pieces. We have been seeing like quite a lot of pressure in the early game. We're also seeing constant Ho-Oh. Although it was slightly nerfed, it's still really powerful and relevant. We also saw Suicune also still being a very good defender. So defenders are looking nice. And a quick like sprinkle of Crustals that have been just getting Rock Tombs in the best places.
I love Crustal. Always very fun Pokemon to watch. I kind of feel like it's underrated. I do think...
A little bit, I agree.
Yeah, I feel like that Pokemon deserves a little bit more respect, maybe more opportunities for this Pokemon to be chosen, but maybe sometimes it does pay to be a bit of an underdog pick. I do want to mention a couple of other Pokemon. Rapidash has been extremely popular in our off-stream matches. I think this is almost a 100% pick rate Pokemon at this point of time. So a lot of teams really valuing the mobility that Rapidash has, the resistance to a lot of immobility, very handy. And I mean, you can't really play any Pokemon that have to aim moves at Rapidash because it is just so elusive and agile. So Rapidash, very big. Charizard has also made an appearance. I think we did see it on the main stage as well. We might be seeing a lot more Charizard as well just because of the buffs it got. It is a monster now.
And straying a little bit away from meta, let's talk about the teams that we're going to be casting today, right? Because Peru is our representative for the first place in LATAM South. And that is just really nice to see after we just saw the win from LATAM North with Stamina going into another LATAM game. I'm from Brazil, so I do love seeing these teams thrive. But I'm also a big fan of Team X. I think they can bring quite a lot to the table, and it's nice to see that we can have more of the East coming in and having Korea as Team X. Unfortunately, we couldn't have the second team as well, but still, I'm very excited to see what they can cook.
Yeah, so Team X is a bit of a wild card, I think, for a lot of teams coming into the tournament, because I think a lot of us were expecting Zoro Tigers to really be here. I think rebranded as Twisted Minds. They did get picked up by an organization in their qualifying tournament. Now, the thing is, Team X were the ones to actually knock out Zoro Tigers in the Korea qualifier. Now, I have heard conflicting opinions on this as to whether this team kind of got lucky, they kind of won the flip game, but I did manage to get some opinions on Team X. Supposedly, they aren't as clean as Zoro Tigers, but they do have tricks up their sleeve that might kind of shake up the competition. But the question I kind of have here is that, okay, Team X, they're probably scrimming against Zoro Tigers a lot and probably against the Japanese teams a lot because the regions in general, lots of cross-pollination, especially in your pub matches. So one thing I wonder here is how similar can they play to Zoro Tigers? Because I think if there's someone in particular, it's Animo. He might be a little bit stressed playing into Team X just because of last year.
Well, I can understand that for sure, but I feel like in this point in particular, Peru just has so much experience in international stages and Worlds.
Yeah.
You had them being Fusion previously. It was Peru Fusion, Peru back into Peru, right? So it's a team that has really stuck together and has been doing wonders, and it's very, very powerful. One thing that I am a little concerned, you mentioned how Team X kind of not the cleanest of finishes in gameplay, and I feel like Worlds is the place where you need to finesse, right?
Yes.
You can't just have the aggression, although you mentioned those aggression-focused compositions with double speeds in the early game, or just having the extra pressure sometimes with the Zacian as well, in an Absol like we saw in one of the stamina games. It's just something that you need to finesse throughout the Sky Ruins match.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about draft now because I feel like this was something that kind of teetered me a little bit towards Team X. So just a heads up for our viewers, in case you did not know, there was a bit of a power ranking thrown out with all of the casters, and everybody except myself decided to go for Peru. Now, I almost went for Peru myself because I think the team, they've proven themselves, they have a lot of talent. I love the way that they play. But there is one thing that I'm a little bit concerned about, and it is quite possibly the play style that Peru plays. I kind of feel like it may be incompatible going up against Team X, because Team X, they play a lot of Pokemon that kind of roadblock Peru's play style. I think in particular, a big favorite for Team X is the Buzzwole. And actually, we've been seeing some Buzzwole in the offstage matches as well. So I'm kind of curious to know here, how much does Peru understand Team X? How much information did they get to pick up in their scrims against other teams? Like, what do they know about Team X? Because unfortunately, if you're only working off of data from their past matches, there is very little information out there on Team X. The only teams that are familiar with Team X are actually the APAC teams because they're constantly scrimming versus Team X.
Yeah, and it's something that might just unsettle Peru a little bit, I agree. But at the same time, there's just something about confidence of being on stage that can sometimes makes a difference. And that's what you said.
Nerves, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, just the mental is something that's so present in esports in general. And I believe that Team X, brand new, coming here to Worlds and such a big opportunity, it's definitely where they're going to be really looking for. First game on stage, right? They're really looking to just settle down, get that confidence in, because they need to get into this game one having the mentality of a 2-0. They need to just clean it.
They got to lock in. And I mean, so far from what we're seeing on the cameras right now, I think they're pretty locked in, you know? They don't really look shaken at all. If anything, they're kind of just thinking, guys, what do we pick this game?
Yeah, what's
right?
the draft strategy for sure?
Yeah, what's the strategy? And I think you also need to consider, what is Peru going to be playing? Because Peru did play quite recently NAIC, so the data for them is a little bit much more recent compared to Team X. Now, we also need to remember how much influence is the latest patch going to have on Peru's playstyle, because we know Peru love to play fast. Really fast, but it does come at a cost of them sometimes running compositions that can get a little bit squishy and sometimes can get punished when they're playing up against those thicker lineups. So I kind of feel like for Peru, I like their play style. I love how fast that they play. If they can figure out how to add a little bit of bulk or sustain to their compositions, it might fix this issue for them going up against Team X, who do love to play those bigger, bulkier compositions.
And if you think about it, it's relatively easy of a move to fix, right? Just getting a bulky defender. We mentioned the cross-hold, the Suicune. No, not Suicune. Ho-Oh has been doing just so good as well.
We've had Snorlax on main stage as well.
Exactly.
Like,
so many of these
options.
defenders are just very powerful at the moment. And like you say, it's just the amount of value that it creates when a Pokemon can just get so much out of those hindrances, and especially with the Ho-Oh, with the Rekindling Flame, is just, wow, just getting your allies back is crazy, and it's just so good on his own. So I'm super looking forward to see what we're going to see here, because you mentioned the Galarian Rapidash. I think we might see an angle where it's banned today. We saw a couple of Hooper bans as well.
I don't think it's something that's going to be banned in this matchup. I feel like there are other Pokemon you want to be removing from the pool. I get the feeling this might end up being Peru's first pick. I kind of think they want to get their hands on that Rapidash because it just fits their playstyle so well.
At the same time, I feel like we have been seeing quite a lot of support have Rapidash as well. So maybe that would influence how they're playing, going on about it, because having that support more focused, so EXP share, Galarian Rapidash, means that you're not going to have as much XP. You're not going to have as much presence as you would expect from a regular speedster in your central area in the early game. So that really does make a difference in how you're going to be playing the game. But if it is a strategy, we might see just going for straight out damage on your regular speedster build.
Could be straight out damage. It could be sustained, you know? Sometimes you kind of have to pivot. If you know you're up against a team that is just all about firepower, sometimes you kind of just have to outlast the firepower. You know, you laugh through the damage and say, oh, is that it? You know, we're not done. We still want to keep on going. And you barrel down a composition like that with something that has a lot more sustain. You've got a lot more heals coming from your supports. You have your frontline defenders being able to push that way through. I really think it depends on these first picks from these teams. The first 2 to 3 Pokemon, that's going to sort of tell us what the game plan is. And I mean, this is the first matchup for X, I believe. They have not played any games today. Peru, just an FYI, they did manage to play one game this morning before this matchup, and I believe it was up against Revelation, if I have it in my notes here. Yeah, so Peru, in their off-stage matchup, beat Revelation 2-0. So that's already a great sign for the team, because they've beaten Revelation of all teams, right? I think we have an idea as to how strong they are. But Team EX, I think this is where you start to question, is this team really cut out to beating Peru?
Is it? Because you were approaching the sustained kind of composition. And one thing I haven't seen yet is the Alcremie. I'm just so excited to see that little Keiki. It's just something that I feel like works out really well. And you have that versatility of going either recover or going decorate if you have a composition more focused on those auto attacks. I know that we have been saying, well, Latios, if you go for the move that does boost your auto attack, it just feels like maybe it could be a decorate kind of build. But at the same time, because Latios has not been doing as well because of this squishy element that it has, maybe we're not going to see it pair together.
Yeah, I just going off of the data that I do have available of watching some of those off-stream matches, Alcremie did not make an appearance for the games that I saw.
Wow.
Because there were a lot of games happening simultaneously for the first round. But I did see Eldegoss. So there was Eldegoss, there was Hooper, and there was Blissey. So we're kind of seeing everybody else in terms of the support department, except for Alcremie. And I kind of wonder, is there a reason why teams are not going for the Alcremie? Is it because maybe the Pokemon is a little bit too static? Do they want something else in a support rather than just going for full-on shields, full-on heals, right? Because like there are games where you want to have heals, you want to have shields, you want to have the sustain, but sometimes you need that mobility on top of that sustain.
Yeah, it's true. The versatility that you can have, for example, with the Blissey, going soft boil, you still have your Bliss assistance for the shield. If you want to go safeguard, quite a lot of things that you can do with the Blissey. Same thing going out for the other supporters.
Big one I kind of want to mention here for the Blissey is that this is also another popular pick if Suicune is on the other side. You want to have that Blissey when you're going up against the Suicune. Otherwise, it is supposedly this is a high priority ban if you're looking to first pick that Suicune. So
yeah, it's really powerful.
It's really going to come down to these sort of picks and bans. Like, what do these teams value in terms of removing for the pool? I think in the case of Peru, you kind of have to remove some of these major roadblock Pokemon. And it could be in the case of wanting to remove some of those very big frontliners. If I was Peru, I might even say get rid of the Ho-Oh yourselves. I don't think that's something you want to be giving away to Team X, because that Pokemon basically brick walls Peru's quick play style.
It's true. And it's, to be honest, something that you gotta take into consideration all the versatility that some Pokemon can have and just how powerful Suicune as a Pokemon can be. While we're waiting for this match to start, we're gonna just have a look at the Pokemon Center and see what's going on here in Anaheim, California.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center? Yeah! Excited! What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited! Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah, let's go! Yes, we need to get these.
Oh, this one. Oh, Psyduck.
Tatsugiri! Oh! It's a Pikachu!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay! How many Pikachus do you think you have? Too many, can't count. What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Buff.
Bigglybuff, that's the name that they gave. What a wholesome little just trading moment. Love that. That's all about Pokemon, right? You trade Pokemon, you trade gifts, and you enjoy with your friends and family. And it's just so nice to see so many things that we have here at the Pokemon Center. And shout out to the Pokemon Center for gifting us these lovely pins. I got for Coco here. Was really looking forward to getting the Jigglypuff when I was there, but I couldn't. So they had a backup for me, and I am rocking those pins today.
And I think you're going to be rocking some more tomorrow because I still need to make my way to the Pokemon Center to grab some pins. I really wanted to grab some, but unfortunately no time yet. But very soon. I think tomorrow we're going to be I think both of us will be rocking so many.
Oh yeah.
So many.
Just put all of them.
All of them?
Just
All
put
the
all
pins?
of them. Like, yeah, just like right there. Just put all of them around. Yeah, I think that works. I think it's going to look pretty cool. We might just be as snazzy as Spriggles and Dupe Snacks with all the patterns that they have, but it's pins instead of patterns.
Oh, so that's the outfit. We just
It's
wear
the
pins.
outfit, yes.
That sounds a little heavy, but we'll try
Can you
to make it
imagine?
work.
Just weighing down.
You probably have to change the camera angle to like on the ground. We'll be
Yeah, we're just
lying
like,
down.
we're just like Snorlaxing in the ground.
Okay, so whilst I wait for my pins, because I would love to grab mine, this upcoming matchup. So just apologies for anyone that is kind of wondering what is happening. We are sort of just trying to fix something on the main stage, but please bear with us as we do get ready for this matchup because we just get the update. The match is ready to go, so...
Oh, would you look at that? Draft is on your screen. Team X on the purple side versus Peru on the orange. And we already have those bends coming in. Latios and Galarian Rapidash for Team X, while Exation being hovered here for Peru.
Interesting bans. Okay, so Team EX getting rid of the Latios as well as the Galarian Rapidash. I think that was a very smart ban from EX because that was definitely a Pokemon Peru wants to pick up, but that also indicates that Team EX don't want it themselves. So what is going to be their choice of Pokemon? And Peru get rid of the Ho-Oh themselves. Interesting choice there. So first choice for Team X is the Suicune.
It's a strong one. We talked about it. It's a purple one pick for sure. You just guarantee that you have that very strong power pick. And just like the powerhouse that Charizard is right now, you're going to see quite a lot of it throughout the weekend. And Snorlax, always your very reliable, great body blocker with block and just so much hindrances that it can apply.
I actually really love this opening here for Peru because they've kind of left their options wide open. You've got the Charizard that's there for the firepower. You have a Snorlax that can frontline as well. The next pick's from Team EX. So it's the Mewtwo and the Serena. Serena has picked up a lot in popularity just recently because I think teams are starting to realize how strong Serena can be. So adding this to the pool here for EX, they have even more Disable on top of that Suicune. And this is going to be the setup that they kind of need for that Mewtwo, right? Because you want to create that gap so Mewtwo can safely attack from the back lines and also, you know, just keep everyone away. But the thing is, though, Peru, they have great ways to dive that backline past the Serena and that Suicune. They have Lucario added to the pool, and of course Charizard, he just flies over.
Yeah, it's true. Quite literally, it flies over. I was looking at the hover for the Clefable, and I thought it was a really good idea. If we were to see a gravity build, it would really cancel out the X speed of the Lucario. But we instead saw the Umbreon and the Blaziken, while the last pick for Peru is a Alola Ninetales.
Interesting choice for the Alola Ninetales. Okay, so that's going to be their choice of special attacker. I mean, it provides you the slows, the disables. It can be a very annoying Pokemon. The Snow Globe is also a very fantastic Unite to pop in a pinch. But the thing is, it's up against a Blaziken.
That's quite strong. It really, really is. This is going to be a tough matchup. Yeah, just the amount of power that you can have with the overheat is quite too much for a squishy attacker like Alola Ninetales. But on the other hand, you also have the Blissey, you have the Snorlax that can guarantee that front line. And on the top path, you have the Lucario that can just really do well in top lane, like always. In any case, 1v2, 2v2, the Lucario just really just shines in any situation early game. So
yeah,
I think they should be okay on that front, at least for the early game. We'll see.
For the early game, but the thing is, we also have to consider that late game situation. We will be going into Rayquaza and just looking at the two drafts. If you see a Blaziken, that is a Pokemon that almost always should be getting the secure on that Rayquaza. So for Peru, is the plan here to really just run down EX for the majority of the game and basically prevent them from taking the Rayquaza? Because that is an option, but if they get slowed down at any point during that mid to late game and they give any kind of wiggle room for that Blaziken to just really run away with the match, I kind of feel like they're going to shoot themselves in the foot with this draft.
It's possible. Well, getting into this game here, first one of this series, Team EX versus Peru Unite, we have a rather slow Central Area Pokemon lineup for here. Top side though, oh no, Chansey, this might just be your doom. And a KO opener goes to Team EX. Tempo just trying to buy some tempo, some time, quite literally. But unfortunately, Chansey did not get away.
Yeah, although we do see the Charmeleon heading into the top lane just to provide some support, but yeah, this is not a great start, unfortunately, for Peru because you've given away that free experience with the Torchic who got that knockout. You really need to do whatever you can to either keep the Torchic at a Torchic level or even a Combustion, because the moment it hits that Blaziken level, that's when things can really go sideways in those matches. We do have a rotation in that bottom lane. No knockouts, unfortunately, just more so you're just locking in those wild Pokemon. Back in that top lane, though, we do have Tempo providing a lot of damage here onto the side of Team EX, but it looks like they will continue with that pressure there, but I think they're running out of health here. Team EX maybe taking a little bit too much, but not enough damage for Peru to finish them off, and instead, we do have our Serena fully evolved here, providing that last second stomp to lock in that wild experience.
It's good. It was a good backup because things were looking a little dire there, but it was still a good rotate from both sides. You had the Central Area coming to help and guarantee the Swablues. Now going for another engage here. That's a nice slow.
Oh,
it's a 3v2. Lucario is in trouble, but Temple will get onto pad and start healing and shielding. With now the 8-minute mark, we're going into the Central Swablues. And Mewtwo just on the back here of a Nemo doesn't get that flamethrower. So it's going to be Team EX who secures most of that experience.
I'm a little bit concerned here because Peru feel like they're kind of all over the place, unfortunately, whereas you can see Team EX, they're really gripping up to take these major objectives together and denying those crucial experience points away from Peru, really slowing down their mid-game tempo. So if I am looking at these two teams, Team EX are in a fantastic position to potentially run away with the matchup if they didn't lose the Blaziken there, but really beautiful freeze finish off there from Peru.
Yeah, it looks good. You don't have Suicune, you have the Alola Ninetales. Next best choice. Now Serena going to the back line, and there it is! That's going to be another KO for the side of Team EX. And quite slowly, but they are still maintaining that. Now Mega Evolved here on the bot side. Ooh, nice one. Good slow, just getting Mewtwo away from the chase.
So I think the match is still up in the air. We are looking at a slight point advantage for Peru, but really things can just sort of go in any direction here, especially once we have these Reggies up on the map here. Charizard is there to try and zone away. Blaziken there to provide assistance. We do have the Snorlax to start things off. We do have the stuns, the slows, the ice, really playing into their hands, and Peru get their first knockout on the Blaziken. The one Pokemon that could really make things difficult for them to try and take the objective, but Serena's come in, and we know what Serena is capable of with a huge stop locking down too. They do manage to grab the buff, however, and oh man, Peru, they looked good, but they just did not have enough to finish it off.
Yeah, it was close. It's some of those things where the early XP that you don't get is gonna make you feel like you're just out of damage. That threshold does not really connect, but it's still gonna be that buff for Peru in the bot side. While on the top, Regieleki still standing, burning down here, fire on fire. Now going back to the bot side. Ooh, the Aura Cannon doesn't hit, but it's still a finish now actually for the side of Peru. Still trying to get any more, and they do 2 KO streak going out to the Lucario, still chasing out on the Mewtwo. Gets the teleport, goes for the berry, and is going to be able to escape, but now it's still a very good moment for Peru to just score.
There were some great knockouts for Peru as well. They took out the Blaziken. They also got a huge knockout on the Serena, which gave them a big boost of that experience. And Peru really picking themselves back up after a very scrambly early game where things looked a little bit lost in those lanes. And look at the levels now. Fantastic position here for Peru. You've got 11 on that Charizard, 10 on that Lucario. So they're really ready to go and start these fights. Whereas for Team EX, they're scrambling for experience on anyone that is not that Serena. So for Pisterio here, there's a lot of pressure on that Serena to really provide that opening for EX to come in and finish off those Pokemon.
Might just be that Queen Ascendance now using that Avalanche there. Xenus trying to get somebody in the bush, but Pisterio taking the front line, just zoning people away from the Regieleki. They're not going to be able to get into the pit, and now Team EX is doing quite a good defense, going on for that Queen Ascendance, just like we said, pushing out as well with the Blissey, but Peru is falling at the seams right now, going for the berry. Xenus will take one out instead. Oh, the Bliskin doesn't get that overheat, so they are going to go down. Peru is still having the numbers with a Nemo still flying up into the air. They were able to scare everybody away, and this Regieleki is not going to hit back.
I think Zynus' Snow Globe really played a role there in just sort of keeping EX off their goal zone, especially the freeze, the damage that came out of it as well. So for EX, even though you had the Regieleki there to try and provide that push in assistance and damage, for Peru, you know, those knockouts are pushing them further and further ahead in this matchup. They have a huge level lead, and if things continue this way, their late game is going to look absolutely terrifying. And, you know, this Blaziken might not even be a factor, but look at the steal coming in from the Umbreon, stealing away the Regice. But Blaziken being isolated thanks to the block from that Snorlax, but where's the follow-up damage? There's too many Pokemon. The Snorlax, though, coming in with another stun. Oh, Peru, can they hold the fort?
Well, 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 Team EX is pushing out full power, pedal to the metal, and that's going to be the last attempt for defense for Peru, and this bat will go down at about like 15 overdunk there. But I have to say, that steal from the Umbreon really just swift the pace, because if Peru had gotten the second bottom Regi, it would have made a huge difference in XP.
Okay, so I kind of want to get your opinion on this, because we've now started to see these two teams play. Thoughts on Team EX? Are they as weak as some people said they were?
No, I don't think any teams at Worlds are weak at all, because we have the top of the top, the cream and the cherry on top of Pokémon UNITE players. And Team EX is showing that they can definitely put up a fight against such a seasoned roster like Peru. There's tension here. Avalanche is going to push the Serena away. Oh, they come in and try to get the Queen Ascendance and almost taking down the Lucario, just opening space because Pisterio still has so much HP on the tank. Avalanche again, just trying to zone it out. Flamethrower 2 coming from the Charizard, but it's Team EX who is bursting down on this Regieleki. They stop. He's not going to reset just yet, going out for the block. There's Peru UNITE trying to do something more. The Snow Globe, but it's still going to be Team EX who finishes off at the end. There's another hit as well from the Blaziken, and they're keeping on pushing. Serena will go down, but that's a Regi on the top. It hits bad, and the overdunk is huge.
Team EX, I have to say, I think some people are going to look at this play and they think, what is this Serena doing? The Serena created the opening Team EX needed. He went for the dive onto the Alolan Ninetales, forcing out the Snow Globe and backwards eject. That was what Team EX needed to sort of break through. They locked in, they got the Reggie Alecki, and then unfortunately for Peru, things really just fell apart from there on because you basically lost a lot of freedom that the Alolan Ninetales would have had if they were able to really dish out that damage from the back lines. Oh, Peru, they can't afford to be bamboozled by this. They do still have that point lead, so if they can somehow defend the Rayquaza and prevent this Pokemon from being taken out and scoring points from Team EX, they can still win this. But, you know, Team EX, they want to fight. This is a team that wants to brawl, and they're trying to go for the poke. Oh, Sophus looking a little bad here.
Well, this is definitely a Blizzard Sisters kind of moment, trying to get the Lucario up and healthy, but Tempo goes down. Pistero will guarantee that knockout. Now into the Seismic Slam, going him up into the air. Peru trying to maintain some damage onto the enemy backline, but everybody is just so low on HP, even the tank, even the supporter. And Team EX is just cleaning up the house, keeping on moving. Look at the snow globe, and it's huge, but is it gonna even be enough, Denali? They're still trying to chase it down. There's the helping hand, and now the Alolan Ninetales will be caught between a rock and a hard place, and Team EX does have the numbers advantage.
But the problem here for Team EX, they win that team fight, but everyone's coming back. They did not have enough firepower to go in and finish off the Rayquaza themselves, so they're basically at a standstill here because no one can score. The goal zones are far too deep, and the game is getting too late here, so 45 seconds to go.
Looking very tense with Kami on the back of that pit, just attacking Rayquaza, maintaining some of that pressure. They are slightly behind. They know that Queen of Sand is into the air, onto Tempo. Now Lucario will go down, so Team EX is up ahead with the block inside the pit, trying to get Team EX away from this Rayquaza. But just the amount of damage that it can do, it hasn't gone down though. Snorlax is still standing. Are they going to be able to do it, Team EX? They will guarantee Rayquaza, but there's a backup from 46 here, turning into how many that is, mathematics. And although he was close, Team EX has the shields, and I think this should be it.
It all came down to that snipe onto Lucario. Lucario was a major Pokemon Peru needed up and running in these team fights, but the fact that it was taken out practically at the beginning of the team fight, I think Peru just ran out of gas. They really needed the Lucario there to set things up for them, but Serena, MVP of this match, hands down for Team EX, created so many openings for the team to come flooding in from behind and really just play cleanup crew for Team EX.
It was lovely, because when you have this arena coming in, you just guarantee, like you mentioned in draft, the Mewtwo Y was going to have that space necessary to not be hit and to hit the enemies. And I believe that maybe Peru was just looking at this arena going in super deep and be like, that's not going to work. Well, I guess it did, so you got to adapt to that in the next game.
I do suspect a major change in mindset for drafting when it comes to Peru. I do like what they drafted originally. Like, this is a draft that can absolutely work. The problem is they needed that early game to go much better for them. They really wanted to dominate those lanes. Like, there's one of the main reasons why I picked the Alolan Ninetales as well. You want to crush your lane because you can evolve so quickly. You have access to the freeze as well, which should give you an opening for those central area rotations from your teammates, but it just did not work out for them. And Pisterio literally ran away with the match.
They did. They're not speedster, but that all-rounder definitely sprinted and just made sure that Team EX was going to win the match. And it's crazy as well because we saw them winning those team fights. And Denali, we saw the stats for the Blaziken. It was like 36,000 damage. It was nothing. They won without a heavy hitter Blaziken.
They didn't need it because they had the Serena.
It was backup.
It was Serena. And I think essentially in this particular matchup, Blaziken's role wasn't to be the big damage dealer. He wasn't supposed to be there to be that big scaling Pokemon that you're afraid of. This was a Blaziken that had to just lock in for those objectives because there's not really any other Pokemon out there that can compete with the Blaziken when it comes to that secure, especially with what Peru had for their original draft. So I think if I'm Peru going into this next matchup, I think you need to reconsider your options. You either go for a composition where you have that late game possibility, you have that late game monster that can carry you through the Rayquaza, you have a lineup that maybe has some kind of secure instead if you don't want to go for that late game. Something that helps you take those objectives away and give you that secondary chance when the Rayquaza pops up. Third option, And this is probably the most Peru way to do this. You play hard, you play fast, and you just delete Team EX before they can even play the game. But they kind of tried to do that in this matchup, although to be fair, they didn't really draft a lineup that I would say really felt like Peru. Yeah,
it felt
very
more,
different.
a little more balanced, not exactly like super early game focused. I agree. And honestly, it's something interesting. It's not just the fact that Pisterio was just doing so well in this arena, it's the fact that they went in so quick into the Queen Ascendance, but they had the Suicune to have the amount of CC, crowd control, hindrance in the zone.
Look at the respect band.
Yeah, it is a respect band for sure. And the fact of the matter is, when you have that much hindrance over the enemy, while Serena comes back from the Queen Ascendance, she can just reign queen.
Oh, okay. So
Alright.
already a bit of a change here. So we saw Latios banned out in our first matchup, but this time, bit of a change, right? Because we had some new bans. Charizard banned on the side of EX, Peru getting rid of that Serena, so Latios going in the way of Team EX. And I'm a little bit concerned about this because we did mention this at the beginning of our broadcast. Latios has been a bit of a trick pick for a lot of teams. They think they have that first pick option to grab this Pokemon, but you pick it up this early, you provide so many opportunities for the enemy team to counter pick this.
It's the very basis of a draft, isn't it, Daniele? And looking at Peru here, they decided, because they were the team that lost, and we have a loser pick sides system, they chose to go orange side. They chose to give away that first pick that purple can have. Instead, they're going to go for the counter, which the last pick of orange will guarantee. So they get the Blaziken, they get the Ho-Oh. The Hoopa has been banned quite a few times, but I'm interested about this Miraidon. That's a huge pick, Ray. Hold on. What have I been missing?
I am already very on board with what Peru has at the moment. You've got Sakura in the Blaziken, you've got Ho-Oh as that massive front line, as well as the ability to bring back your teammates. You have Hoopa there for your mobility for your team, also sustain. Miraidon, very solid attacker as well. Really love seeing this legendary whenever it appears. So this matchup, this game in particular, looking much better for Peru. But look at EX though, I have to say, interesting choice of Pokemon. You've got Latios, but you're pairing this up with a Suicune and a Clefable. And then your central laner is Dodrio? Is that what we're looking at here?
Oh,
or is this central?
Yes. Yeah. I would say so, yeah. I don't think there's much of a choice here. Well,
and Animo. Is this Cypher?
Ooh,
that has to be Cypher.
Yeah, they are just such a good Scissor Scyther player, so that would be really fun to watch.
Oh, this is amazing.
And they kind of need to have that backline access because at this point, Overheat, although very powerful, it is a static move. You can eject button with it, but you rely on having that at your disposal. So you just need to be waiting in that line, and it can be kind of predictable and easy to evade. Now on the side of Team EX, I think we might be seeing a follow me Clefable, just so we can have even more of that going power together because of the Dodrio, because of the Lucario, because as long as you keep, just like last game, as long as you keep your attacker safe, you should have pretty much a lot of gas in the tank to finish out that game.
Yeah, so I'm getting a feeling we should be going to a Game 3, but it's just based off of what we currently have for our team drafts. But Peru, looking fantastic. Really, really love Peru. Peru's composition, I kind of feel like this is much more reminiscent of how this team likes to play. Very aggressive, they have multiple options, and then of course you top this off with Animo on a signature Pokemon of his, which is that Scyther. We've seen this Pokemon absolutely pop off last year. And so knowing this, I think Team EX, they have to be very aware of Scyther's presence, what Animo is likely going to do. So my question here is that how does Team EX sort of respond to this Scyther pick? Because this is a very niche pick, it's a very player-centric pick, and Animo, I mean, he's revealed one of his aces, which is public knowledge.
Yeah, now that I think about it, actually, because of the Scyther, it might just be a case of having gravity. Okay, open up for Peru Unite! As that Clefairy will go down. Bot side already having the presence of Anemo, going for that Suicune, but not going to be able to finish it off. There's the counter invade as well, the counter gank as well, coming from the Dodrio, and it's just going to fizzle out for the moment, but we still have that Swablu Otaria spawning in just a few seconds.
We'll have him coming in just a second, but the Dodrio, so this is a very different game here for Pisterio because he played Serena in that previous matchup. He's much squishier now, and that means you are open to being punished for mistakes, and that's going to be the first knockout there. Oh, so close for Animo to get a double knockout, but that Cleaver Lip was able to slip on out of there. This is the power of Animo Scyther. You cannot let this man run away with the matchup, because we know what Scyther does. Can do incredible damage, especially if it's over-leveled. And we're starting to reach that point because it's level 6.
And if you think about it, this is such a good composition for a Scyther. You have not just the Hooper, who's going to get you back full health if you go in too deep, and you can preemptively, here we go, have the Hyperspace Hole in position. You also have the Rekindling Flame from the Ho-Oh, so you have all the options to get the Scyther standing.
Oh man, oh Garam looking a little scary there. Thankfully he's going to be able to walk back to that goal zone. It's just a Hooper. Those basic attacks should not be enough to take it out. It will score though, so okay. I guess you want to grab those stacks, very important.
It's true.
Sometimes
you gotta go for it. At some point, it's just necessary to go for it. Wow, that Flamethrower is doing quite a lot of heavy work. Was able to take one down, but there's the Drio also with a 2KO streak. Now Team EX with a good presence here, as we are very close to having those Reggie spawning. So major presence from both squads in the bot side for the Reggie, whichever each one it is. Now Miraidon, I have yet to see which move did it choose. I would say it would be more of a range instead of a Electro Drift. We'll see what is the case. We're rotating to the top side. Pistera has to be careful. There is the potential to go back bot side, Denali, because of the Hooper.
Oh, he really wants to do Drio. Oh, but Pistachio with the quick feed was able to absolutely juke him. He's going to try and call him out with the steal there. Oh, but the Dodrio, he still gets it. Pistario, he says no, no, no. Oh no, it did go to Animo.
I mean, that Scyther is just really, really good tempo. Ooh. Bot side, Team EX will claim a knockout. Still trying to push. Ooh, Dodrio's doing really well and just poking out a Nemo. But the problem here is they are not just getting KO'd. They are very close to it, but not really. Look at the backup, and it's a bait. There it is with your backup from Draken. Could just go for the rotation here on the bot side. Still needs to be careful, but having a Hooper, you can easily do that.
Oh man, beautiful rotation there coming out from the Ho-Oh just to provide support there for Animo and make sure that he was going to win that matchup. And I feel like now we're starting to see Team EX maybe making some of these micro mistakes. Like I can see Pistachios need to constantly poke and prod at that Scyther because you want to prevent this Animo from being able to collect experience for free and also grab those free knockouts. So yeah, I can see where this is going, but I kind of feel like that window for Pistachio is closing. He's got to do something different. You need to pivot to a different strategy now. It is not just a case of chase Animo and win. You now have to worry about this Miraidon and this Blaziken that are going to play even bigger roles than that Scyther in that ultra late game.
Looking still at this half midpoint of the game, 5:35 on the clock. Peru Unite will take down this bottom Tier 1, and we still have both Tier 1 pads from Peru available to have quick access to those hyperspace holes. Now trying to get a sneaky invade here, so close to getting the red buff, but not really. Now the finish off could come with the Drio. Here it is. There's one back to base with the hyperspace hole, but there's still so much that can be done with the Dodrios finally starting to escape.
Yeah, Dodrio got a nice pick off. I have to say, picking up the Miraidon was a pretty nice knockout as well, because you've slowed down the progress on Miraidon, especially as this game gets later and later, because we've just hit the halfway mark. We've got 5 more minutes to go before the end of this matchup, but still 3 more minutes to go before Rayquaza becomes a factor. Looks like Blaziken has been sort of pinned in a corner. Will be able to run out of there, though. Unfortunately for Team EX, they just did not have the necessary lockdown to keep that Blaziken in place. And now we're just in a bit of an awkward stalemate situation because, unfortunately, there's not a lot of experience on the map here for EX. They kind of want to move.
Exactly, because it was precisely a Nemo who was invading and taking that EXP away. So, Denali, it's just the experience that Peru has to have that macro knowledge and just say, yeah, we need to take the resources away from you so we can guarantee our late game. Because that Scyther is level 12, the Miraidon 10, Blaziken on 11. It feels really good for them right now, but the fight has struck down. Now there's the Aura Cannon. Will go in the portal back to the Pokemon Center and will come back healthy.
Oh boy, Team EX, they have grouped up, and actually the Dodrio trying to be a bit of a menace, using triple trample as well. Full commit onto that Miraidon, will get the knockout, does escape, but that means it's going to be a 4v4 in that top lane, and they will secure it. Beautiful secure coming out from Komi, but here comes Animo, just gets the delete button on that Latios. Well, sayonara to all of the mythical Pokemon on this team. Suicune is down, Lucario is down. It's just the Dodrio and that Clefable. This was supposed to be a big win for Team EX, but Peru, they say, you can have your small win. We get the even bigger one.
Exactly. When you get the team fight win, it's sometimes much better. When you're talking about the top Reggie Alecki compared to the amount of resources you get from the Reggie Steel, it hit the pad, that's fine. They didn't even get to score because Peru was able to guarantee that fight win and just take down those numbers. Now looking at a lot of EXP on the left side of your map for Team EX that could be used here to be a leverage into that final stretch.
Okay, so I will need to point out here, coming into very close, the final stretch. Animo is sitting on a massive level advantage over the majority of the competition. Now, I do fear about this because he's playing a very delicate Pokemon now. Scyther, amazing in that early game, but as it gets later and later, you become thinner and thinner. The thinnest sheet of paper. All it takes is for someone on Team EX to breathe on him to basically knock him out. So now Animo, in these late game fights, he cannot afford to make mistakes. He needs to have his team create those openings, or he has to somehow find that dream opening himself, because there's a lot of things on Team EX that can really cut him down if he makes that slight mistake. So I think if anything, Peru, everything is on Animo here, because yeah, you've got a level 12 Miraidon, yes, you have a level 13 Blaziken, but up against what Team EX has, unless you get rid of one of the core Pokemon on EX, I still think EX may be able to win this team fight overall. Last 2 minutes here, Soph. It's gonna come down to one of these teams finding the opening, and is it gonna be Animo? Look, he's hunting in that central area. Oh, he's
yeah,
scoring.
looking to get a back cap actually now is still a little bit indecisive of what they are going to do as they see Team EX going for the Rayquaza, but he's going to reset in a second as nobody has
look at the
really
wraparound.
committed to it. Oh, trying to get that flank, and as you said, there is not much HP on that bar, and you have to be very careful about how you engage when you are away from your Hooper. Now, going for the engage here onto the Rayquaza, Team EX will start once again this objective, but still trying to go into the enemy central. Oh, look at Tempo, very low overheat, just zoned them out and guaranteed that we're going to escape, and then Alautius, look at Nemo down, and how did that even happen? We didn't even get to see it. We're going to look at the replays later, but this is the main choice for Team EX to go for this rip.
Oh, this is terrible. We still have Animo that's going to be coming back, and they actually use the Ho-Oh Unite to bring Animo back, so it's not over yet. It's just going to come down to the execution, but Miraidon is down. Dodrio has been eliminated, though, so it's a 4v4. Ho-Oh going to continue with the burn in that back line. Here comes that Blaziken trying to dish out as much damage as necessary, but Animo, he's low, being chased by a Clefable, will just barely escape,
So close here, and there's a little bit of zoning still happening here with the flamethrower coming out from the Ho-Oh. And honestly, the way they still bought time,
look up top.
Back.
Oh.
Okay, back cap. Now there's time for an Nemo to come here. There's the Hooper with the Phantom Forms is gonna be denied. 40 points on the bot side, 249 to 255. It's Team EX who get the Rayquaza, and Denali, this could just as well be a sweep.
Oh, it might be a 2-0 sweep, and I think so many people are going to be confused if it does end up being that 2 sweep. Oh, but 7, 6, the 100 dunks are coming through for Team EX. They have broken through Peru, who so many thought were going to take this series 2-0, but it's Team EX.
Look at them. Look at them go.
Wow.
I can feel the relief on their shoulders, on their eyes, as if I can really see their eyes, because it's very far away, you know? I'm just like picturing it in my mind, because I feel relieved for them, because Peru was such a strong matchup to begin with, going into, like you said, it was their first match of the day.
Yeah. So I don't think this is a bad thing for Peru, because the group that Peru was in, I believe was only 3 teams. So it is Team EX, Peru, and Revelation. And so for Peru, because they beat Revelation 2-0, yes, they might have lost this matchup, but I still think Peru is going to make it to day 2. Because remember, top 2 for the groups, they're going to be making it over to day number 2. So yes, Peru, they might not have been able to take this set, but it's okay. They still are going to make it to that next day.
Yeah. It feels good. It feels really good for Team EX coming all the way from Korea to make it to Worlds in Anaheim, California. And this is such a huge moment. Honestly, I'm very thrilled. I am thrilled for them because going up such a strong matchup to begin with and winning the way they did, not without mistakes. It wasn't like they were like absolutely clean. That's all right. You know, you're building your experience. You're building like live on stage at Worlds. And it just makes me so happy to see that he got the confidence to adapt as well. When they saw Nemo was the threat, there was a target on that back.
Yeah, so I think we do need to give props to Team EX because they played, I want to say, very calculative in a good way. Because I think a lot of teams, if you see what Peru drafted and how they played for the first 5 minutes, I think a lot of teams would have maybe sort of fallen apart. Things would have gotten very, very confusing within the team. But you could tell that there was still a very centralized thought process for this team. They were following a plan. They kind of understood that the late game was still kind of theirs. It really just came down to did they have enough experience and did they have vision of Animo. And I think the fact that Lucario managed to catch Animo a couple times in that back line, preventing him from getting that very sneaky knockout, I feel like that was where it really hurt Peru. And especially the first knockout onto Animo, forcing Ho-Oh to use its Unite to bring him back for the second fight.
Yes, because when I was looking at it, I was like, okay, now Ho-Oh doesn't have any points. How are they gonna? Oh, they just used it. It was just so quickly that Nemo got taken down that it just felt like he wasn't even there to begin with. So, like you said, the pick that we saw from Lucario getting to find a Nemo, going for that sneaky flank was the key to this. Let's go. And look at that. It was pretty close. Like the score was very much right there and then, but Team EX was definitely guaranteeing a bit more of those objectives, and I think that might have also had them feel a little more confident.
Yeah. I mean, it really could have gone anyone's way, right? It was just a matter of who found the opening first and who got punished first. And so unfortunately, in the case of Peru, I think they got punished in the worst possible way. In that, just based off their draft alone, Animo probably played too much of an important role for the team. They kind of needed to have someone else to fall back to so that, yeah, okay, if Animo goes down, we have someone else that's going to be able to carry the flag for the team. But I think just with how they kind of drafted the Pokemon on their lineup, it really was just, it's Animo or nothing.
Yeah, and like we said, it really relied on the Ho-Oh and having that Hooper as well, just preemptively having the hyperspace hole in position. Unfortunately, you can't save somebody so many times, and I mean, it was quite a lot of times, but still, unfortunately, Miraidon wasn't landing as much damage as maybe they would have hoped with this composition, because that's the only damage that you would have aside from the Scyther, but it's interesting to see how Team EX adapted well enough and quick enough to understand how to shut down the enemy composition.
Yeah, I'm so glad you bring up the Miraidon, because I think we also saw in that case, it was a prime example of what happens when you shut down the attacker for so long. And that even though you have a Pokemon like Miraidon in that late game, if it's under-leveled, it doesn't matter what you do. You just won't have the impact that you would like to have on a Pokemon such as Miraidon, which I think in a lot of cases, you kind of look at this Pokemon and you want it to be that very, very strong ranged heavy hitter that really threatens from that distance, but that just didn't happen because we constantly saw that Miraidon getting picked off time and time again because of Dodrio, because of the way that Dodrio played. Yes, I think we kind of criticized this in the middle of the matchup. We thought maybe this is a little bit too much, but it paid off for him at the end of the day.
It did, and I think it might have been just because they fought fire with fire when they saw, wow, this is Peru, they are aggressive, Latam is very aggressive, let's do that as well. And Team EX really executed it in such a clever way that I'm just so happy to see it. And then our next match will be SAUL versus UNITE Coaching. So we got APAC and NA coming next.
Yeah, so as we prepare for this matchup, folks, don't go anywhere because we're just going to go for a quick commercial break. But once we return, we're going to be jumping into our next matchup, which is Seoul versus UNITE Coaching. See you later, trainers.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, but look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are in Anaheim for the 2025 World Championships. I am Spraggles, alongside a Doob Snacks. Yee to the ha. Doob Snacks, what a day we have had so far. I mean, so many good games, some real shocking ones, too.
Absolutely. OJ, I think you can easily consider that an upset. Peru losing to Team EX, I think you can consider that an upset. NA across the board, not looking too great.
Yeah, that's right.
Four of the NA teams have lost their first match of the day.
Yeah, we are in their home region, and all of our NA teams are struggling. Obviously, we have not yet seen Luminosity, probably the best to do it here in North America, but NA's having some trouble. Speaking of North America, they've got a tough one ahead of them right now.
They sure do, and here's our unique situation that we're already presented with. UNC is going to be on stage against S8UL Esports. UNC already down 2 matches on the day.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's where they are. Not doing too solid.
There could be some tiebreaker situations where they absolutely need this win, right? But they are already hurting. They're one of the last teams to qualify out of North America. So many star players that have been playing the game for a long time, but it hasn't really worked out for them here at Worlds. Then on the other side of that corn, we've got S8UL out of India. This is a squad with a lot of players from India that we know and love, and India is one of those regions that didn't get to compete last year, which was a bit of a heartbreaker. Did amazing, actually, in year 2. One of the only teams to take Luminosity, like, all the way through their paces, right? So this is going to be a crazy one. We've got our predictions right here.
They are great.
Yeah, here we go. UNITE Coaching versus S8UL. Doob, Snack, Soph, you're on the side of S8UL, and the rest of us were going for UNC. But you know what? With how the day's going here, it looks like it might be an S8UL victory. One thing is for sure, if they want to move forward, they need it because they're also down a game.
Yeah, S8UL checks 2 boxes here with a win on stage. They eliminate UNITE Coaching effectively, and they keep their own hopes alive. Because if both of these teams end up UNITE Coaching 1-2 and S8UL 0-2, it becomes real tough sledding for both of them on the way out.
Yeah, Group E starts to get really wild if that happens, right? And for UNITE Coaching to even feel like this goes well at all, I feel like they need to take a 2-0 victory against S8UL right here. And then, of course, for S8UL, a 2-0 for them is really solid. It puts them in a position to move on to day 2. They still have more matches ahead of them, but they would be feeling pretty good. This is kind of their last chance, but even if they win here, it might shake out that they don't move forward to day 2.
Yeah, they're operating in the slimmest of margins, but S8UL really still has, you know, hands on the wheel and can control their path to their destiny here, but they have to beat UNC on stage. Now, there is a lot of stage experience with UNC. S8UL, though, if you think about, we're talking about last year, why it was such a bummer that they were unable to make the World Championships is because they had an amazing run in the Asia Champions League, similar to maybe like Insomnia or Alter Ego had, you know, getting very, very far. And we were so excited to see them trying to capture that magic at Worlds last year that I'm excited we at least get to see the opportunity of them on stage this year.
Yeah, and this region is just so unbelievably hyped, excited for this game. I love getting to see them here at Worlds. I remember year 1 when they were not yet included in the championship series, right? And there was a big campaign out there. Was it Why Not India? Or, you know, and they got added to it. So it's so cool to see them. I'm so glad they all got to be here and compete. But now it is time for them to win. They really need to stay in this competition. They need to take down UNC. And UNC's in a weird position. They might even be playing knowing that they can't move forward here, but that makes them really dangerous, you know?
Right.
They could upset just because the pressure is now off.
Exactly. You know, there's also something to be said. You just don't want to be last in your group. Like, obviously, their day is not following the trajectory that they had mentally established for themselves. But the last place they want to be is the group that goes 0-3 and ends up in the absolute bottom. And S8UL, you know, we'll say a third box they have to check. They're representing India right now, and we haven't seen them on the world stage. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
So for them, you know, they really feel the pressure to represent themselves, their region, perform well. And I know they expect a lot out of themselves. You know, All Might on S8UL is somebody that I keep pretty constant communication with.
But he's texting me every day, too.
He's not. I'm texting Sprinkles every day. He gets myself, and All Might confused all the time.
He just tells me what All Might's saying.
It's what our conversations boil down to. Long story short, All Might is excited for this opportunity. Gutted that they didn't make it last year, but doesn't anticipate squandering this opportunity now. I know you and I pushed it to be on this game specifically because we wanted to cast India. So I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah, same. We really wanted to cast this. I'm so excited to have India here. I hope they make a huge impact in this match too, up on the big stage. If you could take a win like this and then move forward through your group, I think they have a really good shot of making day 2. I want to talk to you a little bit about the meta and how we're already seeing what you talked about at the start of broadcast, right? Things start to move and shift throughout the day. Latios is really interesting because I feel like its results are all over the place a little bit, but clearly it's getting a lot of priority. That last game with it for Team EX, they kept that thing strong. They were able to make sure that it didn't get isolated, taken down, and it felt like a real threat. However, we also saw it earlier not make much of an impact in a match at all. I'm curious what you think is going to happen with it moving forward.
So this is, I think, maybe what might happen based on what we've seen at some other events, where an incredibly strong Pokemon comes out. Early on, it does not see the success necessarily that you're anticipating. And this thing evolves so quickly that it might just all of a sudden drop off. Despite its strengths and its positives, if it's not working, people just fade away from it. But what that does is it'll drop it down the priority list.
Yeah.
And if you can get a Latios very late in a draft, well, all of a sudden the counter pick opportunities to really help shut it down aren't necessarily there. And then it can really step into the role that we were hoping it would in the early stages of this tournament.
Let me tell you a Pokemon that has performed and I think is an insane threat. Suicune, I think, is
terrific.
Dummy good.
I
This
don't know
thing
why
is
the East had fallen off.
It's
And quite frankly,
unbelievable. I don't think it's ever stopped being ludicrously good. And one that came into this with a lot of expectations and I think is delivering in a huge way is Ho-Oh. That thing from start to finish is just too good. It's secure early is amazing with Tailwind. Like, it just secures everything in path with that move. We've seen it invade the enemy central area. It's in their face the entire time. Flamethrower does so much damage. You will apply Curse. It'll spread to other allies. Like, so many unbelievably powerful uses for this Pokemon. I feel like that one's really delivering. But one that's been a little absent is Charizard, which I think is interesting.
Yeah. Again, one that I anticipated to see well represented, well played, but I kind of feel like it is at a level at which it should be played, but it's not being played to a level that is necessary to be on this stage. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I think maybe it's been shelved for so long for so many of these players that they used to play Charizard back in the day for funsies, and now all of a sudden they're like, okay, it's good, pick it up. We've got a couple weeks to get it kind of into the flow for our squad, and it's just not, oh, here we go. Look at all those tiny little people.
Look at them out there. You need coaching. We got Lutano up on the main stage. I mean, it's always great to see them back in the game. Vin, JL, what a squad up there. It's really exciting to have Unk here, and they're getting back into it, getting ready for this. They're a team that came together late in the season, a bunch of players who were cracked at the game but had not been playing together all year. Now they threw themselves together kind of last minute and are that dang good that they qualify here for Worlds. You know, something you were talking about with Charizard that I think could be pretty interesting. It might be that we're not seeing the right stuff on the other side for Charizard to really shine. One thing that Char does super well is it shuts down. If something's mobile or a little squishy, you know, if Zoroark is bouncing around, Charizard has that sure hit Unite move that's going to take him up into the sky, slam him down, especially if a Comfey's on him. You kind of get a 2-for-1 pick in a moment like that. I wonder if those are more moments we're going to see Charizard shine. I know that LG was playing Char before the buffs, so
Correct.
that will be really interesting to see later. But right now, I'm very curious to see what S8UL brings into this match, because I've always found India's meta to be very close to a lot of the other regions, but they often have a sneaky pick that's doing very well there. You know, like an Azumarill or a Scizor or something like that. They often have something like that that's really strong. And we're going to find out what that is here as we head into game number 1's draft. You need coaching with the Hoopa Band, S8UL, with the Ho-Oh. No surprise there. I really do think this thing, it's in the realm for me of maybe permaban throughout the rest of the tournament.
I think so too. I just don't think it should be allowed in. We'll see if S8UL goes with the Latios ban to really just prevent Unique Coaching from picking it up. It does have a pretty high fear factor just built into it because of how strong everybody knows it can be.
Yes.
And just because it hasn't realized that doesn't mean it's not a threat.
That's right. It is the Joe Rogan of this tournament. The fear factor on Latios is up there. What was I going to do? Not do the fear factor
I think it's
joke?
easy to not mention
What
Joe
was I
Rogan
going to do?
broadcast.
Not do the
I think that
fear
would have been
factor
very
joke?
easy to do.
What was I going to do?
Not do that. Just not do that. Okay, Suicune getting picked at a pick rate of 69.
Yeah.
And as we going back across the way, that is a very early Leafeon pick and Umbreon. And we're seeing exactly what you were just talking about. Some of the insular tactics that happen in a region like India where they're often competing against themselves, and some of the information that they glean is based on those repetitions.
Yeah, I mean, the Umbreon here, obviously, this thing is formidable, but I do feel like Umbreon is not shining as much as some of the other defenders in the game. It would be interesting if they did pick up a Snorlax at this point, because they could also sort of be saying, hey, we're going to be using this as not only a bit of a defender, but also a wish support, essentially, right?
Exactly. You know, the Gyarados pick, which is very interesting, did get a buff as well. Well, I guess technically Magikarp got the buff, right? So going to see if they can leverage that. Clefable, not a bad look. And we're going with a horse.
Yeah. We got the support horse, too. I hope that's how that stays. Because Galarian Rapidash with EXP share, I think is truly phenomenal. It's so frustrating to deal with. Its damage early, too, is brutal. Confusion does so much damage, has incredible secure, that you're not stressed if you don't evolve out of Galarian Ponyta for a while. You're fine with it. You're doing crazy amounts of damage. They also have stacking items on every single Pokemon except Suicune.
That's some of this got to change. We got 3 light bulbs out here.
You'd assume, right?
Yeah, I would like to think. So, you know, if Lutano is staying on the Rapidash, it leads me to believe that JL will be the one carrying the experience share, just because Uguay and JL tend to be the support tank core of Unk. But hey, there we go. We finally saw the switch up. Still stacking, though, so your point stands. A lot of stacking, a lot of hungry early Eos Energy Pokemon that are going to want to be getting those early dunks. And SAUL needs to take inventory of that, because they are stacking just slightly less.
Yeah, they are stacking a little less. They've got the interesting curse build there for Alolan Raichu on Badshaw. I'm interested to see what that's like. As you can see, the pick rate on this Pokemon is very low. It feels like Alolan Raichu had a moment of being one of the best things in the game, but it really didn't make it into competitive much.
Right.
It maybe had 1 month where it was like a real competitive threat. Since then, we've seen a few teams pick it up. I know the Juicers were running it for a little while, so I'm going to be interested to see what that pick looks like. Also, we've got Gyarados for them, which is a really strong choice, but you've got to baby that thing. You've got to get it online as quick as you can. And we'll see how they do that as we head into game number 1 here between UNITE Coaching, our purple team, and SAUL, our orange team.
Here we go. SAU. You mentioned the low pick rate of some of the Pokemon in SAUL, but that's a story that's not just stuck in India. That is the whole story of this tournament right now. A lot of low pick rate Pokemon here as the meta has changed going into Anaheim, into this weekend. Good pressure by UNITE Coaching quickly, and we got a lot of damage. I believe that's Badshaw on the Alolan Raichu that's fighting as a Pikachu trying to evolve.
And here we go. We actually see, oh, it looks like we have a quick pause request. There might be an issue up on the stage, so we're going to make sure that our players can get that taken care of. You see the camera on Lutano right there. He was in the middle of a crazy escape moment right there. So he gets to breathe for just a second, as we'll see if they're able to make it out. It looks like the Ponyta is actually clearing that and will be able to get out of that situation. But the Clefable's in a bad spot too.
You know, you'll exchange it. In this case, because it isn't a support style Galarian Rapidash, you obviously much rather have Lutano get out of there, and less concerned about JL. Actually, I didn't see if it was JL or Uguay that was sticking on the Clefable.
I think it was Uguay that was on the Clefable there.
So we'll see how that ends up actually coming to fruition here. Now, SAUL, good pressure early, but like you said, they've got the Gyarados that needs to be babysat.
Yeah.
Alolan Raichu needs to be babysat a little bit in the early stages of the game. I think they're a little bit more positioned for it in the bottom path because of Snorlax's strength early. But if you want to talk about a relaxed squad, old Unk is just catching the vibes up there.
They're yucking it up right now. They're feeling pretty good. I mean, look at him up there. You can see, I can know the lip reading. He's saying, wow, these casters are great. And
They're just so cool.
Really enjoying
He's
it.
wiping a tear away because he knows how much positive stuff we say about him.
Yeah.
I actually called him Putano yesterday. I said, don't let Putano show up this weekend. And the first thing he said walking the stage was, Putano's out in full force. And I was like, that is not a good sign, brother. So anyways, they're enjoying their time here in Anaheim regardless, it seems.
Well, you know, they're in that unique position where if things go great, it wasn't fully expected. They came together last minute. They haven't been, you know, scrimming and practicing and competing the entire year, right? And it's just a good time for them to be up on the big stage with a lot of pressure off of them right now. I don't know exactly how the rest of the group is shaking out, so these games might be sort of irrelevant for them moving to day 2. But if there is a chance at all, it would take most likely 2-0ing this group.
Yeah, 2-0ing this game for
and then
sure.
2-0ing the next game. And then at least you're, in contention.
Well, there's 4 teams. They're 1-2, right?
Oh, they're 1-2? I thought they were 0-2.
That's what I'm saying. But there's 4 teams in the group. They're one of those teams. They can't play themselves.
What if they did?
There's a...
we're back,
in
thank
the game.
goodness.
LaFable goes down. Lutano makes it out.
And here we go. We have Lutano fighting in the bottom path right here.
Golly.
Oh my gosh, they're moving forward here. It looks like the Leafeon's in a little bit of trouble, but obviously if they move too deep, they might give up a KO. All Might trying to make something happen right here. Of course, if they can get one, that would be huge, but no, Jail with a massive stop there.
Quickly putting in the points is Vin. Rotation on the combustion. You knew that was coming. Joey is there. So we just got bad gamer tags all over the place today. This is terrific.
Do you remember earlier when you thought they would face another group?
No.
I do.
I don't at
That's
all.
how I'm rewriting that.
Perfect. JL half HP, and we're back to a pause, which means you all get to hear us say stuff more.
The dangerous
Say
thing
more
about a
stuff.
pause like
Jesus.
this is we could get into a situation where we get math wrong. And when the math is only 4 teams, you can see how bad it could get for us. A lot of these groups only having 3 teams makes it a lot easier.
True. Yeah, that's our mathematical threshold.
Whoa.
is
Don't go past 3.
teams.
Yeah,
Like,
don't go past
4
3.
teams? How?
When all of a sudden someone's like, if you have 2 bananas and you add 1, I got this. Once you start saying you've got 2 bananas, you add 2, I'm lost. I don't know, 6 bananas?
The irony here is the joke for basic math is 2 + 2 is 4. And we have not mastered that.
It's just not our
here.
best one.
Welcome to the UCS, ladies and gentlemen. If it's your first time joining us, this is a normal occurrence for this broadcast. So if you hate it, deal with it. We're still here for the rest of this match.
Yeah, they can't take us out mid-match. Well, at least it's never happened before.
And we've messed up.
And we've
badly.
been close. You got to assume we've been close. Obviously, we don't.
I think we just kind of know.
I don't know exactly what the issue is. It looks like someone from S8UL is having a problem up on stage, obviously. We have to make sure that everyone is connected, their headsets are working, they're able to communicate with their team. So a small issue like that is definitely a good reason to pause here as we're trying to figure out exactly what is happening.
Yeah, obviously tournament integrity is incredibly important at the World Championships, and if there's any sign of any faulty devices, connections, just got to deal with it. Looks like we're jumping right back in here as All Might and Curium is putting the pressure on. We had a very quick rotation. Snowy with the follow-up.
Wow.
Now, Snowy here, KO streak of 2, phenomenal. Snowy was added to S8UL for the final tournament of the season and was able to help S8UL qualify. So don't forget the impact that this player has for this squad.
Well, and you saw that. I mean, they got the priority of their first pick, Leafeon, right there, and you can see why they did. Also, the synergy with Gyarados is pretty powerful. You're able to quickly pick up a KO, which quickly gets Gyarados online. Really strong stuff from S8UL in that top path.
Okay, little heavy slam, getting some separation for the rest of S8UL so they can peel. Umbreon has kind of been on the decline. We'll see how S8UL uses this. As Curium steps up, no, they immediately peel back.
Yeah, peeling back here. We got 20 seconds until the birds in the top and bottom path. More points raining in on that top goal zone. Obviously, Serena trying to get as powerful as possible. Interesting, very little range on the side of UNITE coaching, but the same is kind of true for S8UL. Outside of Alolan Raichu, they all play very close range, and even Raichu is only kind of a medium range Pokemon.
Yeah, but in this instance, it looks like it's going to be just enough, right? If they can keep up, keep tempo, get good spacing, they're going to be all right. All Might, tons of pressure, going to go back, grab a berry, as there is 4 players for UNITE coaching getting points in the top, and S8UL matches that downstairs, still with a slight score lead.
Yeah, just trading a little bit right in the top and bottom path. One's deciding to take the Regice, the other team focusing on that Reggie electing top. It looks like this is going to be a good trade for S8UL, especially because this goal zone is actually not low enough, right? The last time I saw it, I think, oh no, it's a 22. So that's not bad at all for UNITE Coaching. They could get a nice overcap here.
Yeah, I kind of expect the SAUL to fully rotate to help catch this thing because all of UNITE Coaching is here. Regieleki puts in, Suicune follows up. We're frozen now. All Might's trying to do their best. Good heavy slam in the back. Good block for separation, pitching the Regieleki. 2 players from UNITE Coaching. And Machisel tries to get into the back line. They're trying to stomp their way through. SAUL, but it's not enough. Big overheat is good for a knockout, but there's 2 players down the other way. Regieleki is still on the doorstep, but it hasn't quite knocked. Now Joey is stepping forward. Rex is doing a great job with spacing here, waiting for the cooldowns as JL steps up, and they're trying to get more points in. This Regieleki is dealt with, and now SAUL just want to make sure that this goal zone stays intact as the pressure continues by UNITE Coaching. Finally, they take a breath and go away. JL low HP, Bad Shot wants that one, they get it.
Wow, I mean, what an incredible defense there from SAUL. That fight was going on for an eternity. We talked a little bit earlier, Dupe Snacks, about this Alolan Raichu and what we might see from it. And you just saw it right there, dancing on the outside of that fight and peppering them with those auto attacks, able to take down enough of them and push them back from this goal zone. Goal now at 16 in the top path. Still some good opportunities for UNITE Coaching to score. Even with that massive overheat, though, they were not able to break the tier 1.
Especially they've got a player sitting at 15 AOS energy, that's Suicune right there, JL, which means if they can have a good push and run through, they can get a gargantuan overdunk here. But SAUL understands what's going on. Snowy in the tank here, taking an eye, taking a look and making UNITE Coaching go somewhere else.
Yeah, UNITE Coaching right now deciding to rotate towards this bottom path here, and SAUL kind of saw the movement, sent players top, and now once again it looks like we're just going to be trading top and bottom here between these 2 teams. All Might is finding Machisel in the top path right here. That Zarina could be a real trouble for them. UNITE move comes out, Zarina gets hit by it, but Zarina able to generate a shield with Queenly Majesty, and they're doing fine.
Yeah, I think that was more to buy time and give SAUL a chance downstairs. Big overheat doesn't hit anybody, and these blocks out of the Snorlax Rex have been very good so far this game, really taking care of the squad.
Look at that Blaziken level 12 right now. I mean, if anything is really happening on the side of UNITE Coaching, it's Vin on that Blaziken. The overheat earlier was very powerful. The higher level lead you can get, the more stacks you can get. This thing is just an absolute monster. We saw it be one of the superstar Pokemon at Worlds last year. I'm not surprised to see it doing well right now.
Nice UNITE move, and they're going to try and go for an overdunk here. It's just All Might. Here comes Kyrian with the follow-up. Overheat is there. All Might is low. They're getting on the backside. Pick up a berry, but there's still 4 players sitting on top of him. Big Suicune UNITE out of JL is enough to get a KO streak of 3 for Zarina, and that goal zone is gone. However, SAUL managing a great counter score and hold on to the lead.
Yeah, and the math from UNITE Coaching was just terrible right there. For some reason, they let both the small points go in, meaning that the goal zone did break right there instead of a huge 50 from either Blaziken or from the Zarina there. Unfortunate, they are behind because of it. They would still be a little behind, but man, an overcap like that would have been really nice.
Weird thing to point out, despite KO streak of 3, SAUL has brought the level lead into parity again, and now they're going to be able to make a decent defense. The Raichu UNITE puts a big old star and sees who want to step in here, and we're pushing down Frozen quickly as the Gyarados, but the follow-up isn't there. UNITE Coaching decides to kind of pseudo-peel back. Regieleki is there, the push continues. All Might is low, big bounce straight in, tons of damage, Leafeon covers, and the defense is complete.
You know, I gotta say, I think that was a really unexpected play from UNITE Coaching, and had it worked, it would have been very cool, but it absolutely did not from them. They really paid for that. Now they've lost 2 members for continuing a push that was clearly done.
Yeah, however, in that exchange with the scores downstairs that UNITE Coaching was able to do, they grabbed the lead and grab a little bit more experience for themselves, so now they've eked out ahead in that category.
Yeah, 224, 212 right now. Again, a better cap top would be really nice for them, but they're still up by 12 points, which is enough to win a game, obviously. SAUL ripping through Regirock right here. UNITE Coaching moving in, but they're too late.
they might take this fight. Good mean look, trapping the Machisler. They're going to try and collapse on Rex, who eject buttons, heavy slams to try and get out of dodge. A block is going to give them shields, but they're peeling back. Rayquaza is going to hit the map, and I think UNITE Coaching baits the pseudo fight in and return.
Wow, I mean, beautiful stuff there from S8UL. I'm surprised that Snorlax didn't go down. They did a great job peeling it out of this fight, but here comes UNITE Coaching. They might just go for a full rip right here. They have some of the best secure in the entire game in that Blaziken, but they're also baiting S8UL in.
Yep, you can see Machisel and Vin immediately trying to collapse. The mean look on the right target. Vin steps forward, steps right back.
Yeah, here we go. A little bit of a do-si-do, trying to peel them back, not letting it happen. Gyarados moves back, and here comes Zarina moving in. Unite move from Gyarados.
Big power nap on top of Machisel, who's now low and caught. They get knocked out by the Leafeon. Good spacing by Batshaw is raining in damage on UNITE Coaching. This rest of this S8UL team is all stuck together, 2 players down for Unk. Batshaw's on the chase, JL is low. A reset out of Vin is giving space, and the back cap action out of the Galarian Rapidash is there. Is this the window that S8UL is going to use? Rayquaza is getting chipped out, worked on. Are they going to let it go back up?
Yeah, and here's the problem, right? Blaziken has a much better secure. It's moving in. Snorlax trying to isolate it. We have the Gyarados coming in. If they can pick up this KO, they can make a good secure on Ray. They have a chance here, Dupe Snacks.
Rayquaza's at half, and if I'm S8UL, I might be looking to pivot to the middle here as we're going through. The block is separating. Alolan Ninetales is low on HP, and now they're gone. Good to gauge. Big time freeze out of JL. Gets a couple targets, and there's Machisel with the Unite trying to pick up Tyrium. Tyrium is low on HP as well. Heavy slam back over the edge, and they're caught in the mean look. Pinned against the wall is the Machisler. No, they're back down, and is that a Clefable KO back the other way? And Rayquaza's back to full, but look at the score lead. 25 seconds left, and we've got another back cap happening. And now they're just protecting the goal zones because they know S8UL can't rip.
Beautiful play there from UNITE Coaching. That Zarina, Clefable moving together through the end of that Rayquaza fight was so unbelievably tough for S8UL to deal with. And because they stopped the rip, even though they got Blaziken, Ray was back to full HP. They couldn't pivot on it right there. Really amazing attempt from S8UL, but as you can see, Unk able to take a huge victory right there with a very well played Rayquaza fight.
I agree completely. I'm thinking if I'm S8UL, they had an opportunity, a couple players down. Yes, I know Vin was not knocked out and going for a reset, but is that one of those moments where they backed off, knowing that the Blaziken could be in the wings and didn't complete the rip? This time it bit him.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was the right call. You know, it's tough to say and it's tough to deal in what could-haves, but S8UL's got to be chewing on that one.
Yeah, you know, it's one of those tough things. We saw this earlier with our match, Dupe Stacks. You can win a fight, but S8UL didn't have any great tools for secure. They actually had some pretty decent rip tools on Ray, but they didn't have a great secure tool. So that made them very unsure, very afraid of something like Blaziken. Even Stomp Zarina, I mean, the damage of that burst is incredible, right? So they have these 2 threats that are really tough to secure around. However, they're behind. So now they've got to either secure now and hope they can get it, or try to win a refight. Well, by the time Clefable and Zarina got back in there, it just wasn't doable.
Let's take a look at this Ray once again. Right into the backside here, and Machisel just stomping and stomping and stomping, making their way through. Snowy steps up, gets a big KO. That's a huge one that they needed. Snowy does go down for that, but I think that's a reasonable exchange. Then the Clefable goes down. JL is low. Vin has to reset.
Yeah, and here we go. Really nice Unite move out of Galarian Rapidash right there to kind of shut down the Raichu and stop a good option for them ripping. And at this point, it's just Zarina, Clefable running through the enemy team. There's nothing they can do in this moment. Clefable even getting some, you know, smacks in there and picking up KOs.
Your MVP is the Machisler for Unk. UNITE Coaching. 5 knockouts, bunch of damage, and really you could see the movement that Zarina provides, getting kind of past the Snorlax into the back line, really caused some headaches, especially in that Ray refight.
Yeah, that was a great fight from Unk, and it's tough, right? You had a good fight from S8UL, but they just didn't have a lot of tools in their toolkit when it came to secure. So now they're in this unfortunate situation where they're kind of allowing UNITE Coaching to come back in, have another fight. And one thing that's really tough, when you've got a Pokemon like Clefable on the other side, if you don't have your Unite moves so that you can create some huge burst damage moments, that thing is just going to keep everything healthy throughout a big fight. And that's what we saw right there. Zarina, Clefable moving in, they just didn't have the damage to deal with it at that point.
No, exactly right. And we've seen the Clefable stocks and priority pick rate go up, up, up. And as we kind of mentioned before our first match, it doesn't take much for Clefable to hit 100k healing anymore. You know, it's got really nice buffs. A lot of these players are stacking with Clefable as well, the special attack specs. And that ability to mitigate non-Unite move abilities with the strength of that healing is unparalleled.
So we've got a Umbreon Blastoise ban from Unk right here. That's pretty interesting. And of course it opens up a free Latios, but very possible they don't mind this at all. And when I see Vin Diesel pick up Dodrio, it feels like a really good counter into something like Latios. I mean, you will be able to dive to the back line of that thing very well. On the other side, we could have a Suicune. I mean, a lot of power picks either way. It does feel like we're in the kind of meta where you're going to ban some things out, but there are like superstar Pokemon all across the roster in this meta.
Gurium picking up Blissey, don't hate that. Mamoswine is interesting. They're going to have to cover this Dodrio in some form or fashion. And I'm not quite sure which way they'll go. Lutano, loving the Galarian Rapidash. Gonna take the Galarian Rapidash.
Yeah, he looked great on it there in game number 1. Next pick over here for JL. It looks like, yeah, let's go. Machisel on Machamp. This is a Pokemon we saw them make hero plays with. Was it last year in one of the regionals?
Last year, I mean, yes.
I think it was maybe the AOS Cup qualifier or something.
Time is very difficult.
It's a flat circle, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. The clock. Boom, we got it.
Exactly. That's what McConaughey was going for in that line. We have last pick here, Sableye. Beautiful from JL. Really nice stuff here. I mean, when I look at Unite Coaching's picks, this is a let's do this, man. Let's play our favorite stuff
on stage.
Let's go. Our game 1 went great, and we don't know if we're heading to day 2. We still have to check with the casters if the math checks out for them to play themselves. And S8UL, I mean, they're in a tough spot right here. When they have something like Latios and they have 2 speedsters that can really shut it down, this could be hard for them.
It really, really can. I mean, it puts so much pressure on Rex and All Might, honestly. You know, Buzzwole is a great separator, right? Picking up, putting down these opposing Pokemon and really kind of getting them out of position.
Yeah.
Right? Or in this case, it'll be getting them out of Latios's face so Badshaw has the room to play.
You know, one pick that I love here is the Mimikyu. That Mimikyu is such an annoying shutdown tool. So you've got Safeguard possibly on Blissey, right, to help protect our Latios. You've got Mamoswine to help protect. You've got the Buzzwole to move them around, get them away from it. And you've got that Mimikyu Unite move that is a great shutdown. Like the second they come in, boom, don't worry, I got them. Actually, so many options on the side of S8UL as we head here to game number 2. S8UL out of India, your purple team. Unite Coaching out of North America, your orange team. They are up 1 game in this best of 3.
JL immediately going on a mission as the little gentleman and comes out with a buff for that effort, and that's what Sableye does.
Sableye is such a monster. Obviously, they even sent the Chansey there to help try to stop it, and look, he's heading right back in looking for more.
I mean, just going to go and, we thought they were going to go harass the Mimikyu. Nope, they're going straight towards the Bunnelby, sending them down path, maybe feeling that there was going to be a rotation by Unite Coaching. The Machop is already there, so they'll be able to maybe clean those up and get stacks in that direction. Vin with the Dodrio cover here, already level 5. Tons of pressure on Rex, and they are not long for this world as they are sent back into the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, and the tough thing about not giving Latios that central area here is in this fight, they're not yet 5, so they're getting no stacks from any of this. Like, this would be an awesome time for them to get a ton of stacks on their Dragon Pulse, but they get none. Still not 5 yet, but that was a great KO. Moving in, trying to pick up 1 immediately.
Badshaw getting a little bit of hot water here. Good cover by Snowy and Rex to make sure to get a knockout instead. But man, you would hate to see that Latios go down. Machisel, pressure on them.
The HP bar does not exist in Bossing.
DNE does not exist, just like that limit.
Wow, unbelievable stuff there. I feel like S8UL counter-punching so well in that fight. Things got really scary, and then in the top path, obviously, they only had one to deal with, so they were able to overpower them.
Yep, Sableye right back into the middle, going to try and harass the Mimikyu here. There's Buzzwole pivots. Now, Lutano on this Galarian Rapidash, going to slowly make their way to their side of the map.
Wait a minute. Is it Draco Meteor?
Yes. Yes. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Let's go.
India marching to the beat of their own drum, without a doubt, here in Anaheim. And I hope for their sake they win this game so we can see another one. Draco Meteor's coming down, and are we going to get a knockout here? Not quite. We at least exchanged for one, but that is way less than what UNITE coaching got out of them.
A lot of scoring happening right there. And I know you and I are known for quick math, but I don't know if there was any math there. I think they were just going for it. If that's what this match feels like in general, like, let's go for it.
So that's, you know, just kind of a key component to when you have a Sableye on your team. You want to unlock one of the T2s as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Because it really gives something for Sableye to do in the middle portions of the game when there's not like those big fights breaking out between both teams.
Here we go. Nice little KO in the top path here. We have the Mimikyu going down. You know a Pokemon that's been amazing today so far, I've got to say, is the Buzzwole. I feel like every time I see Buzzwole, it's like, yeah, this thing's so dang good.
Big heavy slam out of Joey there. The block is up. Rex is doing their best, so is Kyrium, but they really need some firepower to put this UNITE coaching team down, and quite frankly, it just doesn't exist.
The Draco Meteors are still raining in. This is a great opportunity for them to get some stacks of the Aeon Power right here. They know exactly where members of UNITE coaching are going to be, and that is in their face as they look to pick up another KO.
Yeah, it's pretty easy when you're feeding yourself one by one to the wood chipper, which is kind of what SAUL is doing here, as UNITE coaching is being relentless. They don't care what's happening everywhere else on the map. They are saying, we're just going to attack this goal zone on repeat until you actually show that you can stop us, because SAUL hasn't gotten a knockout in a minute until then.
You know, the funny part about that fight in the top path right there, they didn't have a single point of AO synergy as they went towards that tier 2. It was just an ego play. It was just like, let's have some fun. Let's beat them here on their tier 2 goal zone. Nice little KO. Machislo goes down. Snowy picks up one with the Shadow Sneak.
Now Badshaw wants to get another one on Joey here, as it feels like SAUL is finally like, okay, let's breathe for a second. Let's try and do something. All Might's sitting up, finding the Sableye, and they're going to put some points into this goal zone, or at least try to, as the Mimikyu go straight in. The Sableye Unite is used, but to no value. And here comes the Machisler going to work with 4 arms. Nice little Unite move, puts the punch down, and actually forces out a Bliss Assistance and a Mimikyu Unite, so all the fear in the world of the Machisler Machamp.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. UNITE coaching fighting these really well. I am shocked to see Draco Meteor. It is, at least in, you know, the ranked ladder, this is absolutely not the choice, but they've decided that they have ways to set this up. Once it gets going, its damage does get pretty absurd, but if you miss your Draco Meteor, you have nothing. On the other side, Dragon Pulse is essentially a sure hit.
Nice little Unite on the Accelcore there as Lutano keeps pushing forward. Power Nap on the goal pad. And now all of UNITE coaching is showing up. SAUL raining down those Draco Meteors. And only JL is there to catch those receipts as the rest of the team is getting bullied out. Now Joey's low. Joey gets knocked out by a Draco Meteor, but not before Lutano sorts out Mimikyu. And now UNITE coaching, like you said, I think they're just going full ego plays now.
Fully, that's exactly what they're doing. This match has all the trappings of like a duo or trio game that you're just playing, trying to stomp, having as much fun as possible. This doesn't really have the texture of a game at the World Championships. This feels like they're kind of solo queuing and just like having the best time.
Yep, it is a video game, so you got to have some fun. Now SAUL
that is not in the rules, everyone. That is not in the rules. Wow. Come on, Joey.
What a dagger. Draco Meteor's coming down. Nice little knockout for the Buzzwole here and the Mimikyu together. Draco Meteors on Regieleki, that's taken care of. And meanwhile, the rest of UNITE coaching is doing what? Just going behind him.
Yeah, great play from UNITE coaching. They're ahead right here. Nice Sableye Unite move, but we do have the Mimikyu moving on in there. Unite move right back the other way. Also the Egg Bomb right at the end there. That was a beautiful play. It was the possibility of picking up a KO.
Okay, now we're just using Unite moves because around that 4-minute mark, just under. and just making sure we're expending these resources before Rayquaza when you should have them back again.
And here we go. Beautiful play rough right there. Picks up a third KO as they head towards Regice. Sableye getting them some vision and some information. Here comes Machamp. Do they move in with the Unite move? Yes, they do.
Now, all of a sudden into the backline, Batshot, tons of damage. And there goes Machisel going straight for a block against the wall. But it's not enough. 2 players down for SAUL as UNITE coaching keeps going on and on. Snowy grabbing that Regieleki in that mix, and I didn't even see that.
Yeah, they were able to grab that here. We have Machamp trying to peel away from this after they scored on that tier 2 goal zone. Dodrio putting some work. Unite move from Dodrio, picks up 1, picks up 2, going for the Mimikyu, and they get it right there. Now peeling away from this. No, they are right back in. They are not stopping. They're looking to make this fight happen. The jump kick over on the other side, back in towards the Blissey, trying to dodge the Ice Bank. They break with Blissey's ankles. The Draco Meteor's coming in and they peel away from it. Mamoswine finally takes down Dodrio.
Unk is spelled E-G-O. That is all we're doing today. Holy. It was fun to watch.
You
so gotta say it's fun to watch. There's, I don't want to say there's no strategy, but a lot of the core strategies have been thrown to the wind as these teams are just chucking knucks.
I think at this point, they are playing for the glory of it, right? They're putting on a show. They're the gladiator in the arena, and we are entertained. This is amazing.
8 seconds till Ray Spraggles. We're going to see how these teams play it. Draco Meteor checking bushes, not finding anyone. And let's have another fight.
Yeah, here we go. I want to see how they play this Draco Meteor. If they hit 1 or 2 of these in a big way, the damage is ludicrous, but they're going to need UNITE coaching to kind of bunch up at some point. All Might just tapping Rayquaza. Here comes the Sableye looking to start a fight right here.
They're trying heavy slam, power nap straight in. Buzzwell Unite does find the Machisler. Bliss Assistant's already used on Latios, pinned against the wall here. There's Joey's on the search. On the backside, though, is All Might lifting and putting down the opposite fighting type here, and now they're putting the Draco Meteors on top of the Rayquaza. Here comes Finn and the rest of the squad. JL moves in, tries to chop them down in the backline with Sableye. Draco Meteors still collapsing on top of the Thea Skyruins, doing more damage. 3 players down for, well, it was SAUL, now it's 2 each side, and Rayquaza, is this still getting worked on? I don't even know anymore. Joey's just taking inventory of what's going on.
Yeah, Rayquaza's at half right now. We have Galarian Rapidash moving in. They're going to try to peel and make this fight happen. Stuck inside that triangle. They do go down. Ray picks up the KO. Rayquaza now under half here, and SAUL needs it. They are behind, but Champ trying to make something happen. Huge stuns there from the Sableye, and it looks like they're going to keep moving on to Ray.
Machisel sees where Badshaw is. They're going straight into the middle. Rayquaza, Draco Meteor secured by SAUL, but they've got 40 seconds to go score. Actually secured by Blissey, 4 players down, so now it becomes pretty Fisher-Price. How much can this Galarian Rapidash counter score? Not quite enough.
Yeah, here we're going to see. They're up to 400, now 420 for SAUL. 510 after that Blissey score. With only 22 seconds left, UNITE coaching is going to lose this game, and we're heading to a game 3. I mean, now the question is, what do we get to see out of these 2 teams? Because in that one, they really were putting on a show.
Yeah, I mean, UNITE coaching, after they lost, Ray, all just burst into laughter. They're just having the most fun they can in this opportunity. And really, you know, I can't blame them. You're 0-2 in your group. You're on stage. Have as much fun as you possibly can in this moment. And SAUL is clearly, I don't want to say rattled, but they are having a much different experience on stage right now.
Fully, yeah. UNITE coaching is having a great time. They're playing some of their favorite picks. They're enjoying the moment. Now, of course, SAUL is having, you know, their moment is that they won that match. That was close, though.
Yes.
It was close, and it felt like Unk was throwing haymakers all game. They weren't playing a strategic game of Pokemon Unite. They were just trying to throw knockout punches.
And they threw quite a few of them.
Yeah.
You know, they were throwing. Either they're throwing or they're throwing haymakers, but there was a lot of throwing by UNITE coaching in that because they were playing, like we said, a solo queue game.
Yeah.
They were just having as much fun as humanly possible. I mean, Finn with 120k damage.
Wow.
Like, just on a different planet now.
You really saw it in the Dodrio, too. Relentless. So many moments where you could make a great argument for peeling away, but why would you when you're trying to play like that? You're just trying to dominate the entire match. On the side of SAUL, we had a Draco Meteor didn't look too bad. I got to give it up to Snowy. That Mimikyu felt like it was really powerful in that match, creating a lot of big plays.
Yeah, I liked the Mimikyu more than last game's Leafeon. Last game's Leafeon was not bad by any means. I'm not trying to say that. What I will call out, though, is you mentioned the Draco Meteor Latios. Was that only a positive result because of how Unk was playing?
That's a great
question.
question.
Something that you have to keep into the equation when you're talking about the texture of the second game.
You know, they have options, right, to reposition members of Unk. So I do think SAUL had options for Draco Meteor, but into such a mobile squad, I'm shocked you wouldn't want to run Dragon Pulse. It's crazy.
Yeah, I have a tendency to agree here. Regardless, SAUL wins. They needed to win.
Yep.
This all but effectively, I think, eliminates UNITE coaching because I think they really needed a 2-0 here to create some tiebreaker shenanigans at 1-2. But your MVP, All Might, the Buzzwole, actually kind of working on the opposite side of the map most of the game, it felt like, but made their presence felt when it was important. 5 knockouts.
Yeah, big plays from All Might. Buzzwole having a weekend already. Feels like it's really solid. The repositioning alone is amazing, not to mention the shields you get while you're fighting. It's just a really difficult Pokemon to deal with, and it kind of is a pseudo defender in how well it can peel away some of these threats from your squishier attackers and speedsters and things like that. It's been really, really strong. Now we're heading into game number 3. If that was UNITE coaching having fun, what does game 3 look like? Because I feel like it's got to be even crazier.
Yeah, you might think, UNITE coaching might be completely on like have as much fun in this moment as possible, or in that second game they just went, we have a game to give.
Yeah,
let's have some fun and
true
do
too.
what we want and try to close the door on this one with our personal preferences and our own flair.
I think the way to go for Unk right here is Venusaur for Lutano. I think there's no question. I think you first pick it at this point. You can't let your opponents get that Venusaur away from Lutano. It just feels like a Pokemon that we need to see up on the main stage. I don't know if they're going to bring it out, but for those of you who haven't watched a ton of UCS, Lutano had legendary moments on Solar Beam Venusaur, so much so that it felt like he solely created a meta around this Pokemon that everyone had to adapt to and recognize, wow, this is actually quite good.
There's a place on the map that for a while I was just calling Lutano's Kitchen because he would end up in that same spot, hit a Solar Beam, and secure a Rayquaza.
Yeah.
Whether it was his team ripping or the other, did not matter. It was his to take. Now, Ho-Oh, Latios banned. So it looks like SAUL does not ban Latios if they have the first pick because they want it. Suicune quickly nabbed up by JL, and maybe we're having a bit of a more normal game.
Yeah, could be. I mean, Suicune is just ludicrously good. It fits into any team composition. They do grab the Umbreon that they were denied from last game, and there is the Snorlax. Moving on over to UNITE coaching, we're going to see what they want to grab here. I loved seeing Sableye in that game. It felt like it was an awesome choice.
It was really fun, and JL's a really good Sableye player, which those two things need to be done. If you're playing Sableye, you need to be a good player, unless your name is Kirk, and then in that case, you're a terrible player, but you play Sableye anyways, and you ruin everybody's day.
That's true. You're allowed to do it.
You're allowed to do it. It's just not preferred.
Exactly. As we have Machizel, Vin Diesel, yeah, going with a more normal team composition for UNITE coaching, right?
Repeat of game 1.
Yeah. We've got the Zarina, we've got the Blaziken. Looked insane earlier, Vin Diesel on this Blaziken. So
it's so good.
It's so good. Yeah,
Between
unbelievable.
it-
And Vin is just such a great player.
Yeah, between it and Buzzwole, I mean, what else are we doing?
Yeah.
Those two Pokemon are incredibly strong.
India deciding to bring out the Darkrai here in game number 3. Next couple of picks over to UNITE coaching. Obviously, we're still looking for some type of tanky, defendery situation, but who knows what Oogway wants to bring out. We could have some support. We could have some recovery in
the
tree. What do you see?
Joey's tree.
Oh, absolutely. One of the best Trevenant players on the block with Lutano here on the Zeraora.
I'm looking at this Darkrai. Zeraora is surprising to me. We have seen a kind of spike in Zeraora. We do know how strong it can be. Darkrai has been both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
It's looked phenomenal, and other times it's looked absolutely miserable. Snowy locking in Mew here, which is way different than like Leafeon and Mimikyu. So India trying to crack the code of this lineup that Unique Coaching has put together.
Interesting now, we have the Zarina being shifted down to Lutano, Machisel now on the Zeraora, and does the pick rate just having a minus next to it mean someone tried to pick it once and they actually took it back?
Or we
is that how low
I think we're at the pick rate of this event, possibly.
Maybe, and
right?
it is nothing so far.
That's I love putting stats up on the screen that we don't understand, which, to be fair, even if they did explain it to us, there's a good chance we wouldn't understand.
I bet there was a meeting where they talked through all of this.
Not one that we're... Actually, I say that. That is the type of thing that we would be said in a meeting we are in, and we do not catch any of it.
I've been told by production that means it's less than 1% pick rate. So it isn't even 1% of the time we see this.
1% of the time, every time, as they say.
They do say that. And in that 1% situation, they are correct as we're getting ready for game number 3 here. I mean, look at the vibes from Unique Coaching. They're feeling it, man. They feel great.
We love that. I love that. Again, the two could not be more polar opposite. The two teams could not be more polar opposite in the energy they currently have on stage. Now, I don't think there's nervous energy out of SAUL. Say the thing.
Here we go, Unique Coaching, your purple team. SAUL, your orange team. We're on game 3 here of this best of 3. We don't know how this group is exactly shaking out, but I can tell you for SAUL to stay alive in this tournament, they are going to want to win this.
Joey on a mission here. They're going crosstown shootout, going to try and contend with his Darkrai, see what they're up to, and maybe give them some fits early on.
Let's see if we're able to steal it. Not able to grab that one right there, but still able to be pretty annoying. Darkrai not too good until it's level 5, right? So you actually do have an opportunity to be pretty frustrating. And we have Machisel here trying to pick up a KO. The focus band there on the Magikarp keeps it around.
Now, Curium kind of going on a mission as well, trying to put some pressure back the other way. All Might is incredibly low. JL decides to back off of them and get a Curium knockout. Decent attack by Vin and closed out by the Chiseler.
Yeah, nice KO right there as we head down to the bottom path. You see Lutano, the Zarina, getting pushed away here. We have the Darkrai moving forward towards Joey. A little bit of a revenge moment for that Darkrai, right? Very annoyed that they had to deal with that central area here. And now they're just going to take all of this juicy experience.
Yep, SAUL playing with a little bit of purpose here, and they need to, because their tournament life is quite literally on the line. They need to win this one to really give themselves a true opportunity to make it into day 2 here at the World Championships. But really relentless. SAUL kind of giving a dose of their own medicine back to Unk. A couple invades. You saw Curium early. Now you see Rex just kind of living on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, we can see the Magikarp still not yet at Gyarados, which is a rough place to be. You want to be able to get that online as early as possible because you get so much value out of it if you can. It feels like all the fights are going the way of Unique Coaching, and without a Gyarados steal, this is going to be almost impossible. They're going to look for a steal here with the Solar Beam, but beautiful Blaze Kick pulls it away.
Yeah, great reposition by Blaze Kick to get it out of that range and guarantee yourself all that farm. Taking a snooze is the Snorlax there. Decent Solar Beam, but it's not enough to save Rex as Curium and Badshot are peeling back. Snowy decides to go right back in his Darkrai, and now the whole team collapses. But Machisel's there to scoop up the trash, putting on the electric charge to the SAUL team and sending them reeling.
Yeah, beautiful play right there. And that Zeraora does so much damage, especially when that boosted triggers with discharge. Just incredible stuff. It also has that really nice pull that can frustrate your opponents in big ways. As we have a little bit of a face-off in the top path. In the bottom path right here, another great Blaze Kick secures all that experience from the side of Unique Coaching.
All pressure by Vin here onto SAUL into this goal zone, and right back in is Machisel as SAUL is trying to stand tough here on their tier 1 goal zone and making sure that it does not get out of control down here. But right back into the action is Unk. Heavy slam by Rex doesn't really catch anybody. They're quickly frozen by JL, and the mean look is down on Machisel. They are trapped. Can they actually get a knockout?
Wow.
No! It's Kiram that goes down, and then Unique Coaching is scoring. Listen, that's an electric type, but that is just an absolute battery of an assault out of them.
Yeah, amazing stuff right there from the Zeraora. You know, you could see them trying to be a cowboy of themselves with a little bit of a lasso tech, trying to pull them off of that goal zone with the Volt Switch discharge. Not able to make it happen, but picking up the KOs regardless. Huge Unite move into a Bliss Assistance, looking for this Gyarados right here. And with so much damage on Zera, they end up doing so much damage to their opponents. Another KO, really well played.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that SAUL has done very well in 3 games is maintain the score.
Yes.
To be as close as possible, even when they're down on experience and losing these fights. In game 1, they were able to almost turn it around. Game 2, they won. We'll see how game 3 shakes out as this Darkrai has pulled Lutano into the nightmare, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Rex can't run coverage for the Darkrai.
Yeah, Darkrai going down in its own Unite move has very much the call an ambulance, but not for me vibes, right?
Oh,
I mean, not great for them. Using the eject button right there, but not able to catch them either with that Gyarados Unite move.
Great Suicune Unite to cover as well, and now Lutano's just scoring in the bottom path. It kind of feels like Unite Coaching is starting to gain the momentum here in this one with about half of the clock expired.
Yeah, and here we go. Lutano obviously in a lot of trouble right here. Ends up going down just very deep into the central area there of SAUL. As we have more pressure being put on, JL in some trouble. Looks like they're going to pick up another one, and they do.
SAUL, I would say, needs to get this wild farm that they've got on their side of the map, and they need to collectively decide where they want to send their 5 players. Because right now they're getting picked apart pretty efficiently by Unite Coaching, who hasn't really grouped up at all yet.
Yeah, it feels like the same kind of stuff from Unite Coaching right here, just like really in your face, kind of trying to show off with some of these plays right here. They're looking for the lasso, not able to make it happen due to a very well-timed bounce.
Now they're starting to rip Regieleki. Here comes SAUL, but Snorlax is nowhere in sight. Secured by Blaziken, it's what you want out of them. Curio uses their Unite move, but gets dispatched of immediately after. Finally, Vin goes down. Snowy is trying to put damage on. They're getting super low. They're gone. And it's a Regieleki marching towards SAUL.
Yeah, and with how Unite Coaching has been playing, they want to keep this push alive, even if it would be better for them to peel away from it. A little bit of a dangerous surf right there, but pulls it even closer.
Good Unite move.
Massive Unite move. Another from Zarina takes down the Umbreon. Reggie is very close, getting pushed back right now by the block.
Now Lutano steps up. They take a ton of damage. That's a quality knockout they want. Snowy does close the door on them now. Regieleki is going to be dealt with. But again, SAUL down in experience, but this scoreline is close, Spraggles. There is not a huge gap there. But how is SAUL going to catch back up in these levels?
Yeah, it is going to be tough, right? One thing for sure, Unite Coaching is keeping the pressure on. They are continuing to fight. They're continuing to push their chips in the middle and gamble for some of these bigger plays. SAUL, knowing that, does have an opportunity to catch them when they make one of those all-in moments with the wrong cards. But right now, Unite Coaching is playing so well, I'm not sure they're going to be able to do it.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Curium on a mission here. It looks like they're just trying to get stacks, a couple points at a time. Meanwhile, you've got a free basement Regieleki going to Unite Coaching, and SAUL is sitting on their pad trying to figure it out. And bang, the Zeraora is looking for that action now. Machisler's there, the block isn't isolating anybody, and knocked out on the backside is Rex, the Snorlax. KO Shrika 2 for the Machisler, and they're looking for more. On top of Curium is there, Vin gets credit, and now it's Badshah trying to do something with this Mew, but there is not enough. That pink Pokemon is not enough in the fate of Unite Coaching.
296, 206, and as you talked about, even though Unk is so in their face, fighting constantly, scoring constantly, SAUL is not out of this thing score-wise at all. One thing that is tough, though, is they are dealing with the entirety of Unite Coaching in their central area, outside of Zeraora. Wow, that's one of the latest Unite moves. This is a solo queue game.
Yeah, they do not care.
We have a 2-minute, 20-second Zarina Unite. If it was your ally, he'd be getting check it out pinged right now.
Oh, wild work. Unite Coaching reels back. Zarina down for another 10 seconds. SAUL probably wondering what the heck they're supposed to do now. That being said, the level is still in the favor of Unique Coaching. The points in the favor of Unique Coaching.
And here we go. Unique Coaching looking for their opportunity. They don't yet have Zarina or a Unite move on the Zera Aura. So the question is, do they want to fight? But here comes SAUL.
I mean, JL's trapped in the mean look here. The pressure's on. They want Machisel. They want a good target. They want Finn. They want somebody. Lutano's on the backside here. Power Nap right in the middle of everybody. The pressure's on. Machisel is down. JL's getting low. Block separation is there. Lutano eats an E-ball, and they're gone too. And now we have a heavy slam back to the middle. It's all on Finn, who catches the Bliss Assistance right in the middle. Can they turn the tides on this? Snowy, or excuse me, Bad Shot getting 2. Finn gets the Darkrai right back. But why are they so far away from the Rayquaza Spraggles? They need that thing. Rex is trapped. Solar Beam is there. Pivot to the middle. India, please. You got to secure this thing. Everybody's coming off spawn. You got 4 seconds, and Lutano's already back.
Here we go. We have the rip from the Gyarados. Rayquaza is going down. Lutano caught in the mean look right there. Ray getting even lower, but it's not down yet. We have multiple members of Unique Coaching running for it. They're going to look for the secure. Here comes the Suicune, but no, it's Mew from SAUL.
Wait a minute, taking how you get it, Tento's in. We standing on business. SAUL getting it done with the big dogs out here. 306 to 296. The gap is definitely surmountable if you need coaching, but not anymore. Those Hunderburgers in. They are eaten, and SAUL keeps their tournament alive.
Beautiful stuff from SAUL. The points continue to rain in. They are a big stepper here as they take down Unk on the main stage. Amazing stuff from the squad. Such a fun match to watch. It feels like when Unique Coaching decided that they were just going to play their way, things got really exciting. But unfortunately for them, they did lose this too.
There's a reason that you don't approach this game like an absolute solo queue space cadet, because against decent teams, they'll find a way to punch a hole through it. That being said, what an incredibly fun best of 3 we just saw between India taking the 2-1 victory over Unique Coaching, who honestly put on a show.
Yeah, they did. I think both teams really put on a show. SAUL knew what they were dealing with when they were seeing some of these picks and the way they were playing, and they played it well. They made the right choices when your opponents are acting wild, right? Yeah. And it paid off for them.
Yeah, I mean, I love the energy that Unique Coaching has here. Obviously, you know, we don't know what happened off stage. They did go into this 0-2, but I love the energy that they brought here. They understood, it's like they understood the assignment.
Yes, they did.
You know what I mean? And you gotta love that for them. SAUL also understanding their own assignment and delivering. What a quality match between these two teams, and I really enjoyed getting to see India for the first time in a long time on the world stage.
Yeah, so good to have them here at Worlds. I hope we get to see a day 2 out of them. I know they have more matches to go. They could be the deciding factor there. We see from North America, Unique Coaching, one of the last teams out of North America to qualify for this event, and it does look like their day 2 dreams are done.
But they still get to have fun in Anaheim, which is a positive, some tell me.
It's a great thing. Home to the world's largest marble, I've heard.
I've heard. Machisel 110 on the Zera Aura, having a really fun game. And of course, you're seeing a lot of damage numbers up because Unique Coaching was fighting quite a bit.
Yeah, they were. I mean, look at that. 110, 90 from Vin. The match was incredibly close, but it does feel like they were making plays that they knew were close to throwing. We had a pretty late Zera Aura Unite. We had an insanely late Zarina Unite for 0 value. So I think Unk knew what they were doing.
I agree completely. As we see the replays of this game 3 here, I have a question for you, Spraggles. Now, SAUL did keep their tournament alive, but you have to think, would this have been the result if Unique Coaching was not playing the way that they were?
That's a great question, right? And that it's a stressful place for SAUL to be in, you know? They did win this situation, but they won with a team throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it, and that was including their games, right? They were throwing those too. So, yeah, I don't know how you're feeling if you're SAUL. You definitely want the W, you want the win, but you're going to be going up against another team that desperately wants to stay in this competition soon.
Darkrai getting MVP, something we don't get to say too often, and that was in the hands of Snowy, who had a really fun game on this Darkrai, getting 9 knockouts.
I feel like Snowy is on fire.
Yeah, they're playing really well.
I guess. I feel like Snowy's on fire for this crew. I mean, just really strong. an incredible center area player, picking up tons of KOs, putting the pressure on their opponents. Every match we see them in, they feel like a big difference maker when it comes to carrying.
Yeah, and I mean, not only that, doing it with all different types and styles of Pokemon, right? We saw Leafeon, Mimikyu, Darkrai out of this player. Got to give credit to Bad Shot in the last stages of that game 3 on the Mew as well. Really helped seal the deal, close the door, you know, using the E-Ball to track down targets, big damage with the Solar Beam, right? Closing the door on Vin and allowing the team to pivot to Ray and get themselves the victory.
Yeah, great plays from them. But
Great
again,
plays.
the road ahead is, it's unsure what's going to happen with them. They had kind of a tough matchup where when it felt like their opponents were playing their best, they lost, and it felt like when their opponents were playing their worst, that's when they actually ended up winning. You don't have a ton of confidence moving forward from a match like that.
No, you got to take it as for what it is. You won, you got out of that situation.
Yep.
Now you got to buckle up because I think they still need to play QT Dig out of their group, a strong Japanese team. So a lot of work still left ahead for SAUL.
This is going to be a great game coming up here. Nouns, Paper Rex. This is a tough one. I feel like both of these teams are the best out of their regions, right? So it's really scary. Either one of these, I feel like, could have the game here. I wonder if we're going to see, you know, the Nouns that shows up to an event like this and performs, or the one that buckles under the pressure, which we've seen at a few live events recently.
Hopefully they play into their strengths. They don't overthink it. They keep the energy light, and they can go into this with clear heads and really just focus on what's ahead of them. From the side of Paper X, like you said, incredibly strong team. Did make day 2 at ACL. Had a decent run. Gorgeous jerseys, which to me matters. To most it doesn't. To me it definitely does. But all that does is it's squared us up for an awesome match coming up next. Are we going to break?
That's a great question. I've wondered the same thing for a while right now, but
We are ready now for break. See ya.
We're going to break. We'll be back. Ah! We did it. That was good. A lot of cards.
Yeah.
And welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers and fans, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series here in Anaheim, California for the Pokemon World Championships 2025. It has been such an incredible day so far, almost the halfway mark. But hello everybody, I am Kalasaurus and we have Zoinks coming in again. How are you feeling so far today, Zoinks?
I'm feeling fantastic. The matches have been incredible. It's been so fun to see the inter-regional competition already. And I gotta admit, I think me and a lot of the fans are pretty excited that we got Kalasaurus finally in the booth today. Let's go.
Yes, we are here. As I said, it's almost the halfway mark. We've just been hiding there. I have been there in the back lines, keeping an eye on all those teams and seeing what has shaken up. And we haven't actually had a look at how our group stage has been going so far. So we need an update here. We have the graphic.
Let's
Take it away,
go.
Zoinks.
Let's take a look. And what a breakout performance from Latin America North, by the way. We'll be talking about that a little bit throughout the group stage with Stamina Esports with a 3-0 finish. Orange Juicers also qualifying out of Group A with a 2-1 finish. Things getting a little sketchy for them throughout that match, but able to take wins against Splash and Gen 5. Team EX on such an amazing performance this tournament, 2-0, and Peru Unite making it out of Group B, but at a 1-1 finish. Group C, of course, no competition has started quite yet. And Group D, what we're going to be casting here in a second, is also just beginning its competition. Version 1, though, unfortunately, with an 0-2 fashion, will be eliminated from our tournament.
And we are going to head over to Group E so far. Santos Laguna from Latam North are 2-0, and QT Dig that 1-0 there. So there's still a little bit more to go for that group. We haven't seen anything yet from Group F there, so we'll see that later on in the day. But Group G, high five, winning every single match against these teams. They are that top seed, and Insomnia are 1-1 there.
Right.
So we'll have to see how they fare up against CM Esports to see whether they actually end up keeping that second spot or not.
Yes.
And Group H, well, that's another group that we haven't seen anything just yet.
We got a lot of groups.
Yeah, there's a lot of groups here today. A lot of teams.
Exactly. Yeah, I think Force Team going to be the biggest Insomnia fans on the planet for that next matchup. Really hoping they can get the win. Hoping CACM can take down Insomnia and then make that score even between the two of them. That would be a good look for them. But of course, that's all going to be happening a little bit later. I've just been so impressed with both Santos Laguna and, of course, we had Stamina Esports a little bit earlier on today for the Latin America North region, popping up at the top of their groups and very impressive. We do have a B stream going on during this tournament, by the way, if you want to check that out. And right now, I think Santos Laguna is going to Game 3 against QT Dig from Japan. So a very intense matchup will probably be a very important decider within that group. And, well, of course, the SAUL versus QT Dig match later on in the day. But that is all later. A different stream, different tournament, different matches, because we are going to be looking up. Ooh, and take a look at this. I'm totally lying. We're going to be jumping right into that match. This is our B stream. We're going to be taking a bit of a look, just a sneak peek at what is going on in that matchup as Santos Laguna and QT Dig tied up at 1 game apiece.
I know we were walking past there in the back line, seeing the Japanese casters pop on off as they were casting these matches, but we can see that Regieleki has just crashed on through, and Santos Laguna have managed to break that top tier 1 pad.
Yeah, and a few interesting things to call out here. QT Dig actually drafting the Suicune, a Pokemon we don't see Japan selecting very often, also with a very token early game composition that Japan loves to play. Santos Laguna, on the other hand, that's a Garchomp and a Charizard. Like 2 Pokemon that are really going to need the scaling. So you see the points on the screen. We're only at the 6-minute mark right now. QT Dig does have the advantage, but that team fight win we just got to witness on the top side, I think very likely could be signs of things to come with this late game powerhouse squad.
Another thing I want to point out, which I'm surprised we haven't really seen much of, is Alcremie.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen it over on our side on the mainstream, so I'm glad that we get to see this little cream puff out on the field.
And recover. I'm seeing the dollops out there.
Yeah, I know. So obviously getting that recovery, the healing, as we can see Minato on the Blissey as well, running the Egg Bomb. So I'm assuming that they are also running that healing build with that soft foil too.
Yeah, a few really high intense recovery Pokemon showing up a little bit, but I'm so excited. We even get this small chance to see the Alcremie showing up, having a battle against the other EXP share Pokemon, but his Charizard from Hitman is looking so strong, but the Cake is a pretty decent response. That's a lot of HP recovery, not to mention the max HP. It might not be something you can turn around the KO with, but it certainly does make Charizard and Snorlax have to peel back.
I mean, we are just past that halfway point. We just saw it is a close battle, 136 to 121. We do have a basement Reggie spawn, and on here is going to be Reggie Steel, but we still have 2 members from either side out of sight.
Wow, okay, so Charizard does get the pickup on Suicune, so a Pokemon that, of course, could slow it down for a moment. They don't find the Serena, who could steal that away, but 2 Unite moves, both Charizard and Garchomp, are certainly enough to secure your team the objective, and it looks like they're going to go for more than that, a big team fight win, leaving that goal zone on 10 with only a Blaziken and an Alcremie to defend it. That powerful recovered Dollop being prevented from the Blaziken by a Snorlax block. They finally do pick it up, but 5-on-1, too tough for even Blaziken. Very powerful Pokemon to overcome.
Yeah, that is going to be a pretty hefty overdunk there on that bottom path. So Santos Laguna still holding that lead at 220 to 159. And well, Blissey is going to go and dunk in another 5 points just to... Potentially, they might be stacking here if they're running that soft foil.
They could be stacking. I don't know if they had their Unite move yet either. Supports have very few options to charge up that Unite move very quickly, because it takes them a long time to knock out even wild Pokemon. So either getting yourself KO'd or getting really small scores and rapidly in, that's another big way to help.
Can I just mention, how cool was that retreat from Charizard?
So sick.
That was epic.
Yeah.
I don't think I've actually ever seen that yet.
Yeah. Didn't get lucky with the crates, huh? Yeah, me neither.
Very, very unlucky, unfortunately, but...
Yeah, no, unfortunately. And you see Absol and Charizard both desperately racing to get to that level 13. Charizard going to make it to that benchmark, but also trying to charge up that Unite move. I mean, Garchomp, Charizard, and Absol, the damage core from Santos Laguna, all 3 of these Pokemon are really made or broken by their Unite moves in these final fights. They are so dependent on it. They need to get those charged up because that's going to be by far their main win condition.
I think this is tricky for Zarina over on QT Dig, because really out of those 3, who do you actually go and prioritize with that lockdown Unite move? Yeah, you could get Charizard, but then they can also answer back with a lockdown Unite move of their own, but we do have another basement Reggie about to spawn as the fight is going to break on out. Blissey is out of the mix, so Santos Laguna, knowing that their supporter is not there, they're going to back away and give up this Reg Ice to QT Dig.
Okay, Suisha with a very impressive outlook. And folks, if you want to take a look at the rest of this match, you are going to have to tune into the other stream. We are going to be peeling away because our main stage stream match is ready. That's why there's VODs, people. Go check it out. Or if you're in venue, make sure to tune in. But our match on stage is just about ready. So, Kello, we're going to start talking about it. It is going to be PaperX versus Nouns Esports. 2 teams that actually have a bit of a storied history.
Yeah, we need to get a Celebi and time travel all the way back to Pokemon Unite World 2022.
Okay, we're going to the way back.
We were going way back. That was actually the debut of Pokemon Unite, our first year.
Yes.
Competitive. So we actually had 3 of the members from Nouns, Bruv, Adesu, Gatlu, that core going up against 2 members from PaperX who were on a different team back then, Yang and Reeboks. And despite each of these teams making every single World Championship, they have never actually had a rematch.
Okay.
So, you know, a little bit of history. We'll have to see whether Yang and Reebongs now on PaperX, representing APAC West, can make this comeback and demonstrate how far they have actually come over these years, or whether Nouns is still on top, because they actually ended up winning.
Okay,
but, look,
okay.
Bears, we're in.
The Nouns renaissance is in favor of Nouns at the moment, but PaperX, like you mentioned, a bit of a new look, a new team, and it's been years, but we all remember. We always remember. So let's see where this draft is looking like so far. PaperX will be banning both the Blissey and the Charizard. I think 2 staple Pokemon that we've seen in the Western metagame. Now Esports, though, going with double defender bans. Also, just an update for all of you at home, and potentially us too. All of the stats you see on screen at this point in the tournament are entirely from Worlds exclusively. So we are no longer all season stats. Any stats you see on screen are coming from this tournament.
Okay, so we can see there that Suicune has been a top priority pick with that 62% win rate here today. But I guess knowing that we have that Suicune and that Snorlax over on the side of Nouns Esports, Yemu is going to lock in a Blissey, and we also have a Mamoswine. So picking up that bulk later on in that draft phase.
Yeah, Mamoswine is a pick for the defender, or sorry, a secondary defender in this pick. It's actually really interesting. It will give kind of the anti-melee option, which, of course, we have Galarian Rapidash, Dodrio, two Pokemon that will like to get up close and personal. They could be a soft counter. However, Pastel Veil versus Ice Fang is going to be a bit of mind games between these two sides. But I think Toonslam going for an attack damage Pokemon that plays at range should come at no surprise after seeing kind of the defender and supportive options. It's going to be interesting to see the Mewtwo Y versus the Latios, and I believe Adesu going to be picking up that Pokemon, which means we're going to see central area damage carry Galarian Rapidash, which is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, well, I know between Nouns, having spectated them throughout that season, Toon and Gatlu are very flexible when it comes to their lane of choice. So they do switch around between that top and that central area. But I guess considering Gatlu is running the attack weight stack, we are likely to see them up in that top half. That way they can hack that up earlier on in the game, but I guess we'll have to wait and see because, well, Rapidash has stacking item of their own with the special attack specs.
Yeah, there you go. Get a little bit of boost both with the stacking from scoring and the stacking from knockout if you throw the drive lens into the mix as well. I'm really interested to see this Blastoise versus Dodrio top half matchup because those picks did come in tandem. We saw the Dodrio from Nouns Esports and then followed up by the Blastoise selection from PaperX. And it does make sense. It's going to be a pretty tanky Pokemon for especially early game Dodrio to try to deal with. Also, we get a rare appearance with the Choice Scarf, the held item as well, with Blastoise going with double auto attack items and even adding a triple one now when you throw the Choice Scarf in the mix.
Yeah, well, they don't need that experience share on hand, but there we go. We're heading into that first match between PaperX and Nouns Esports, rolling it out early. That is a really early KO on that Mewtwo, giving that advantage PaperX. But, bruv, they're just going to have to fend off and shut this Latios down by themselves for the time being.
Yeah, pretty important early KO. I think PaperX would have loved if Latios gets the last hit there, but just any hits on opposing Pokemon will stack up that Eon power a little bit later. We need that level 5, right? So, you know, just signs of things to come. They're practicing. They're practicing, making sure they're set to go.
Got to warm up those muscles there, all right? You got to get into that routine. Otherwise, as we pivot up to the top half, we can see Yang supporting Yamu there, looking for that level 5. That way, they can reach that War Turtle phase.
And I really do love this companionship of the Blastoise and the Hoopa together. One of the most tanky damage dealers we have with the Blastoise, compared with the Hoopa, who can reset almost full HP bars, is a very powerful duo. PaperX putting up yet another knockout, though, and now Mimikyu getting a KO. Latios getting a few more Aeon power stacks that they have hit that level 5. There's going to be some early pressure. Toonslam, in a rare occasion, actually has to just play really far back.
Yeah, they're going to have to play far back, but we can see Gatlu has decided to head on into that central area on that mini-map, leaving Inda all alone to fend against two members. Gatlu has appeared on screen, and I believe they ended up successfully taking that red buff too.
Yeah, I think that also just gives us a little bit more information about why Inder was playing the way they were as well. Basically playing for information, making sure that Gatlu on that invasion mission would not be disrupted whatsoever by PaperX rotating. So good call from them. Adesu is caught out. This Mewtwo Y taking a lot of damage. It's a big stun from Phantom Force, but Adesu will make it away since everyone else was... Never mind. HT hits that max range Shadow Sneak.
Yeah, that is the brilliance that Shadow Sneak brings. If you're able to utilize the walls and the tall grass, the distance you can get in a short amount of time is insane. Otherwise, Gatlu getting into those little dunks just to bridge the gap in points so far. PaperX are still in the lead, answering up with some points up in the top half themselves.
Yeah, some decent scoring from PaperX will be giving them this solid lead. However, like you called out, I think it's really, really smart, Kello. That Dodrio finally getting a little bit more impact with their scores. on the other hand. Now, PaperX's draft, I think, is starting to look better and better as we are seeing some of the specific interactions. That Dodrio is having a pretty tough time going up against the Ice Fang, the Blastoise, and potentially even this Play Rough Mimikyu. It's such a nice anti-dive option. Really shuts down. You can kind of bait out some cooldowns. You dodge so much damage. It's a great play into this enemy comp.
This is a brilliant of Hooper Hyperspace Hole to just teleport the team down into that bottom path so they can go and contest this Reggie Rock. Galu ends up full healing, escaping that Ice Fang, but Nouns Esports are still the one to pick up that defense and special defense buff, along with a KO on Latios.
All right, I mean, in one of the slower starts of our matches we've seen on the World's broadcast so far, Nouns Esports finally gets a solid counterpunch in. So they're going to take the points lead, albeit at a very, very small one, but they have been taking so much of that experience. I think that has been a major way that Nouns Esports has stayed in contention here. It feels like Toon Slim on that Galarian Rapidash or potentially Gatlu on that Dodrio have not left that enemy central.
No, we can already see Gatlu has reached that double digits, the first level 10 slowly to reach a level 11, but even being on that pad, they weren't able to defend that Reggie Alecki, and we have 4 members of Paper Rex here. Nouns Esports, they really have to ramp it up and put the defense on because they don't want these insta-dunks going in.
Well, I honestly think Nouns Esports intended for that Reggie Alecki to land with Suicune and Snorlax kind of setting up a bit of a trap play. They're able to take individual Pokemon and pull them. They do got to give up 30 points though from a Blastoise in a back cap situation on a tier 1. I'm not sure if that fits the definition. Either way, Nouns Esports rapidly trying to score. Hydro Typhoon knocks up a few, but Bruv pushing with that block is immune to the crowd control.
Bruv is quite low here, does have to back on up, doesn't have that Unite move just yet as they're trying to escape the range from Solo. But some great defense there from Nouns Esports to protect their members, allowing Bruv to retreat back home to full HP because I guess they don't have that hyperspace hole to return back instantly like Paper Rex do.
Yeah, I bet they are missing that one right now a little bit. Instead, they got Adesu on that Mewtwo-Y. So instead of a more protective, supportive fashion with the EXP share, or sorry, Adesu not holding the EXP share, but still setting up for a few different moments throughout that game. We've seen Mewtwo-Y's Unite move be so powerful already during today's tournament. I think we're going to be looking for another big light show from Adesu.
Well, we can see Inda is all alone up here as Rebongs is trying to get in this 12 points. Does end up getting denied, but it does mean they're able to get 10 more dunks in. Mewtwo-Y is going to pop their Unite to get the stuns as we have Reggie still being worked on a quarter HP as Rings Unbound has come on out and it ends up going to Paper Rex this time round. Whether they're going to use this momentum to keep pushing back, but we have 10 seconds left until that Reggie Alecki does spawn.
All right, well, that is a Hoopa Unite move to bring everybody down. I mean, Nouns Esports with a really interesting rotation there. They leave Suicune to defend the top side. Eventually, they have to give that up, but as then we peel down towards the bottom side, Hoopa brings everybody from Paper Rex, but Nouns Esports still only 2 members there. So Nouns Esports really playing this split push strategy, looking for EXP wherever they can find it.
Well, some EXP might come out from these KOs as Rebongs is quite low, able to successfully pick up Galu, and they end up going down at the same time. Rapidash ends up popping out their Unite move, and Paper Rex, they only have 2 members remaining as we do have Yamu spinning on out back to safety. Reggie Alecki is still there, but Nouns Esports, they don't want to focus that. They want to starve Paper Rex a little bit more in their central area.
Yeah, every single time we see Nouns Esports win a team fight, immediately they are pathing towards that enemy central area. However, this skirmish starting to favor Paper Rex a little more as they get 2 knockouts onto Toon Slim and onto Adesu on that Suicune. So those are 2 huge hits. HT on this Mimikyu, by the way, has been weaving these Shadow Snakes very, very well. I remember talking to a few members of Nouns Esports, and they were pretty low on the idea of Mimikyu due to Shadow Sneak being often countered by defenders. As long as a good defender player is making sure they are in between your carry and the Mimikyu, you can absorb those Shadow Sneaks. But even with Bruv trying to put up a block to stop it, HT has still found a way into the backline quite a few times.
Oh, there we go. Hooper is going to broaden that gap just ever so further for Paper Rex with a back cap of 23 onto that top tier 2 pad. But Reggie Alecki, despite being there for so long, neither of these these teams have prioritized that. Instead, they are focusing on this bottom path for that next Basement Reggie to spawn. But an early fight, Rebongs is able to escape, but Gatlu unable to, and that means Paper Rex do have the numbers advantage going into this Reggie Rock fight.
Yeah, Bruv's block just a little bit outside of the Mammal Swine range. They could have pulled him in, and that means they weren't there for the Suicune execute. But it will be another Whirlpool trying to stun and freeze, but the portal is put down early enough in time. We talked about that Renaissance versus Nouns Esport matchup. Yemu on Hoopa was a very important part of that fight years ago. Looks like Paper Rex is going to be reliving the past a little bit if they can, and maybe trying to rewrite it in this Rayquaza pit.
Well, Rayquaza has spawned 220 to 171 with Paper Rex in the lead. Slowly chipping away at this Rayquaza, waiting for Nouns Esports to try and make a move, but really, who do you dive on? Is it going to be Bruv to go in with an engage, or is it going to be this triple trample from this Dodrio? The block to prevent Rebongs going up there. I mean, Nouns, well, they're the ones that are on the back foot right now. They need to make a move.
And it's so tough for their composition to be in that spot because they would love to set up a trap. Suicune and Snorlax so good at grabbing an individual or even multiple Pokemon and stunning them and pushing them into really disadvantageous spots. Bruv will split the team, but a Hoopa Portal will make sure everybody is safe and sound. Gatlu does win a battle against the Mimikyu. Adesu in danger is going to drop the Unite move.
There goes the triple trample, but unable to pick up anything as Rebongs is going in with that Mammoth Mash, hoping to take some KOs, but 3 members of Paper Rex have been taken down, and now this is Nouns Esports to come back with that comeback. But wait, the block ended up preventing the Hydro Typhoon from knocking up a Bruv there.
Yeah, pretty decent use of that unstoppable trigger, and Nouns Esports are winning this team fight, but the question is, are they doing it in time? Mimikyu does have a 20-second plus respawn timer now, so it should be enough time to secure their Rayquaza, but they're gonna need to take it down, not an easy task, and score after that. You see Bruv already pathing towards the top side in anticipation of that Rayquaza going down, and Gatlu will secure Hundo Burger for Bruv.
Yeah, Bruv right there on time to get that insta-dunk and now take that lead 220 to 271. No one on Paper Rex is near Nouns Esports goals as these dunks are raining on through. Nouns Esports looking to take this first match.
What a patient win for Nouns Esports on that EU squad. They stayed around that top side for so long, despite having a pretty major points deficit. Just waiting for a moment where they could try to utilize Gatlu's Dodrio and Toon's Galarian Rapidash on a crazy flank. They set it up on the Mimikyu. Great play. Bruv is able to play on an island just due to Snorlax's ridiculous HP and defensive stats. What a great use of teamwork, even when apart. So just good macro strategy from Nouns Esports. They hold on. A team that, you know, sometimes in tournament performances is considered to be not the most clutch team, but they clutched up in this one.
Well, I guess that's the thing. If we look back at this season so far, their performance at the ICs hasn't really been the greatest.
Yeah.
However, at home, when they are doing those monthly cups, they have pretty much been first every single time, bar one monthly cup. So, I mean, to come in and, I guess, feel cool, calm, and collected on that world stage. Obviously, this isn't their first rodeo here, but really, that Rayquaza fight just demonstrated that patience is a virtue.
Yes.
Right? Even though they're on the back foot, I think the fact that they were able to go and make the right calls, go in for the engages at the right time, and come out successful, ended up really paying off for them.
It was impressive. I really liked what they had in that Nouns Esports squad, but let's talk a little bit about Paper Rex in this last matchup. I want to just start by saying their draft felt very not Paper Rex. This is a team that we see truly some of the craziest picks out of. To be fair, I think Mimikyu is an interesting pick in the metagame of this tournament. Certainly not common, but we've seen things like Greedent on this team and things like that. Maybe the Blastoise with this rapid spin build was looking to try to achieve something, but I think Toon and Gatlu did a really good job of just avoiding the Blastoise at all costs. Of course, as I'm saying that on the replay, Blastoise knocks out Toon Slim, but still, I thought they did a really good job of setting up those flanks, even with a really tanky front line.
Even then, going back and looking at replay, the way that Toon locked down that Hooper with that Unite move to prevent them from going and helping their team. But Nouns Esports, we have our MVP of that match, Dodrio, played by Gatlu there. And as you mentioned, just Gatlu and Toon, both the double speedsters, working so well in tandem with each other.
Yeah, so well. It's a really funny thing for these MVP. I feel like every time we bring up Dodrio, we're talking scores of 200 plus, maybe even 300.
89?
But only 89. This, again, felt like such a patient, slow game where we have seen, honestly, in this metagame and metagames prior, is just over-aggression being by far the best strategy. But both of these teams biding their time, trying to take the best advantageous team fight, and playing for a lot of poke damage. And when you got players like Gatlu on Dodrio or Toon on this Galarian Rapidash, you can wait for the perfect moment and then get these huge burst damage timings. So far, now it's executing that strategy really, really well, but I also wouldn't be surprised if they want to change up their draft, where I think Paper X definitely is going to be shifting it up. First and foremost, I'm thinking Suicune's hitting the ban phase.
Ooh, you think so? I mean, we
think
have
so.
seen so many different bans here today.
True.
I feel like there's been a lot of respect bans coming on out.
Right.
Things
Which
that you
normally we don't see that
wouldn't
until like day 2.
No, exactly. So clearly these teams have been doing their homework. But
Right.
we'll have to see whether your call is right here and Paper X do decide to ban that Suicune this time around. We can see them hovering over that Blissey so far as we are heading into that second pick ban phase.
All right, they're just going to be running it back, it seems, at least so far. Now, Esports are, of course, going to ban that Ho, a 54% ban rate. Charizard only at 32%, but it will be a repeat ban phase for Paper X. So far, my prediction of them shifting it up could not be more wrong, as both these teams are going to be locking in identical bans. But of course, we got a brand new draft to look at. And thank you, Nouns Esports, for shifting it up. I'm not wrong about the bans changing. I am wrong about the last thing about them being the same, but that's all right. Latios, going to be banned by Nouns.
I think this is a really interesting call. I mean, Latios today, I feel like, has been very much hit or miss.
Yes, 100%.
Wasn't worthy of banning this time round, considering they were able to go and counter it the last time. But I guess, you know what? Because Nouns Esports have banned that Latios, Yang is able to pick up that Suicune themselves. And if you don't ban it and you are in that first pick position, well, hey, that gives you that prime opportunity.
Yeah, first picking Suicune just feels so powerful. I know Spraggles and Doom Snacks were talking a lot during their commentary session about how strong this Pokemon is. In particular, I think one of the Suicune's best assets is the Unite move, specifically on top of Rayquaza. Any melee Pokemon that is trying to land a big secure finds it so difficult when you hit that endless ice spikes that Suicune can create. It's a huge freeze. It can be tough. I wouldn't be surprised if Nouns Esports maybe put Gatlu on something like a Blaziken, who is a good unstoppable secure, to try to add a little bit of counterplay to those final moments. But then again, the Dodrio was looking good, so we'll see.
But that's the thing, having that Suicune on the other side, is Dodrio really going to have that chance to shine? We already have Rapidash being selected by Odesu, whether we'll see those switches later on, but there we go! We have Inda on the Alcremie. We did see that played over on that B stream, but we actually get to see it here. So I'm really excited to see how Alcremie fares out. It's one of our newest supporters that we've had enter the fray. Yeah,
and only at a 7% pick rate, so not getting a lot of representation in this tournament, but it is going to be showing up. Paper X going to grab the Mewtwo Y on their side of things. And
No way!
Thank you, Toon Slim. Thank you so much. I did make a bold prediction. I thought this Pokemon was going to do well. Let's go. Toon Slim, absolute go. Is going to be locking in the Gardevoir, who is at a surprising 14% pick rate, by the way. And this is an interesting one. It does slightly outrange the Suicune, probably at the same range-ish with the Mewtwo Y. However, you want to take a look at a few of these picks. I think the Galarian Rapidash and the Gardevoir are going to work really well in tandem. The Gardevoir has one of those features with a lot of their moves having special defense shred. Whenever they land them, it does reduce so much of those defenses, and Galarian Rapidash just waits till a couple of those Psychic Tech hits and then jumps right in for a big knockout. I think we're going to see some really nice plays between those two special attackers.
Yeah, interesting calls here to see this come in to play. We'll have to see how it fares out for Nouns. They obviously have that one-up advantage so far. We've only had the one Game 3 on broadcast so far, so we'll have to see whether it's going to be another 2-0 streak to match those patterns, or, you know, we're already almost at the halfway point. do we see another game 3? Because
Yeah,
things are
let's
getting
shake it up.
tighter.
Yeah, let's shake it up. Let's get to a game 3. I would love that. Listen, I know there's a lot of Nouns
just want
fans here in the
more
venue
matches.
watching at home, but I know there is a ton of Paper X fans as well. So let's get into it. Game number 2. Paper X going to be your purple team. Nouns Esports, your orange team. Nouns Esports, of course, with that 1 game advantage. Paper X, we're going back to the drawing board, enter back in with a Zacian, and of course that Suicune going to the top side.
I've got to say, Ponyta earlier on is so good. The way that you end up getting that speed buff whenever you end up hitting that move is so beneficial in terms of dodging your opponents. But Paper X are aware of this. They played really aggressively towards Nouns Esports side to go and contest those wild Pokemon.
Yeah, they are playing the Umbreon, a Pokemon that has kind of fallen off in popularity, at least a lot in the West. However, in the East, this Pokemon is still a very prominent and popular pick. One of the big kind of factors working against it is its early game is a little tough. It evolves at level 4, but you really start to hit some of those power spikes you're looking for in Umbreon around level 6. So for a supporter-type Pokemon, that can be tough. Thing is, Alcremie kind of fits that build too. Of course, you get up to that level 4, but you really want both of your moves on that Pokemon. As now, Ender still sitting at that level 3.
Yeah, unable to really do much as we have Paper X making a move on that bottom path because it's only Bruv left to defend. But even then, they didn't even bother defending, letting those little dunks go on through. Gatlu just creeping towards the wall, hoping to go and get in there 14 points. But looks like Paper X are taking a page out of Nouns Esports book from previous game and playing really aggressive earlier on in their central area.
Yeah, I mean, we got Toon to do a whole lot of damage, but it's into Rebonks with that Umbreon. So just absorbs so much of that Psyshock damage, able to easily walk away. Paper X gonna walk away with a few central area buffs. Gatlu looking to see if they can take some back. I think they were stolen by their teammate. His Galarian Rapidash for Edesu does secure 1, but taken back by that Zacian. HT putting them a really good performance in both games 1 and now looking at game 2.
Yeah, interesting call here. Despite those birds spawning in that central area, Paper X are going to continue this momentum to the top half and look at dunking more AOS energy, leaving all of that experience untouched for a whole 20 seconds. But both defenders fighting on out for the time being, but I guess Gatlu is here, so Rebonks needs to back on up for the time being.
They're going to try to stop the scores briefly if they can, but Bruv not having enough to stop in time. And of course, that Dodrio passive is so beneficial to Gatlu getting those early scores in. Bruv will heavy slam and no mean look to lock them in place at the moment, so Bruv will be able to rally back and run all the way back to their side of the map.
Run, run, run as fast as you can. You can't catch me. That is Gatlu on the Dodrigo, man.
I love it. Also, small shout out, happy birthday to our Snorlax player in this matchup, as it is Bruv HD's birthday. So happy birthday. What a present to be making it into day 2 of the World Championships already. I think they love that present to transform into top of their group.
Yeah, so whether they're going to get that extra gift, we'll have to wait and see. But Nouns Esports have decided to abandon that Reggie Steal down in that bottom path and prioritize this Reggie Alecki. Paper X having that attack and special attack buff here are going to continue this momentum because Nouns Esports, they're outnumbered.
Yeah, but they're doing a pretty good job of defending this. Birthday boy with the block holds on for quite a while as Ender keeps them up and running with these constant recover dollops. That was a 2-on-5 fight around that goal zone, and now Esports holds strong. So again, this patient defensive play works out yet again.
Yeah, it was actually a really good call there to go and take that Reggie Alecki, get in and take that lead now at 125 to 92 points. And Gatlu even continue to get in some dunks in this T2, but they did stick around for a little too long there, unsuccessful to escape that one.
Yeah.
No escape from the oven there one.
I think the intent was they had 3 Pokemon chasing them down, so maybe Nouns Esports could have had a 4-on-2 advantage on this bottom tier 1. But again, defensive play reigning supreme in this match specifically as Paper X holds down that tier 1 defensively yet again. So Nouns Esports does have the points advantage right now, but again, it is so slim between these two teams because of how well they are defending these tier 1s and maybe even that tier 2 and Paper X's case.
The thing is, if we are looking at the levels right now, we have 3 double digits on the side of Paper Rex. 2 now on the sides of Nouns Esports, but Zarshan reaching that level 11 mark. I feel like it's just been slowly in the back line, power creeping.
Yeah.
Just unexpectedly.
Which is surprising because it's playing in that top path. Of course, I do think it is a good matchup in Dodrio. It can be hard to hunt down some of those knockouts unless you're expending that AO synergy on empowered agilities or things like that, or play rough potentially. But that goal zone breaking, I think, would normally give us the impression that the top side was won by Nouns Esports. Either way, HT got a whole lot of levels to work with. Dodrio looking to see if they can find that level 11. Going to take their time, rotating down towards the Reggie Rock, as Ender is setting up for, of course, a big old party, as they're setting up all those dollops early for Bruv to keep picking up.
Now, when there is a birthday, there's got to be cake, and Ender is definitely bringing that. But first, they need to prioritize this Reggie Rock. Bruv able to grab themselves a piece of cake, sustaining this fight, going in with a power nap because of that food coma. Reggie Rock getting chipped away, but Nouns Esports, they don't take the gift of the buff. Instead, it looks like they're getting KO'd with 2 members now down.
All right, this could be a big scoring opportunity. Ender did have to use their Unite move to kind of preserve themselves for the defense, but they were so far away from the goal zone, they couldn't kind of help the whole team. Instead, they just had to use their Unite move to keep themselves up. So now it's up to this poor Alcremity to try to stop these scores. Bruv has returned, and a big block will defend this goal zone yet again. Paper X stays behind Nouns Esports by just a few points, but Nouns Esports holding on to their lead.
Really, at this point, it could be anybody's game. Paper Rex doing such a great defense of this bottom pad. But Nouns Esports looks like they're looking to take this because they're not retreating just yet.
Yeah, okay, we see Adesu go in and tries to get the Smart Strike run onto Umbreon. I think they would love to find a damage carry to kind of block and maybe set up Bro for a bit of a kidnapping opportunity. Not going to have that one this time around. Rebong sitting in on a big push. Foul plays back. But Suicune will knock out Gardevoir. Toon Slim being out of this team fight is a scary outlook for Nouns Esports. And finally, this Tier 1 will fall.
Yeah, after a forever backwards and forth, we finally had that Tier 1 being broken. Gatlu not having enough points on hand to go and break that Tier 1 back of their own. Reggie Alecki is still up in this top path with less than a minute left to go until Rayquaza, but we can see the minimap. There's so much wild Pokemon for the taking for both sides.
Yeah, certainly a lot for Paper X. They're kind of dragging their feet on getting those knockouts. Nouns Esports certainly needs some, though, as Gardevoir has not hit that level 13 yet. Unite move will still be formidable, but needing both those plus moves, I think it's going to be paramount in this final fight. Reggie Alecki will be knocked out for Nouns Esports with Pokemon like Dodrio and Galarian Rapidash. Even a later score could be very threatening if Reggie Alecki is allowed to walk in. And with Paper X all rotating down towards the bottom side, that is almost assuredly going to be the case.
Well, I was going to say, we said it was a close match. Could be anybody's game, but with 1 point difference, well, Nouns Esports have now changed that because Reggie Alecki ended up crashing on through. Looks like they're not actually going to prioritize just breaking it, but we can see they don't really have much Aeos energy on hand, but they want to make sure they are in position as Paper X are looking to take a fight.
Ooh, Adesu getting stunned so many times and will get KO'd. Mewtwo wide, just with some auto attacks to the outside. Not a Unite move used for Paper X yet, and they're already at a 5v4 advantage.
Oh, we do have that block of making sure to sustain Brothers. Mewtwo is also going to use their Unite move. Rayquaza is quite lone as it rains down the Meteors, and Paper Rex, it ends up being HT to lock that down, and also 4 members of Nouns Esports are down.
Wow, okay. I mean, Paper X, very clean execution of that final fight. We saw them favor that basement Reggie, getting the defense buff for their entire team with all 5 members, and then rotating up towards the Rayquaza, kind of putting the onus on Nouns Esports. You're going to be showing up to this Rayquaza late, and you're going to be showing up without a buff. That means we have the advantage. HT immediately starts hitting the Rayquaza and kind of leaves Rebongs on that Umbreon and Yang on that Blastoise to buy a little bit of time towards the top side. It's just enough, and they're going to secure that Rayquaza, and now very likely we're going to be headed to a game.
Oh, well, 45 seconds left to go, but we still have Paper Rex with some shields on hand as they are collapsing towards this home pad where Nouns Esports has decided to take base. And yeah, I think they're just going to take this time to rethink what are they going to do next as we are about to head on into that round 3 situation.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting game. I mean, these two teams trading some really interesting end-game matchups. I mean, it has been like one of those, I think we like to call them cerebral matchups, you know? A lot of macros differences between these teams, patient play, poke damage, flanks, big blocks, any kind of crowd control. It feels like any tiny mistake is exposed by the other team, and Paper X really finding the way to execute in that game number 2.
Yeah, 100%. Even though Paper Rex lost that previous game, they definitely learned a lot from that. As you mentioned earlier on, taking a page out of Nouns Esports book there to play really aggressively and not allowing Nouns Esports to kind of hand that back there. So obviously it's that moment of truth. We're going to have to see whether Nouns Esports still have it and can take this win against Paper Rex and obviously Yang and Rebongs back from 2022, or whether it's that long-awaited revenge match that Yang and Rebongs and obviously the whole of Paper Rex can just demonstrate how far APAC West has come since then. I mean, look, considering not just their team, but APAC West as a region, they have been doing pretty well so far in the tournament.
Exactly, yeah. I'm excited to see Talon play a little bit later on. East, actually. You know, I got to relook at the group's graphic eventually, but taking a look at that replay from game number 2. Some interesting draft picks from Nouns Esports, specifically in that Kremlin. I think it worked really well alongside that Snorlax. But take a look at this final fight and where the Zacian is playing for the majority of it. I mean, eventually they just go, all right, well, I'll just take down this Rayquaza. I kind of trust this Blastoise and Suicune and Umbreon to create enough space and almost make it impossible for Nouns Esports to get into that mix. So Trio does show up, but a Unite move kind of targeting on the outside means they can't knock up anybody in the inside of that Rayquaza pit. It's a tough angle, simple geometry, unfortunately being Nouns' downfall, at least in the specific Dodrio example.
I think it was just a really intuitive play from Paper Rex there to trust HT to shred down that Rayquaza, even though we couldn't actually see the Rayquaza on the screen. You could see that bar slowly, it seemed like it ended up going down really quickly, and then we pan on over and hey, well, it's already eliminated.
Right, Zacian truly one of the best in the biz at taking down a Rayquaza extremely quickly, especially when we're getting up to those levels of 13 and even higher. So we're going to be heading into a game number 3 between Nouns Esports and Paper X. We're going to be starting things off with some very interesting new choices as Suicune gets added to the ban roster. Paper X going to be banning 2 fire flying type Pokemon in the Charizard and the Ho-Oh.
Well, we also have a switch of sides as well. Nouns Esports in that first pick position, Paper Rex in that second pick. But I guess with Suicune and Umbreon banned and the 2 fire Pokemon, this is going to let Latias out on the field. I'm interested to see how it goes because, as you mentioned earlier, it's a bit hit or miss. And I feel like locking in that first pick position, it can get countered here by Paper Rex.
Right, is it a hammer, is it an anvil? I know there's a lot of debate in this one. Also, we did have a bit of an update. I know we teased you all with a matchup between Santos Laguna and QT Dig. QT Dig did end up winning that matchup. So they were playing for the back foot, but they did win that one. So doing very, very, very well in their group. Currently, I believe QT Dig is playing against SAUL on the B stage. It's also a very close matchup. So some exciting stuff going on in the World Championships to the surprise of absolutely no one. But here we go.
Biggest tournament of the year.
Of course, exactly. Yeah. This is what you got to predict and expect. Paper X going again with a very tanky defender-focused position. Yemu has not left this Blastoise position, but the Snorlax is going to be taken away from Bruv. Could be shifting over towards this Lapras potentially, or an entirely new option.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but Blaziken being selected here I think is a great call. And yeah, you called it there. Mammoth Swine, but we're getting a different speedster out on the field here. Gatlu, I mean, running the triple-headed bird, now opting for a single-headed bird, the Talonflame. It's only got a 2% pick rate so far in this tournament.
Wow, okay, interesting. So, also, fun fact, all 3 flying Pokemon we have in the game getting shown on screen right now. So, yeah, and Blaziken, of course, being denied the flying type, just crazy. But.
Chickens do fly. Chickens, they
I-
have wings.
I
They sort of
bel-
fly.
I
don't know.
believe- I believe they
Blaziken has arms.
I know they can
Yeah.
run. I saw that one.
Okay.
So, but HD is going to be locking in that Blaziken. Going to be a very powerful Pokemon. We've talked about its secure potential. Its amazing team fight that it has to work with. And it's going to be partnered with that Hoopa. But now it's esports. Also walking away with a few Pokemon in this draft I think they're going to be very excited about. That Blissey has been banned against them 2 games in a row by PaperX. And finally, it's going to slide through the cracks. So Ender will be getting this pick that has been, well, very heavily favored against them. So I am interested to see how well Ender does with that Blissey, which also, I don't know if y'all caught it, but in the very cool animated intro we had for this World Championship, we did see Blissey doing their best against the Rayquaza at that fountain. There was a whole lot of team fighting going around, and Blissey was just chucking eggs at Rayquaza, which
that's what supporters do.
Hey, we saw Blissey secure a Ray already on today's broadcast, so shout out to the animators. They know what they're doing.
Exactly. You know, you throw the eggs and hope for the best that it ends up landing at the right time.
Exactly.
But, oh, look at this, folks. We are heading on into our final game of this set. It is 1 apiece between Nouns Esports and PaperX, as we do have, well, both of those fire-type birds taking that central area for either side.
Is interesting tune on this Latios. Will be going into lane to start the matchup, not going into the central area. Latios does have very solid secure though in that Swift, so it could be a decent matchup. However, Solo with 9 points of AOS energy was feeling great until a moment ago. We do have Gatlu's Talonflame getting the chase and the KO. Or sorry, maybe Adesu. I actually forgot who locked in that one specifically.
Gotta say, that is great. Either intuition or communication with Nouns Esports to go and signal Gatlu to go and finalize that KO and leave that red buff for the time being. But
Yeah,
they're going to
really
pivot
smart.
towards that top side, as we do have PaperX, as you can see on that mini-map, having 3 down in that bottom side.
Yeah, great call out, Kello. I love when teams got that coordination, or maybe even, like you said, intuition. It's probably a combo of the both. This team has been playing together for a long time. Adesu on this Zacian, so got confirmation on that. Does take a very aggressive stance, but it's a little bit more bark than it is bite, as they just go for that wild Pokemon experience. Yemu, Yang retreating back towards that goal zone for the time being.
No bark, no bite, only pats, okay?
Okay, yeah. If you want to go pat the dog with a sword in its mouth, you be my guest. Yemu does make it back. Adesu, very, very scary on this Pokemon, but not quite at the point where they can 100-0 a War Turtle.
Well, speaking of 0, it is currently 2-0. Obviously, still very early days, but I feel like both of these teams, in comparison to the last 2 games we've seen, are playing a little bit more passively this time around. But, you know, as I say this, I see on the minimap, Blissey.
Yeah.
Hello? What are you doing over there?
I'd say a lot of it more passive, except for Ender on the Blissey, who is...
Exception to the rule, okay?
Well, up to no good, I would say. Shenanigans for this Blissey, as Ender is trying to buy as much time as they can. Of course, having a similar effect to what Ho-Oh can accomplish. We've seen a few times the Ho-Oh having a really solid invade due to the fact that it can restore its own HP. Well, Blissey's got that in spades, or I should say in eggs as well. Ender always on the hunt to try to steal one of those buffs, but for the time being, just getting a lot of information.
Yes, information is key when it does come down to making the right call of where to push these paths. But 13 to 15 points, as it is a 2v2 up in this top path. Adesu just trying to ward off this War Turtle, but Yamu able to grab something and evolve into that fully fledged Blastoise.
Yeah, that's huge. Of course, Blastoise evolving at level 7 gets a really clean secure, but I think it will be Adesu getting the majority of that experience. We just saw a moment there, Ender's Egg a little bit late to stop that portal, but that is an interaction everyone should be looking out for. Blissey, one of those really fantastic counters if you can land the timing at stopping Hoopa Portals. That vertical knock-up of Egg Bomb does make it difficult for Yang to play around when they're trying to support their team with these hyperspace holes.
Oh, but here comes the fly, ready to land down 2 members. The flame sweep to also just go push them off the map, but they end up getting punished. Gatlu has been sent back to the Pokemon Center, allowing Paper Rex to take control of this Regieleki. Meanwhile, we saw that Registeel was secured by Nouns Esports, but looks like Adesu and Inter, they're actually going to let this Tier 1 pad up.
Yeah, this formidable defense we've seen from Nouns Esports so far. The matchup, well, it is backed up by their incredible play style, I think was enforced by the compositions they were running previously. At this point, they need ToonSlim to be stacking up this Latios in whatever fashion they can. So they're going to be playing a lot of offlane. They'll have the bodyguard above, but all these big teamfight coordinated defenses, I think are going to be a little bit lacking until ToonSlim kind of gets up to snuff, if you will.
Yes, I guess that's a downside. Doesn't have a great early game, but we can see Paper Rex have decided to push down this Tier 1 pad, but they are going to get punished with 2 members getting taken down. Adesu does ends up getting taken down amongst the mix as Hoopa is going to successfully retreat. And Paper Rex, well, they've done what they've done. Ruffle some feathers and going back to their side of the map for all of this wild Pokemon that has just spawned in.
Yeah, I mean, this is defensive Pokemon Unite. We saw a absolute ludicrous team fight a moment ago, and we're 40 points difference between these two teams. Like, it is going to be a very slow burn between these two teams, but like I said before, any small mistake can change the momentum of this game. Gatlu has been trying to focus a lot on getting small scores on that top side to stack their attack weight and to set themselves up for a bigger moments throughout this match as we have hit the halfway point.
I think that's a tricky thing when you are playing on the world stage at the World Championships. After all, you can't really afford to make any mistakes. So really got to make those calculated plays and just observe whether it is the right time to dive on in or not. But Paper Rex on ball, taking all of these birds from Nouns Esports because they're nowhere in sight.
It feels like Paper Rex kind of learned, I think one of the reasons they fell in that first game was due to Nouns' position and taking all of that wild Pokemon experience. It feels like Paper Rex kind of soft countered that. They're getting a lot of their own central, and they're even trying to get the response knockouts towards Nouns Esports. This will be a fast rotation to the bottom side as Hoopa Portal has brought the whole crew down. Gatlu going to ignore Regieleki in favor of scoring, and Nouns Esports lose the Tier 1.
No, I mean, they don't have a Hooper on their side to make that instant teleportation. The Swiss assistance is going to go and support Adesu, who's trying to close the gap between this Blastoise, but they successfully escape through that hyperspace hole. A great Blaze kick coming from HT, but Mewtwo has also been taken down there. HT and Yamu amongst the mix, leaving Yang all alone. Can they escape? No, they cannot. Adesu on a roll with 3 KOs.
And gigantic, level 13 and a half at 340. I mean, Adesu will very easily be level 14 by the time Rayquaza spawns, and could even go for the very, very scary Fabled level 15. That might be a bit of a stretch, but Paper Rex do lose quite a few members. Adesu gets bigger, of course. However, I do think Paper Rex target prioritizing and knocking out the Latios first is the most important threat. That Pokemon, with its infinite scaling danger, is obviously try to slow it down as much as you can. They did a good job with HT on that Blaze again, prioritizing knocking out the Latios.
Yeah, it's going to really depend on how much Eon energy Latios has been able to stack up throughout this match. Either stacking it through securing wild Pokemon or even getting those hits on those opponents. That's really going to be demonstrated, the impact of that in that final point. But, Inda caught amongst the mix does end up getting sent back to the Pokemon Center by making those risky plays, trying to dunk in that Tier 2.
Yeah, I think they were looking if they could get 37, great, but also remember, Blissey has no yellow dot above its head, really needs that Unite move. I don't think they are too upset about getting KO'd at that position at that time. Still 30 seconds until Rayquaza, and potential to get this basement Reggie, something that Nouns Esports I think was very much lacking in that last game. So if they could go into this final fight with a Regice buff, maybe they can make something better happen.
Well, we'll have to see as it's 10 seconds left to go until this final stretch. Paper Rex are just going to retreat for the time being, looking for this positioning. Nouns is also going to follow suit as well, hoping to take position in this tall grass. And, well, 140 to 205, they're the ones that are on the back foot. Once again, do they have the patience this time? though? That is the question.
Yeah, we see even more scoring. So we'll be 21. Would have been an even score if we weren't at 2 minutes. We'll double up to 42. Decent over and up, but now Esports still does not have the lead. Big engage. We have no cooldowns on the talent flag. We got a Unite move to use. A jet button repositions Gatlu to get a bit of an extension. They do push Paper Rex out, but they're still hunting for a KO they haven't found yet.
Yeah, but because of that retreat, we end up having 4 members go and get full HP as Mammoth Mash is going to be popped on out, but the hyperspace hole once again saving Paper Rex. Bliss Assistance onto Toon, trying to help them sustain this fight. You've got to take down this Latios, but now it's 2 members, 3 members now down on the side of Nouns Esports.
All right, this is a Desu's moment. They are so huge. They're almost level 15. They need to find this KO, but right now all they are trying to do is escape. 1 minute has hit the board. A reminder, Nouns Esports still trailing, and now they're only trailing by 3 points. Gatlu with a big score.
3 points. I mean, they might not be a trio, but they are definitely playing some sneaky birds shenanigans here to go and bridge that gap even closer. Yamu going in for another reset. 40 seconds left to go. 3 points. It's a close game, but do these teams even know it?
Yeah, Toon using that Unite move pretty early. Definitely not the hallmark of this Pokemon. Big push does put the Snorlax in danger, and that's the main defender gone. Yamu, the backup defender, if you will, getting on that jump pad, but they are very low on HP, but there's just simply no time. 2 defenders down. Bro, taking them all out. This is going to be a secure for the Ray. We're under 6,000 HP on it. We're looking for the hunt, and it will be a Desu.
Desu gets the secure with 4 members of Paper Rex now down. All they have to do is go up, 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 and they are golden, and they are going to take this set 2-1 against Paper Rex. As you said, patience is a virtue, and I was biting my fingernail down, sure what was going to happen, but, well, happened in 2022, able to defeat Yangs and Rebongs, and, well, that core of Nouns Esports has once done it again.
Oh, looks like some of these members of Paper Rex starting to discover their bracket demons in this Nouns Esports team. I mean, huge shout out to Bro for multiple reasons in that matchup. We mentioned their birthday during game 2, but that Mamoswine in game number 3. I mean, ice in their fangs, ice in their veins, I think, in those clutch moments. Both defenders getting knocked out by the Mamoswine. Very, very clean play. I think Toon Slim playing patient on the outside, and then what a clutch from a Desu. I mean, on this station, such a cool pocket pick from this player. I know they really enjoy playing that Pokemon, and well, here's a showcase of winning with your favorites with a Desu taking it down.
Yeah, definitely a showcase match indeed. Really close across all of those sets, but the thing is, there's only one team that can come out on top of groups.
Exactly.
And last year, with the team MIS and Nouns, they were both top of groups, but Nouns defeating Paper Rex here, that's really going to secure them that spot.
Yeah, so now that is going to lock up our group for this one. Nouns Esports going to be leading the pack, like you just mentioned, going to be our first seed out of this group, headed into day number 2. Paper Rex will still qualify as they defeated version 1 earlier on in the day, but they will be that second seed. So likely matching up against a first seed of another group to start our single elimination bracket in the second day of competition. Obviously, Paper Rex a little nervous. They take that loss to Nouns Esports, a very strong team. I think a lot of people have Nouns Esports rated very highly, and potentially even more after that matchup. And also, I think, one of my favorite things, we got to see just 2 totally different styles of gameplay that we almost never see succeed in Pokemon Unite, this defensive, patient style.
I mean, sometimes we see it, sometimes we don't, but I guess when
you
it comes
casted
down
a lot of Nouns, to be fair, so you have seen it quite a bit.
Championships, you know, it's, as you mentioned, it's those mistakes. You've really just got to be so calculated and thoughtful when it comes down to these plays. And I've got to say, Paper Rex, they were really close, getting that huge 4-person reset, but then you know, coming on back. Oh, wait, which match is it? This is one from
This is game 3. Yeah, this is game 3 that we're watching right now on this replay. Really intense one, of course. And we see this.
No,
it could have been secured by anybody at that moment. That Hoopa
it's
portal.
only Yang left.
Yeah, that Hoopa portal from Yang absolutely could have secured it, but they clutch up Nouns Esports with such an amazing performance. And happy
Bro,
birthday
happy
to
birthday,
our
bro.
MVP, as Bro is going to take the MVP award, showcasing a defender he would love in the game, but unfortunately is just relegated to jump board duties in the Diglett in their photo.
Yes. Gotta make those pigs fly after all. Yeah.
Can you imagine if they put Diglett in the game and you had a jump board ability? Like, that's what you got to do from anywhere? You're like, hey, I'm a jump board now by a Selgoy. Okay, I'll theory craft later, and it wasn't a good idea. No one needs to tell me it was. Mamoswine showcase, we don't get to see defenders on this MVP stat card too often, but it's fun. We get to showcase damage taken.
Yeah.
So Mamoswine being a sponge, absorbing up to 55,000 damage on that defender. Very, very impressive.
Well, I guess that is the job of the defender after all, to play in that front line and be that sponge and soak up all of that damage. And they definitely demonstrated that. Also rocking the Rocky helmet as
I
well.
know,
Is that Brov's birthday hat?
I really hope it is. That would be wonderful. Please. We got a few really great hats in Pokemon Unite, but Rocky Helmet
I
might
mean,
be
there's
taking
a
the
double
cake.
hat because, I mean, the experience share also goes on your head too.
That's true. All right, well, we do have an interview on stage, and guess what, everybody? It's an interview, so we're going to throw it over there. Let's hear from Nouns Esports Inder.
So much. Hello, hello. It is actually not an interview. We're changing a few things up right here. I guess it's an interview. It's still Nouns Esports, right? But I am here with Gotlu, who did an amazing job in that last game. He is cruising on to day 2, and I guess I'm in the driver's seat, ironically. Gotlu, first off, I felt like you were playing like an absolute demon out there. You looked incredible, so congratulations. I gotta know, who do you want to face off against in day 2?
I want to face Onyx Rise since they beat us twice in the World Championship, and third time is the charm.
Tell me, what is different about Nouns in this live event compared to some of the previous ones?
I think in this live event we did a boot camp, and in this boot camp I felt like we were bonding like a lot as a team because we were practicing and doing outside activities, and I think it helps them mentally to do both.
Amazing. And I guess my final question is, you told me who you want to face. Who do you not want to face?
I actually want to face everyone.
He wants to face everyone. All right, we got to get out of here. They're telling me I have to get out of this car. Gotlu from Nouns Esports, everybody. Back to you.
Awesome. Great to hear from Gatlu. Very great to hear from our content cowboy. And I think with, no uncertainty, that might be the last interview we see in a car. I don't know if they're going to let any of us do that. It was so cool. I did love it. It's awesome to see that. I love that they're looking for that rematch against Onyx Rise. Years of history in some of these teams. We just talked about how this was a historic match between Nouns and Paper X. We're going to see more and more of those rivalries develop. I mean, Pokemon Unite's growing up. This is our 4th World Championship. We're getting storylines, we're getting rivalries, and we're getting even new faces to the top level of competitive. It has been so, so fun. We're going to be jumping to a very short break, but I know we showed a really cool matchup right before we got into this one, so we're going to show you the... What's that?
We left on a cliffhanger.
I know, and we need to see the results. So we're going to jump to a very short break. Enjoy the final 90 seconds of QT Dig versus Santos Laguna.
Pokemon Unite if you're watching this wonderful broadcast that you can play as Latias currently. Of course, it's a little bit too soon for that to be legal for this tournament because we are here at Worlds in Anaheim, California. We're about halfway through the day. It's actually moving really, really fast, but I cannot wait to see what other matches we have. And I'm Wonder Chef. Joining me this time, it's Soph. How's it going?
Doing so good, Chef. So happy to be here with you and so happy to be casting Aegis Flames, the Brazilian team. I mean,
of course.
We just love this, just like that crescendo, like that journey of the hero, how they basically debunked the likes of DreamHack, the likes of Tuesday even, when they were Tuesday.
Yeah.
And just basically dominated Brazil. And then we have Zeta Division as well, which is nobody to sleep on.
Yes. Yeah. You know what? Honestly, I was thinking so much about this match as we were getting ready for it that I was thinking so much about Aegis Flames because, like you said, it's a really great story. But Zeta Division, they're such in everybody's brain right now. All of the teams that we've talked to from like the Asian regions, we're like, okay, who's the best coming out of your region right now? Who's looking the scariest? And Zeta has been the answer over and over and over. So this is going to be a really tough path for Aegis Flames, but again, their story's been really cool this time around, and we haven't had a chance to see a Brazilian team on broadcast yet, so I am glad that this should almost round out most of the regions. I believe we didn't get a chance to see the OC team, but they actually did pretty well in their group. They were one technically game, I think, from making it out, and then I think we've seen most of the other regions, if you count APAC as kind of like one connected region. Yeah. We've seen Korea. Yeah, so most of the regions, so this kind of will round it out, which is going to be really awesome, but they're a team that, like you said, they're kind of a surprise team, right? I mean, there have been so many good teams coming out of Brazil. Brazil has been well represented at Worlds every year, especially we're just talking about Baby Mazo, who's been here every year. Not on this team, though. He's going to be a little bit later. But it's really cool to see kind of this team that I think nobody really expected this season, winning a lot of the monthly cups and being here as like the real qualifier for Brazil.
Yeah, it's just like a crazy journey, like I mentioned. The fact that it was kind of dominant on the likes of DreamHack and Tuesday. They were rivaling in that top 2 slot. And then Aegis Flames came in, just really just flame sweeping through Talonflame style. And it just felt like things were just like, wow, we have a whole new like era for Brazil. And it feels like they're bringing such good and like special gameplay. So I'm so excited to see them face such a worthy opponent.
Yes, Zeta. Honestly, they have their whole own thing. I'll talk about them in a minute. But the other cool thing I want to talk about Brazil is how strong they've been as like a region this season, right? Of course, this is the very first ever year where we get a chance to be at LAIC in Brazil, which, you know, you may have been there.
I might have.
You might have had a chance. But yeah, so we got a chance to see a lot of Brazilian teams up against some more international competition. And we did get a chance to see them do very, very well. Obviously, Luminosity swept every single international championship that we had. So you can only really judge against them so much, right? Like only to a certain level. But yeah. The teams that fought against them did quite well there, as well as any other team from any other region at any other IC, I guess one could say. So it does feel to me like that alongside the fact that, yeah, you know, we're not just 2 teams for Brazil. We've got, you know, up and coming talent. It feels to me like, if you agree, the region's looking really, really good this year.
I would say so, definitely. And we have like such fun prospects for 2026 as well that we can discuss at a later point. We're just focused on Worlds 2025 today. And yeah, it just feels like so fresh. And having these new players kind of like breaking the mold, because it's something that I was talking to Denily in one of the other casts. It feels like Latam and Brazil are always like aggressive, early game, speedsters, on your face, front to back, just get the damage on. And Aegis Flames, you know, bringing a little bit more adaptability, a little bit more flexibility, which is fun, because I think that's what you need when you're talking about international stage.
Yeah, it's cool seeing all the metas, basically, that we've been seeing, but especially there are teams now that are breaking through the metas a little bit more. So we can actually take a look at one of our favorite stats, which is the encounter rate, which means how many times it's been either picked or banned within a match. And that does really get a chance to show us really like what the meta is starting to look like. And especially with some of these other regions, it's been a little bit different. Like, for example, Suicune, we know we see a lot less in Japan, but right now with a 93% encounter rate, we've seen a whole lot of Suicune.
Yes, and it's doing pretty well, I would say so myself as well. Just the amount of hindrance that you have and the area of effect that it does too, like 64% pick rate. has been banned quite a bit. That's why the encounter rate was so high, and still the same old reliable Snorlax that is always there. So the real fun bit is how Charizard has really climbed into play, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've seen Charizard only a few times so far this broadcast, which we really haven't seen much Charizard the rest of the season, I would say. But it's been looking really, really good. It's in a very strong place, and I think a lot of our teams are going to be seeing it a lot. In fact, you can see right here, second to, well, I should say fifth from highest on the ban rate chart. Latios, as expected, top 1. But however, I feel like the win rate for Latios hasn't actually been all that strong. Ho-Oh, though, has been looking amazing. Hoopa always looking amazing. Charizard and Suicune have been doing the same thing. Galarian Rapidash and Latios, some big question marks for me, right? I love seeing them.
too.
They're both cool, but they've kind of been hit or miss, right?
They have, and especially because you're having the versatility of having Galarian Rapidash as either EXP share as a support, or more like your traditional speedster. And I don't know, it's not really blending in with the meta as much as I thought it would. And Latios as well, like we were discussing pre the event, we're like, Latios, yes, so much wind, so much power, and then it's like, wait, where did that go?
Yeah, I mean, okay, Latios is scary, but again, when you're playing against in matchmaking, normal matchmaking, especially solo queue, it's a whole lot easier to have all this extra wild Pokemon experience to be able to farm. Well, it's not experience, just the wild Pokemon, so you can build up your Eon energy. And unfortunately, in these matches, a lot of times you're pressured so heavily that you just don't get a chance to become that endgame powerhouse. I'm of the opinion, this is a hot take, this is my hot take, so that chat can hate on me.
I'm listening.
But I think that Telekinesis is really good on Latios. I think it's secondary move. It's less damage than normal, but it's the one for anybody who, it's a new Pokemon. If you hit one target and then you hit another target and it pulls them together and they bonk heads and they're like, whoa. But I think you can honestly win an entire team fight off of that sometimes. It's a really good crowd control option. But we've seen, we saw some Draco Meteor as far as a different type of option. We've seen Galarian Rapidash, a few different options, like you said, different builds, EXP share, not EXP share. So this weekend, I think we're going to have a lot of people learning what they really want to use and how to use it, and maybe we'll just see some of these Pokemon not be picked.
Yeah, it's very possible, actually. I think that's all about what Friday is. Day one of Worlds is everybody just trying to understand the current matters. Because, yes, we have played plenty of internationals throughout the season, but it all changes because we have constant patches. And it just makes, not just the patches, but new releases like Latios. So it really just makes a huge difference on how teams are preparing and, again, adapting to the enemy's play styles that often differ so much because of regional interplay.
Right, and then for anybody who hasn't been watching the entire season, Galarian Rapidash was in a weird spot too, because originally it was just far too good, and it wasn't being played as a support at all, right? It was just it literally just ran through the map, and it was just like, you can't stop me, you can't stop me, and just literally AoEing around everywhere. It was amazing. But then we saw it over-nerfed, well, not necessarily over-nerfed, but it was pretty weak, so we didn't see it at all. And then we saw it bugged, right, for a while, so then we couldn't see it for a long time. And then it was good again, but then we didn't have any tournaments, so it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, finally we actually get to see this Pokemon, which is great, because I actually think it's a really cool design, and I know a lot of people are really hyped for it.
Oh yeah, not just as a design on how they adapted the Pokemon into Unite, but just as the Pokemon itself. Who doesn't love it's basically a shiny unicorn. It's wonderful with pastel colors like our backdrop. I mean, wonderful, love this. It matches with me. I'm a happy girl. I'm a Jigglypuff girl.
Oh yeah, you need to bow up a little bit more so we can see it.
It's true.
I have no colors on me today. You're very colorful.
You do though. This is such a nice orange.
The orange is good. Yeah,
it's a good Charizard one.
It's the best I can get for.
No, it's great. I love it, especially with the buttons. They're Pokeballs.
I know this jacket is so cool. I don't know if I can turn around.
Look at the jacket.
It's got the Charizard.
Yes. Yes.
I don't think I've ever turned around on broadcast before. This is weird.
You look amazing.
Thank you.
I love that, Chef.
I know, this jacket's great. I was just saying, though, of course, we're here in Anaheim, in SoCal, in my home, not quite city, but, I live 30 minutes away from here. I don't get a chance to wear this. I bought this jacket 3 years ago, and I've worn it maybe 3 times, and 2 of them have been for events. So I'm glad that I get this opportunity, but it is very, very hot. And we do get a chance to see these teams here. Aegis Flames right now. On the other side, we got to see Zeta, and Zeta, such a powerful team. I felt like I was talking so much about Aegis Flames, but Zeta, they are a team that Japan is really looking to win Worlds with, and they would love to 2-peat.
Oh, yeah, the 2-peat is definitely what it's going for. Not having Fennel just brings such attention to Zeta Division in into our draft we go for Zeta Division on purple side versus Aegis Flames on the orange. And already the bans have come through. Your jacket is not going to be in play.
I know. I feel like this was actually a really good day from looking at encounter rate, right? For me to wear this jacket.
It's true. You're up there.
This might be the most Charizard we've ever seen in a tournament. But unfortunately, we're not seeing it. We're just encountering it. So we'll see what we see as far as actual picks. You know, another flying fire monster right now is Ho-Oh, who has been just so good in every game we've seen it.
So good. It's insane how we saw it had been nerfed and still being so relevant as it is in regards to like creating space with the flamethrower and just having that much like burn on the enemies. Rekindling Flame is just the most unique Unite move that we have, and it just allows for so much good play. Right, speaking of a powerhouse, we have Suicune for Aegis Flames, and of course that has to be their priority.
Yeah, Suicune and Ho-Oh, honestly, we just saw them both at the top of the encounter rate, I believe, altogether. So it certainly makes a lot of sense. Or, I'm sorry, it's top of the pick rate, actually, because encounter rate was Latios, I think. But players, by the way, Tomato playing on Ho-Oh could end up not playing Ho-Oh. We've seen it more of like a support pick for a lot of these teams, but Tomato is an incredible player. I mean, obviously, everybody on Zeta is amazing, but I'm just a huge fan of watching Tomato. Also, being named Tomato and having red hair is a great, great bit. But I just am excited to see what that's going to be. And almost certainly, I think after seeing the rest of these picks, that will be Tomato on the Ho-Oh.
Yeah, it feels like so. So rounding out this draft, we have the Ho-Oh, the Leafeon, Serena. So a lot of grass type, look at that. With the Comfey and the Zoroark for Zeta Division, while Aegis Flames is going for the Suicune, the Clefable, the Aegislash, the Buzzwole, and the Absol. Ooh, I'm kind of favoring top lane for Aegis Flames on this one.
I'm just glad that they actually chose Aegislash as the name Aegis Flames, right?
I mean, yes, wonderful, love it.
Yes, they absolutely
hope it works.
But top path, I almost think certainly. I feel like almost any time that you do have Buzzwole, you're leading in top path. I feel like Zacian might be an option that can really handle the early game against Buzzwole, but not many other options. So I do think this is going to be a little bit more of like a slow game for Zeta Division. They've got some early game strength, but they really are clearly betting on this like Comfey and the Zoroark combo that we actually haven't seen yet so far, I believe, this weekend. Obviously, that's one of the strongest combinations in history. It's not as strong as it maybe once was, so we'll have to see how Zeta actually does with it. I'm sure it's going to be amazing.
Oh yeah, because like you said, they also have the versatility of having the Zoroark. Oh, I did a Spriggles. A Zoroark. There we go. And the Leafeon for that early game, just control if they could assert in that, because of course on the other side they also have a very strong squad for Aegis Flames, and you kind of need still a while to guarantee that some of those Pokemon are gonna come online when the Buzzwole is just so strong. So into this game one, we're looking to, wait, what? Oh, all right. For a second, I was like, wait, why is Comfey jungle? No, it's just support helping out in the central.
Well, lots of interesting things as far as these go. We are going to have the Serena eventually. It's not Serena yet. Down in the bottom path. That's a really, really interesting choice, and not one that you usually see as a little bit more of either a center area or a top path Pokemon. So you can see right now, it's just bouncing along and being supported by this Ho-Oh, which is going to be a great, great, great path partner. At the moment, they're pretty far ahead, but there's going to be a little bit of a slow path, I think, on bottom. Though they're, you know, the legendaries here are quite strong, but we're not going to see Aegislash and Serena really at full strength until they are their full evolutions.
Yeah, we have a 3v3 here with the Zoroark and the Absol gathering around. It feels like Vitopo is going to go to maybe rotate to the top side instead. Oh, all right. So we're looking at an encounter here. They're going to see each other. Zoroark going in for the... Ooh, all right. Doesn't have that range. You still don't have that magical leaf. You don't have the grass knot on the Comfey, so you're not going to be able to do more. 4 people here on the top side for Aegis Flames. Love this rotation. They get all the Swabbles.
Oh, this is a 4-stack pushing top, and not a whole lot of defense as it was this solo Leafeon up top. I did like this choice, though. Leafeon does well, you know, if it was going to be just the Buzzwole. Unfortunately, Buzzwole and the crew are a little bit much for just one evolution, and now they're not just happy with that. They're going to keep on going down, take every Pokemon that they see. As Aegis Flames, I mean, this is a very, very huge statement. Obviously, they can get fought back here, but the confidence to push in on Zeta Division like this in Game 1 of Worlds, I love it, and look at that.
Yeah, and they get another one as well with this invade. Now still trying to push, but Rom will counter down on the Tharas, and they're gonna go down at the end. So at least Zeta, we know, they have the map control awareness, right, to be able to make those comebacks. Now with the 8-minute mark, Altaria in the central area, they're also going to be fighting over those, while here on the bot side, just trying to stack as much as possible for Vitopo. Ooh, look at that, the bus wall's going to go down, and that's going to be Rom chasing out for Leozine as well. Oh, he just flames. What happened?
I mean, it would look like they were doing really well, but of course you have to remember that's them doing well not against their main combo, which is going to be the Zoro-Roro-Roro-Arc and the Comfei. So finally they got to play a little bit, and you only need to play a little bit with that combination to make a big difference, and so things are starting to even up. I mean, points lead definitely Zeta Division's favor. Points scored altogether pretty high for this early in the game, only the 7-minute 20 mark, and they're fighting their way back. Ooh, they're going to be going all the way in. Okay, okay. Oh, maybe fly back? Nope, Tomato. Oh, not quite getting all the way over. That's actually a little bit scary, but maybe they tried to fake it out. I'm not sure exactly what that was, just a different decision, but they're still going to hang out over there. We've seen a lot of invading Ho-Ohs so far, so not a big surprise that we're going to see it a little bit. It's a little bit later in the game, but might as well just check to see what you can get.
It does have a very good, like, controlled burn damage, like, maintained throughout the time, like a DPS, right, damage over time. So that's pretty good to try to maintain not just the damage on the enemy, but also on the buff. Now going out with a Super Soul Slam. Into the air they go as well. And Rom will take the Clefable down. Still trying to get something here, but Aegis Flames is just falling at the seams. There's the Psycho Cut. Now having to retreat. The Absol's not going to be able to do more. And Thaddeus goes down as well. 2 KO Shriek goes to Vitopo. And, well, Zeta is just doing what we would expect of them. They're really just dominating right now. And maybe getting Aegis a little bit destabilized.
They're playing exactly their game plan. Even though the very beginning, the very first, I would say maybe 2 minutes of the game didn't exactly go Zeta Division's, well, you know, favor. They knew exactly what they were able to give up without giving up their main strength, which is currently this level 11 Zoro-Roro-Roro-Arc. Okay, I'm going to stop saying it that time. But yeah, it's level 11 now, and that is leading the game by a full level, and that is already very scary. The Aegis Slash, though, I think once it gets to be very, very powerful, will be a pretty scary, I don't want to say potential counter, but it's going to be a very difficult target to take down for the Zoroark. So it is starting to hit its kind of big power spike, you know, its evolution, its Unite move. We'll see once we get into these next team fights, what chance they're going to have. Oh, it's Shadow Play.
Oh, interesting. All right, so we're going out for another fight here in the Aegis Flames jungle with the Flower Fuse Forever. That's Zeta Division maintaining themselves so healthy, and Rekindled Flame as well. They leave no chance to breathe for Aegis Flames. They are definitely burning down. Those flames are just absolutely terrifying from the Ho-Oh, and this combo is just huge from Zeta.
All you have to say, fight fire with fire.
Basically.
It's working pretty well. Fight flames with flames.
Exactly.
And surprisingly, the scariest damage in that fight may not have been Vitopo. It might not have been Zorg. It might have just been Tomato on this Ho-Oh.
I think so too. Yeah. Which is nuts to think about. But here we are. Right, and with Aegis Flames positioning for this bottom Reggie, having a good control of the area with a Whirlpool coming from Antares. Now Rom is not going to try to contest this one, so it's a good rip from Aegis Flames as they can continue to try to push forward, while Tommy will get the reverse Reggie Alecki on the top side. Still trying to push some more. Clefable does get a go, but we have the Reggie Alecki on the top side that was taken. Oh my word, this is just butting down so quickly, and it's just flying out swords and fists everywhere. And what is remaining is not the bug, it's the queen.
Was that necessary to use the Unite move right there? Come on, you just took down all.
It was for the style.
It was. Honestly, we did get a double KO there from Buzzwole, so that was actually a pretty close to a turnaround. However, I don't think it was necessarily necessary. You're at the 4-minute mark, so maybe you just want to use it and just, you know, build it back while you can, waste less time. However, that was a great fight win for Zeta. They're still, I mean, look at this. Tomato is basically just living in their center area. I don't know when the last time Tomato was on the left side of the map was.
Yeah, I guess this is like it. It's a little comfy on that side. Oh, no pun intended. But yeah, one thing I was going to say is just how, while that was happening, we also had not just the Leafeon taking down the Reggie Alecki, but, oh, just hold that, because it feels like Zeta might have been caught here. The infinite ice spikes coming through, but the damage from the Zoroark is insane. Vitopo chasing out for Antares, and it's just so close to taking down them as well. 3 KO streak and 50 points for the Leafeon, because we saw all the goals destroyed. We're in home goal already.
Oh my goodness, that was a juicy carrot on a stick that they went to go and bite, and unfortunately they were punished for it. Same thing here, I don't know how much they want to actually chase. They do have the numbers advantage, but Vitopo alone took down basically 3 members in that last little engagement. The moment that they thought they were going to get that nice, I mean, it was a nice, like, kind of catch, right? Catching that Serena. However, the moment that they all grouped up, the moment Absol was like, okay, it's time I can go in, it's safe, and then all of a sudden it was just like dash through, dash through, dash through, dash through, and Vitopo was like, okay, thank you for the KO.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Ooh, but we're going to see that being said by Aegis Flames by taking Serena once again, but he's closer to the final stretch. Still a little ways away. There's still 10 seconds for them to respawn, allowing the Aegis Flames to have an opening and take the Reggie Alecki top. Although, can they and should they commit to pushing to top side though?
I don't know. I mean, the points lead is huge. We are about to hit the final stretch. I mean, big note is the levels. We just see level 15 for Vitopo, and actually the highest level in the entire game was Tomi, hitting 15 at about the 3-minute mark, which is ridiculous. However, they're actually starting to push in and fight. It's already 1 member down.
Okay, and it's a huge member as well as the Ho-Oh. You're not going to have the Rekindling Flame in 3 seconds for the Rayquaza to spawn. There's Vitopo coming out as well. They have the Comfy on the back. Now Tomi getting chased by that Fly LZ, and they're going into the pits. That's pretty much a lot of action going on, and we're seeing the rip? No, we're not. So we're still going to go for this fight here. LZ will be finished because Vitopo just has so much damage. There's another one. Unfortunately, Dual Games is also going to go down, and Zeta Division with a 4 KO streak for Vitopo on the Zoroark will push for the win.
That was surgical. That was absolutely beautiful. They took down 3 members. They saw that there was only a Clefable left that was kind of standing as far as secure, so they actually dealt with the Clefable because that Unite move can be amazing secure. And then they turned around and united the final member, which was that Buzzwole, with Serena, just to make sure that things were all closed up. 0% chance that Aegis Flames were making that comeback. Almost did with that great start. They are going to have a little bit of fight in them here at the end, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. Minute 5 left, and I always hate to say it when there's a minute left, but this one is certainly in the bag for Zeta.
Yeah, 500 points odd. Now 600 odd points ahead is definitely a lead. Now we're looking at them just having just the movement, you know, the momentum, so they're not gonna go cold for game 2 because there's still plenty to be played. But this one, like you said, wrapped in the back for Zeta Division. It just does take 2 members of Zeta down, but that's quite a lot of points that you have to surpass to actually come back. Potato over the wall should be okay, just poking out, just saying, I'm staying here up in the fence. That's all right. If I go down, that's okay. I don't mind it. And there's gonna be a gravity on them down as they are knocked out.
Yeah, they're not even trying to win at this point. They're just playing around for fun in the fights, you know, as these last few moments are happening. They would, even if they had 100 in pocket for every single, or sorry, 50 in pocket, to score 100 for every single person on their team. If they had 100 in pocket, they would be disqualified because that's cheating.
That's not true. That is illegal.
That is illegal.
That is wrong.
But a great first game for Zeta Division. However, I will say, despite the fact that obviously at the very end, it was a very clean win for the Rayquaza and the score lead was pretty huge, there was a lot of fight in Aegis Flames. That was very potentially close, especially with how they engaged and got that first huge pick against Tomato on the Ho-Oh. I think there was a really high chance that they could have made it happen. They just maybe didn't have quite enough answers for the Zoroark.
It's true, right? I think it's not just the Zoroark in particular. I think when Aegis Flames got like the hint of a lead in how they were winning the team fights early game, Chef, it felt like they got ahead of themselves. They were like, oh, we're going to invade everything, and we're just... instead of that working and just being a nuisance that usually the invade is supposed to be, they overstretched it a little bit, and they were just getting knocked out. There was a moment where odd position in like mid-game, so... the amount of EXP that Zeta Division accumulated all throughout the mid to late game. And like you said, the level 15, Zoroark and Leafeon by around 3 minutes is just like, what?
Yeah, the level lead was nearly insurmountable. If it wasn't quite a huge level lead, especially off of that first pick, I think Aegis Flames would have very, very much had more than a 50% chance to take that Rayquaza in the game. But the way that Zeta Division was able to play after the first 2 minutes of the game, where they got invaded, they got KO'd pretty early up top. There was a ton of scoring going on against their single solo lane, which I think is a really smart choice from Aegis Flames, realizing, okay, we are going to have their center area Pokemon be, the comp phase is going to sit on them. So we're going to go and hit their weakness, which is going to be their top path with only one Pokemon, and then we're going to continue to push from there. And it works great. Whoa. Just unfortunately, oh my gosh, yeah, you see that.
Whoa. We're looking at the same screen.
Yep.
Is that it? Should I adjust my glasses? 103,000 damage for Zoroark and Vitofo. What an MVP for this game, for sure. And it felt like you said, the combination with the Comfey is just always so reliable. And unfortunately, there wasn't that much of an answer after you had the lead for Aegis Flames in the early game. Mid-game was always going to be difficult.
Right, and I also do think that this Zoroark against their particular comp was really, really strong, where they chose the Clefable comp, and they were really grouping up a lot, right? It was like a lot of melee Pokemon. They were all relatively close, and they were using the Zoroark less as a dive and more as like a counter dive, where as soon as everybody would push in, all of a sudden Zoroark would start dashing through the entire team, and they had to group up for just basically how their playstyle was trying to play on the side of Aegis Flames. And unfortunately, when you're all close together, you're all getting hit at once, and you're just taking so much damage, which, of course, we got to see with over 100,000 damage on that Zoroark.
That was really good. That was pretty impressive. But I have to say, you mentioned as well, so much energy and determination that we saw from Aegis Flames in that game, and it felt like they had a game plan. But when they encountered okay, this is going well, when there was like a rock in the past, and they were like, okay, so how do we actually adapt to it? How do we adapt to the fact that Zeta just themselves adapted to how Aegis was playing?
Yeah, it's tough. Zeta is, like I said, they're considered maybe the favorite to win. I think if it was between them and Luminosity, they would probably be taking 95% of if people were voting as to who's going to win Worlds. So they're doing some great stuff on the side of Aegis Flames. They had multiple situations where they were clearly winning the scenario, whatever was happening, they were winning that. They were making the right choices. They were putting Zeta Division on the back foot. So if you can do that once, if you can do it twice, it means you can do it enough to actually win. It's just they have to consistently do it. And Zeta Division, their consistency is one of their biggest strengths, and it kind of always has been, but especially right now.
Yeah, they're definitely performing just exactly as we expect them, and even better, which is something that we have been saying about Luminosity as well. So this is a team we expect quite a lot of. Aegis Flames with the Mewtwo Y and the Latios ban, alongside Zeta Division with the Hoopa and the Charizard. So again, no jacket Charizard for Chef, but we still have the Ho-Oh. Now for Aegis Flames, because the other time we had Zeta on the purple, so first pick here will be Ho-Oh.
I think Ho-Oh as a first pick has been kind of the most commonly chosen first pick of the day, and it makes a lot of sense. It looked so good. But now look at this, Tomato very potentially going on that Suicune. I think that we're going to have a really, really strong dependence, or I don't know, I should say maybe some really strong MVP performances from the defender and supporter players amongst this tournament, just because there are so many things like Ho-Oh and Suicune that are getting past a lot of these bans, or Hoopa could have been unbanned, we could have seen that. We can see the Galarian Rapidash maybe coming from some supporter players. We can also see attacker players, which is what we're going to see right now potentially from the side of Aegis Flames. So Tomato, a star player like that, being able to play something like Suicune, I'm terrified.
Well, you know what? Yeah, so am I. Especially paired with a Leafeon like that. If you can line people up and just slow them down for that Razor Leaf, I mean, right, we have the Clefable confirmed as well. Plus the Serena has been definitely on the rise. And on the side of Aegis Flames, that Galarian Rapidash we mentioned is coming through with an Eldegoss. We have quite a lot of that healing that can come through. Ooh, okay, a Lucario plus a Zeraora, so it's the other side of the Zeraora. Right?
Yes, that's not going to confuse me at all.
Absolutely not.
Interesting final two picks, though, from Aegis Flame. So we did see Lucario banned at the start of today. However, not a ban that I fully understood, if I'm being 100% honest. We've seen Lucario picked as well today. I believe it was, I actually can't remember which team we saw it from. But it's not a pick that I feel like is really has been shown to be ban worthy quite yet. And especially that as a pick over the Blaziken, which we see as the final pick on the side of Zeta Division, is an interesting choice. So I'm excited to see how that one's going to play out. I'm not saying it's wrong per se, it's just interesting. Same thing with Zeraora, not a Pokemon that we've seen a whole lot of since they nerfed some of the speedster gameplay that we saw at ACL.
Speaking of ACL, I think it might have been the Insomnia series, like the first series of the day.
That was it, yeah.
Yeah, wasn't it? Yeah, for the Lucario. I think there was a ban and there was a Lucario game as well, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, something similar here coming through for Aegis Flames. So kind of hinting that there was some good studying on the Eastern teams. So I appreciate that for sure, because that's exactly what you need to do when you are at Worlds. And we are here for the Pokemon World Championships 2025 in Anaheim, California. This is your second game of Aegis Flames on the purple side versus Zeta Division on the orange.
All right, they are going to be opposite sides this time, as we saw Aegis Flames choose the first pick, and so nicely steal away that Ho-Oh. I feel like that makes a lot of sense. I was curious as to where they were going to go with everybody. We are going to see that center area, Galarian Rapidash, and Zeraora is going to be up top. Zeraora we were seeing up top as a pretty common option back around ACL when Zeraora was extremely, extremely strong, but we'll see how it does this time around. One of the few matches we haven't had Buzzwolf for a while, and oh my goodness, just chunked by that Razor Leaf.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the power Leafeon in the early game, and we don't have that big, like, discharge that we had once upon a time, like you said, for the Zeraora. We're not in that meta right now. We don't have the extra, quote-unquote, lethality for the speedsters that once were rest in Pepperoni. So it's different. So we're going to see something completely away from what we saw on ACL. Now, here on the bot side, we do have 3 members here, so the Serena has come to help as well. Still waiting to get that third tier evolution, right? And with the 850, let's see who's going to get these ones. Oh, very nicely done by the Combusken from the side of Zeta Division and on Vitopo, right? To guarantee that they were going to be away from Aegis Flames.
That could have been a little bit of a fight to see who could kind of grab the entire group between the Lucario and the Combusken, but Combusken's so good at doing it. Usually I feel like Combusken and Garchomp are usually the ones that steal away those packs of wild Pokemon at best. Right now, though, we're seeing some very aggressive play from Aegis Flames. That's what they were playing, or how they were playing in the previous game, and it looks like they're continuing to do so. However, they haven't been able to do anything like their 4-person crash top from last game into that big invade. They're just playing a little bit more aggressive on the sides of their pads. So I do expect this is going to be a little bit of a slower game, which is kind of scary because I do feel like the scaling on the side of Zeta Division is a little bit scarier, as Aegis Flames is a really strong early game team.
Definitely. With the Blaziken, with the Serena, that is potential. And right now, Zeta Division, with this collapse here on the bot side, no Lucario, no Eldegoss, they're going to go for the goal. But maybe take down Tommy here, very nicely done. And Mats as well will go for the Central Altaria, though going to get caught. Having still Antares around might be able to help. No, it's going to be a takedown from the side of Rom.
When they're just chasing all the way. We're going to have to back up pretty far here, I think. Zeta is looking very, very strong, and they do have some pretty survivable members on the side of Aegis Flames, so they should be able to hold on onto that gold zone. Some great defenders as well with gold zone defenders. Ho-Oh doing a lot of big AoE damage, but they're going to be challenging up in the middle for that experience, and they're getting a little caught out. Not going down quite yet. We will be losing at least 1 member. Zeraora backing up in the pull. Very nice. Huge play. It's going to be KO'd in return, though.
Definitely very impactful on the fight, coming from Rom on the Leafeon. So the extra AoE damage there was just really good to get control over the top pad. But now, I feel like there's something different about how Aegis Flames is playing. Maybe just trying to be a little bit more control, I don't know. Although, follow me as much as you want. You will escape. Okay, I'll give you that.
Eventually, yeah. Honestly, could have kept chasing, but maybe just deciding that, okay, hold on, I'm the only person up top.
Chef, that was kind of criminal. That was really crazy. I love that Unite move, though, from the Galarian Rapidash, but here's the Serena with a stomp, and she's stomping that way onto success. It's going to be a reset, though. Wait, what are you doing? No! Oh, I should have just come back to base.
So low, though, on the side of Tommy. This is going to be Registeel taken for free at the end of that fight for sure. I mean, there's some really low HP members of Zeta in that fight, so It's I kind of get why they continued to fight, but they just weren't quite able to pull it off. I do want to say though, the Zero Aura has been getting at least one KO in every fight. It's looking a little bit scary. I feel like it maybe could pop off a little bit later on. We just have to see when it's going to actually hit its max strength or get that opportunity where it's not being targeted out.
True. That is true. With a 40-point score there on the bot side, we're rotating to the top. Now with the 4-person gank, we'll be able to take down top tier 1, as we're still gonna, wait, we have another 40? Wow, okay, so we're gonna have a 20 overdunk on bot tier 2, while the rest of the teammates are fighting on Reggie Alecki. There's the overheat trying to go in, but there's the Zero Aura, it will guarantee it. And it's Aces Flames to take the objective themselves. They're still trying to push because they are looking to get a win. The first team fight that they can maybe make it. They do make it. It's almost a wipe. It is a full team ace.
Zero Aura triple. Big Cat means big trouble. They're going for the goal zone as well. Zeta on the back foot. Regilecki going in. That's a goal zone down.
Yeah, then they're ahead in points. Strictly 4 points ahead, considering how below they were. This is like incredible news for the Brazilian squad. Aegis Flames, what a turn-back team fight that was. And now they need to be careful. Don't get too caught up in your own mind. Don't be too overconfident. Take this as the win you needed to get those levels back, you said, Chef, so you can actually make it.
Yeah, I mean, the levels, the points, everything, the goal zone positioning. I mean, look, they're down to the home goal zone on top path. That means every Regilecki is going to be extremely, extremely scary. But Zeta, they're not handing this over for free. They're like, okay, you know what? We're going to take everything you have in return for that aggression. And now they're pushing all the way into their center area, just farming.
Yeah, they are. And they are farming players at this point. The Zero Aura is going to go down. You got to be careful there. Eldegoss, you still have a member coming through, but there's the Queen of Senators going on to do games. They're still going to push because Zeta has quite a lot of damage, but there's the Rekindle Flame with the Ice Spikes onto the Eldegoss, but they're not going to get knocked out. Finally, they do. It's going to be Rom who does it. And again, Zeta punishing whenever they see fit.
Oh no, things are really starting to turn around again after that huge win. I mean, things are still okay. Aegis Flames has to stabilize, though. That's the biggest thing. They're doing amazing pull. God, they're so good at that.
Oh, they are so good. I love it. Bring us more of those players in. We're having that follow me to get away. It's gonna be all right for the side of Cliff Fable. Bot side, Zeta Division gets the bottom Reggie. Still trying to push here on the top. And Aegis Flames will take one down. It is going to be that Serena, followed by a Cliff Fable. Is it though? Healing quite a bit. Following up, Dazzling Gleam, not going to take that supporter.
Wow, I am so incredibly sold on the Zero Aura play. I believe if you pronounce the player's name, the Mats.
Yeah, the Mats.
Just Mats? Okay. But yeah, they're playing so incredibly well. I can never tell I pronounce a player's name when it's like 2 words. But yeah, they're doing so well with a Pokemon that has been a little bit out of the meta. And like I said, we haven't seen it since ACL, but their pulls have been amazing. The way that they've initiated has been amazing. They've been getting KOs in every single fight. They're current level 13, which is tied for highest in the game. We're doing to play a little bit of catch-up, lots of experience on the side of Aegis Flames to be able to fight and even things up for this final stretch. Points as well, only 5 points difference, much closer than that last game. If they can, get one of those early picks like they did before, if they can play well in this final moment, Aegis Flames could tie things up here.
It's true. We are very close to being able to see something like that happen, but there's 2 level 13s on the side of the Zeta Division and a 14 while they're still catching up for Aegis Flames trying to put it in with the Serena. They're going to go Grassy Slide away. So there's not going to be a full-on engage at this point. Goes in. Another one doesn't pick it, so still trying to get a angle while the Eldegoss is maintaining Aegis Flames, still healthy. Now Viterbo getting some poke in as well, getting control over this side of the central. Ooh, Matt is not going to get another one, but still very much convinced that that is the play. And Antares as well, doing so good on that. With, the Ice Spikes are coming? No, they haven't come yet. They're still waiting for the moment. Now Rome on the other side, potentially looking for a flank. Here we go! There's no supporter on the side of Zeta Division. And now Aegis Flames on a 2 KO streak. Make it a 3? No, but that's all right. We keep on pushing. We go for Ray.
Oh no, 2 people left with the Blaziken. You have to deal with the Blaziken. That's going to be everything. It's high fighting up in that top path. They're starting to burn another Rayquaza down to half life, but we've got to deal with Vitopo. They don't know if there he is. Can Vitopo get in? Can Vitopo find that over? No, there's certainly not going to be any time. They get one KO. They're getting low. They're still running it down. Can they get the steal? But no, it's going to be Galarian Rapidash.
Aegis Flames take some Rayquaza, and they are going to push for the win. They're 5 points behind, but 50 seconds, it's plenty of time. Mark it on your clocks, everybody. We're going to game 3. Should Aegis Flames score, there's the 100. We need to see more Andres coming through to feel even more comfortable, Chef. And there it is, 1, 2, make it 300 points.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing. This match was won with almost certainly zero aura play. The pulls were out of this world. I mean, that initiation to get the pull into the first KO of that final fight and then just run away with the rest of it after so many different other things. I have to say, I think we should see a zero aura ban, which is a wild thing to say, but Zeta, potentially the strongest team in the entire world right now, are going to go to game 3 up against Aegis Flames from Brazil.
The Brazilian champions, Aegis Flames, taking the Japan Monsters Zeta Division into a game 3, Chef. This is absolutely crazy. The Mets, the highlight on that Aurora, like you said, let's hear it for them because this was such a win. Things were a little bit rocky and shaky in the beginning, but then when they pulled that off and started just getting confident on those discharge pulls, it was just done.
Yeah, I feel like I need to take this down like a notch for a second because that is such a unique tech that I feel like, especially we're here at Worlds, and shout out to any of you who maybe aren't, super pros at Unite, and you're probably saying, why can that Pokemon do that? And the answer for that is, I don't really know, but it's a specific, unique technique that Zero Aura has had for a very long time, where you begin one attack, and then you kind of set up a teleport point for yourself. And if you hit an attack right when you teleport back, a very specific timing, you pull them along with you back to your original teleport points. And so it uses a few moves that Zero Aura has that were not exactly, I think, originally intended to work in that exact way, but it becomes a way to steal somebody from your opponent's front line or back line right into your team for some beautiful, ridiculous KOs. And that's exactly what we saw right there. I am so incredibly sold on that Zero Aura play.
Oh, me too. I'm so sold. Just, I don't know. There's nothing more to be bought here. I'm completely sold because, like you said, it's just a special tech because you have to go the Volt Switch to get the location up in for the back line, use the discharge, but specifically, it's not just one thing that gets people in. It's specifically a boosted auto, which is like every 3 autos. So you gotta like pay attention to exactly the moment when you're using the discharge. Let's do it again. The Mets taking down that supporter, just denying all survivability from Zeta Division and just making it like completely unplayable for Zeta, not having the means to heal.
Shout out to our replay guy for the slow-mo right there. Yeah, I want to see. We need an end-of-day compilation of all of those pulls in slow-mo. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, send it to me in private.
Yeah.
Send it to us in private.
Us in private. And this is an accurate MVP to me. Matt's unbelievable play. Absolutely a monster with this Pokemon. I think MVP of this set, no matter what happens, even if they don't win game number 3, but that's got to set them up for some amazing, just momentum, right? And just happiness going into game number 3.
Exactly, and that's what we want to see because when you are in the mental, in the zone, especially against such a high-regarded team, you cannot just like let the doubt come in, let like anything else that is far away from your like focus, your target, your goal. You need to just focus on that. That's the only thing that matters. Game 3 is on the screen. Draft for Zeta Division now back to the purple side in the Aegis Flames on the orange. Get the respect. 2% ban rate for the Zero Aura. Bow down to Mets.
All right, I think that, again, no matter what happens for the rest of their careers, to say, oh yeah, my Zero was so good that what people consider the best team in the world just banned a 2% ban rate Pokemon so that I couldn't play it against them is the greatest flex that one could ever have. So I do fully agree. I said it before, Zeta Division did not have an answer for that. I don't know what the true answer for that is. It's something you really have to practice against to know how to not be vulnerable, and they were just so incredibly good at it. So they're getting rid of it, and first pick Mewtwo Y, assumedly.
You would assume.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It can be X. It looks the same.
One would assume.
It looks the same. Who knows? But we've seen some Mewtwo X as well. Actually, we saw it in ACL. On the other side, though, the Charizard will be here, so my jacket Pokemon finally will actually happen. And Suicune as a first pick makes sense. Ho-Oh being banned means that's not going to be early either.
One thing that I really want to see, especially with these Mewtwo Ys that we have been seeing, is how creamy. Just give me a Mewtwo Y, how creamy decorating, right?
Yep.
It's so fun, but it's not the case. It hasn't happened. Maybe it will tomorrow. We're going to be here. We hope you guys are here as well in the arena or watching at home on Twitch or YouTube for Pokemon Unite as we are continuing here the draft with the side of Zeta Division, focusing on Defender and then that all-rounder. We have the Snorlax plus Zacian, while on the side of Aegis Flames, they're going for a aggressive early game. Who would have thought?
Yeah, I know. Who would have? We could see. Oh, interesting. Okay, we're going to see the Comfey. That's actually cool. They shifted a little bit. You can see they choose the Comfey Zoroark as a last set of picks often, which is really, really smart. Seeing what the other team has or doesn't have, maybe more importantly, because I do feel like with the fact that they had the Mewtwo Y and it's not going to be a support Mewtwo Y, they could have gone something like Helping Hand, or they could have gone Okremi, but instead it looks like they're shifting pretty significantly. All great targets in their team, by the way, for the Comfey if the Zoroark does end up getting KO'd, so not a huge deal if they do end up having to shift around that way. So I really like the comp of Zeta Division. However, Aegis Flames, they're going with some picks that we haven't had a chance to see them use yet. So I'm interested to see how they'll do having to shift around quite a bit.
Yeah, the Charizard finally coming through in this series in particular. You have the Buzzwole as well that we know is very steady in the top half. The Suicune, such a good choice as well. So we have some very good picks individually in every single of these squads. Particularly the Zoroark and the Comfey that we saw Zeta Division win on game one was absolutely crazy good. So that's something to keep an eye on. But on the side of Aegis Flames, they also have a very interesting composition. Now trying to still maintain some of that pressure in the early game because of that Leafeon. We know just how nasty the Razor Leaf is.
Yes. In the early game, in the late game, anywhere.
In the outside of the game.
Yeah, unless it's my teammate in solo queue, then
then I don't like it.
Yes, but no, my one biggest question is we're going to get here in game 3 is the Mewtwo Y being first pick. Was that worth the very first pick of being left side? However, we're going here into game number 3. Zeta Division on the left, Aegis Flames from Brazil on the right. And one of these teams is going to move forward after this.
Oh, yes, they will. And this is the moment to start counting down from 10 as we are playing the last game of this series. Antara is here with the Suicune and the Charmander on the bot side, while top side is Laozing on that Gossifleur plus the Buzzwole. So we'll see what's going to be the pressure here, because you already have that smoke bomb coming through from Tomi, or actually from Wajiro in this case, and just trying to secure as much of that EOS energy as possible. Although we know Buzzwole very, very famous for doing well in the past.
Yeah, interesting change around here. Obviously, in game number 1, we saw Leafeon up top, but we had a similar idea with the Comfey. However, this time around, Comfey is going to be actually assisting up top with the Zacian to make sure that maybe they don't get pushed down quite so heavily early on, because that was a pretty big near victory moment for Aegis Flames in that early moments of game number 1. Now, this time, they're being fought off pretty well, not able to fight against this Comfey Zacian, and now we're going to see the rotation up. The Comfey is going to switch targets.
Whoa, they're definitely switching them back to the Pokemon Center, because it doesn't feel right good there for Aegis Flames. As you know, Ritopo comes in, then you have the Flower Ring, and it just feels like it's all a blur. It turns black, and you're like, oh my god, I'm in the dark. What happened? And you're back at the Pokemon Center. That's happening again here. Unfortunately, that for Aegis Flames getting caught off. And another one is going to happen because Ritopo was stealing now the Essential buff. Not going to be followed up, though, on the top side. Just the Brawlers brawling.
Yeah, we are going to have a little bit of time, maybe a minute or two, for Aegis Flames that is like a real significant weak point for them. While they still have the Charmeleon and not a Charizard, because this is such an early popping off team for Zeta Division. They have all their main power spikes, as far as their lane of illusions at least, and so they're able to just run around and play their kind of main game plan while we're still trying to find some experience for Aegis Flames. We'll see if they end up maybe like not prioritizing the big objectives that spawn super quickly, because it does seem more like we're still maybe a little bit away away from wanting to fight as a team. We'll see how quickly they can get the evolution, but we are going to see a rotation up top, actually, where Charmeleon's going to go into that center area, maybe split some experience with that Leafeon, and they're just trying to find whatever they can before they lose the opportunity. And look at this, everybody up top, maybe realizing that they didn't have the strength to take the basement, Reggie. Instead, they're going for a goal zone as we get the evolution, and this looks like game one.
It did. It really did. It's like picture perfect, just the same. Impersonation, just copy paste. And I think it's a good read as well, because noticing the Zacian didn't have the collar, the comfy collar, it was just a good idea to go after the Zacian, and then you just control the top Reggie. Meanwhile, of course, you're going to trade objectives, and Zeta Division will guarantee the Reggie steal also uncontested. So right now, I kind of feel like that's the game plan for Aegis Flames in particular. We don't want to like overcomplicate. We get here what we can. If we can't, we leave.
I agree on that. I feel like Aegis Flames has made some really, really great, amazing macro choices as far as where they want to push. And then Zeta Division has made some really amazing macro choices as to what they want to give up and what they want to defend. And it's really cool to see both sides of the coin. And both of these teams are playing amazing. They're both super, super smart teams, which is something that you love to see. You can see where all the intentional rotations are. And once again, now we're seeing this big rotation bottom from Aegis Flames, the entire team versus the entire team. And they maybe realized that, okay, everybody's here. We don't want to actually push this. We don't have enough to gain. They're going to get some experience. They're going to back up. And we're just seeing from Zeta Division if there's an opportunity to find one catch. They're going in, they're poking. And we're going to see, by the way, a grass knot coming out from the Comfey. It's not always guaranteed, but, you know, we do expect it usually at these in-person events.
I agree, and especially considering that you have such a proactive Zoroark that you are attached to, you just want to go in and pull people in.
Yeah.
And it's funny because you were mentioning, oh, look at Zeta Division poking, and it's just the Zoroark going in.
Yeah.
Like you expect the poke coming from the ranged attacker. No, it's just a speed. You're just going in. Right on the top side, that's what they're doing. Oh, and they take them down just as we speak. The duo is gonna get collapsed upon. Now Aegis Flames still pushing out here. Rom on half HP, Tomato almost on 60 as well, blocking them out. Pretty nicely done. And now Aegis Flames finding the opportunity because the Regis are spawning pretty soon to go get Seismic Slam, and they are definitely slamming. And it feels like this is a goal down as they can reposition for either of the Regis.
And can I just say, like, the draft, I didn't even get a chance to talk about it. The draft that they have is going to be, on the side of Aegis Flames, is going to be so much stronger against the Zoroark. Because they have the Dunk from the Buzzwole, they've got the Unite from the Charizard, they've got everything from Suicune being able to crowd control, and so as soon as they dive in, it's going to be a very, very scary situation no matter what, and we got a chance to see that perfectly with that counter dive from the Buzzwole Dunk. However, we're trying to stay similar in strength here, a little bit of a lead from Aegis Flames. Zeta, though, is going to be able to take the Regieleki, either giving up the tier 1, and that should go down. Not sure how much of an overdunk that was. Okay, it was like 15-ish.
Yeah, around.
Not the worst in the world. It's going to bounce up in points.
Right, oh, but they're getting collapsed here. Look at that sneaky play. Aegis Flames just in the tall grass, unnoticed. And Tomato is going to take some damage here, but should be perfectly fine as a Snorlax to just, oh, are they though?
Oh.
Are they though? Right, having that heavy slam away from it, and we're good. There's not enough slow that you can do, Lousy.
Yeah, might have gone almost a little bit too greedy right there, but it looks like in the end it was okay. They didn't really figure that prioritizing taking down Tomato was all that important. So really good stuff to them, and we're getting really close now to the end game. There are going to be another set of objectives, so we can't look at everything for sure, but we can say the level lead is in Aegis Flames' favor. The points lead just barely in their favor. A lot of goal zones down on both sides, so we're not really looking towards any pretty, I don't know, easy back caps. If anything's going to happen, it's going to be later. They're fighting all in the center.
Oh, well, that's not later to me, that's right now as they're going in, and I love how much they set it up with the Suicune, taking so many of those Pokemon so low as they finally take them down. Potato getting focused by the mats. Still, it's a defender. It's going to take maybe a little bit. There you go. Now getting separated for Topo. Still has the comfy collar going in, using that Unite move. But Wajiro is also going to go down. It's a 3 KO streak for Mats. And again, who is that? say his name. It's Matt.
Matt is ridiculous. This is a player to watch. For all of you at home, run down that name because this is absolutely the MVP of the set. I think, again, like I said, no matter what happens, this is certainly not a set that is over yet, but Matt is unbelievable now on this buzz. Well, previously on the Zero Aura, I am so ridiculously impressed. They've got the blue buff, 240. We are getting a Regieleki up top, just spawning. Basement Reggie is getting taken down, I think, right now, solo by this Leafeon. It should be pretty uncontested. Yeah, we're not going to see anybody from Zeta. And Zeta on the back foot of Game 3 in their first broadcast match. This is not what anybody expected. However, like I said, this is not over. It's just a very strong momentum from Aegis Flames.
It is, and it's really close. 15 seconds for final stretch, like you said, Chef. And it is an upper hand for Aegis Flames. They have the HP recovery from their Regis. They're still trying to get a position here to go in, though.
Oh, they need to not get caught into a choke point. But look at this positioning from Zeta. They're all southwest of this fight. They are nowhere in the Rayquaza circle. They are just waiting for an opportunity to get one huge pick, one way to engage. However, they're the ones getting caught.
Yeah, like that Whirlpool's just doing so much damage. I'm just looking at how much the Suicune for Antares is just doing work. There goes Matt. Still focusing on the defender though. Gotta be careful. Maybe that's the best play there, going for the Mewtwo wide. But there's the backline, and it's gonna be Tommy trying to get there's a ball in a choke point, but it's not going to be the case. They are going to back up at this stage and just reposition back to the center. Whirlpool again. Look at just how much it does to Rom.
That was actually a beautiful disengage from both teams. Both of them getting some really big opportunities and not wasting anything. They all realized this was not the moment, but this might be the moment.
Oh, yes, it is, and it's coming through. Look at all the damage that they're doing, and it's pretty great for Aegis Flames. They're falling. It's just the comfy. Make it a win for Aegis Flames against world's most favorite team, Zeta Division. Give them. This is a 2-1. We still have 1 minute, Chef, but this is looking incredibly good.
If there's one thing I've learned from Worlds 2 years in a row, 3 years in a row if I'm being honest, never, never underestimate Brazil. They are looking like a region right now, the region to beat. Zeta Division, one of the best teams in the world, one of the favorites to win this. They are going to get a nice little turnaround here. There's 30 seconds left. Okay, I'm not going to say this is 100% over yet. They need to start moving if they really, really have any chance, though. 25 seconds. Yeah, I know. I don't know if they have enough. I just don't want to say after a near team wipe like that it's over. I'm gonna hold on to the platitudes until the end, right? We've got some ability on this team. 15 seconds left. They're zooming over. Tomato, 46 points in pocket. They've got a lot of points in pocket. 2 members hiding, though. We are gonna have some pretty great defense. Charizard, an amazing defender. Everybody's trying to score. The Wallet trying to push them off, but no chance to KOs. And that's it. Locked in the bag. So, what just happened?
Aegis Flames is what happened. 2-1 against Zeta Division.
Unbelievable. Easily so far the upset of the entire tournament. And wow, well deserved. What a team. Aegis, I mean, we were talking about them before, right? We've been so used to 2 particular teams, or 2 sets of players really, because they kind of shifted around a lot in Brazil, being the top dogs in Brazil. But this team kind of came out of nowhere. They were winning a lot of the regional championships, or sorry, the regional finals, everything, whatever those words are. I can't speak words right now. They're winning a lot of tournaments. Yes. And it's like, okay, who really are they? But watching them here, oh my goodness. This, if anybody made a fantasy bracket out there, Aegis Flames, I'm sure, not only from this match, but from their further matches in the tournament, have destroyed 90% of, maybe more, 95% of brackets.
Of all predictions, every prediction, I have to say, this was the utmost pleasure to cast with you, Chef, because honestly, what an honor to witness this at the world's stage. Anaheim, California, everybody. Pokémon UNITE. This is the climax of everything these players have been working for.
And I gotta keep giving it to them. the Mats. I don't know. We got to figure out exactly how to say his name. The Mats. The one and only Mats. Well earned. You get to be the only Mats. If your name is Mats out there, you have to change it because you did not just MVP a game against Zeta Division playing not only Buzzwole, but Zera Oro in one of what was maybe the best Zera Oro play I've ever seen in my entire life. So yes, the one and only Mats. Of course, the entire team was amazing. The draft choices they made were great. And that's one of the biggest things that I'm so happily surprised by with the Aegis Flames. Not that I thought they weren't going to be, but they are such a smart team. Their macro decisions were incredible. They were literally going toe-to-toe in macro decisions against Zeta Division, who is one of the best, right? So that is just, I don't know. I'm out of words. I'm so glad I got to cast it with you too.
Yes, I mean, know. What a pleasure.
First Brazilian caster at Worlds, and you get to watch this.
Oh my God, you're gonna make me cry, dude. Oh my word, the Mats is your Game 3 MVP. And it is undoubtedly the series MVP.
It's really funny. He's holding
a Zoroark.
And all he did this game was just pick up Zoroark and dunk it and make sure that Topo couldn't play. That is really, really funny. But, you know, actually cosplaying exactly what he's doing. That's just Buzzwole, but instead with the Zoroark in hand. And yeah, well deserved. I feel like I already said too many nice things about the Mats, but honestly, you couldn't after that. That was incredible. But wow, what a huge shift. And again, this is only the group stage, which is great. I mean, I know there's a lot of Japanese fans out there as well. Hard cheering for Zeta Division. I'm a huge fan of Zeta Division myself.
Me too.
So I think it's going to be hard not to say that both those teams are going to make it out of their group. It's going to be, everything's difficult though. So
it's such a hard group, isn't it?
Yes. Every group is a hard group. This is Worlds. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's just like when you have teams with groups with Luminosity, with Zeta Division, with all these like big teams that you're really rooting to, like, I think they're gonna win like it all.
Yeah.
And then Aegis Flames just debunks it. Just comes here, first Brazilian game at Worlds 2025 on broadcast for Pokémon UNITE, and they just delivered even more than anything and anyone could have hoped for.
I know. I am sweating a lot. I'm sure the camera can see right now because that game, well, first of all, I decided for whatever reason to wear a really hot jacket to cast, but that game was literal flames, literal fire. That's how good that match was. It was hot. Literally, figuratively, everything. I don't even know. That's so awesome. And honestly, they're setting up a unique kind of situation that you only see at something like Worlds, where there's only so many teams that any team can prepare for at Worlds. Yeah. And a lot of times, if you're in a group with Zeta Division, you're like, well, the team I'm going to prepare for is probably Zeta Division.
They just do all the study.
Right, yeah. So, like, you know, you're probably, I mean, it's not that you're not going to study for all of your opponents, but you're probably going to study 5 times more against Zeta than you are against Aegis Flames. And now you look at that match and you're like, uh-oh, maybe I studied for the wrong opponent.
Oopsies.
Yeah.
Yeah, like from the moment of Game 3 where we had the Zero-Hour ban, we're like, oh yeah. They know business. Like, okay, we respect that. We're gonna play our best game, and Zeta played incredibly well. There was no slop. There was no huge mistakes. It was just like par on par points, so close all the time throughout the match. Objectives traded every single time. So I kind of feel like the strategy which we mentioned that Aegis Flames was doing, which was, I want to avoid you, but then I want to sneak up on you. And they did that a lot of times. I think maybe that was the only mistake that Zeta did. It was just getting caught a couple of times in the fog of war, right?
Yeah. I mean, again, it's hard to even call it a mistake, right? Like, it's going to be called a mistake.
Yeah, it's like
but yeah, I mean, for full clarity for everybody out there, that was an amazing set from both sides. There's a reason why it went down to a close Game 3. Obviously, you know, we're hyping up the Brazilian team here because, of course, Soap is from Brazil, and this is such a huge upset that it's cool to see. Also, by the way, like, all the Brazilian players, super nice. I love them. So I hope I get a chance to meet these ones. I've met the other ones way more. But, of course, that was an amazing set from Zeta as well. Playing extremely well, especially that Game 1. You can see exactly how dominant they can be. It's just there were a few answers I think they maybe weren't quite ready for, and I don't think anybody's going to be ready for Zera Aura. But hey, we get a chance to all meet some of these players, at least one of them, as we're going to go up to the stage for an interview to talk with Aegis Flames.
Hey there, trainers.
welcome to the main stage. We have Matt here ready for an interview. But firstly, Matt, congratulations. You have beaten Zeta Division. I think a lot of players, a lot of teams, they didn't think you'd be able to do it, but you managed to do it. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
All right, so I have a big question for you. Game 2, it looked very, very tense for you, but you guys managed to pull off an intense play in the Rayquaza pit. Can you walk us through what actually happened in the Ray pit with the Zera Aura?
I mean, to be honest, like, the way that the game was going, I knew they were gonna play a little more aggressive. So I got on the bush and just waited for a pick-off from the Clefable. Because they were gonna play aggressive and they didn't know I was there. So I had the perfect lineup to, you know, pull the Clefable. So we get the advantage, 5v4.
So you managed to tie the series. It's 1-1, and you're getting ready for game number 3. You've picked your draft, and you saw that signature Comfey Zera. I want to hear your thoughts. Were you guys prepared for that from Zeta? Did you think they were going to pick that?
Yeah, and I was ready.
You're ready for it. So how did you kind of adapt your play style when you did go into the game?
I knew he was gonna play a lot more aggressive, like from the middle, you know, rotation all over the map. So I was preemptively trying to predict where he was going. So if you've seen the game, I got him killed 2 times because I was trying to predict where he was going, and I managed to do that 2 times. That's why.
All right, thank you so much, Mats, for the interview. Now, one last thing. Would you like to say anything to your fans watching at home, because they must be so proud of you?
Banho amarelo, porra!
All right, thank you so much, Mats. That's going to be it for us on the main stage. We're passing it back to our casters.
He was ready. He was well ready. And for that, the only thing I have to say is, Bora! Let's go in Portuguese, because that to me was a confident player. That player, Matt, did you see like all the intricacies of his response?
Yeah. I mean, okay, well, first of all, before that, I have to say how funny it is. Not the first time that we've had somebody go up there, and then we have the translator, and then they're just like, oh, yeah, yeah, I speak English, you know?
English,
yes. But, yeah, I mean, like I was saying, they're such a smart team. I mean, his answers were so good. He's like, yeah, I specifically was trying to catch him out, knowing exactly where he was going to be. I caught him twice in the middle of the game. I mean, just having that knowledge, even to remember exactly what just happened, because sometimes you play a game and you're like, I don't know, I was just in there, you know, it just happened. So yeah, honestly, it really, like, they are clearly, obviously a smart team. And that was a great interview.
Oh yeah, it was. Thank you so much for Danieli for conducting that interview, and for Mats, of course, and congratulations to the squad, because I totally agree. Sometimes when I finish a cast, I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What just happened? I just like energy, passion, what? I just completely blank afterwards, so I get that. So the level of like resilience and just like commitment and just like focus, it was like laser focus. It's this is what we aim for, we did it, it worked. Like, sometimes you are preparing for something and you do execute it, but it doesn't work. But it did. Oh, yeah. Yes, it did.
Also, by the way, like I said, I'm just actually sweating right now, like through my clothes at how ridiculous that match was. But he was cold. He was standing there and he was just sitting, he was just like, yeah.
Yeah.
We were ready.
So
I was ready. Literally.
Yeah.
That, by the way, one of the best clips ever.
I
know
was
social
ready.
will
Like,
catch
just
it.
clip that. Just make that a highlight of today, because honestly, that was absolutely amazing. But right now, we're going to chill for a little bit. You can chill for just a second while we get into a quick break and get ready for our next matches of 2025 Pokémon World Championships of Pokémon UNITE.
Hey, hello, and welcome back to Meet the Casters. I am Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yee to the ha, aka Spraggles, joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. And we are going to talk to you about some of our favorite things, starting with Pokemon. My absolute favorite Pokemon is Squirtle, Doob Snacks, but I gotta talk about one that I want to see in Unite, which is Ampharos. I think that thing is awesome. He's been one of my favorites from way back in the day, and I would love to see it get added to the game. How about you, my friend?
Well, before you get off that, what do you think of Mega Ampharos now that we've seen some of the Mega information coming out?
I think that would be amazing, very cool, and Megas are coming to Unite, so it could happen.
It could definitely happen. Of course, everybody knows my favorite Pokemon that isn't in the game is Pelipper, and that's why I want Pelipper in the game. Great, could be a support defender, you know, roles that I play, so I can specifically focus on playing Pelipper, the greatest Pokemon there ever was. Thank you.
And as I always say when he brings this up, I really don't want them to add it to the game just to make him upset. I do talk about this a lot.
We have hit this topic many, many times, and unfortunately, we've also agreed that if Pelipper comes to the game, it's probably because the game is in a, it needs help.
It's the last one.
It's the last
it would be the last one they bring to the game.
Voltorb,
Pelipper. that would be it.
There's other questions, though.
There are other questions.
They're meeting us.
Yes. The next thing that they wanted to know was who was going to be winning Worlds. We could do this in a bunch of different ways. We could talk about the region. We could talk about the players. We could just talk about you and I because we're the real winners here. But what do you think?
You know, I say this so many times. I am a huge homer, and I'm going to go for the three-peat. I want Luminosity to win.
If Luminosity doesn't win, I actually think it will be an upset. They won LAIC, EUIC, NAIC, so it would be wild if they didn't win, but there are so many good teams. If it's not LG, I would love to see Zeta Division out of Japan because I love that squad. I think they are amazing.
Yeah, I got to give the flowers to SAUL Esports out of India. I'm a huge mark for the Indian community and the teams. They were unable to attend Worlds last year. They are going to be here this year, and I know after an amazing season that they had, they were really looking forward to crown themselves champion in Honolulu. Didn't get the opportunity, so they're going to try and get it done in Anaheim, so my eyes are on them as well.
And you know, in classic Spraggles and Doob Snacks fashion, classic fashion, we had other questions, and we were supposed to remember them. I don't. Do you?
There was one that was on the sheet.
It was. We had a sheet.
It says, in our defense, they gave us 11 seconds to try and memorize 7.
They could have given us 11 months. We wouldn't have
way
this.
too many questions, objectively.
Spin the wheel.
Spin the wheel. Let's just go to the wheel. This is terrific.
It's taking a lot longer than I thought.
Me too. This is like a Wheel of Fortune wheel. It's
All
very.
right, here we go. Chocolate or candy? Chocolate is a candy. This is a trick question. Nice try.
Yes, but I'm assuming non-chocolate based candies is what the other section is. It wasn't clear. So
unclear, spin it again.
A little more gently this time. I gave it that very aggressive spin.
If it lands on chocolate or candy, we're done. What type of gym would you lead? Oh.
Ooh, okay.
Yes.
I'll say you say me.
Okay.
Okay. I believe you would be a water type gym leader.
Thank you so much. That is 100% correct. I think my heart, it actually, I don't know if this is going to hurt your feelings, but my heart says normal type gym is what I would go with.
That's kind of true.
Oh!
I love like Kecleon, awesome normal type colorless Pokemon, of course, can get into the other elements. Of course, Pelipper, flying like used to be the pseudo normal type, right? So I think that checks that box. Miltank, dope. Check that box. So I think you nailed it.
Amazing. They're telling us to wrap up. They told us that minutes ago. Goodbye. On to more Meet the Casters.
It has been an absolute fire day here in Anaheim, California for the Pokémon World Championships. We are spectating Pokémon Unite and, well, hey, we have a different casting pair here. I'm Calosaurus. For those joining you would have just seen Danalee up on the stage. I feel like you're just zipping on here like a speedster.
Yes, although I'm not a speedster main, and my fitness is probably something to show for that. So please bear with me while I'm trying to catch my breath. But you know, I think it's going to be a pretty easy way for us to catch our breath. We do have an interesting matchup on the broadcast for today. So it's Insomnia versus CACM. Now, we haven't seen Insomnia today, right? So we've seen their matches.
Game of the day.
Okay. Insomnia, I have a couple of questions for this team.
Okay.
One of the questions is, are they really adapting to the matches today? Because it seems like, to me, yeah, they played high five. I think that's probably one of the hardest matchups in the entire tournament, and unfortunately, they kind of fell there. But are they going to be able to take this next match? Because I do think Insomnia could be at risk of maybe not making it to day 2 if they don't win this matchup.
Yes, I was trying to figure it all out with all the how the points are going so far, so I'm sure we'll end up getting the results on if CACM Esports do defeat Insomnia, whether they end up overtaking their spot. But we'll definitely get that answered for you very shortly. But I guess to answer your question, Danalee, Insomnia, they are the ACL champions. That's how they made it and qualified for the World Championships. But in terms of after that, I guess they didn't really fare so well, especially in terms of qualifying for the PJCS. Haven't really seen much of them since ACL. Yeah, have they dropped off, or was it just more the beginning of the day, warm-ups, maybe nerves? They have been on the stage, and we know they have so much aura, but whether they can actually bring that aura in-game to go and defeat CACM Esports here.
Well, we're going to have to see that matchup. But we do have updates, I believe, for some of the brackets. So here are the groupings in case you're wondering what has currently happened today, because we've had multiple games happening on stage and off stage as well. And you can see here already for Group A, we have Stamina Esports and Orange Juicers already locking their place for day 2, Kels.
Locking that in. Along with Group B, we have Team EX and Peru Unite progressing on through to the next day. Cakelock and Talon, well, Group C is still unfinished, so that is more to come a little bit later on. Otherwise, Group D, Danalee?
Group D, we've got thanks, Kels. So Group D, yeah, we got Nouns, we got Paper X. They will be the ones to make it through as they have completed all of their games. Group E, we have QT Dig and Santos Laguna making their way to day 2 as well after completing their matches. And it seems for Group F, we are still waiting for some matches as Luminosity have beaten Onyx in their first matchup, and we're still waiting for Reject to play their matches as they haven't begun playing today yet.
I feel like that is a match that a lot of people are looking forward to seeing.
At the end of the day.
Yeah, here we are, Group G. This is what we are focusing on for this match. High Five have locked their way to day 2 with that 3-0 up against all of those other teams. So we're going to have to see how Insomnia and CACM end up going, because Force Team, well, they're currently 1 win, 2 losses. So we'll see how that switches on up. But Group H, another group that is still yet to finish.
I feel like Group H, after Aegis Flames win over Zeta Division, it is now all in the air. I think a lot of people thought it would be Zeta, Onyx, and then Aegis. But now the fact that Aegis has taken a game off of Zeta, that's going to put pressure on Onyx to win their matches because they still need to play their games. And for Zeta, they have to win that next match. If they lose that to Onyx, that is it. There's no day 2 for that team. So there's so much on the line, and we're still not, I mean, we're getting closer towards the end of day number 1, but we still have so many high-stake matches currently happening, and I really want to know what the updates are.
Well, I'm sure we'll get those updates to you very, very soon. I mean, we've only really hit that halfway mark, so a lot more Pokemon Unite action to come. But let's focus in on this next set that we have. We've talked about Insomnia. Now, CACM Esports, that is a mouthful, I've got to say, as we're spelling it out there. They are the 3rd seed for their region there. So I'm interested to see how they actually end up faring up against Insomnia, especially considering the history that we've covered so far.
The history, and I guess like also the whole region versus region kind of thing, right? Like which region has the better meta, or who's able to adapt to the other region. So CACM, I kind of feel like for me, this is a team that still has a lot to prove. I kind of feel like if you're coming into World in that 3rd spot, people aren't really going to be looking at you. And of course, there are definitely certain regions that might be overlooked. And I kind of feel like, you know, LATAM North, this is a region I never hear teams say, oh, we're afraid of this team from LATAM North. It's kind of like an afterthought.
Unexpected, okay? We just learned from that last set that we witnessed. You got to expect the unexpected.
I kind of feel like that's the fact that you overlook a region, you're going to let games happen and sort of go through when they shouldn't. So if I'm Insomnia, I don't think it matters where you are from. If you're from Japan, APAC, NA, whatever. you need to respect everybody at Worlds because there's a reason why everyone's qualified. They are the best of their regions, and it doesn't matter if you're the best, second, or third best. You're still here at Worlds, and you have an equal opportunity to win your games and make it to that day number 2. But we've got to break down the draft, Kels. Anything here that's really tickling your fancy?
Oh, look, well, if we go back to the beginning, we have that Mewtwo along with that Hooper ban. I feel like Hooper is a solid choice there to lock on out. Otherwise, Latios and Leafeon have been selected by Insomnia as we pivot on down to these picks. Charizard has been something that I'm surprised we haven't seen more often. Is it actually hitting the mark of what it is? But, oh, okay, we had the Zoro arc last game, but now we have the other speeds, the Zeraora, the Zera. Get it all mixed up, but hey, Zeraora is here.
Yeah, ignore the items for Zera. There's obviously slowly equipping those items. But, okay, just looking at the draft here, Kels, something I always kind of wondered here, it's the Inteleon pick. This Pokemon has gone through multiple changes through the past couple of patches, and in particular the big nerfs, basically, to its damage output. So I kind of question whether this Pokemon is still a top-tier special attacker, because that was what Inteleon really did back in the day, right? It was to get those really big snipe shots, to steal objectives, to secure its lane, but now that it's a little bit weaker across the board, you know, in terms of its skills, is it still viable enough to run in your comps as an attacker, or has it maybe just lost too much damage and maybe it's just, I don't know, throwing noodles everywhere?
Noodles? We don't have any Dratinis around or Dragonairs. There's no noodles in
No
this
danger noodles.
pot. But you know what? I guess we'll have to see how impactful it will be going up into the composition that Insomnia have brought. Obviously, having those two all-rounders there, Inteleon isn't going to be able to burst those bubbles as quickly. And, well, Mew, that's going to be in the back line being protected by this support Suicune, who is running that experience share.
Yeah, I really think, just looking based on the drafts, I think I'm leaning a little bit more to Insomnia because they're covering multiple facets of their comp, right? They have that front line, they have a way to protect their backline attacker, they have the secure and the Blaziken as well, they have scalability, so they're not locked into one particular strat where if you lose, then all of a sudden you don't really have any plan B. They've got multiple plan Bs here for Insomnia, but for CACM, you can tell their comp thrives in that mid game, especially if you can get that Aegislash online at a suitable timing, because if Aegislash is allowed to go absolutely ham and dive those back lines uncontested, you can run away with this match. But is the On Edge going to be given that opportunity? Because look how fast Insomnia is already playing. They've already heavily pushed that top lane.
Yeah, they pushed the top path, doing a split central area. As we can see, Mew has that red buff only. And on that mini-map, they've decided to leave both of those wild Pokemon behind. But down in that bottom path, we do have a 3v1 currently. Snorlax has decided to take a little swing.
Yeah, just providing a little bit of pressure there onto the Suicune. Make sure there's no crazy stuff happening, but at least for Suicune, you're kind of just checking out the lanes to make sure that your Charmeleon isn't going to be in too much trouble. Like, the goal here really for Insomnia is just make sure your mid-gamers hit their marks, hit their level spikes, and then from there, then you sort of you press the gas and kind of hope things go your way. Whereas for CACM, they need to make sure Insomnia never has that gas. That's their job. Slow things down, and you be the ones to press the pedal and hope that Insomnia is the one to try and press that brake. And so far, it's not looking too great here, you know? You've got the Snorlax being pressured by Insomnia. I should be able to get out of here. There's small chip damage and slight jukes. We'll go for a little bit of a nap as well. Going to be opening up there for the Duoblade, but not enough, unfortunately, to lock in that Suicune. Instead, going to try and go for that Mew, but too elusive, unfortunately, for the Duoblade. Just not quite there in terms of power.
We do have those 8-minute birds spawning on up as two members of Insomnia are deciding to stick down here. Other members have decided to pivot on up, but was getting these final evolutions. Just being a disruptor, being that Snorlax to keep Insomnia at bay for the time being.
Yeah, we do have the Charizard online and basically ready to go if they do need that extra firepower, but Insomnia, they are a little bit split. They've got the Eldegoss and the Blaziken in that top lane, so it's just going to be 3 versus the world here against CACM. And unfortunately for Suicune, there's only so much you can absorb as a tanky Pokemon, but they do manage to grab one. And now CACM, they're the ones in danger as Mew comes in and locks in a double knockout. knockouts.
That was a double beam and huge for Insomnia to go and get in all of this AOS energy, leaving this bottom pad at 9 points. Another little dunk goes on in. Are they actually going to break it? No, they don't have enough energy. Oh, wait, no. Luna has 21, so that is born and going to create so much space for them to go and secure this basement Reggie.
Yeah, nice big overdunk as well, just sort of trying to push themselves as far ahead as possible, and the gap already between these two teams is very significant this way into the game. 14 points to 190, and Insomnia, they've hit their stride, they've hit their mark. They want to try and steal away all of this experience away from CACM, so very aggressive maneuver here to take their wild Pokemon. And for CACM, if they could try and get some pickoffs here, that would be a great way for them to get some of that complementary EX experience to bring them back into the game. But you can already tell they are really struggling to find these openings because their diver, there's Aegis Slash, he's being jumped on and was forced to use the eject button on the way back, but it looks like a fight will be breaking out here with the Regieleki pulling into that lane, and it doesn't matter what CACM does because they just don't have enough power, they don't have enough health, they just can't stop Insomnia.
No, aggressiveness is the name of the game for Insomnia, taking away CACM's central wild Pokemon along with both of those first objectives, leaving this tier 2 on 13 points. They're unable to break it with not enough AOS energy on hand. Oof. And Mew, even with a Unite move, is not able to escape. But 14 points, 277 so far in favor of Insomnia.
Oh, this game is looking very heavily in favor of Insomnia, but CACM, all it takes is for them to get a big knockout on someone such as that Blaziken or that Charizard. The fight continues, but look at them, the entire team. They lose 2 in a matter of seconds against that Blaziken. They're going to jump on top of the Snorlax as well, who is trying to use that block to save his teammate. But once you're thrown in the air by that Charizard, there's only so much you can do before you melt and are sent back to the Pokemon Center.
Well, you know what they say, fire does melt steel, as Aegis Slash is sent back. We do have that snipe shot chipping away, but the second one does end up missing its mark along with that third, and Sun Sun ends up getting away unscathed. 20 seconds left to go until both of these objectives do end up respawning. Obion doesn't want to get caught or pulled back by that Zero Aura, but they need to keep this vision, so still playing super aggressively.
I think this is a great play for Obuyan, really. If the team can continue to play this far forward, they will always know where these players from CACM are, and they'll be able to always try and get these knockouts. Now, things are looking a little bit bad in that bottom lane because they did manage to find that Charizard thanks to the Aegis Slash Unite. They're going to keep on going. Blitz Assist as well for the extra boost and damage. They get a second knockout. They'd love to grab a third here onto that Mew, who tries to use the Surf to delay the scores. And coming into the back, we have the Inteleon, who's trying to do the best that they can to try and burn through these health bars on Insomnia, but now they're looking a little bit too tanky, and I think the team, they're slowly starting to run out of gas, and here comes the Charizard as well. It's time to leave, but are they just sticking around? I guess they didn't have a choice.
They didn't have a choice. They managed to wipe them out. So even then, despite them getting that win, they are just going to go focus on this Registeel. But Blaziken with the 4 KO streak for their squad. And look at this. All this distraction down in that bottom path. Regieleki ended up getting secured by Insomnia as well, but it is dealt with quickly by CACM.
I cannot believe how Insomnia has basically got CACM trapped towards the center of their base. They can't even go into their central area safely at all. They lose 2 Pokemon, the Inteleon and the Zera. They will try to fight with the Aegis Slash and hope that they can get the knockouts, but they just, again, they've run out of gas. They don't have the damage. There's just too much health on these Insomnia Pokemon. I'm looking at this match and I'm trying to think, if I'm a CACM, what options do I have to come back into the game? The obvious one is to try and grab that Rayquaza, but do you have other options? Can you try and go for backcaps? Can you try and go for ambushes? Can you try and wrap around and maybe pick off a squishy Pokemon? And as I say those, I feel like all of my answers to that is no, no, and no.
Oh, it is really tricky, and I'm glad we are not in that position to make those decisions. But
it's
as
so
you
tough.
mentioned, it's no, 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 because Insomnia seem to have all of these bases covered. They're managing to scatter around the map, but managing to regroup together when it's necessary as well.
Okay, Insomnia, they've got to be careful here because we're still 30 seconds out till that Rayquaza, and we've seen a few times in the past, team is getting a little bit too aggressive at this point into the game. if you start losing Pokemon here and you give that experience away, this is probably one of the worst times to give that opening to your opponent. So Insomnia, they are going to stick around. They do manage to get one little pick off there, so numbers advantage in favor of CACM. Looks like the Reggie Alecki, though, will be secured by Insomnia. So CACM, they'll either have to deal with that or they'll just have to leave it and get ready for this Rayquaza fight, which is just about to kick in. And Rayquaza is up, Kels.
Rayquaza is up as we had CACM going in for the rip, but it looks like they're the ones that are getting shredded on down. Charizard takes to the skies, but it ends up being Snorlax to get the secure. And this is CACM's chance to try and make a comeback if they're able to salvage their shields. And Aegislash still has a shield after that 2 KO streak, but it's 148 to 310. Do they have enough gas in their tank to try and take the lead with 1 minute and 30 left? 4
points! They finally put themselves in the lead. Oh, thank goodness for that Snorlax to secure the Ray, but it's not over yet, Kels. All it takes is a micro dunk for things to potentially shift in the way of Insomnia. And I think for CACM, they're kind of realizing this. I'm pretty sure the team has done the math and realizing if they make a small mistake now, if somebody does a little micro dunk, things could go in their favor. But no, we do have another dunk, another 100 points going in the way of CACM. So now the game is basically locked in unless Insomnia can fight their way through and do some big dunks, which is very possible now. 20 seconds, 17, and 30 seconds on 3 of CACM's Pokemon. It's up to the Zera and Inteleon to defend this 5-man push.
Yeah. 2 against 5 is definitely going to be a bit of a struggle, as we do have Inteleon interrupting that Eldegoss, but it looks like 46 along with another dunk ends up going in. And look at this, despite losing that Rayquaza, Insomnia have now taken over the lead.
They've taken over the lead, and now because of this, I don't see a way for CACM to basically leave their home base. They have completely been controlled, overwhelmed, and in a moment where it looked like CACM were about to be able to take this game number 1 off of what was an incredibly difficult early game, Insomnia, they find that opening yet again. They notice that, okay, CACM, they've scored their points, their shields are gone. They've stuck around.
They stuck around. It just goes to show, even if you lose a Rayquaza, there is still chances to make a comeback. And the way Insomnia gathered together towards that bottom tier 2 pad and just went all in, as you mentioned, pedal to the metal. Doesn't matter if they don't have any more gas, because they were just rushing on forward.
And there's a major sigh of relief, right? It's like, oh my gosh, guys, we almost threw that game away. But they managed to make the comeback. So looking pretty happy going into game number 2. But on the other side, though, CACM, you can tell there's definitely a look of disappointment. I kind of think they sort of noticed that, oh, okay, guys, I think even though we got the Ray, maybe we got a little bit too overzealous. Maybe we should have backed up after we scored those points, because I kind of feel like they stuck around after they scored the points. But I'm not 100% sure. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, Kels. Do you feel like they needed to stick around there, or could they maybe have backed up a little bit sooner once they got that score in the top lane?
The thing is, given how close in points it was after those first dunks, it was only a 4-point difference. So obviously, just trying to make it more difficult for Insomnia to make a catch-up. Zera Aura, I think, made the right call. Still having 50 points on hand,
Zera,
going in and getting that 100, but that does mean you know, they end up giving up that position there. But there we go. Usakazu, the Blaziken, the MVP of this match there, with 105,000 damage dealt. Wow, we definitely heating it up here.
Yeah, those are numbers you only pull out on a Blaziken if you're farming health bars, which is basically what we saw for the first 8 minutes of that game. But Insomnia, I think just looking at this matchup alone, sure, there were, you know, mistakes across the board for both teams, but Insomnia, they absolutely can run away with this game. We basically saw them almost do it for the entirety of that first matchup. It's just going into game 2, if you're Insomnia, you kind of want to polish up on that, right? You still want to have your foot on the gas, but you want to do it a little bit more gracefully. You know, you don't want to trip on your toes. You want to try and do it as flawlessly as possible. But
It's hard on the world stage, though.
I know. But to be fair,
yeah,
though, a lot of the players on Insomnia, they have played a lot of LANs. So they do have a lot of LAN experience, and I don't think this is something that's really going to shake them. CACM, though, I'm not sure how much LAN experience they have, and I kind of wonder if that might be impacting their performance.
Well, actually, another history lesson with Hello here. So this isn't CACM's first rodeo either. They actually qualified. They've changed team names and everything over the years here, but they actually made top 16 last year and made it over to day 2. So, and they were also participated in the World Championships series in 2023 as well. So, you know, they do have experience being on the stage and everything, and being at LANs, obviously. It's a lot different experience than playing from home. But you know what? We have our second match here. Ready to go, Donnelly?
Second match, and I'm not seeing many changes here when it comes to bans. I think the only difference is that Suicune ban, right? We saw that Suicune in game number 1. And CACM are the ones to take it out of the pool. And I do like the CACM. They did steal away the Blaziken. I feel like the Blaziken was a pretty big factor for Insomnia. Counter picks though. Ho-Oh, Buzzball, Charizard, Blissey.
Yeah, Ho-Oh is... was Blaziken worth picking up over a Ho-Oh? We have seen how impactful that it can be, especially given it's one of those Pokemon that received that recent buff, but also just how powerful that Unite move can be to bring back your team. So we can see bulking it up, but
Is that a Sylveon?
We do get a Sylveon. Yeah.
It has been such a long time since I've seen this Pokemon, especially after the nerfs. The nerfs did not help this Pokemon. But if there's a region that's going to play Sylveon, it's Japan. Japan, for some reason, really loves Sylveon, and there is a reason for this. It's not just some reason.
Do explain.
So firstly, I am curious to know what the role of power up their teammates. Is it supposed to be a standalone special attacker, or is it here to solely focus down the Espeon? Because there are multiple ways to kind of approach the Sylveon in these matchups, because we don't know if it's going to be Mystical Fire or if it's going to be Screamion, right? So Screamion. Is that not a thing? I'm pretty sure it's a thing.
I feel like we needed a Screamion with us when we faced the world's largest marble.
I actually dropped the largest marble on my foot. It hurts, so don't do that.
Do not recommend.
But just the pivot in play styles. I do like that we're seeing 2 evolutions for CACM, especially Leafeon and Espeon. These are very quick, come online evolutions that want to fight as soon as possible, and then you have a scaling Pokemon in that Blaziken. So I like that they kind of pivoted. They say, we want to match that energy from the Japanese teams, but now it's a case of, can they execute that? Can they execute that fast tempo and outpace Insomnia for this next game? We'll have to see in the laning stage.
Yeah, we'll have to see as we do head into our second game. CACM Esports is on that purple side once again, Insomnia on the orange. But you said early game is key here. Getting this Eevee online and into a Sylveon, and Chansey is there to help it evolve into that level 4. And you can see they've already headed up into that top half. Let's pivot down here. Ho-Oh against 2 members.
Yeah. I mean, Ho-Oh's pretty difficult. And it's going to be the Screamion build here for Luna. Okay, so we are going for that consistent damage, not for the special attack reduction that would have been on the Mystical Fire build here. So Luna, his role really is just to be super annoying, consistent damage, and it's wide range damage as well. So you really don't want to be within range of Luna unless you're prepared to go for the delete button. You don't want to go on a prolonged fight up against that Sylveon.
Yeah, I think even despite Lapras having that high HP and high special defense, it can get shredded on down by that Sylveon we saw just demonstrated. But we do have the Charmeleon has evolved as well, as they're just going to look for more wild Pokemon. Ho-Oh playing aggressively and looking for some more dunks.
And I do believe there was a knockout in that top lane as well. So even though CACM, they're trying to keep up and really outpace Insomnia, you can see how refined Insomnia's playstyle is when it comes to this quick playstyle. Luna, though, might have gone a little bit too deep and gets punished by the Espeon. And, wow, is that what I think it is for the Espeon build?
Wait, what did you see?
Well, hang on, we're going to have to hold our thoughts here for a second here because we are maybe seeing a Ho-Oh go down, but no, it is going to be the Lapras instead. It's not stored power.
No, it is Psyshock. Yes, so
that
I'd
is very
say-
rare for Espeon nowadays.
Oh, I guess given the good secure that it has for that, the range that they are lacking over on their side, but even then it is support Espeon because it has that experience share built on there. So we'll have to see how that fares up as we see Insomnia pressuring this bottom tier 1 pad. Don't have enough AOS energy, but even with that, CACM, they've decided to just back on up and let him dunk freely.
Are they trying to play catch-up here? I mean, taking a look at the experience difference between the two teams, it is very significant, especially with Buzzwole and Charizard leading the charge in this particular matchup, but they just can't even get rid of the Buzzwole. He just flies on out of there like nothing's happened. CACM, you know, they really wanted to try and have this this step up over Insomnia, but this is just not working in this game. And now I'm just fearing that they've kind of fallen into the same trap as that game number 1 where they picked such a specialized lineup that kind of wanted to fight. Now that they can't fight, what is their plan B? And the Buzzwole is going to start things up here for the team. Leaf even coming in for the Unite as well. 2 Pokemon down on the side of CACM, but we did see Insomnia lose one themselves. There goes a third, and CACM being run down yet again by Insomnia, who are just too tanky.
Well, that's the thing. It is a game of Pokemon Unite. You've got thing is, if you're losing fight after fight after fight, I mean, what can you do? Get some experience from those wild Pokemon that you can see CACM are doing as they prepare for this Regieleki marching towards Tier 2.
Oh man, CACM basically stuck in that top lane. They either have to decide to defend the Regieleki or just let it walk in and try and maybe get a payoff somewhere else, but the payoff ends up being 2 of their own Pokemon, and again, Insomnia flooding that top lane, basically deleting the entire roster of CACM. With the Regieleki going in, they dunk all of their points. That top goal zone is broken. CACM, they're losing a lot of freedom of movement on the map, especially after losing that tier 2 in the top lane.
I feel like the walls are really closing in on them as Insomnia is taking on over. Leafeon tries to secure a KO on Obeyan there, but even with the Unite move is unsuccessful. It's just them scattering around looking for a pick, but can they actually get a pick as they go in for another dive? Blissey does end up going down. This is their chance. 2 members have been knocked out from Insomnia.
Big knockouts as well. You got a support as well as one of their core Pokemon. So very nice pivot in experience here for CACM. They're not out of the woods as of yet though, but the fact that they can now score some points and take some map control away, this is already great news for the team. It's just the supporting cast here for Insomnia to try and defend that top lane, but they will do a 39-point over dunk. So the catch-up is possible here for CACM. It's just a matter of how much more is Insomnia going to give away? Because they could have defended the top lane, but you can see that they decided to go for a trade-off. They say, you can have our tier 1, we're going to take your central area.
I guess when it comes down to getting out of the woods, well, you can't go over it. You can't go under it. You have to go through it. So whether CACM are able to get through this bog, we'll have to wait and see. But once again, just Ho-Oh being such an aggressive player there, keeping them at bay as we do have that other Regieleki spawning on through, and it's already getting melted on down.
Oh no, the Blaziken! He tried to go for the jump in to steal away the Regieleki, but was caught out by that Buzzwole. It's a 1-for-1 though. Buzzwole does get picked off in the meantime, but look at how low their players are on CACM. We have Luna finishing them off with that Screamion, just yelling in their ears, telling them, go home! This is our match!
Well, the thing is, we'll see if these screams are going to be enough. Overheat charges on through a great eject button to chip away some damage from Insomnia, but that isn't going to stop them from continuing this pressure, trying to escort this Regieleki, but CACM dealt with that really well, making sure that isn't a threat and going to continue pushing back Insomnia away, screaming themselves.
Oh, Buzzwole, that's a pretty big pick. I'm surprised they kind of gave that one away because that's experience in the pockets of CACM. And we still have a minute and a half left before Rayquaza is going to appear on the field. So it looks like we will have a moment to kind of breathe here for both teams to take objectives, try to score some points. It's just the Ho-Oh to defend, but that home base score coming in from Insomnia. I mean, there was no one at home to defend the base. So
there's no room for breathing here, Dadalee, okay? I know you're still trying to catch your breath from making it over here, but yeah, those 2 dunks into that home base just to balloon that lead even more. 206 to 422. Lapras Express has been popped to go and cut out Charizard, which is actually a huge pick considering it was at level 14.
They did have to use the Lapras Express for that though, so that's not going to be available for a good while, especially when the Rayquaza is up. And I think if you're Insomnia, you kind of think like, okay, we don't need to worry about the Lapras Express anymore. I kind of feel like,
Look what's happening. Insomnia, they're not even worrying about this Reggie Electric. CACM know that it's too much of a threat, that it could go towards their home base. Insomnia, they're going to prioritize scoring these dunks because even if they end up losing the Rayquaza, like we saw last time, if they have enough of a lead, they should be able to make a comeback. But I don't think they want to make the same mistakes twice because they've already gained the positioning in tall grass.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, the debuff is still there in the top lane, but the CACM, no one's going to commit to that, which I think is the smart idea. That one, it would have been a bit of a trap if someone tried to go for the double points there. So both teams poised, ready to go for the Rayquaza. Obviously, CACM really needing this Rayquaza a lot more than Insomnia. How did they approach this? Blaziken's not even with the team, which I'm a little bit afraid of because if Insomnia decide to jump now, I feel like things can go sideways.
Oh, sideways or over it because Ho-Oh being able to just go over those walls with that Sacred Fire, they definitely are looking for that positioning, but they are CACM. They've made their way into the Ray pit. This is their time to shred it on up. Blaziken is trying with all of their might as Buzzwole is dealing with this Clefable. Doesn't even end up getting stopped by that gravity. We have Sylveon also using their Unite move, dodging those moves, and only 2 members of CACM are up. We have that overheat. That was just a tad too early, and a complete team wipe on the side of CACM. As we said, Insomnia, they don't want to make the same mistakes twice, and they did it as they were able to secure that Rayquaza this time around.
It was a really tough match for CACM because just having a look at what they had with their lineup, they really needed that Lapras Express if they wanted to have that perfect point of entry into the game to catch someone out, maybe to initiate. Just the fact that it was still on cooldown, the fact that they tried to rip the Rayquaza, you know, I can understand why they tried to do it. It's just unfortunate that they just didn't have the firepower to sort of come in and surprise Insomnia, right? With the just yoinking the Ray and kind of trying to win the match that way. Because we saw the Blaziken. He sat there. He was charging the overheat. He really wanted the last hit, but even if he got it, I think he was the last player alive. So
yeah, they wouldn't have ended up getting the shields, and the shields would have ended up getting broken. But, you know, you're speaking about firepower here. You do have the double flying Pokemon on the side of Insomnia. And, well, there we go. Match win for Insomnia, being able to defeat CACM there.
And I do believe this also locks in Insomnia for day number 2 as well. So for Insomnia fans, going to be very happy about that. We will be seeing them again. ACL champions, not knocked out yet. And I do believe they still have a lot to show for in tomorrow's matches. So very interested to see who ends up being their opponent because remember, folks, the teams have not locked in their opponents for day 2 yet. I do believe we're going to be doing some kind of drawing system. And we will be finding out who's going to be playing who after all of the matches have concluded today because we are also determining seeding. The top teams in their groups will have a slight advantage in the seedings compared to the second seeds of these groups.
Yeah, well, obviously there is still a lot more groups to cover and see that how that all hands on out. Also, I see a little Psyduck there, a little Flush. We haven't actually seen much Psyduck today, have we? I have all the Psyducks on my shoulder.
Well,
I'm hogging them all.
Speaking of Psyduck, this was a Pokemon that really fell from grace because of all the updates and patches. And I think the developers kind of realized the duck was a little bit too strong. You know, it's not fair to have a first stage Pokemon.
You know who else is
so
strong?
Well, I mean, it's a mythical Pokemon, so I can understand her being strong, but a Psyduck?
Don't underestimate the little guy. But yes, we are heading in for some replays. As you mentioned earlier, Insomnia really had all bases covered here. Being able to win team fight after CACM, and even if we did have a slime getting knocked on out close to the replays, they were still able to come back in time and completely wipe out their team.
Yeah. I mean, I just think Insomnia played their lanes perfect because they also perfectly identified what CACM wanted to do in their lanes, which was try to run away with the game with evolutions and hopefully the support with Lapras as well, and have that late game secure with the Blaziken. But just, we saw in those lanes, Insomnia just ran them down from start to finish.
Sylveon,
And Sylveon.
MVP! Oh, Luna on the Sylveon getting 91k damage. Okay, I mean, Sylveon is a evolution that we don't really see very often, so it really makes me happy to see that Sylveon is still a viable pick. And this is what I think Insomnia, watching them at ACL, they're just very what's the word? The word just left my brain, but they're very flexible and unique with their picks and everything like that.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad that you kind of brought up Luna's Sylveon because this is also a pretty popular Japanese pick. A lot of Japanese teams love to pick up the Sylveon. Obviously, it's all situationally different because you get the Screamions that really wants to sort of be there to absorb all the special attack because you get the special defense bonus when you try and go for the bonus shields. But it looks like we are going to be talking to Luna in an on-stage interview, folks. So let's see what Luna has to say after that wonderful victory in their match.
Hey everybody, we're here with Luna, our MVP of the last match. Congratulations! A huge cheer from the crowd. Okay, my first question I've got to ask, how does it feel to represent Japan on the main stage at Worlds?
もう日本の代表者としてこのメインステージへ行ってなんかどんな気持ちになりましたか？
メインステージ最高です。
I absolutely love the main stage. It's amazing.
Yes, well earned, well earned. Okay, next question. You lost earlier to High Five. If you fight them tomorrow, will you be able to adapt?
この前はハイファイブに対して負けてしまいましたが、またなんかリベンジ対戦になったらなんか対応できますか？
リベンジちょっとミスで落としちゃったところが多かったんで、絶対明日やり返したいと思います。
Yeah, we definitely felt like that was our mistake doing that, and we're definitely gonna pay it back if we meet them again.
Oh, we all want to see that for sure. And then my final question, of course, any words for your fans back at home?
なんか日本から多分応援していただいている方々へのメッセージがありますか？
まず朝早くから応援、夜中か、日本だと夜中から応援ありがとうございます。明日そうですね、今日ちょっと自分たちのミスで落としてしまうことが多かったんで、明日楽しみにしておいてください。頑張ります。
So we really appreciate all the fans watching when it's kind of the middle of the night in Japan, and we appreciate all the calls and messages, and we're gonna make it worth your while tomorrow.
All right, some big promises, and of course, hey, it's real gamer hours. They've got to be awake. So shout outs to all the Japanese fans. You're gonna be moving forward. Congratulations one last time. Thank you so much, and we're gonna send it back to the casters.
Speaking of the middle of the night, I know obviously we are on the opposite time zones, but it's so lovely to see that all of their friends, family and fans are supporting them from home. But once again, congratulations to Insomnia for making it through to day 2 from their groups as well.
So if they get High Five, I think that would be such an explosive matchup. Like, you gotta have that revenge match.
Oh, yes.
Really keen to see how those draws are gonna go. But we're gonna leave Insomnia first because they're gonna sit down, maybe think about the next matchup, just relax because they're done for today. But you know who's not done for today?
A lot of groups.
A lot of groups. And in particular, our next matchup is a really interesting one. It is Cakewalk versus Talon. So it's a bit of an APAC special coming up next. One that I'm very keen on because already one match has happened in that grouping, and it was Cakewalk versus Komai, and Cakewalk won that matchup. So this game that we are about to see, we could either see Cakewalk come out on top of the group, or Talon might be the ones to come in and swoop in for that victory. And that's really just throwing things out of whack in the group. And unfortunately for Komai, it's like, oh, we can't lose this next matchup because after this, it's Talon versus Komai.
Well, yeah, there is a lot still to go for this group, but coming up next, we'll have to see whether APAC East are the beast or whether APAC West are the best.
Wow, I've never thought of that in my entire life, girls. Trainers, welcome back to another Meet Your Casters segment, this time with Danily and Soph-chan, your Pokemon Unite casters. And we're going to be asking each other some questions so that you guys get to learn a little bit more about us. So first question, Soph-chan, what is your favorite Pokemon?
Oh, it has to be the legendary Jigglypuff, and I'm just so happy that there's a world's exclusive plushie for Jigglypuff, and the bird just looks amazing. So yes, I feel very privileged. What about yours?
So my favorite Pokemon is Mandibuzz, a little bit out there, but I don't know, it's just something about Mandibuzz. It looks cool, but it also looks odd, and I like odd things, so Mandibuzz has been a huge favorite of mine for a very long time. I know both of us would love to have these Pokemon added to Pokemon Unite, but if you could pick another Pokemon to add into the Pokemon Unite game, who would you like added?
So I am a very big fan of round Pokemon, as you could tell for the Jigglypuff. And Danily, I think that the rodent types of Pokemon are also in my heart. We love the Pikachus, but to me, it's the Dedenne. I love the Dedenne. It's round, it holds its own tail, it's the most adorable little thing, and I kind of look like it a little bit if I do like this.
So sweet. I could totally see it. I hope it's a support because we need more support Pokemon. So I think if I wanted to add somebody, we're adding all the evolutions into the game, right? I want to see support Vaporeon. I really do think we need to have one evolution in that support role, and I think Vaporeon would be perfect for that.
I agree. And Danily, tell me all about Worlds, because this is my first time here, so I want to know what is your favorite memory of Pokemon Worlds?
I think for every World, it's always seeing who winds up being the world champions. So it has to be the crowning last year. And though this year it's going to be the exact same thing, I want to find out, are we going to be seeing a brand new face, maybe an underdog becoming a world champion? You know, I don't think we've had one of those yet, so I would love to see an underdog being crowned as a champion.
Well, for me, I think my favorite has to be the opening ceremony for last year's Honolulu. It was beautiful. I love the way the Pokemon can adapt to whichever place the Worlds is taking place. So I loved it. The music was beautiful. The dancing and all the Hawaiian spirit was lovely. But you said, Danily, that you are thinking of potential underdogs or other teams that you would love to see being crowned champions of 2025 Pokemon Unite. So who is your pick for the champions this year?
Okay, I don't think this is an underdog. I mean, everyone probably knows who they are. I would love to see Paper Rex win Worlds, because I think for the past 2 years, they've played fantastic, and I think as a team, everyone's very familiar with, but they haven't been able to go very deep into the competition yet. So I would love to see them make it into that grand final, and obviously if they can win it, that would be perfect.
I love the storylines, and it's just something very nice that we know about Worlds, how everything builds up throughout the season, and it comes this like lovely pinnacle of best performances of Pokemon trainers. To me, I think I am biased towards Luminosity Gaming. You cannot win every single IC in a year and not be one of the highest contenders for champions. So that's going to be my pick. And Danily, it's been so nice meeting you a little bit more, but I think we still have something else that we could do around here. Let's have a look which is going to be our last question of the day. We're getting close.
Hang on, what do we get?
What do we? I think we need a little bit more calibration on this. Hold on. Yeah, just more energy, more footwork. Hey! Do your best Pokemon cry.
I'm going first? Okay. This one's for my old school girlies and guys out there. I hope you guys are ready. I want you to guess what it is, okay?
Oh, it's PG.
No. Oh my gosh, it must have been that bad.
It's PG, it's not PG? What is it?
It was supposed to be Bulbasaur.
It was supposed to be Bulbasaur. Tell us, everybody, was that Bulbasaur? That sounded like a bird to me. I don't think Bulbasaur is a flying type yet.
Okay, wait, what's your cry?
All right, so my cry is going to be more towards what the Pokemon says more than the cry in the game. So this is my impression. Oh, sha sha! Oh, sha 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 sha! Oh, sha wah wah!
I'm pretty sure you guys can guess what that is. Oh my gosh. Well, Soph, it was amazing doing this with you. It was so fun to meet you. I mean, we're going to have to spend a lot of time this weekend together, so it's going to be super fun. But that's going to be it for the Meet Your Casters segment, guys. I hope you enjoy the rest of Worlds 2025. But it's Soph, Chun, and Danny out for now. See you guys later.
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite World Championships 2025 here in sunny Anaheim, California, at of course this amazing convention center. And you can see in that last shot the arena that we're going to be competing in for Championship Sunday. Well, we're not going to be competing in it.
We're going to be definitely
We're going to
watching.
leave that to the professionals. Instead, we're going to be commentating this next game. What's going on, everybody? I'm Zoinks, and this is Soph. How you doing, Soph?
I'm so excited. I mean, I'm riding the wave of the Aegis Flames win.
Yes.
You know, we cannot just
That was
not
sick.
address it. No bias whatsoever. And this next game is going to be so exciting as well because we're looking at APAC, we're looking at Talon, we're looking at Kikalok.
Yeah.
And you've had quite a lot of experience watching them at ACL, right?
Yeah, so Asia Champions League, we got to see some from this team, of course, kind of playing under a different name for Kakalok, but it was a bit of a tough season in that matchup. Unfortunately, did not qualify for the Asia Champions League finals in Japan. Talon, on the other hand, sure did, had a decent performance there. This matchup's going to be interesting, but there's even more layers to this one. We were just talking to a few of our co-casters reminding us that, in fact, these teams did square up in the World Championships last year in Honolulu, Hawaii. They were in the same group as well. So this Kakalok versus Talon banner match between these APAC regions has become a bit of a staple at our Pokemon World Championships. It's going to be a very, very fun one going into this next matchup. I'm excited to see what these teams are bringing because of how we do this group stage coverage. We kind of look at group at a time, so we've not gotten the chance to see what the metagame has been developing in this next group. So I'm excited.
That's so true, and as well, we also talked about the fact that in this group in particular, we have the Talon game, and I'm not going to spoil what's coming next, but things coming next could decide everything as well.
True.
Depending on what result do we have for Kakalok versus Talon.
Yeah, this is going to be a really important matchup. Specifically, I think if I'm going to predict something looking into the future, this is very likely what team's going to make it out of this group first seed. There's a strong chance that both of these teams do make it out of this group, with Kakalok already taking a 2-0 victory earlier on today against the third team out of this group. But, you know, who knows? We can see wild things happen already. We've had some pretty cool upsets in this tournament, so I am never counting any of these squads out, whether it's Kakalok, Talon, or anybody in this tournament. Worlds 2025 has already been so exciting. We're already getting ready checks with these players. I can't wait, so we're about to cast this next one.
Oh, yes, we are. And like you said, it's not just about like all that has been growing throughout the Friday. It's the fact that we had a couple of sweeps earlier in the day.
Yeah.
But now we've had a couple of game threes that were just so intense. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have something similar, especially when you mentioned that back-to-back that they played together last year in Honolulu.
Yeah, exactly. We get these best of threes. We've finally been blessed with a few of them.
Right?
I'm really excited. I hope this one provides as well, because we do have the APAC East versus the APAC West confrontation. And just in case anybody doesn't know, these teams' qualification process works a little bit different than how we classify them here at the World Championships. It is a bit smaller of these regions in which they're competing in, but of course, on the world stage, that does not matter anymore. You're representing your team and going for the championship. Let's get into the band phase here, so.
Yeah, Kakalok on your purple side, Talon on your orange, as the bands are almost already established for Kakalok. We have the Hoopa and the Umbreon, so quite a lot of more that utility and healing side of things, while Talon will go for the Ho-Oh, has been banned 51% of the time today, and the Latios with 66% ban rate.
Right, and okay, so the Umbreon ban is interesting, and reminder, these teams got a whole lot of history. That Asia Champions League regular season was in a pretty standard league format, so they had a lot of chances to learn what these teams like to play around. Umbreon might only be at an 8% ban rate for our tournament. However, towards this team, I think we could be expecting more and more of this. Talon picking up a pretty powerful duo in that Suicune and Galarian Rapidash, though.
Yeah, and they look pretty cute together. Like the color scheme
Oh,
kind
adorable.
of matches our backdrop as well.
Yeah, that's so
I've been
true.
all about the pastel colors, so I really like it. And I think, like you mentioned,
I
just
know all
having-
about primary colors. You handle pastels,
I do the pastels.
primary.
Yeah, it's true. Although my pants are very primary because they're very bright red.
I need someone.
but-
I need production to let me know what primary colors are.
I swear to God. Okay, right. So getting into this, like you mentioned, we have a good setup with Suicune that could allow that Galarian Rapidash to get some good damage with the Dazzling Gleam.
Mhm.
On the other side, Charizard, Snorlax, Mewtwo Y that has been so present through the Apex squads
Yeah.
is also confirmed for Kakalak.
Yeah, it's just going to be a pretty powerful team fight combination. Snorlax obviously having some really good momentum of it in the early game, but those late game block moments can be massive. Charizard kind of defined by their Unite move, and then Mewtwo Y sort of in that same vein. That's like infinite sideburn stunning every single enemy Pokemon on the opposite team. Of course, if you can catch up being stationary, can be a total game changer. Talon are going to be bringing out their iconic Pokemon. Sync 1, I think, defined Metagross play at the World Championships in Honolulu last year, and surprisingly, at least at that time, was bringing out the Zen Headbutt, which was almost unheard of on Metagross at the time. Everything was Magnet Rise. So Sync 1, picking out that Pokemon, very cool, and a fun item set. We're Rocky Helmet Metagrossing.
Oh, yeah, that is definitely very interesting with the XP as well. So
Mhm.
kind of really wanted to go in and brawl, especially when you have a potential
Yeah.
setup with the Ice Fang from the Mamoswine as well. Could be
Mhm.
something. With, of course, the duo, like Ice duo with the Suicune would work out pretty well. And you're going to have a little extra mobility to maybe try to keep up with the Galarian Rapidash. And on the
Mhm.
other side, although we've seen quite a lot of not quite a lot, but when we saw Zoroark today,
Yeah.
we saw Zoroark with a Comfey. We're going
True.
for an Eldegoss instead here for Kakalak.
Yeah, that's a huge surprise, Sub. Like, there are very few players who can make Zoroark look good without a hard pocket. Like, I think that list is as short as one name in Trainer LGC,
Yes, I was
right?
just
Like,
gonna
Luminosity
say.
Gaming, very well known for being able to play that Zoroark without needing that Comfade alongside of it. We have Kakalak trying to do the exact same thing here. Gonna be running an Excel Bracer, so looking to hunt for those early KOs. Maybe not in the mid game, but once we hit, or sorry, not in the early game. Once we hit that mid game, though, it's gonna need to be mandatory. Metagross on the other side, I'm still kind of confounded by those held items. Normally we see a lot of attack stat boosting items because Metagross earns shields more attack stat they have. So anytime you land that Gyro Ball, it's a percentage modifier based off how your attack stat's looking. Instead, we're going more defensive items. Rocky Helmet,
Yeah.
Focus Band. I have to imagine this means Sync 1 just wants a little bit more help in the early game and is not as concerned about being a late game scaling monster later on.
Yeah, they have a Zacian as well, right?
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do the trick.
That'll do, yeah. I think that'll do, right? So I totally agree with you. It's more like a more resistant focused Metagross in that case, and like we mentioned, with the amount of setup that you have, and because I believe the Galarian Raptor is not running the XP share, so
Okay.
you're going to have extra damage on it, so you kind of don't need to rely that much on the Metagross. Maybe it's going to be more like that Computing Crush, having that
Right.
arena coming through to even imagine. Like I think it's almost the same range for the Dazzling Gleam on the Galarian Rapidash.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit less on the Dazzling Gleam, and it could get everybody that's inside the Computing Crush. So it's something interesting that could be used there by Talon, could be part of their strategy. And you mentioned it, it's different what you can do when you don't have like the Excel Bracer and having that extra bit of just even the regular stacking with your attack weights. You need to focus on, okay, I have one roll, and in this case, it's not to do insane amount of damage. It's just, you know, take the front line and just be bulk.
Yeah, it feels like they're moving a little bit away from the brawl style composition that we would normally see with Zacian and Metagross, and instead going for almost a pseudo dive. We're kind of blending these two strategies, allowing Galarian Rapidash to be, of course, both the initiator and a finisher. That's the fun thing you get with Smart Strike, it's just how powerful that Pokemon can be. And then allowing Metagross and Zacian to kind of catch up and dive into that fight, where normally when we see these brawlers, you're kind of normally when you see the dive composition, you're looking for something out of range to soften up those targets. Something with that long range for a bit of poke damage early to allow Galarian Rapidash or Metagross to dive in and shut down that target. We're kind of foregoing that first option, and instead, we want to jump into the fight quickly, but also brawl once we're there.
Yeah, let's talk about the Kakalak composition as well, because we know that having that Zoroark not having trainer on your team, it's something that's not going to be like, that's a staple. You know it's going to work. So I'm interested to see how they're going to actually perform on that with the Elder Gods.
Yeah.
Of course, it's still great healing. It just doesn't have as much of that like accompaniment. It's not as pocket as it could be as the Comfy is.
Yeah, and the Zorak's going to be hunting for some KOs that are going to be rather difficult to find. I mean, we got a pretty tanky composition the other direction. Oh, yeah, diving into a Suicune sounds, well, frankly, terrible.
Terrifying.
Yeah, I think Zorak's going to have a tough time there, but you do have things like Mewtwo Y to make sure that the enemy targets are at least softened up before you're going in for the KO. A lot of great range poke damage coming from that Pokemon. Maybe the best in the game. I know you and I had the chance to talk about what Pokemon we thought were going to be threats going into this tournament. We were talking a little bit with a few of our co-casters about maybe where do ADCs land in this? Where do the auto attackers kind of end up? And Mewtwo Y feels to be like the one Pokemon that is kind of beating the allegations that auto attackers can't do any damage. And Mewtwo Y, the one Pokemon that's kind of emerged in that role as still being a very relevant meta threat.
It really is, and of course you have the extra threat when it Mega Evolves, so you have the extra power damage there with the damage per second and just how many auto attacks it can dish. That's why I mentioned, I think it was to Chef, I miss seeing Alcremie so far in Worlds. Because I love Decorate as a kind of like similar to Helping Hand in a certain way, where you're boosting the auto attacks, and it would be really fun, especially because we've seen quite a lot of them Mewtwo Y coming from the Apex squad. So it's something that would make sense, but so far, not seen on the table. I think people are not that hungry for cake.
Right. Yeah, I think only a couple of Alcremie games so far this tournament, I believe, and I think they've both been Recover. I don't know if we've seen any Dazzling Gleam in this setup, so just a whole lot of heals throughout for that Pokemon when we have seen it. But it's been a pretty open meta. We've talked about it, how that's what we expected going into this tournament. It always kind of ends up being that for the World Championships, right? There's so many different regional metas, and when we get the chance to clash, obviously there's going to be a lot of variety. That does start to change sometimes when we move into day 2. We kind of discover a tournament metagame along the way. And I think so far from what we've seen is Ho-Oh's got to be banned, and Suicune is global. I think a big talking point we had going into this tournament was like, hey, Japan and a few other regions from Asia are not playing this Pokemon. What's going on? Well, that's changed. Heading into this tournament, Suicune is showing up on Japan squads, on APAC squads. It has been a incredible Pokemon in this tournament to, well, the surprise of no one. Certainly Spraggles. I think every time I'm like, hey, Spraggles, what's up with going on with, like, I'll be like, are you playing Pokemon Unite? He's like, yeah, Suicune's crazy. He'll bring it up anywhere.
Yeah, it's just because it's a powerhouse. It's just so good. And I actually have something very special for us. We're going to go to the B-Stream stage and actually watch Aegis Flames and Onyx Rise.
All right, everybody, make no mistake. Soph came on the microphone and they're like, put Brazil on the broadcast.
Brazil mentioned, bring them in. And we're at the start of the game. From the top, Aegis Flames on the orange side, Onyx Rise on the purple.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody, we're most likely going to be watching as much of this as we possibly can. If our main stage does start happening, we don't want to hold up the schedule or anything like that. Reminder, we do have multiple streams going on. But one notable point that we can already see, Aegis Flames are up 1-0 in this series, meaning with a 2-0 win over Zeta Division and at least a 1-game win against Onyx Rise, Aegis Flames is essentially securing their way into day 2.
Yeah, this feels absolutely incredible. And being 1-0 up, like you said, Zoinks, it's just amazing. But Onyx Rise with a solid start here in the early game, getting a few KOs, although there is a good presence on the top side with the Buzzwole. Ooh, coming in here with the Leafeon. We see them just going dive deep, because that's what Leafeon does, and Onyx Rise comes out on top.
Okay, and Onyx Rise getting the Latios, a Pokemon that has been extremely feast or famine, to say the least, in this tournament. And AXQ getting a few stacks in, so very likely playing both that Drive Lens and the special attack specs to make sure their damage is at maximum power. They're going to be at level 5 already, so getting started on those passive stacks from their ability as well. Latios going to be looking very, very strong.
Yes, it will. The scaling on this Pokemon is absolutely amazing.
To the moon!
To the moon and back, yes. I mean, they do fly pretty high, so I guess that does make sense.
I bet they can fly to the moon.
I mean, I bet. They could go really fast.
True.
They get a KO here. Now Antares still trying to get that 5-point pin. Trying to stack that AOS cookie or whatever they have going on. And, of course, on the other side, we actually see Onyx Rise going for that deep invade with that Galarian Rapidash. Now coming to confront and stop that push from the Ceruledge that we, at least on the games I've been in, I haven't seen that much Ceruledge. How about you?
Yeah, no, very rarely. I think Brazil definitely one of the only regions that still brings that Pokemon. Those Ghost Fire types, Brazil tends to kind of champion. Chandelure and Ceruledge are both kind of staples of the Brazil region that we don't see almost anywhere else. It's kind of fun when we get a typing flavor from this team, but I think if we're going to pick out any Pokemon that's going to stand up from Aegis Flames, it's that Buzzwole. I mean, what a play. Felt like multiple moments, especially in that Game 3 against Zeta Division. Felt like one of the biggest. Buzzwole going to be trying to push back. As long as they stick next to that Eldegoss, they will be getting those heals. And now Aegislash is going to be dumping in 30 more points. Trevenant trying to do a little bit of damage and push off this opposing squad. A great defensive defender, if you will. But Aegislash cares not. Great execute.
Yeah, pushing out there on the top side. Aegis Flames will take another casualty there. Or are they? Luna is just standing that ground. We remember once upon a time when Trevenant was just like absolutely unbeatable. It would have so much of that healing and lifesteal. Now on the side of Aegis Flames continuing on that top path with just actually the just the Aegislash on that Regieleki. So a trade of objectives with no contention.
It's funny enough you bring up the Trevenant being the powerhouse. I think back in the day, Aegislash was actually one of the very few Pokemon that was kind of picked as a niche counter to how strong Trevenant was. So a lot of looks back here for our 4th World Championship of Pokemon Unite. Aegis Flames getting in a few more small scores. I mean, this rapid scoring attempt is at least keeping this game even. But they are, of course, the ones in the driver's seat with a 1-0 series lead. Eeyore striking back, going the Leafeon.
Okay, pushing here, there's a Mystical Mirage. At this point, just play defensively. Wow, ooh, the coup de grace was unfortunately that just the whiff, out of style, just to look pretty cool. Now going out for... That's not going to get the Galarian Rapidashing. Mats is going to go down themselves. Blue Games has to be aware of just the power. Well, never mind. The superpower comes from them. That's a Super Soul Slam, and it feels pretty good for Aegis Flames.
Great intuition from Do Games. You get that first KO, you activate Buzzwole's passive of that Beast Boost, and immediately triggers that Unite move. They know they'll be able to find that knockout right after, even if the actual Unite move throwdown doesn't get the KO. Speed boost, attack boost, everything working for this Ultra Beast. Just really good play calling. You don't get 3 knockouts, but you'll still take 2.
Yeah, yes, you will. We got a around 40 score lead here for the side of Aegis Flames. They're trying to push for the enemy jungle, but there's nothing really to invade at this point, and maybe they overreacted there. Oh, the dart! Nice! Good block there by the Eldegoss.
Yeah, not to mention, well, the Eldegoss does have the Pollen Puff, gets a little bit of healing recovery immediately after, but you love to see supports backing up their squads. You know, whether you're accepting Mew boosted autos or Glaceon, Icicle Spears, whatever it takes, you got a body block. Good stuff so far. Interesting to see, this Aegislash is on Sacred Sword. I think last time we saw them playing this Pokemon, they were on the Shadow Claw build, which is kind of interesting, but it will be Aegis Flames picking up the Regirock. Onik Rise still kind of looking for an answer. They do got Eeyore in flanking position, going for the 40-point back cap.
Ooh, okay, maybe that Unite move was actually not very well timed by the Umbreon because it didn't really take any of the shields. And at this point, they can actually fight back on the Rise by following, considering the amount of range they have with the Mew. Now, Aegis Flames has to go on a retreat. But you're not waiting for that to happen, are you? Onik Rise throws in even the Galarian Rapidash and the Unite move, and they're gonna continue pushing. For now, they will stop, and just the enemy central will suffice. Or will they, though? Mats is contesting, continuing this here, but they're very low in HP. There's the Cottoncock Pash. Ooh, saving them pretty well. Still pushing on that Trevenant, and it's coming back, and he just lashes on top. He just flames.
Yeah, a couple of swords working in tandem. I guess 3 if we count both of Ceruledge's arms, but all of them working quite well. Matt starting off that team fight with a great Sacred Sword, disrupting that, lowering their defense, so the Aegislash can do some extra damage, and then Ceruledge kind of finishing things off with the Unite move. So a great counter punch from Aegis Flames. They don't really get a lot of KOs in the return, 1 or 2 maybe, but biggest thing is it gives them so much space. They just came off the back of a team fight win to give them a basement Reggie, and now they're adding that Attic Regieleki to the mix.
Oh, it feels so good because at that point, it was a good push that they started on the bot side because they had just gotten Reggie Rock. Although Onyx Rise was good on the defense turned into an attack that lasted too long, Rizoinks. So when Aegis Flames came back, it was just enough time to respawn, take the fight, and even get the top Reggie.
Right, like Onyx Rise, they're making these risky plays because they need to stack this Latios. Like right now, they've had a really tough time being behind, at least in levels. Points-wise, they're still doing all right, thanks to that Galarian Rapidash and Leafeon constantly being on the flank. But if they want to get some more EXP, they really are going to have to hunt it down. Trevenant in position, Aluna looking to see some disruption. Won't be there in time, though, as Aegislash, one of the best secure Pokemon in the game, with, of course, that missing HP percentage damage. Doing a great job securing that basement Reggie.
And there was a threat coming from the Mew, but it didn't quite connect. Now going for plenty of Unite moves already. Oh, nice dodge there, but Duke Games is in between a rock and a hard place. That doesn't feel pretty good for the bug. And pushing Aegis Flames has the Mystical Mirage to help out as well. Still trying to get something more, chasing them down, but the Latios will escape in that conjunction. But now, we have Rayquaza on the board.
I mean, Aegis Flames making it out of that team fight, I think, breathing a whole lot faster. That was scary. You lose Buzzwole that late, it gets dangerous. However, they were able to take out Eeyore's Leafeon very, very early in that fight. A lot of Unite moves missing for this next one. Emerald 2-step up for Onyx Rise, and only the Super Swole Slam and the coup de grace for Aegis Flames. Those are both great secure options, but starting team fights with the Buzzwole Unite could be an option for this Brazil team.
Maybe you will be. So you have a Revenant brand that, well, it's not available like you said, but maybe it could be spawning just in a little bit. Illuna is in the mix. Could be in a bad position though, but they're still getting some damage there with the Wood Hammer. Still tanking quite a bit, but it feels like Onyx Rise just completely left the tree alone.
Well, they're trying to play patient. They have the score lead. They're trying to buy some time. Eeyore in the flank position, and they will take out that Eldegoss. No Unite move to bail them out this time, and that Leafeon will strike both supports out as Umbreon's gone, but what a return from Tismorn. Amazing Sarah Ledge play.
And Duke Games as well, and with that Super Swole Slam, the Rayquaza is just on a little HP. They don't have enough to go in. Aegis Flames will take the Rayquaza. What is this? 181 to 202, and it doesn't feel like there's anybody really to defend. There isn't. They're still returning. They're still respawning. This is Aegis Flames on a 2-0.
They're going to have a gigantic lead. Onyx Rise with only about 30 seconds to turn this around with Umbreon and Eldegoss spawn back in, including that Aegislash as well. And a full shield from the Sarah Ledge. This is going to be Aegis Flames from Brazil. I don't know if anyone was predicting them to come out of the group, much less on top of it. We talked so much about how Brazil had likely the hardest group draw of any region in this tournament, and they are going to be walking away with an amazing 2-0 win over Onyx Rise and a 2-0 match record in the group.
Look at that, and Aegis Flames feeling so confident, and it was really close. Just another game that we saw Aegis Flames against APAC feeling like, okay, we're like 20 points ahead, 20 points behind. It's like, this is a close battle, is what they keep getting in all of these games. Game 2, Game 3.
Yeah.
It's still Aegis Flames that came out on top, and I'm just so glad that we got to watch this from the B stream. It's amazing that we get this coverage as well this time at Worlds.
Yeah, it's really impressive stuff. I think punishing Onyx Rise, just really trying to be patient in that situation. They waited for Eeyore to get that really long flank. They finally get it. They get two of them, but I mean, Sarah Ledge and Buzzwole don't always need their Eldegoss to make magic happen, right? They can still get some of these huge pushes, so impressive stuff coming out from that team. I liked it a lot, but we are going to be talking about this next matchup we're going to have on the main stage very soon. We're going to be jumping into it as Cakelock and Talon. This battle between APAC West and APAC East is still squared up for our main stage match.
Yes, it is, and we saw the draft and how it was going to look like. So we have a couple of things that we discussed on early game, prios, and just the advantages and what was going to be the strengths of each of these compositions. But it's important that we get, once we get into the game, we'll actually get a grasp of how this is going to go, because we mentioned this was a matchup that did happen at Worlds Honolulu last year.
And it did go in the favor of Talon, and throughout this entire season, it has been Talon kind of setting the pace slightly above this Kakalak roster. They have performed better in the Asia Champions League regular season as well as the playoff season. And then, of course, coming into this tournament, they're looking great, but they have yet to face off against one another. Kakalak, the only one to actually play a game in this group so far, and they did get that 2-0 win. So we are looking at maybe a little bit of momentum in Kakalak's favor, some wind in their sails. Maybe that's enough to finally change this narrative between them and Talon matching up.
That would be incredible. And another thing that we did mention is how this match is incredibly important for this group in particular, how they haven't played that many matches, and it could be crucial into how we get into the end of day one and where these teams are going to be placed, whether advancing into day two, and what is going to be the first and second seed, because it does make quite of a difference when it goes into the single elim day two bracket.
Yeah, you really want to have a top seed coming out of your group. For seeding, of course, but also just for a little bit of confidence headed into day two. We talk a lot about just how cutthroat the World Championships is frequently, right? We have changed the format a few times. We now have 2 teams making it out of every group into that day 2 single elimination bracket. But make no mistake, you're leaving day 1 happy you made it out, but you're also getting thrown into a 16-team single elimination bracket with the literal definition of best teams in the world. I mean, there is no escape until you're holding the trophy on Championship Sunday.
Oh, yeah. You just gotta hold your breath up until then. And by holding your
I would
breath,
recommend
like,
breathing,
no,
but if you're a fan, do not breathe.
A metaphor. So, yeah, so the metaphor, just hold your breath for the focus, steady hands.
Okay.
That's kind of what I mean. Everybody, please breathe. Take good deep breaths. They're good. They're very nice.
Breathing is the anvil. Winning is the hammer. And that is how we're going to play this next
All
match.
right. Yeah, that's just how it goes. I'm super stoked about this match in particular. Like we said, just a lot of nice history and interesting just storylines in this Worlds, in last Worlds, and how it has been evolving for this group in particular. But I still want to see, I want to see this game.
I know.
Give me this game.
It's going to be such a fun one. I have word that the teams are loading into the game, so it'll be happening very shortly. We're going to be jumping into it. But yeah, it has been such a fun tournament so far. I'm glad we're finally getting to see a few more of these APAC squads. We have gotten to see some fun ones. I got the opportunity to cast Paper X earlier on today. They did take a loss against Nouns Esports, who is looking very, very good in this tournament. Kind of pushing Paper X into a very uncomfortable position earlier on in this tournament. And then, of course, we have, I think, a fair amount of people's favorites. I know Wonder Chef is locked in that pick in High Five. We haven't seen them since the start of the day, the dawn of day 1 of Unite Worlds 2025. And I think they made a claim that, yeah, we are hunting for a World Championship title.
Oh, yeah, because the amount of confidence, like you said, when you get a win is something. But winning the debut opening match of Worlds 2025 is a booster and a half. Now getting into our game, Kakalak on the purple side versus Talon on the orange. These are the 2 APAC East and West teams that we have been talking about. And Zoinks, this is just started.
Very interesting choice from Talon to actually put the Metagross player Sync1 into the central area to begin this one, strictly because they're playing Focus Band Rocky Helmet. With those defensive items, I thought almost assuredly we would be playing into the path portion of this game, but instead we're going to be shifting it up. Now, reminder, Kakalak got some powerful Pokemon throughout this tournament. We talked about the Mewtwo Y, the Zoroark, but Charizard, also a tournament-defining squad, is a Pokemon that I think is going to be a huge threat. They're going to have it in the top side of the map. Zoroark going to take the first rotation. Would not be surprised if they switch that around.
It's very possible. 850 on the board in a 4-person rotation here for Kakalak, as they're going to go for the Swabblers. No contention whatsoever, even respect, I would say, from Talon to recognize that they don't want to lose as much HP. Go into your own goal and just guarantee the extra healing and shielding. They are keeping themselves strong, but there's the Zeraora, or the Zoroark.
Yeah. Hey, we've seen Zeraora in this tournament, okay? We got it out.
That Suicune was almost so close to getting taken down, and it's another one, unfortunately, that's not gonna be a Metang that survives for longer.
Yeah, I mean, these knockouts can be kind of inconsequential in the early game because you're just trying to get up to those levels, but what's not is all that scoring pressure they were able to put on from Kakalak. Charizard almost here. We're at level 6 on Charmeleon. They will evolve at level 7, but the attack weight has been stacked. a Pokemon that just does tremendous amount of damage, not only with their moves, but also with those auto attacks. Every kind of breath from Charizard is 4 auto attacks at once. So it is pretty scary to deal with, and that scaling is going to matter a lot.
Ooh, and it looks like there's a lot of action that comes from Kakalak in this early game. It's going to get punished, though. It's a 2 KO streak there for the Suicune, as we're still looking at a chase, forcing out an eject button over the wall. Flamethrower doesn't connect, no slow. It's not going to be Zacian's time.
Yeah, Charizard not having a red buff in that situation means the chase likely not going to be able to pull it off. But it will be Talon with a 3-player push on the bottom side pretty early. 8 minutes has come and gone. That middle experience not available anymore. Instead, we are looking at the 720 Swablu Altarias and potentially even a Reggie fight, and it looks like we might be looking at a Regieleki focus, specifically for Kakalak, who have already broken that Tier 1. Threatening a Tier 2 Regieleki in the early game could be devastating and great momentum for Kakalak.
At 7 minutes, nonetheless, it's really, really, really good. But Kakalak responding with 1 KO, getting another, almost close to KOing them, but they weren't able to respond. Talon going in, Computing Crush, not able to actually connect with that Colosseum, and they are just going to escape on the side of Kakalak. A 1v1 where the Zacian is losing. Oh, look at that! They escaped, but it is going to be a confirmed objective, or is it? Galarian Rapidash is coming. Do we have enough time? Heavy Slam? No. Confirmed by Kakalak, both objectives.
Yeah, I mean, that just feels like the illustration of how this match has been going so far. Kakalak dominating the early game. Finally, Talon find a way to get a KO on the Mewtwo Y, but it's given credit over to the Piloswine, who is holding that experience share, and is immediately going to be shut down. So now, Kakalak having a chance to score even more into this Tier 1, because there's no one left to defend, because they're trying to shut down the Regieleki going towards Tier 2 on the top side. This is an absolute showcase of Kakalak talent.
Oh yes, a macro absolute masterclass. Like you said, going for their top side. If they could have, yes, they did, and they got both objectives. Oh my, wow, okay. What was that range, really?
Yeah, I mean, Zoroark with that final hit of Feint Attack will follow you to essentially the ends of the earth. So Mark Guard making good on their promise to make Zoroark look amazing, even without a pocket, already at level 11. Absolutely crushing it in the level race specifically. Lance gonna get shut down. Sick One gonna get stunned up by quite a few enemy Pokemon, but the rally back is enough to defend their goal zone.
And the teaser just doing great at zoning them out as well. Computing Crush only on one member. No, actually even more. Oh, but Mark is gonna go away and just over that zone and escaping. Now Eldegoss could be in danger, but a nice poke there coming out by Sunsage. We was able to just dissuade and just fizzle out that chase.
All right, well, if Kakalak are looking to change this narrative between this rivalry, between these two squads, I think they're making good so far. What a early presence from this team. Talon finding a way to kind of slow the tide of Kakalak, but I don't know if it's going to be enough yet. The levels start to look really fantastic on the side of Kakalak. We got a couple of level 11s, but yeah, there we are. We're already ticking into that level 12 territory. 13's the scary number, though. That's when you get the plus moves on both of your options. And Zoroark starts becoming an even more terrifying speedster.
Okay, so Talon looking to be scared about that Regieleki on the top side, potentially going to Tier 2 zone. So they're all focusing on top side, and single-handedly, that Snorlax is just doing everybody's work, going with this Heavy Slam, coming through as well, but the Galarian Rapidash will get knocked down on the side of Talon. They're pushing through, but there's Talon focusing on the Regieleki instead, just waiting for them to come back into the fight. Lancey is there now, and it could be something good for them, but look at that Zoroark and just the amount of damage it can dish out. It's just absolutely crazy. The chase too. Look at them go. A little bit of move speed will get Zacian out of trouble, but Kakalak, even though they didn't get the objective, every single fight, they're just shredding through Talon.
Yeah, Mark got with some really cool technical superiority in that last one, too. I think that was an eject button mid-Unite move.
Ooh,
Charizard will escape the endless Ice Spikes with a fantastic Unite move response. It'll be a little more lackluster than we've seen some, a little less flashy, but that's okay. It was still a very impressive defensive Unite move. And at this point in the game, when you are leading levels by quite a bit, almost at that level 13 for the Charizard, you do not want to be giving up that experience to Talon. A very worthy expenditure of that Charizard Unite move.
It makes so much sense, like you said, being behind like Talon is right now. And it's not like by a huge margin. It's just by enough of a margin to make that Zoroark and the Charizard just that much stronger. It was a good pick here on the Snorlax, but still, it's a defender. 5 seconds for them to respawn. They're going to focus on the top side, so I think it is a good rotation. They're going to get some points in because they were very far behind. Not going to be that much of an overjump. Well, on the bot side, though, Kakalak is just saying, we got a response ready for you.
And that's a really scary thing. As soon as your tier 2 goes away, obviously the home goal zone does get open up. I think general consensus, you're a little more afraid of that when it is a Regieleki threatening path. However, that is a lot of vision that Talon is going to be lacking in these endgame team fights. Not to mention, if a team fight goes south, they won't have a great chance or a great goal zone to return to get some quick healing. They will be forced to totally recall because they do not have any healing supports available on their team. Kakalak going to have a lot of advantages in this final fight, and they're going to add one more with their Registeel buff.
Yeah, it's going to make a huge... Well, they already have a lot of damage. They're going to have even more Infinite Sidebone coming through, stunning them down. Now Talon is trying to escape, landing Dagalarian Rapidash Unite move just to try and make some space for them to go away from this huge menace that is Kakalak. And they are on 350 points versus 177, and they are just going to rip this Rayquaza. Now blocking out onto the Metagross. It is a ace, unofficial ace, because Mamoswine had already spawned. Here we go, Ice Fang. No, you can't have it. Kakalak will take the objective, and they are most likely going to secure this first win of the series.
Well, a really admirable attempt from our earthquaking Mamoswine. I mean, honestly, crazy vertical to clear that wall. Very impressive stuff to jump over that and try to take the secure. Unfortunately for Talon, I think even at that point, if they stole the Rayquaza, it would have been only 3 of their team members with shields, and assuredly the Mamoswine one would have been getting broken. So at this point, I think Kakalak didn't even need the Rayquaza, but they certainly took it, and now all they have to do is hold on to their lead for 1 minute longer. 566 to 177. I think Kakalak's feeling pretty good about their board position right now.
They definitely are. We're only around 84 points together for the side of Talon. That is very far away from how much they need. Straight out onto pad, jumping in, getting a nice position, but the Ice Fang will get them out. But look at that power nap. I think it was a 4-person knockup, and it just feels awesome for Kakalak. This defense will be flawless, and they are just this close to guaranteeing that first win of the series, and looking really good at that Zoinks.
And not to mention, like we talked about, this could be a very important match in terms of seeding. The fact that they did 2-0 their first opponent in this group is giving them a lot of reasons to be smiling after this match win. Of course, they have to win 2 games in a row to secure the match, so Talon is going to have a chance to come back in this one, but it's Kakalak with all the momentum.
They're feeling really good. I know they are, because like you said, it's a group that hasn't been playing that much at all today.
Yep.
And this means quite a bit. The second, well, they haven't won the series, but they have 2-0'd the other game that they had. So it feels really nice for them in this start, and super important for the future of this group.
Yeah, it's also the third element of this group is Komai Esport out of EU. And so when they're watching this matchup, a world in which they can qualify is, of course, defeating Talon if this one goes to Kakalak. But I think at this moment, they might be the biggest Talon esports fans here in the venue. Because if they could push Kakalak and then get the win against Talon, Komai has a real chance of getting out of this group. But at the time being, I think when you're at this level of the World Championships, all you can think about is that next matchup that you got to be focusing on.
Yeah, like seeing too far ahead sometimes can be difficult to deal with. So
yes.
Just focus on what was...
That's our job, you know?
I mean, you know what? Yeah, that's kind of like the definition of predictions. Yes,
yeah.
we look at the crystal ball. Sometimes it's blurry, sometimes it's crystal clear, and we do our best, and we try to communicate these things to you guys so it all makes sense. And I hope you guys are having a great time in the 2025 Pokémon World Championships, because now Kakalak is 1-up in this series, and we're just that close from seeing APAC West potentially winning against APAC East, when last year they were the ones to actually take the shorter side of the stick against Talon at Honolulu.
Yeah, and not only at the last World Championships, again, just having a tough performance in 2025 across multiple grassroots and official leagues. So what a time to catch momentum, hit a metagame, whatever it is. Find another level to achieve. This is the place and time to do it. Mark God, of course, winning our MVP on that Zoroark with 11 KOs. Wow. Double digits, 84,000 damage in this matchup as well. Not even to mention that 211 points scored. Yeah. Impressive stuff.
It really is, like, of course, the damage and the knockouts, you kind of would expect from the performance that we just watched. But having that amount of score on top of being the damage carry is like, it feels amazing. It's like they had control over every single bit of the map. And to be honest, they frankly did.
Yeah, it looked impressive. I mean, they won top and bottom side. We saw them breaking tier 2 in exchange for one of their own tier 1s. That is the easiest deal in the books. If you can break that tier 2 goal zone, which, of course, as soon as that one's gone, no additional experience spawns on the side of the map, right? Tier 2 is just a bit of a freebie if you get a chance to score within it. When that tier 1 breaks, you will all of a sudden get another well of experience spawning in on your side of the map. So a very easy exchange for Kakalak to make. And now they're going to look to see if they can do it again. Always say that Zoroark, I think the star of the show in the first one, but I really liked the Charizard play from this team from APAC. I liked what they were putting together, and I think it was a very important part of their composition, at least in game number 1.
And I think as well, like you mentioned, the Charizard, it's important to recognize when players know this is a moment where I can use my Unite move defensively so that I don't give anything away or any leads, right? And you know that if Talon got any sort of like window, they would take it. They were just like, is that a mistake? Yeah, well, we're just punishing it. So knowing that exactly makes Kakalak just look even stronger than what we had witnessed before in the 2025 season. So this is such good look for them as we are getting into game 2 of this best of 3. And I think, I don't know, is it a Zoroark ban angle?
Oh, wow. I mean, that would be a pretty hard call out. It could happen. I doubt it, but yeah, of course it could happen. I would be more likely to ban the Charizard, I think, going into this next matchup.
Yeah,
I think I would try to avoid that. The Metagross is another interesting decision, I think. So Sync 1 is such a fantastic player on this Pokemon. I don't think they were a problem by any means, especially watching their early game. I thought they had some very solid flanks with that Pokemon. It did take the entire Central, but I do think that there are a few other Pokemon that are considered to be metagame Central area for a reason. Would like to maybe see that be the shakeup for Talon Esports.
Yeah, that would be something interesting to me. Yeah, I don't think the Metagross in particular was that impactful for the side of Talon either. It might have been, I don't know, maybe the play style that they chose to go for with the Metagross also didn't fit as much, like we mentioned with the held items. So it was a little bit conflicting to what we usually expect from this Pokemon in its role. And because it was going central area as well, and there was no help to actually clear out those buffs more quickly, the Metang was just like, I'm getting to lane, I'm getting there, I swear. You know, like it was a little bit difficult to keep up with such an agile, incredibly powerful Pokemon in the early game that you can have with a Zoroark just slashing through your team.
Yeah. Another notable thing to talk about in that game number 1, I think, is one of our first Suicune losses on stream.
Wow, yeah.
We have not seen a whole lot of those, and I think Kakalak playing around that Suicune pretty well. Of course, the disruption from that Pokemon is the major asset that it has, but it's also not really lacking in terms of damage and things like that either, right? That icy damage that it has, the ability to have access to an Execute is pretty wild.
Oh, yeah.
This Pokemon has been taking over the tournament, and I think for good reason. However, Talon Esports not able to pilot it to a victory is interesting in that game number 1 because I don't think you can give up taking it either. You really need to either ban or pick that Pokemon at this point in the metagame.
It's that crucial, I agree. And we'll see what's going to be the side selection here for the side of Talon, because they do have priority because it's loser pick sides in our format. And we'll see if they're going to choose to go for purple to guarantee their Suicune, or if they're going to try to get after, of course, maybe the Suicune going through the bans, because that's something that happens in draft. It's also
It can, yeah.
Yeah, it can, and it has been happening quite a bit, right?
I know.
encounter rate,
I don't know why it is,
like
but
the
it has
encounter
been
rate
happening.
is huge, but the pick rate is even bigger.
Yeah.
Right. So like it's something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah.
But I also think that Talon could do well in being in the orange side, just like they were now, but maybe saving that last pick to be a more effective counter. I felt like the Metagross was a little like, oh, we practiced this, we kind of want to do something different that we have been doing.
Yeah.
It just didn't gel as much, so maybe just save it for something. Okay, you chose something in your last purple pick, I'll get counter like, pah.
Sure. Yeah, I totally agree. Also, shout out to Kakaluk for their draft and taking both the Charizard and the Zoroark. I think Charizard being a very traditional Zoroark counter, I think both those on your team was a pretty formidable draft that we got to see in game number 1. Here in game number 2, though, so it looks like we're going to be looking at similar bans, but they are following your advice. Ho-Oh ban, and it looks like we're going to be locking in the Zoroark ban. Reminder, a dash is an indicator that we have a less than 1% ban rate on this Pokemon. Welcome, Zoroark, to the ban roll.
Yes, and it's all thanks to Kakaluk and how much they were doing in this Pokemon. Just love to see it, especially proving that it's not just Trainer from Luminosity that can do that.
Mark God can pull it off too.
Exactly.
I was really curious if the Charizard was actually going to make a return, or whether it was Charizard pick to protect their own Zoroark pick, but instead they are going to be locking it in. Latios going to make another tournament appearance, only at 19% pick rate in this event, but doing a lot of ban rate, doing very high up numbers on there. Lance this time going to bring the Zacian into the matchup. Of course, has that rusted sword of held item, can't get rid of that one, but they got the muscle band and razor clouded boot.
Yes, they do. Oh, I felt like I really enjoyed the Ice Fang plays and the Mamoswine plays today in general, which is something really interesting when we already have
taken
such
away
powerful...
from Talon this time, though, right?
Exactly. Because we know, like, Suicune, we also think about Ho-Oh. These are the defenders and the Snorlax that we're thinking about, but Mamoswine has been performing pretty well, and in this series in particular, it was quite impactful. But Talon, we'll go for the Snorlax because Mamoswine wasn't available. We'll have Dakla Fable as well, which is an interesting pick. I see an Ocarina.
Oh my
with the Mewtwo Y! With a Gengar!
I guess we both get something to pop off about?
Wait,
oh, no, sorry, they got rid of yours. They only kept mine. We got Gengar being locked in. It looks like Eldegoss to boot as well, but okay. Mark God, I guess you banned Zoroark there. Next up is Gengar. I mean, this team has some interesting stuff to work with. Talon Esports are going to get in a Alolan Raichu. I mean, it's a lot of confidence to pick an attacker into an assassin like Gengar on the other side, but it does have a whole lot of damage to work with. That is 2 ranged special attackers in Latios and Alolan Raichu. So this is going to be a full-on poke damage composition from their side, even with the Eldegoss and the Mamoswine, both having healing and tank options. Looks like Talon is looking to whittle this down from front to the back.
Yeah, and I feel like it could be a good angle as well to try to shut down the Charizard as Charmander, like as quickly as possible. Just don't give them any XP at all.
Yeah,
and
Lance should have a good lineup there.
Yeah, exactly, because if you have a Alolan Raichu, you're in a good position, right? You evolve fast, you can get that poke and just try to get Charmander in a bad position. You can have as well Zacian coming in, because in general, like you said, with the ranged and the poke that comes from the special attackers,
right?
You also have the Zacian that will finish off anybody. Like, you don't have any doubts, it will be able to finish.
I am so curious what build of Alolan Raichu Sync 1 is going to be locking in right now. Because if we're going double auto attacker, we could be looking at that front to back style of build. However, there are no auto attacking items. So no choice scarf, no muscle band, no rapid fire scarf. Instead, there's kind of generic special attack items. We could be looking at the Electro Ball build from the Alolan Raichu, looking for that big burst damage in maybe unexpected locations. Let's get into it, though. So game number 2, Kakaluk with a 1-0 advantage, and on your purple team as Talon's on your orange team. Oh, and a check button tackle steal to take the blue buff.
The Talon squad on the orange side, and wow, okay, that Ghastly is suffering right now. There's some backup coming in as well, but the swine up is also pretty small. Oh, did they get it? No, I think Kakaluk did get at least one of that. So
yeah, with 6 points in pocket, I believe that's a full Selcor as well as a ball toy. So a dominant performance in that central area invade.
We're going out here for this game. Low HP on this Clefairy, but you're fine because you see the Charmander, has to be a little bit careful about how they go about things because, oh, look at that. It is the Electro Ball you mentioned, and they're placing it already as a trap for those Swablu's. Yeah. Plenty of them were taken by the Alolan Raichu on the top side. Like I was going to say, you punish the Charmander.
Right. Yeah, they've been doing a great job of that. And also, I don't even know if those Swablu Altaria spawned into the map. They appeared on top of Electro Ball landmines.
Yeah,
like, that is, that's a horror movie if you're a Swablu Altaria fan. But it looks like we are going to have these Snorlax still on and invade. Just having access to rest does give you a little bit of HP recovery, and finally, Ghastly does get a KO. So Mark God will evolve into the Haunter. Still not where you want to be. One of those Pokemon that it's a speedster, has some great damage, but you desperately need that level 9.
You really do, and I want to see what's going to be the build here.
Hex.
Right, so yeah, like you said, we're having Hex, so it's a little bit more of that, like, DPS, you're going in, coming in, and just getting the damage on, lending that as well with the curse. Now, ooh, in a bad position, though, we're gonna get that finish off. So they're still going to try to push, and how is that possible? Just a little bit that you can heal with that Haunter once you finish somebody is just how they did it. But at the end, they were still punished by Lance as they are on this Zacian, and especially with the help of Moonlight there, they are going to be healthy.
Right, Mark God does go down, but that is absolutely worth it. 2 KOs towards the Gengar. You are so far behind in levels. You gotta make big risks plays like that if you want to try to catch up in this game. Of course, the other end of the silver lining is now the Zacian is almost at level 9 before the first set of Reggies. But again, a price you have to be willing to pay if you want to come back in this matchup. Do I sound like a Gengar apologist on cast? Because if I do, it's correct.
It is very much accurate. And like you were saying with the levels, there's the level 9 for the Zacian for Talon, 7 on the Latios as well, but look at the Gengar coming through as well. They have the Sludge Bomb already, so this is going to be more damage that they can do, but when you get chased by a Zacian, there is little that you can do without protection. Jeez. The defender was on the bot side. Your supporter really squishy on the Eldegoss, and Talon really punishing here on the top side.
Wow, I mean, just a totally flipped game from games 1 into game 2. Talon Esports is dominating this early phase. Not only do they have a great level lead on multiple Pokemon, they have broken that top tier 1 and have sent a Regieleki down to walk. So such a strong start for this squad, looking really, really good. On the other hand, Kakalak finally has a level 9 Gengar, but they got a ways to go to catch up still.
Yeah, they do, and because you have such power on the side of Talon, you got to be careful about that Phantom Ambush. Going here to the bot side, Talon might be looking for a strategy, and as we talk about the Phantom Ambush, here we go, Sludge Bomb going in with the hacks, maybe a little too deep. There's the Alolan Raichu, Unite move, and they push forward, and again, it's just how fragile the Gengar is.
Yeah, I got hit with that Latios Unite move as well. You can see that small, thin targeting line from Dylan all the way towards Mark God. Gets a really nasty KO. Talon is going to try to attempt to score. This could be a punishable moment from Kakalak. Charizard does have its Unite move. A check button to close the gap, and it will take down 2. Alolan Raichu falls. Clefable could be the next up, and another one in the favor of Charizard. All right, Kakalak with a little bit of momentum, but still only 21 points to the scoreboard.
Yeah, the difference is pretty massive at this point, but that was super good for them. The problem is because you still had Lance available, but we had a Unite move coming through there. Well, what exactly? Yeah, it was Infinite Sideband that was used. Interesting choice there, just to stop and stall from Talon not taking down the Tier 1 Gold Zone. But as I was saying, the fact that although Kakalak defended, with Zacian still there, they weren't even able to do anything more to score their own points.
All right, so impressive stuff. We got Mewtwo Y poking some damage, and yeah, I mean, these exchanges have been challenging, but like you mentioned, Kakalak defending. We need a little bit of offense from this team, though. I think if they're going to turn things around, we need to get a big push in for them. All right, we got Charizard, Gengar rotating towards topside now, and of course Zacian already in position as Regieleki is about to spawn. Talon Esports, though, with something else in mind as they are trying to push towards this Tier 1.
Oh, and looking good because that Mewtwo Y! Oh, I love those eject button plays, and that's... Power Nap as well are coming through there on Talon. pushing even more. They have good points to score. It's going to be 41 over dunk, which is getting them to a 99 score lead here for Talon. While on the side of Kakalok, they have guaranteed Reggie Alecki, which should make a equal, quote-unquote, trade because Talon will take the Reggie Rock.
It's at least going to give them a little bit of time. They know no one will be invading or trying to steal their experience, right? At the very least, they have Reggie Alecki giving them vision, and here's a chance to push on that tier 2. Gengar Unite move puts together 2 knockouts as Alolan Raichu falls, and here we go. A big scoring push for Kakalok, shut down by RBX, though.
Wow, that Infinite Side button was amazing. Perfect setup for that Seismic Slam, but they're going to have to retreat because they have taken the objective. That tier 1 zone was just what they could afford at this point. With the amount of damage that is ditched from the Femto Ambush, now that it's not available, you need to respect what the enemy can do too.
Exactly, yeah, but at least now we got a battle on our hands, you know what I mean? Kakalok's caught a little bit of momentum, specifically a few levels. Charizard, Gengar, both at that level 13, can now actually be a threatening presence. Talon Esports have to huddle around that Clefable, focus on that Moonlight healing, but Markov's been doing a very good job of playing around it still. I think landing some really nice combo plays with both, of course, the Hexgar build that we've seen, but putting in that Unite move to great success.
Looking good here as we are approaching that final stretch. 173 for Kakalok on your purple side, 214 for Talon on your orange. And we know those level 13s feel pretty good for Talon, but the Charizard on 14 also is pretty massive. Now, those Electro Balls, they have been placed as those landmines you mentioned, Zoinks, as just traps in that tall grass, and 20 seconds for Rayquaza.
There's 4 of them in there right now. Like, that's 8,000 damage if anybody walks into that tiny piece of Tara. Oh, the Snorlax is going to try to push him in. We see the Heavy Slam tries to set up to actually block push all the way to the other side. Big engage, Mamoswine down as they get pulled all the way by Talon Esports, and they're going to have a 5-4 advantage. That means Rayquaza's in the danger zone.
Oh, lure them in. They go straight into the balls, but it's not going to be the case where there's still plenty of damage that needs to be done onto that Mewtwo X. Now with the Infinite Side Button locking them down in place, could be Kakalok coming out on top, but it's not. Talon is still standing strong with all their 5 members. Sunzarge, BX Light, they still need to try and do something about this Rayquaza. It's still 1 minute 34. Look at that Zacian. Lance is just shredding through the Mewtwo Y, and BL, they take it. Talon will confirm this one with that huge win on the team fight. Take the Rayquaza, and with the numbers lead, they should be able to wrap it off.
Yeah, what a bounce back. I mean, Talon pulled off a really fantastic team fight, did a great Snorlax engage into that corridor, were able to play off it extremely well, and the entire time, they found a way to take the main defender player, Mamoswine, the big prevention against a play like that, and absolutely take them out of the fight early. Honestly, everything went well, except no one walked into the bush with all the Electro Balls. That's the only disappointing thing.
A little disappointing.
Yeah.
After we saw, right.
Yeah, let's go to the top side,
so
actually.
funny.
Actually, we were going to go to top side. Yeah, good call.
Where we just eject buttoning for that Latios. I get that. Sync. Salutes to you. You're back to base, but that's all right. Your team has 500 points in the lead. Kakalok, though, still has some breath in this game, and it looks to be a 1-1 as we are wrapping up this one. Seismic Slam just to get that Snorlax away. Still not enough points for Kakalok to actually score. So it feels like Talon are looking to wrap this up.
Welcome to the part of the show, everybody, where I do have to say that Gengar actually looked pretty okay, all right? It is a game loss.
Is a good word.
Yeah, its win rate stat not going to be looking phenomenal as, yeah, this is a shutdown play. Looking like 5 minutes of just keeping that Gengar at a poor Haunter stage as we are going to be going to a Game 3 as Talon Esports regain some momentum and find a way to shut down an APAC rival in Kakalok.
So 1-1 is a draw. It is Game 3 of your best of 3, which we love to see at Worlds, especially on this Friday when it's setting the pace for the weekend, isn't it?
Yeah. No, our group stage has been phenomenal. We've seen upsets, we've seen amazing games, we've seen surprise Pokemon picks, like Gengar even, and today we get to see, of course, a not inter-regional, but a very close regional rivalry between these two teams.
and I actually love to see that even when we had those sweeps, they were really good games. Sometimes the sweep doesn't even translate how great and close games were. And as we're looking at these replays, there was some very good plays by Magod on this Gengar, but we know as well, just like this one. I really loved this one from the Charizard Zoys.
Yeah, great eject button plays from Charizard. I think Kakalok, this is the one Pokemon that you certainly have to keep in this draft so far. We also saw some really cool Mewtwo wide techs. I think you called out a major one, a stun that enabled a big team fight to follow after. There was one earlier on a tier 1 defense that I thought was pretty impressive, but all these techs looked great, but it's just Talon Esports were so far ahead in levels from the start of the match to the conclusion. They certainly did not give any room to breathe for Kakalok, which of course we have to remember is so important
to breathe. Yes, exactly. Keep your focus.
I can't believe how important it is. It's crazy.
It is. Yeah. Imagine for us, like, if we don't breathe, like, how do we even cast? How do we even have anything?
You go full hammer. That's what I'm saying. But anyway.
Just all the words together, like forever.
Yeah, of course. All right, our MVP award in that one, I think going to Lance on the Zacian with some pretty impressive damage numbers as well. This team's been looking good. Talon, a team that was getting a lot of press and momentum going into this tournament. They're a squad that's been playing together for quite some time, and of course has played at a lot of our premier events, the World Championships. Last year, I think Talon really made a name for themselves. Not to mention the Asia Champions League earlier this year. This squad has certainly been on a lot of people's radar. On the other hand, Kakalok, when they were playing under the banner of Full Sense, definitely not catching a lot of attention and didn't have the opportunity to play at the Asia Champions League final. However, at the World Championships, they did garner some attention, but not making it very far in the Day 2 bracket. I think still made Talon this fan favorite squad. They got the chance to kind of upset them here and change that all around.
I got a question for you, Zoinks.
Okay.
I think the Kakalok composition for this game too.
Yeah.
I don't think that was a problem with it per se.
Okay,
but I
sick.
would have substituted.
Let's go Gengar.
No, I would have substituted Gengar for another speedster. I would have Absol, I would have Dodrio.
I love that you didn't mention any. You were just like, any other speedster, actually.
I mean, I did mention them afterwards, but yes,
Right.
I do mean it. I do mean it. You are correct.
Yeah. Yeah, I read between the lines. I get it. No, I do think there are some other really good options. I mean, but also just really well exposed by Talon Esports. Ghastly is certainly not an early game powerhouse by any means.
Just
and
lick.
so, yeah, we saw a really solid invade off the start that kept them at a tough level deficit for a long time. Not only stealing buffs, but even threatening a KO on Ghastly, making it so powerful that the poor Ghastly had to return all the way back to home goal zone to get healed up, right? So, yeah, a really tough look. Obviously, this team has been practiced with it if they're confident enough to pick it at the World Championship stage, even here on day 1. So they got a lot of practice on it. They got to be well known for it, but hopefully they got some other options in the tank. That's all we're saying.
And you mentioned that with the invades and just keeping the Ghastly in a very bad position in the early game. I think they pretty well managed that Charizard because they really shut down the Charmander pretty quickly too, which was super important because
they broke tier 1 before first Regieleki as well.
They did.
So, yeah.
It was amazing. So very good early game rotations here from Talon with keeping the two teams in the same place. Kakalok has chosen the purple side, and we'll see the same bans now with not a dash with a 2% ban rate for Zoroark.
All right, from new introduction to just regular member. Zoroark slowly charging up that ban percentage. So Kakalok, so far, at least in that last game, was picking Charizard in this position. They will not change that up. So going to be locking it in yet again. It's such an important part of their roster and their compositions. No surprises there. That is yet again a Charizard first pick.
Not surprised, like you said. Not surprised about the Latios and the Zacian either. Great control that Talon has had in the early game, and I feel like that is just the... I was gonna do the cherry on top, but it just reminds me of Cake in the fight against Kakalok. Yeah. Anyways, so on the side of Talon, I really appreciate how they manage this composition like they did the last game, and they have not just the softening down the damage, but having the actual finishes with the Zacian and the Latios.
Yeah, the Fabled Moonlight healing was also pretty impressive. We didn't get to talk about it too much. Supports can be tough to kind of center in on in some of these team fights, but it was a whole lot of Moonlight. I think one of the most relevant parts was right at the Rayquaza fight, having a total comeback moment with that Moonlight healing. Will be a lot of repeats, though. I hope Sig 1 can get a big bomb moment with those electro balls in this next game,
Oh,
because
yes.
that
Oh.
was pretty terrifying.
Oh,
Kegalok, we're got some familiar hovers here. I was actually somewhat curious. Okay, there we go. Now you get all creamy. I see you. I see you.
I'm happy because it's with the Gengar now.
Hey, come on.
I mean, if you think about it, hear me out. Just put the little dollops, the recovers, straight where you're going to have the sludge bombs. So when the Gengar comes in, it gets healed immediately.
Yeah, could be a tech. I like it a lot. But I do think my favorite combination play that we've seen with Alcremie so far this weekend was showcased by Nouns Esports with the Snorlax and Alcremie. I think it's really impressive if you have good coordination between those two players. Snorlax can be holding a block, doing whatever they need to do, and knowing exactly where to back up to receive that healing. The goal zone defenses were insane from Nouns Esports when they were pulling off that combo. So we might be seeing something a little similar here. The big question for me, and I think Kegalok picking the Snorlax might be a major part of it, is can they stop the invade against Mark God's Gengar? Because that was, I think, the breaking point. The straw that broke the camel's back, if you will. You don't want it to happen 30 seconds into the game, usually. So hopefully they can find a way to shut down that invade, whether it's from Zacian or even a Clefable earlier on running into the other side. And Mamoswine can have a pretty threatening invade as well. So
Exactly.
it's a lot of threats. We'll see if Gengar can find a way to dissuade a few of them.
Yeah, it could be even a joint effort there, because
Yep.
if you see the Mamoswine coming in and just having that extra bit of like buying time because of the freeze, it's something that could work out pretty well to especially punish the Ghastly, as we saw in the last game as well.
Yeah,
but
true.
Snorlax, just like you mentioned, just does really well in helping and defending against those invades. One
Yeah.
thing that I'm also thinking about on the side of Kegalok is how we saw, like, we have the Alcremie. You mentioned the power of Snorlax with the block. I love to highlight the power nap and how we can work out together with the Unite move from Alcremie, because it's just going to be maintaining everybody's health in the area as well. But getting into game 3 of our match of Kegalok on the purple side versus Talon on the orange.
Okay, I like this. We're going to jump over that jump head and try to get early vision and see if an invade is showing up. I'm not sure. It looks like Snorlax does catch the swine up this time around, sees them moving towards the blue buff, and yeah, you're right. Clefairy does already have the red buff in hand. Snorlax going to try to protect the blue buff and going to be unsuccessful.
Oh, wow.
Talon, 2 for 2 on the steals of the objectives.
I mean, kind of feels pretty good with the joint effort with the swine up coming in, and they both stole it.
Yeah.
Defender and supporter. What a start for Talon, but look at that, almost so close to the execute. Not going to be the case for Sunsage. When you have those electro balls on your way, you still got to be very careful about it. Although, swine up, you do have your buff. It's still swine up, so
right.
Slow down, slow down.
Hey, but an earlier Haunter at this point in time, right? So we do have an evolution for Mark God already. Again, oh, love that play from Snorlax. Pick up those Electro Ball to try to get them before they actually spawn in Alterias. So Sync can't pick those up. However, a whole lot of damage from both sides. I think a pretty even trade around those objectives of the Swablu Alteria. Mark God grabbing a couple.
That was very beautiful. Love that. Now getting super punished here, the Charmander. And again, I feel like this Talon has just really cracked the code to understand how to punish those Charizards. Now healing Moonlight going out from... Whoa, the backup is here! Clefable will go down, but it's still going to be a trade. And turning into a Pillow-Swine will also help out coming in. Pick them up. Ice Fang were good.
Yeah, now that you have access to Ice Fang, you're just a much more relevant threat. Mamoswine, interestingly, is one of those Pokemon. You don't need your 9. Your Unite move is okay, but it's definitely not the make or break part of this Pokemon. Yeah. Just having access to Ice Fang is enough of an asset sometimes. So you already see that chase down, a tackle chase into an Ice Fang. Very impressive stuff so far. Kegalok, though, getting a chance to score, and most notably, the Charizard really going to need those attack weight stacks.
Ooh, okay, Mark God actually had to use their moves to get away, and because of that as well, Snorlax was kind of left unprotected. Good place for Talon to keep on pushing, or at least get some dominance here. Ooh, careful there, Sludge Bomb gets a nice freeze. Ice Fang will cancel it. Wow, it canceled the Hex.
Is Mark God playing Shadow Ball Hex? That is...
Did you see Shadow Ball there?
I
Was it a
think so. If that's the case, this is a wild decision from Mark God. Already playing Gengar as a wild choice. Let's go. World Championships 2025. We're making it spicy here on the main stage for y'all.
Yes, it is. With the Gengar, with the Alcremie on the same team, the builds looking quite unusual.
Yes.
But that's what we know that players can just show up and say, well, we actually practiced this quite a bit and we just learned about it in the interview. So who knows? On the top side, Talon will take the Regieleki, while bot will be contested on a 4 for Kekalak versus 3 here for Talon, as the focus from Zacian is on the top side.
Right. Yeah, Charizard doing a little bit better in levels this game than last. However, they still have a 2-level deficit against their path opponent. Zacian is at that level 10. Charizard finally ticking into level 9. Doesn't feel worth it to go down to the Registeel until you got the Unite move, but RBX gonna start things, and what a great pull. Suicune already gone.
Wow. That Ion Blast was absolutely crazy. Oh, but a steal that comes through from Kekalak. They're going to be cleaned up, though, on this fight. But still, it's very good for those numbers, the EXP that you can get. But if Talon can continue to push on forward, look at the damage from this Latios. Really great performance from Dylan in this game so far. Seismic Slam straight onto the support. No Clefable, but they know they can't really keep on pushing unless Lance just goes for an overpush. No, we're good.
Ooh, that is a really tough choice to have to make. You use your Unite move because you finally got access to it. But
sorry.
No, go ahead.
It's just the amount of damage, Zoinks. It just really just freaks me out.
Well, they got Jillian levels on the side of town. They are crushing it right now at this point in time. Kekalak having a really tough time getting that comeback. But yeah, that Unite move, not having access to it now is going to be devastating. And all you use it was to exchange for a Clefable. That is a really tough choice to have to make. This Charizard is going to need to farm up yet again, which means Kekalak, if they do want to take a fight, will always be trying to attempt it for V5.
All right, interesting push here that we're still seeing. No objective here on the bot side, but still plenty of efforts on this bot tier 1. Coming through as well with a fly, a nice KO coming from the Clefable on that Unite move. Will guarantee some extra space, and they will most likely end, they will, a 16 overdunk there for the side of Talon, 189 to 57.
Yeah, Lance not even worried about putting their AOS energy into the goal zone. They're instead using that to empower their Metal Claw. They are charging down. The tier 1 wasn't even broken, and then Flux Zone meant nothing to Lance as they are charging across the map. Already going to be taking down this Regieleki. You can see Kekalak instead just electing to farm up as quickly as they can. They know yet another team fight's going to be knocking at their front door.
Yeah, it's just melting at the touch of Lance, right? And Dylan and Sync. It's just quite a lot that Talon is doing at this point. Got to be so careful about any potential step and moving in. Oh, Ice Fang gets the support. No, actually the defender going in with a Seismic Slam could be something that's good for Kekalak. And it's actually working out massively for them. Look at them go! And it's actually 4 KOs for Kekalak. What a wonderful defense. Dylan survives, but that is still going to be a potential cleanup of this top tier 1 with a 15 overdunk.
Yeah, really impressive stuff. I mean, Snorlax finding just a small window where they could finally use their Unite move. It can be tough in those crowd control chains, right? You're picked up once, you're stunned again, trying to find a time to actually, yeah, I'm rapidly pressing that button. They finally found it, get the shield, and then the Suicune Unite move after is just such a fantastic 1-2 hit. Impressive stuff from Kekalak, but they are so far behind that they gotta keep doing it again and again. They want to win this game 3.
Yeah, we're about 50 points ahead here for Talon. Now coming in as well. We're still dealing damage from the side of Talon on this raid. Jai's very close. Maybe it's going to be a steal again.
There it is.
And Kekalak does it. And it's this Gengar that we had been thinking about. Like, maybe this wasn't the build. Oh, I guess it was the build.
I'll believe it. I'm waiting for the interview.
We need the interview. We need to know.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, Alolan Raichu Unite move, an attempt to stop the scoring on that goal zone. It will not prevent the tier 1 from being broken, but it does force Kekalak to make a much smaller score. So we're looking at 206 to 209 headed towards the 2-minute mark. There will be a Regieleki spawning in with plenty of time for either of these teams to force it towards one of these tier 2s. That is such a risky fight, but Kekalak feeling great about their levels. Charizard almost at level 14. They have come back in a major way from that really tough early game they've been dealt with.
Coming back from being behind in points in the team fights is just something that takes quite a lot of mental and resilience strength. Now, this team, with the numbers you said on the levels, makes quite a lot of difference. Although Talon has now conquered 3 players on level 13 as well, that does rival just how much damage they need to win these fights. So they really need to land for example, these Electro Balls and just maybe catching somebody off guard. But I think it's mainly on the Mamoswine. RBX has been doing pretty well on these Ice Fang engages, but if they can't just neutralize immediately, it could be just really bad for them.
Yeah, it's true. We got the in-game warning that it's a close battle. You better believe it. Snorlax getting stunned quite a bit. Electro Ball stunned, but they do have the block shield. That is going to be a Latios Unite move. Not strong enough to get the full KO, especially with the damage reduction from block. So they're going to walk away, and importantly, holds on to the Snorlax Unite move.
Now they do, but here it comes again with the eject button. Maybe the Mammoth Sword is going to go down. Mammoth Mash is still maintaining them. How they look at the predict on the Heavy Slam. Looking pretty good, and now Kakalak is on top. The Seismic Slam as well, just guaranteeing that they have extra space to come in. Now Latios poking out onto the Snorlax, but it's really just zoning Talon from this pit. They are really just melting right now. The Zation trying to go for the Sacred Sword, and they don't have enough damage. It was pretty close, but it wasn't quite enough.
All right, well, now it's only 2 attackers that can kind of threaten the Rayquaza from Talon Esports, so potentially Kakalak could just try to push them out. Mamoswine was a good early force in this team fight, but they're only a level 11. They need to hit that 12. Rayquaza already below half HP.
Look at them go. There's the Latios, and it is a steal from Latios. Talon will take the Rayquaza. 3 points difference is what you have right now for this game of 3, and they are with their shields. 100 points to be scored. Dylan will dodge that block with the eject button, and it's a hundo burger for them.
It's also going to set up Sync on the Alolan Raichu to score in that home base. They were really hoping that one of those tier 1s was going to vanish. They will get the block to push them away. Only 30 seconds remain in this matchup. Sync once Rayquaza's shield will hold strong. Hundo burger for them as well, and Talon Esports in a game number 3 hold on to this record against this Kakalak squad. 2 World Championships in a row, they take the W.
And this is a historic win to me, because the way they turned that back around, it was just so close with all of these team fights that they kept on having, even throughout the game. Yeah, early Talon was doing well, but then all of a sudden Kakalak was like, this is what we can do. We got so much firepower. And then all of a sudden, it was both sides kind of equal. 3v3, 2 going down. And it felt like it was such an even matchup that when you see that steal coming through from Latios, that was in this. I'm just showing my pinky.
Yeah.
It's this much HP that Latios had.
Yeah, a very impressive Luster Purge shot to end that one. Wow, I mean, yeah, I think MVP award for clutch moment of the game is going to go to that Latios steal, because truly, you were trying to take that objective in the face of a level 14 Charizard, like so much firepower on the side of Kakalak, and Kakalak's just stuck in that decision-making time where you have less than a minute left on the clock. You could try to take those attackers out in time, but you're giving more time for members of Talon to spawn in, and then the case is, even if you get the Rayquaza, will you have time enough to score after that? So Talon almost making just an impossible situation for Kakalak to deal with, and of course the cherry on top being that Luster Purge secure.
Oh, what a game.
Yeah.
What a game. It was super close. Like we mentioned, there was the Talon lead in the early, like we see here, but then all of a sudden we were like power on power, like 3 points away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, calling it close, I think that's extremely true. This was that moment, though, that Kakalak finally had a chance to come back. A really nice place. You called that Snorlax Unite move, so important in that fight specifically.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, this Gengar build, listen, I was shocked to see it, but Kakalak had this team fight win. Like, so many impressive moments in this battle. Of course, the Zacian and the Latios combining for the KO on the Snorlax. And Gengar, Suicune, and Charizard, and it's Latios Luster Purge that's taken it. Talon Esports feel like they're fated to win that series.
Yeah, and it feels pretty fun as well, considering Latios 4th anniversary, Pokémon UNITE.
Yeah, sure.
It's awesome. I feel like I saw that little bit of HP on Latios and I said, that's enough. That is enough for them to steal, because the amount of damage you have with the side beam too, it's like, just so much with the auto attack boost. It's, like you mentioned, 3 people that could have really hold the block.
Yeah, it's a challenging position to be in, but I mean, that's what these top-level teams are doing. They make really tough situations even to the perfect ones. So love that Latios secure. Talon Esports looking a lot better in those games 2 and 3. I think having much better showings. Kakalak also looking strong, and they did defeat Kamai 2-0 earlier on the day. So we'll have to see what the rest of the group's looking like. But we do have an interview on stage with Talon Esports, so let's hear from them.
And let's hear it for Talon Esports once again, folks. Congratulations, RBX, you and your team. Well, this isn't your first rodeo at Worlds. How does it feel being able to play on the world stage once again?
Very, very happy, and the team is so strong, and I want to play against them.
Oh, is there anybody in particular? I mean, you still have Kamai to go up against, but is there anybody in particular that you would like to face?
Luminosity, we're coming for you guys.
They're coming for you guys. LG, you better watch out. RBX is coming. But Kamai is still up next. How are you feeling going into them? And is there anything you'd like to say before versing them?
We had the momentum, so I think good luck to them. So that's all.
All right, they have the momentums, the good lucks. Any final shout outs or thank yous to your friends, family, or fans in the crowd or at home?
Thank you for supporting Talon PH. Thank you so much.
All right, well, LG, Kamai, whoever else is going to go up into Talon, apparently you're going to have to watch out. But everybody else in the crowd, you're also going to have to watch and see what Talon brings this next set. Let's send it back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Callie, for this interview, and congratulations again for Talon for this win. Considering how close have these 3-game series been?
I know, they're all going the distance, and Talon Esports having the ability, like we said, multiple world championships now they've been competing in. They got ice in their veins. Doing it on the main stage can be nerve-wracking. They're gonna have to do it again. Their next matchup is going to be on the main stage against Kamai Esports. Kello had the chance to ask them how they're feeling about that one. I know they're feeling that they got the momentum, and they're looking forward to even teams past this next matchup.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about like the laser focus on what you got to do right now. Just finish on a win. They can allow themselves to think about what they're going to do tomorrow, right?
Yeah, probably breathe. At least if they're following our advice,
It's
it
a
will
pattern.
be to breathe.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if they do it. I don't know, but Talon Esports certainly did it in that last game. Kakalak, which was such an amazing start in that game number 1, finding some real fire, making us all turn our heads a little bit, I think. But now, Talon Esports kind of taking that series back into their own hands. Gonna have a chance to do it against Komai again. Like we said, this is an interesting group with Kakalak with that 2-0 fashion. Komai has some real spoiler potential in this next matchup, especially with a 2-1 finish on the scoreline between these two teams that we just watched.
Yeah, it's going to make a huge difference whatever happens in this next one. And of course, having that momentum for Talon is something that's going to help pretty well. Let's talk just a little bit of flavoring about this last match, because you got the Gengar and I did get the Creamy as well.
Yeah,
it was
I got
both
the
of them
Gengar.
together, right?
I did get the Gengar. I got it 2 games in a row, but we did get your Alcremie. I thought it was very fun to watch. I actually did think Kakalak's draft.
Good.
Yeah, I think healing was pretty fantastic. I also think their Snorlax pick in the early game was really smart. So I loved Kakalak kind of adapting a little bit there. They weren't able to shut down the invade like I was hoping they would. I think just a little bit of miscommunication. You see this lineup, but you dodge it a little bit, not able to protect those buffs. But in the end, I think Kakalak's going to have some time to rally back. I think that 2-0 finish over Kamai is going to give them a bit more breathing room. And then, of course, Talon Esports are going to have to really clutch up again on this main stage like we were saying. But I think we could be seeing more Alcremie. I thought it proved itself in that last game, and even in the previous matches that we've seen it. I do think the support Pokemon's got a place in this metagame.
Basically, because it's what we mentioned, like just having the recover placed already like preemptively like you would a hyperspace hole.
Yeah.
For the Gengar, it was something that did help. It did work.
We saw a lot of pre-planning team fights. We saw Electro Balls kind of painting the town yellow, if you will, in some of those situations. Alcremie throwing out there baking, like one of the best bake sales, but all right, now I'm hungry. So we're going to break for food for a little bit, and when we come back, we're going to see more talent on the main stage versus Komai Esports from EU. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be amazing.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with the one and only host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, Brian David Gilbert. Welcome to the Pokemon World Championships.
Thank you very much. It is an honor to be here. It is overwhelming in the best ways.
What has been the most overwhelming part of it?
Truly just kind of absorbing the amount of exhibits I can go look at, and also figuring out just how much of my budget I should go over, which I have already gone over, but I think I can go over it more because there's some really cool stuff here.
All right, well, if you figure that out, let me know.
Yeah, I'll tell you.
But, you know, as the host of the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show, I gotta ask you about your Pokemon history, because you ask your contestants about Pokemon, so I'm gonna flip the tables.
Please.
How did you first discover Pokemon?
It feels like it's just always been there in my life, but also I was thinking about it, like, I do remember a very important Pokemon memory for me is my sister and I, like, watching over the shoulder of my older brother as he was playing Pokemon Red on his Game Boy, and just like, I'm pretty sure there are photos of us doing this. I definitely remember my brother getting very upset with us for like sticking our heads way too far over his shoulder, but that was such an important memory to me as a kid, and since then I've just been playing the games, cards, everything.
Do you have a Pokemon that you'd consider your first partner Pokemon?
It's tough to say because most people know that I love Tangela so very much, but my first love was Arcanine.
Okay.
Arcanine was like the one that I loved so much. I've always been a Squirtle guy for first partner Pokemon. When it comes to like truly first partner, I will never give away a Squirtle. Squirtle's my most important Pokemon there, but it changes as I grow. I think that that's an important thing in Pokemon, is that it grows with you as you mature.
It evolves with you.
Exactly.
I love that. I love that. Do you have a favorite game in the Pokemon series?
The hipster in me wants to say Pokemon Stadium because I will destroy any of you at the Scyther Pinsir game where you're chopping the logs.
That's
I'm
so
the best
hard.
at it. And again, this is an open call. Any competitors, there should be a world championship for just that specific mini game because I will destroy you in that one.
They're usually over inside events, by the way, so
Great.
you can get set up there later. So how do you prepare for an episode of the game show?
Very good question. Just 36 straight hours of heavy meditation. Just getting into the correct mind space, followed by intense like diction tongue twisters.
Oh, of course.
The Tyrant and the Tyrogue tied at the tournament just over and over and over again, making sure that I can really pronounce, well, I just said pronounce everything. Making sure I can pronounce. I haven't finished my diction tongue twisters just yet, so wait for that tomorrow.
I was going to say, you have until Saturday to get warmed up, so you have plenty of time.
I've got time until Saturday. It'll work out great.
And do you have any other like physical warm-ups that you do, or is it all a mental thing?
It's predominantly mental, but you know, I'm always getting those just in case I need to run on stage. I'm ready to go, stretching out.
This is the first time it's in person.
It is the first time. I'm very excited about that. I think the audience's energy is going to be incredible, specifically when all of the audience knows the answer to a trivia question and none of my contestants do.
All right, well, you had the first episode online a couple months ago. Do you have any fun memories from that you want to share?
Oh my gosh, it was fantastic. I think it was such a wonderful first 3 contestants. Glitch winning is spectacular to me. Specifically, Spraggles claiming to be Team Rocket halfway through, to the point being so convincing that I truly had to like look at the producers behind and I was like, did you just not tell me about this thing? Did you hide this from even your host? But no, it was just Spraggles doing his thing. But all of it was just so much fun. Watching all of them really get to show their knowledge, it's just a joy. It's just a joy.
I mean, do you have any hints on what we're going to see tomorrow?
I don't want to give everything away for Saturday, but there will be some very good championship-specific questions. I'll say that if you're checking out maybe, I don't know, the museum or just different people around here, you might get some hints for potential questions that might be coming up. But they're going to be some difficult ones, and I can't wait.
I'm so excited. I love trivia, and you know, the Gotta Catch 'Em All game show is such a fun watch. So if you are here in the hall at the World Championships this year, Saturday at 5:30 p.m., they'll be over on the stage in Hall C. So make sure to go check that out if you can. Brian, it's been such an honor to interview you. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck tomorrow.
Can't wait.
We'll be back with more Pokemon action from the World Championships real soon.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers, and welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE World Championships 2025. We are getting ready to close out the day with our last two matches, and right now we have our second last one ready to go. It's Denali as well as Kellosaurus ready to cast this matchup, and it's going to be an exciting one. We are going to be running it back with Talon, but this time, who is it? It is Komai.
Komai coming in from the EU region, but we have already had a taste of what Talon is to bring. Obviously, they did end up losing that match to Kakalok, so we'll have to see how they fare up against Komai Esports and whether they're going to be able to do 2-0 either side, or whether we're going to get another game 3.
So I think we're in a bit of a situation here for the bracket, right? Because only the top two are going to make it through. So we have a 2-0 for Kakalok and Komai, but Talon got a 2-1 in their game against Kakalok. So I think, if Komai want to make it through, they have to 2-0 Talon.
Well, you know what?
Have to in this matchup.
I'm glad that I don't have to figure that out in order to figure it out. So yes, I mean, there is obviously, you know, a lot on the line there. Last year, actually, Talon did end up making it top of groups. So they ended up going 3-0 against all of the other teams in the group. So we'll have to see whether they managed to make it out of top of groups this time round and repeat history. And I guess, you know, Komai, well, this is going to be their debut here on the World Championship stage.
On the main stage, right? Because they played their first game off stage.
They did.
So we'll see how they do. There are pros and cons for both of these teams for this matchup. Talon are warm. They've already played their game, so I think they're pretty comfortable where they are. They're ready to go. Komai are going to start the matches a bit cold because they played their games much earlier today, so they've more or less just been spectating, and obviously they watched Talon's game. So I think they have an idea as to how this team is currently playing. So both teams, they're currently in their own zones, and it's a question of who gets the advantage in this first game because, again, the situation for Komai, they cannot afford to lose a single match right now. They have to win 2 games back-to-back.
Yes, they do have to try and win those 2 games back-to-back, but I guess watching that previously, they decided to ban away this Rapidash. Hooper also locked on out. Talon have decided to ban away this Ho-Oh and this Latios, but first pick Charizard. What do you think about Charizard so far that we've seen here today?
Okay, so this is probably a respect pick on the side of Komai. Firstly, Charizard's fantastic because you can isolate certain Pokemon and just chase them down with your Unite, right? I kind of feel like they've picked this up to prevent Talon from comfortably picking up that Alolan Raichu. Because we just saw them play 2 rounds of Alolan Raichu. They looked very confident on it, so maybe they thought if we pick the Charizard, it forces Dylan to play a different attacker. And so far, it's going to be a different choice. It's going to be Miraidon this time for Dylan. And Komai, knowing this and seeing the lineup on the side of Talon are kind of fat. They got plenty of thickness on that front line. It's going to be quite difficult to dive into the back to even reach a Miraidon. But we've got one of the best divers in the game.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you want dive, the Master of Illusion right there, Zoroark. Whether they're going to be able to dive towards that Miraidon, though, it depends on, well, what this last pick is. And, well, we're going to actually have 2 attackers on the side of Talon this time around. Alolan Raichu locked in once again.
I wonder, okay, so the question I have is, are we going to see a swap here? Is Dylan going to get that Alolan Raichu, or are they going to sort of keep it on sync 1 and have Dylan on the Miraidon? Because this does also determine their lanes. Because Dylan wants to be in the lane with whatever Pokemon he has. And so far, I think they're locking in with that Miraidon lane. So this Alolan Raichu, it's going to play a really big role for the team because you need to, essentially, especially up against Komai, you do not want to fall victim to that Zoro. this early on, because that Pokemon can snowball in this matchup.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to have to be a matter of shutting it down, not letting it get online or scale up by getting those KOs, being able to secure those wild Pokemon. But one thing I can say is for certain, Danilee, this match is going to be electrifying.
Oh, absolutely. I love it. I love the puns. But it is going to be pretty interesting to see how these two teams pilot their lineups. I mean, we've seen Talon just now, and I think we have a pretty good feeling of how the team likes to play. They do like to stay toe-to-toe up against their opponents. Now, mind you, it was Cakewalk, a team that can play very fast, but also very recklessly, and sometimes that recklessness catches people off guard because they kind of confuse that recklessness with inexperience when it's kind of intentional. It's the Cakewalk play style. So, okay. Kamai, on the other hand, I don't think this is a team that really plays like that. I do feel like they're much more refined in terms of like that mid to early game. So keen to see how Talon wants to approach the matchup, which, fun fact, I spoke to Talon very quickly about their matchup with Kamai. They say they're feeling pretty confident, but they feel this is going to be a close match.
Well, I guess that's a thing. If you think about Talon's history, they are a group that has been together for quite a while. Whereas Kamai, for those of you that would have tuned into EUIC, well, this is a redefined look for them. They actually only have 2 of those members that did play at EUIC here at World. So completely different look for Kamai, obviously still rocking that same name. And 2 of those members, well, they're rookies to the world stage. This is the first time that they are here at the World Championships, and that is going to be Narami and Toast. So, you know, playing on that world stage for the first time, there's obviously a whole lot of wave of emotions that comes on in, but really it's going to come down to locking in, as we can see on their faces, and just block out everything else. And I mean, I guess they have those great mentors there by their sides as well.
Yeah. So we've already seen how Talon plays in their previous matchup. Kels, would you be able to give any new viewers a quick rundown of how Kamai like to play in general?
Well, as I said, it's a rendition of Kamai from what we saw. Otherwise, I guess it really depends who they're going up against. Seen a bit mix of play styles coming on in, and I guess considering their draft so far, I mean, it's a world stage. Do you play more aggressively or do you play more passive and defensively? I'm not really sure what type of look Kamai are going to be bringing here today.
Yeah. I mean, if we go off of their Pokemon, I'm definitely getting some kind of feel of they do want to put some pressure onto Talon, right? Because you pick Zoroark. That's aggressive. Could you imagine defensive Zora? It's like this reactive Zora. No, that's not how you play with the Pokemon. But I wonder who they're going to identify on the side of Talon that they feel they have to shut down first, right? Like, do they need to focus on the Miraidon or the Alolan Raichu, right? Like, who is the priority target? Because you also have to consider the player and what lane that Pokemon is going to be in. And based off of what we currently know, it's going to be bottom lane Miraidon. So from there on, they have to figure out, okay, are we going to target the central laner, or do we let the central laner go and shut down the side lanes instead? Because that's another strategy some teams like to employ. You cripple the side lanes. The side laners have basically been set back so far that even though you have a central laner that's there to provide assistance, the lack of levels, it prevents them from actually getting the secures if they try and go for rotations.
I think it's so hard to try and speculate what to do when the time comes. Obviously, when you put pen to paper, make all these mental notes and everything, well, things can get turned topsy-turvy depending on what the opponents end up doing. So they can try and plan for X, Y, Z, but they could be completely caught off guard by Talon, depending on what they choose to bring this time around.
Yeah. So it's going to be up to the teams. Maybe I kind of think Kamai have to be in the driver's seat for this matchup, especially with what's really on basically what's on the line. Because we've said this just now, they cannot afford to lose a match. Because I think the moment they lose a match, I think they are out of the running for making it to day 2.
Yes, well, they've already been defeated by Cakewalk.
And Cakewalk lost to Talon. So now you kind of have to complete the cycle and get a 2-0 yourself to counteract that 2-1 from Talon.
Aha, that's where it comes into play. They have to do the 2-0. Otherwise, if it's 2-1, well, then even things just get even more complicated, don't they?
Well, no, if they get the 2-1, then I think points-wise, they would basically lose the tiebreaker. Because there are tiebreakers in place to determine like who kind of makes it through. So based off of what is on top of my head, yeah, they have to 2-0. Otherwise, they do not make it to day 2 at all. So this game 1, if you're Kamai, you need to lock in.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing, nearing the end of the day, but only having the 3 teams in that group, there's obviously a lot on the line. Both of these teams want to try and make it forward to day 2 tomorrow, the top 16. Only 2 teams end up progressing on through, and one of them ends up missing out. But which team is it going to be?
Yeah, it could be Kamai, it could be Talon. We really don't know at this point, so we'll have to find out. It's going to come down to the teams, what they're going to do, how they're going to play, and what really ends up being the result of this first game. Because if it's a Kamai victory for game number 1, then Kamai only needs 1 more win, but then Talon has to reverse sweep with the next 2-game victory. So it's a long road really for both of these teams, really depending on who gets that first win and who gets that early advantage, which I think really comes down to those lanes, right? Like if you can command the lanes, it kind of makes it difficult for your opponents to set their comeback plan into motion as well. Because if you're the one in the driver's seat, you kind of decide where the fights happen, when they happen, and unfortunately for whoever's on the receiving end of this, you need to play reactively, and certain comps cannot do that, and Zoro is one of them. This is not a Pokemon that can really afford to play reactively. You need to be proactive to really play this Pokemon.
I guess that's where it really shines, being able to utilize not only its illusion to go and trick your opponents, but also when to utilize that Unite move. But there we go, folks. We are heading on into our first game of Kamai Esports, who are on the purple side, Talon on the orange. Are you ready, Danalee?
Oh, I am ready. I don't know if the audience is ready though, because this is going to be such an intense matchup. We do have a quick score there by the Eevee, who is trying to get into that Umbreon stage as quick as possible. I kind of think this Umbreon will play a key role into potentially shutting down that Zoro, right? Because with Zoro, you want that hard lockdown.
Yeah, the mean look is definitely mean when going on into that Zoroark, not able to go and make those dives, but Toast has already reached that level 5 and trying to shut down RBX, but because of that dunking, they're invulnerable at that moment and don't end up getting any HP chipped away.
Yeah, and that's also a little bit of experience in the side of Talon too, because they got that knockout onto that Snorlax. So already not looking too great for Kamai, but then again, it is still very early. Maybe up top they can redeem themselves, but they can't really if they're going to potentially lose the Zoro here. Able to duck and dive and dodge, and will survive and get 2 knockouts in that top lane. This is what Kamai need. They need to snowball, and 2 knockouts in the top lane is just how you do it.
Getting those knockouts up in the top lane obviously paid off for them, but Talon entering back with a push of their own down in that bottom path. They still have the points lead at 61-49, but it is still early days ahead. Surprising that Toast didn't actually end up retreating back to go and get their central area. Instead, we have Zante there trying to contest this invade happening from Talon.
Uh-oh, I think they might be surrounded here. They tried to go for a cheeky elimination, but this Eldegoss should be able to finish off the Alolan Raichu, and there we go. Raichu is down. Umbreon next one to follow, and Talon maybe being a little bit too aggressive with their movements, thinking they could be very cheeky with stealing that central area. We do have a battle happening down bottom. Zoro trying to go for that Miraidon, but maybe taking a little bit too much in that situation, having to back up and not getting knocked out himself. Got to be so careful around Dylan on that Miraidon. If you get clipped by 2 moves, that's lights out for a Zoro.
Oh yeah, the charge beam distance can actually reach quite far, and it shreds if that Miraidon is able to get those maneuvers in. Otherwise, we do have the next set of birds spawning in shortly. Those Electro Balls, they're
so
ready
smart
to go and explode.
No, that is so smart if you think about it, because if you park the Electro Balls on top of your Miraidon, Zoro can't jump that.
No.
Because that's a knockout if I ever saw one. So
the amount of times I have been gone into a bush and been knocked out by all the Electro Balls hiding on in there is surprising. And Zoroark's really squishy, but otherwise we do have 8 points remaining on this top tier 1 pad as The Zacian needs to back on out, but even then with the Fire Blast, they end up getting knocked on down.
Yeah, with the Zacian down, they're not really feeling too confident wanting to jump onto that tier 1 goal zone, so they're going to have to give it away. But it looks like the Alola Raichu. I don't know where, when, how, or why, but the Zoro getting clipped there and was knocked out. So unfortunately for Kamai, you know, sensing that one of your major hard hitters on your team being knocked out there, they did have to back out a little bit. And unfortunately, they now gave some breathing room to Talon to reposition as these two teams get ready to fight for that Regieleki in that top lane. Down bottom, though, Lance is going to secure that Regirock, so the defense buff is going to be huge here for Talon.
Yeah, this is going to be huge advantage for Talon going on into this next fight, but I guess they're just going to back on up. Zoro going in aggressively, but ends up failing as they end up getting eliminated. And now we have the eject button from Marv straight into Lance and just taking Talon for a little bit of a trip while the rest of the members of Kamai are taking a quick breather and reset.
Oh boy, beautiful. Again, just beautiful execution from Talon. It seems like they are reading Kamai really well in a lot of these fights, where Kamai think it's time to go in, but Talon, they've just stacked all of their supports perfectly to be there whenever someone gets collapsed upon. So unfortunately for Kamai, they can't really go for this reckless run into Talon, try to pick up somebody and go for that insta-KO anymore. I think you need to be a little bit more calculative with those entry points and maybe try and go for that backstab, go for a pick-off, go for the wraparound. You kind of have to pull off a play where Talon isn't going to be expecting you. So we're going to be seeing this Regieleki pulled down to half health, no full commit, but Snorlax starting to fight Hells.
Yeah, they're going in with that block, and Charizard is also going to dive on in to try and burn Talon on down. Headed on into this Flux Zone. We do have a clean break from Marv with that 5 points, so that is going to allow them that space to go and get that Regieleki. But thing is, Talon, they're trying to slowly creep on up, but the block to push up that Zacian up against the wall.
They pushed up the Zacian. We still have Dylan really trying to dish out that damage on the Miraidon, and now Komai not looking too comfortable here, just trying to zone out, especially that Snorlax. But the Regieleki, it does get secured. Beautiful play by Komai to keep Talon zoned away from the objective. And so that's going to start waltzing on down in that top lane. And in 5 seconds, we're going to be getting that bottom Regi as well. Is it going to be an important one? A Regi steal here would be amazing for any of these teams, but I do believe that's a Regirock.
Well, I don't know that cry. Maybe potentially you're a jerk. I mean, you are the
close.
queen of the Pokemon cries after all,
You're
okay?
telling that to a deaf lady? Oh, jeez.
Oh, but there we go. Regi steal despite Talon losing that Regieleki. They did leave it up to that Zacian to go and shred it on down, and 4 members are down here. But Kamai Esports looks like they're not going to contest it. We can see on the mini-map there that they're heading up towards that top path, but unable to stop this 40 points going in from Lance.
I think it was a smart play for Kamai not to really try and fight for that bottom Regi, because it is in a pretty small choke point. And there's a lot of AoE on the side of Talon that can really catch them out. So I think it was a smart idea. Sure, you're giving away an attack buff to the enemy team, but I think it's probably better to just give a buff away rather than maybe 3, 4, 5 Pokemon worth of experience on top of that buff.
I guess that's where you really have to make these tough decisions on whether to contest these objectives or not. Thing is, both of these teams still have a tier 1 available on opposite ends. Kamai are just going to focus on getting these wild Pokemon that is available on their side, but it is very sparse right now.
Very sparse, and especially with how Talon is moving, they're playing pretty deep because they want to try and catch that vision of where everyone is, because if a key Pokemon such as that Charizard is still in the central area, that is a sign for Talon to just go, go, go. And speaking of going, Kels, they do try to go for that Snorlax, but they don't get him.
How did Marv survive that? I am so surprised. I think that was an eject button and a heavy slam at the same time or something. Otherwise, it looks like no KOs for either side. Instead, we have Umbreon and Zacian going in for a reset. This Regieleki, if this gets taken by Kamai, that's heading towards tier 2 and going to put Talon in a tricky position. Do you go and defend it? Do you go and get the prime positioning in the Rayquaza pit? Because that's spawning in about 15 seconds here.
Yeah, 15 seconds. That is more than enough time for somebody to sit there and potentially eliminate that Regieleki. But I think once they reveal that it's Zacian up there trying to defend the Reggie, this is also going to help Kamai decide if they want to try and fight, because they know the Zacian isn't there. And it's going to be a while until he does anything. But actually, they let the Reggie Alecki through. And look at Zoro wanting to make a big wraparound and go for that big 100-point dunk. That's going to put Kamai in an advantageous position. But is this maybe a trap? Maybe Talon want them to do this because we've seen teams do it before. The moment you see the dunk, a fight breaks out.
Oh, there we go. Umbreon goes in for the dive just as Toast ends up getting that 100 points. And now Talon are trying to shred down this Rayquaza. They are needing to back on up. Kamai Esports are being smart here. They're not going into the tall grass where the electric balls were planted, but they're going to just disperse right now. And, well, Kamai, they have the point advantage, so Talon need to try and make a play here.
Talon do need to make a play. Now, to be fair, they do have quite a bit of shred. They've got 2 long-range attackers that can go through that Rayquaza. It's just a matter of, are they going to be able to get that secure? Looks like Snorlax are catching on too! Oh, but they use the eject button to go on back, but is this going to be the end of Talon? They've lost the Miraidon. One of their attackers is gone.
Thunder. Can you hear the thunder? Well, no, you cannot, because Miraidon is out of the field right now. RBX also ends up getting taken down. Only 3 members of Talon are remaining. And Kamai, they don't need to take this Rayquaza. They just need to defend. But the isolation's coming out from Marv with the heavy slam and block to just go and feed the opponents to their members. These plays are insane from Marv.
Oh my gosh, I think Sing won. He's been caught out in the enemy bush and he gets knocked out as well. He's gone for 25 seconds, so basically he is out of the game. It's going to be down to KYY. Dylan is back on that Miraidon, but the block from that Snorlax, they know this is the Pokemon that can go for the steal. Zoro going to be eliminated by the Umbreon. Mewtwo will lock in on that Miraidon. We have almost 100 points by the Umbreon, but I don't think you can score that in time. I think Kamai might have just taken game number 1.
Wow, I mean, we were talking about the complications when it comes down to this set, the 2 1s, the 2 0s, and how that is going to end up faring out. But Kamai Esports, despite having 2 rookies over on their side, they are definitely demonstrating their prowess right now.
Game 1. Step 1 for Kamai. Check. Step 2, win game number 2. And they're going to be coming into game number 2 feeling really good. You know, they've had a great game number 1, beautiful play in that late game. I really love how they selected particular targets and focused them down rather than getting a little bit too confused, focusing on multiple targets. It was just, I want to see that in game number 2. If Kamai is going to have a chance of getting that 2-0, they need to keep this up. Now, the thing is, on the side of Talon, I do think Talon played that game rather well, but there were a couple moments where I felt the team did get a little bit lost, and it was especially around that Rayquaza pit, because they did try to punish when the Zoro went for the score. Yeah. But the issue is, it didn't connect. They needed that initial attack to connect. If they got the instant knockout the first time round, that should have been a game 1 for Talon.
Yeah, but I guess that's the thing. When you really look at it as a whole picture, you have the numbers advantage, but I guess the engage just didn't end up working out in their favor. Zorok being able to get the 100, coming on back, 3 members down, and you know, you can see that Talon trying to shred up this Rayquaza. It was actually brought down to below a quarter HP, but Kamai Esports, they just put the defenses on.
So Kamai, they are 1 game up in this best of 3 series. For Kamai to make it to day 2, they have to win this next match, because if they don't, they are going home. Or at least they're going to be spectating the games with us, so it's not so bad. But everything really is on the line for the team here, because day 2, that's the goal for everyone competing here at Worlds this year, right? You need to make it to day 2, and then from day 2, road to champion.
Well, that's
road to champions time.
It's already been a long road this season, and the light might be at the end of the tunnel, it might be in vision, but there are still so many obstacles that they need to come to continue, well, yeah, that road to champion, right? It's just a question of whether Kamai Esports are able to hurdle over the barrier that Talon are bringing.
Well, they've managed to break through that first hurdle. Now, it's a question of what's going to be hurdle number 2 coming out from Talon, because I kind of feel like, okay,
don't want to trip over the hurdles.
Don't trip over the hurdles. I wonder what kind of changes we are going to be seeing from Talon, if they have anything left, if they have any strats, because as far as I can tell, they brought out the Metagross, already, and I do. If Kamai watched the matches, they would have seen the Metagross. So this is not something that would be a surprise. They've seen the Alolan Raichu, which is also something that is quite a surprise. I don't believe there's any other team that has really played Alolan Raichu on the main stage. I did remember seeing one on the B stage, but it's not a popular Pokemon at the moment. I do think it is a very selective choice. And I mean, it worked out for Talon, but I don't think in this particular case, Alolan Raichu is the solution here.
Well, that's the thing. Kamai actually played around it really well, making sure not to go into the tall grass,
especially
where
Zoro.
those traps were laying. You could see they completely avoided that tall grass right next to Rayquaza, where there were 3 of those Electro Balls waiting in tow to try and catch out someone. So I think that awareness from Kamai, we definitely have to make note of that, and whether Talon are going to go in and bring something else to the table, because it didn't end up working out. But one thing I did want to note as well, we actually saw up on the screen, MVP, Toast, Zoroark. Now we have seen a few respect fans here today, a Talon thinking that Zoroark was too much of a threat that last round.
I don't think it would be too much of a stretch to ban the Zoro if they feel it was one of the main reasons they lost that game. I don't.
But what do you think? Do you think it was? No?
So I think in that last game, I don't think Zoro is the reason why they lost. Zoro did play well, okay? Zoro played well, absolutely played fantastically. But I don't think that particular Pokemon really caused issues for Talon. It was just a collective effort by Kamai.
Yes.
And Talon and Zoro was sort of just part of that collective effort. So I think it's Talon. Are you maybe going to consider putting yourself in a situation, you can either remove Zoro, but you're going to be letting another Pokemon through, or you give the Zoro away and pick up a Pokemon that can deal with the Zoro.
Honestly, it just becomes so complicated. We have over 70 Pokemon on the Pokemon UNITE roster, so you only have those 4 bands, 2 bands for each team. Really, it's really just so difficult to try and make these decisions.
It's an art.
They gotta just deliberate, see what was too much of a threat. Are they going to stick with these same bands that they had last time? We know that Ho-Oh was obviously kept out of the field there. I feel like Ho-Oh is probably one of the ones that you want to ban, especially if you are not in that first pick position.
Yeah. You know, I think another Pokemon that's probably going to be banned again, because I do believe it was banned the first round, Rapidash.
Yeah?
I don't think Rapidash makes it through.
No?
I kind of feel like
Okay.
Rapidash is a Pokemon where if you want to go for Zoro again, Rapidash actually deals with it rather well. You can play that game of dance and tag with the Zoro as that Rapidash, and you have a Unite that can really mess with the Zoro as well.
yeah.
So
you think, I mean, look is bad enough. We'll get locked down into that Rapidash Unite as well,
That's a
and that
different
coming
story.
and charging at you. Yeah, I mean, it is obviously a bigger field to try and maneuver, but yeah, it is definitely such a nuisance. So we'll have to see whether Rapidash is going to land itself in that Banjal once again, or whether it'll be end up landing out on the field. But well, Kamai Esports, we're talking about how much is on the line for this team. If they are able to take this to a 2-0 against Talon, well, is that going to give him that second spot for day 2?
So I kind of want to go back to draft talk because it just occurred to me. Let's say we ban Zoro and you're on the side of Talon. What are you letting through?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because you have to let something through, right? So you have to think, okay, what can we deal with that is less of a nuisance compared to Zoro?
I don't know, to be honest.
Because I feel like
there's so many. There's so many options. But I feel like, you know, at this point in Pokemon Unite, as we said, there is such a big roster, so many choices. These teams have been practicing all season long. Some of these members are also veterans when it comes to the world stage, so they have this experience. And you know, obviously, there is this sort of meta developing, but honestly, I feel like we've just seen so much variety come to the table. I don't really know what to expect.
I don't think anyone knows what to expect right now. We're just waiting for the game. That would be something very nice to expect.
We can expect a game to come up very, very soon. That we can be for sure.
Well, I mean, it's probably good for the players to have that little bit of, especially for Talon, right? You want that extra time to really figure out, okay, how do we sort of go into that next game? Because if it was a regular match and we just jumped straight into it, sometimes it's just not enough time to really think of a counter plan or a plan B after your first strat really falls through the cracks like that. Okay, so And I'm just thinking, if I'm Talon, like, do you change the way you play overall? Like, do you maybe take a step back? Like, Komai be the ones to be in the driver's seat, but focus on the late game instead? Because
you know what? They might be in the driver's seat, but I feel like we're in the back seat chilling because we don't have to make these decisions of which direction to go.
I kind of feel like I'm on the roof. I don't even think I'm in the car.
No,
'cause it's
you're on
just
the
so
roof, the
chaotic.
sunroof. Okay, you're just letting the breeze run through your hair.
Oh.
But you know who's not getting their breeze run through their hair? The Rapidash, because it is on that band table once again.
Well, we have a respect band on the side of Talon, so they actually feel like the Charizard played a major role on Kamai's lineup. So that's going to be removed, and Ho-Oh is going to be the next band. So that means Latios is going to be available.
True.
And is this something Kamai is looking at, or is this going to be something Talon is looking at? And Kamai insta grabs the Latios. And I don't think this is not a surprise. It was available, and a lot of teams, they still value this Pokemon. But a Talon prepared with a solution for this Latios, because they play it themselves, right? We saw Dylan play that Latios that saved the game for Talon up against Cakewalk. So in their opinion, and we're going to learn very quickly, what is their answer to a Latios?
Crustle?
You know what? I would not.
Okay, first pick Crustle. That's
do
an
not
interesting.
disagree.
Yeah,
No, seriously?
Do you think that's a good answer to Latios?
I don't know about good answer to Latios, but I love this Pokemon in general as a defender. It is so useful in a lot of compositions. I want to know the build. Is it going to be the usual X-Scissor Rock Tomb, or are we going to be seeing some funky stuff?
Ooh, I don't know
Stealth
if
Rock?
we'll end up seeing any funky stuff.
No Stealth Rock?
Look, Rock Tomb Stealth Rock can actually be really effective, but no. Okay, Sync One, they're just keeping us on their toes, all right? You know, we're talking about what to expect and everything, but even then, okay, there we go. But
I don't like this team because they keep playing with my feelings.
They're playing with our feelings, playing with our hearts. But no, it looks like Mewtwo, Clefable, two Pokemon that we have already seen today. But because of these picks, it means they are giving up the Zoroark once again. So whether Toast is able to get online as we saw last time and make that impact, but Potato on the Garchomp, I know this is one of their most favorite Pokemon to play. So I'm really excited to see Garchomp hit the field.
I have to say, interesting choice to go back to the Alolan Raichu here on the side of Talon. So obviously Dylan, he's going to be taking that Mewtwo, which means Sync One is back on the Alolan Raichu central lane again. I mean, Kamai's already played against this. They kind of know how to deal with it, but
don't go on the tall grass.
Don't go on the
If you're
tall grass.
squishy.
If you're squishy. I think if I'm Talon, you kind of have to play this differently though, because their composition this game is vastly different compared to the last game.
Okay, but if there is one thing to stop down this Zoroark, Clefable, Gravity, that is the strategy, right? Lay down the gravities at that right time, allow them to interrupt the combinations that Toast will bring, but that's the thing, the experience that they have going up into a Clefable, we'll have to see. They're obviously experienced in terms of dealing with the Alolan Raichu, not going into the tall grass, but timing is definitely going to be key here for Kai.
It is going to be key, but I think another thing is, do they want to pick Gravity for this Clefable? Because if you pick Gravity, you're giving up Follow Me.
But I feel like Gravity into Zoroark, into Heavy Slam Snorlax, I feel like it would have to be a Gravity pick here. Even then, to go and interrupt Zante on the Latios if they end up going with this Dragon Pulse moveset, we'll have to wait and see. Even a Dragon Rush Garchomp. But you know what? Heading on into game number 2, Kamai Esports are 1-up against Talon. Are they able to do a 2-0 sweep, or a Talon able to bring this to a round 3? We'll have to wait and see, because we are going to have a quick pause.
Okay. Unfortunately, I do believe we have run into another issue here, folks. So I am super sorry about this. Please bear with us as we do sort of try and deal with this tech issue, because we don't want to pause these games either. But if a pause happens, it is very necessary. So please stay with us. We will be jumping into the game as soon as it's ready, but yeah, we do apologize for some of the tech issues that have been happening here on the main stage. Sometimes it just happens and you kind of got to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's something that we deal with, but while we do have this downtime, I guess we can talk about these teams and flesh them out a little bit more. So one of the things I love to do is talk about the history of these players, these teams. So as I mentioned, while we have the two rookies being Narami and Toast on the side of Kamai Esports, they actually have a veteran player on their side. So Zante, they actually haven't been on the world stage since 2022.
Oh,
so
wow.
this is their comeback, I guess, onto that stage, which is actually pretty cool.
It's pretty cool, and I wonder if there's just maybe this feeling of nostalgia coming back, because it's like, oh, I'm back at the main stage, you know? I'm here for the World
I mean, it's obviously a
Championships.
different look from what it looked like in a different venue. I mean, I've got to say, the stage looks incredible though, doesn't it?
The stage looks great. The venue itself is just packed with not just Unite, we've got plenty of other games here as well. At the Pokémon World Championships, we have VGC, we have Pokémon Go and TCG happening simultaneously as well. So all these games are happening whilst we're doing Unite, but it looks like we are back in the game, Kel.
Back to the action for Pokemon Unite as we have Potato chipped away. Is forced to use that eject button to get away from Lance on that Zacian.
So lane-wise, it looks like the priority for both teams is that bottom lane. So up top, it's a bit of a stalemate as both teams are going to more or less tie up there. But down bottom, though, we are starting to see some movement. The Zoro and the Alolan Raichu are down there to provide assistance to try and give their teammates as much of an advantage as possible. And this is one of the most annoying things about the Alolan Raichu. You just plant those Electro Balls there.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness, the steal! But, oh, was that worth it?
Zoro
just
exploded. What even happened? Was that the Electro Balls? They just dive in at the wrong time? Oh my gosh.
Okay, if I'm not mistaken, originally there was one Electro Ball, and then as he dove in, another one flew in. So it was just horrible timing.
Yeah, we're saying
basically.
timing is key, okay? You got to make these decisions there, but you know what? Because of that mishap, we do have Talon who have the points advantage so far in this early game, 8 points to 40, as we do have both of these members just tussling it out for whatever wild Pokemon is available so far. Taking up base because these birds are about to spawn here in that central area.
The RBX is ready with that Crustle, and oh my goodness, RBX didn't even get to move. Oh, the timing from that Dragon Claw coming out from the Gap Bite. Perfect. Chef's kiss. Absolutely denied Talon there.
Did you say Chef's kiss from Snorlax?
Oh, wait,
wearing
what?
the Chef's.
We just saw the
Hallway.
Gap Bite get knocked out by the Zacian. Okay, we missed that.
Oh, but there we go. Oh, Sync 1 not giving up, making sure to secure themselves another KO onto that Suicune, heading up onto that top path, but Snorlax is there, ready to defend those pads. So Sync 1 unable to empty out those 29 points, but once again, this is a strat that Alolan Raichu brings, setting up these Electro Balls. That way they can just burst these Swablu's and Altaria in an instant.
It's just such an annoying matchup to go into, especially if you're a physical attacker, which is what the Zoro is. And not even just the Zoro, it's also the Garchomp. You really have to worry about those Electro Balls because they just do so much damage. So, I mean, Kamai, they played against this Alolan Raichu before, but again, we're just seeing them struggle in that early game. They do want to try and jump onto RBX, but guys, Crustle is one of the tankiest Pokemon in the game. This is not something you're going to be able to eliminate in a matter of seconds. So he just walks out for free. And the thing here for Kamai, their lineup does not have a traditional healer. They're going up against a Clefable, so every fight that they can't fully commit to, they have to go back and heal, which is wasted time.
Yeah, they either have to go back to home base, go back to their tier 1 pad there. However, regularly he ends up crashing on through. Lance does end up getting punished, allowing Kamai to go and empty out their Eos energy. Do they have enough points to break this goal? We'll have to wait and see, but that is going to bridge the gap ever so slightly. Kamai Esports, they are still behind though.
Only slightly. With how early it is in the game so far, they can very well make this comeback happen. It's just Can they find that opening to sneak in a couple of extra dunks? And that's really what the Garchomp really wants to do. Just sit in a lane and force someone to just sit and guard their goal zone. Now we are having a bit of a skirmish here in that central area for Komai, but thankfully the block is enough to basically force Talon back and to reconsider this next fight. But looks like right now Zacian having a really nice tussle there with the Garchomp, but actually a little bit too late. Did not commit for the Unite there. And they get a huge pick off the bait play from Komai.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Narami coming in just in time to get that freeze and allow Potato to finish the job against that Zacian. We can see that Talon trying to look for a pick here, but Marv playing more forward there, looking for the perfect opportunity to get in a heavy slam. Who's it going to be? It's onto that Crustal, but they end up missing the block.
Yeah, they do have the Rock Tomb. So look at how Komai is playing. After seeing the Rock Tomb on RBX, they are playing so far back because they are so afraid of being caught. Now the Garchomp, they did try to go for the cash. They do use the Unite there from the Mewtwo. And it did lock down that Garchomp. He gets eliminated on that goal zone. We have a pretty big dive here happening by the Mewtwo, who did just overstep their bounds, and they will trade that 1-for-1. But a tier 1 goal zone does go down in favor of Talon. So slight victory there for Talon, but if they can get that Reggie Alecki, then this victory becomes ever so bigger.
Well, yeah, that's going to be a massive distraction for Kamai that is going to be heading towards that tier 2 pad. But if there is one thing for certain, Zacian can shred up objectives, but a Garchomp can also shred those up pretty quickly as well. We do have that basement Reggie still waiting to be taken, but Kamai, they're preoccupied right now, trying to deal with Reggie Alecki and whoever else is coming their way.
And you can even tell Kamai, they aren't even bothering with the bottom objective yet because they want the Garchomp there. So if the bottom objective gets taken, I don't think they really mind. But in the middle, though, I do believe there's a skirmish. They caught Mewtwo again. So that's going to be another knockout. And that slows down the progress of the Mewtwo. Regirock does get taken, though. So defensive buff on the side of Talon and a little bit of experience. Oh, but the Clefable has been caught and the block is there. Beautiful eject over that Snorlax, though, to keep the Clefable up and running. And now all of a sudden, Kamai, they're going to back up. They're a little bit afraid of the cavalry coming in.
Well, is the cavalry going to commit to this next fight as we have Marv trying to back away, being able to get a 4-person stun with this power nap and letting Kamai dive on in. But Mewtwo Y ends up popping their Unite move, unable to save their allies despite that stun.
Oh, I think there might have been a trap play. We do have the long-range attackers on the side of Talon, though, but they have to back up because you don't have your frontliners. That was such a beautifully executed trap play by Kamai because Snorlax was able to survive just until we popped off the Unite. 3 Pokemon caught in a bottleneck like that. That's the dream setup for a composition like Kamai. They come in with that Garchomp, come in with the cleanup. They get some massive experience in their pocket as well. That brings the game back into a much more even level. And all of a sudden, the lead that Talon had been trying so hard to build all game, it's equalizing.
Well, the thing is, there's 45 seconds left to go until Rayquaza does spawn. We have 3 level 13s on the side of Kamai. So have both of those plus movements, but Crustal ends up getting taken down mid-air, and Kamai going to take the chance to look at breaking this bottom tier 1 pad, ignoring Reggie Alecki completely. But oh, Dana Lee, because of those goals, we only have a 1-point difference.
And it's 1 point in favor of Kamai. This is what Kamai wants so bad. So now they are the ones that need to defend their goal zone so that they can potentially win the game. They don't want Talon to take that Rayquaza if possible. And unfortunately for Talon, they don't really have the best Pokemon in their lineup to try and go for a cheeky back cap, because they're holding too many points on a lot of their Pokemon. Maybe Clefable with 7. We'll have to see their RBX has been caught with the blockers, trying to walk on out of there down to half health. His teammate is there. They do come in with the heals, though. No full commitment. Gravity even being used just in case someone wanted to go for the dive. So they're about to go for this reset, this Clefable healing. It's going to come in handy. But here's the thing for Kamai. They need a perfect entry into this fight, because if they miss this mark, they're going to be out-healed.
Well, we do have Marv going in with that entry and that power nap. RBX is still left standing, but they end up getting eliminated by that freeze from that Suicune. And now Talon are really on the back foot. It is a close game. They do not know that they are 1 point behind currently.
They don't know. And look, if Talon think they are ahead, they are sorely mistaken. And they're going to have to try and fight against a Garchomp up against this Rayquaza too. This is one of the issues. Garchomp can rip through that objective. And if they really wanted to on the side of Kamai, maybe they go for a surprise play, rip the Ray themselves, and just steal it away from Talon. Talon are slowly pushing through. They're also chipping away at Kamai's health bars. This is huge because they don't have healing. Kamai, they have to make a decision. If they keep backing up, they're going to be out-sustained. They have to pick a point here to go in and go for the sweep. And the Garchomp goes in, Kels.
They're going in. Rayquaza is quite low. Who's going to get the secure? And it's a big Talon to get the Rayquaza shields and knocking out 3 members of Kamai. This is going to be their moment, their chance to shine, get in their dunks and take this to a game 3. But there's still 30 seconds left on the clock. But even then, it's only a Latios left standing as more Hundo dunks are going to rain on through.
And Talon, they have kept their dream alive here at the Pokémon UNITE World Championships because they needed this win. Because if Kamai 2-0'd them at this point of time, they were going to be saying goodbye in their group. They were not going to make it to day number 2. So this 1-1 has kept Talon's dream alive in this group.
We were talking about hurdles to overcome, and I've got to say, those rock tombs, those hurdles that really stopped Kamai in their tracks, stumbling and falling, and well, now leading into that round 3, but it is now 1 apiece. Both teams need to take a breather to see where this one ends up going. But I mean, Talon, that must feel very refreshing for them.
It does. Very, very refreshing. So now as an audience member, you're probably wondering what is on the line for the teams now. Knowing that Kamai, unfortunately, they will not be able to make it through to day 2. Like, what's the point of this next game? There is still a point to this. There is very much a point to this. At the moment, in the grouping, we still have seedings. And if Talon win this game, they're the top seed.
Ooh. Okay, so they have to win this game. So they have secured themselves that day 2 spot.
And they'll be the top seed.
Top seed. So really, this next game is going to come down to the crunch.
Yeah. So at the moment, it's not looking too good here for Talon because Kamai are scary. Kamai are
all
very
the teams
scary.
at the World Championships here.
And if Kamai really wanted to be the bad guys here, they just say, "You're going to be second seed. Bye-bye."
Well, I mean, even despite the seeding, I mean, it's still a matter of pride, right? You still want to try and take that set away from them. So I feel like, you know what, despite that, they're still going to give it their all.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't expect Kamai to take their foot off the pedal. I think if you're on the world stage and you're given the opportunity to play up against a world-class team, start to finish, 110%. You do not stop. You do not end it. You do not give up. You got to do it for your ego as well. So that next year when you qualify, you say, we beat Talon.
Do it for the storylines, okay?
Do it for the storylines.
It's all about those storylines. But MVP Sync 1 on the Alolan Raichu. We're a bit unsure in terms of its impact in that first game, but did end up doing 71k damage this time around with the 7 knockouts. Those Electro Balls, I feel like, actually worked really well and were well placed by Sync 1 this time around as well. And well, Kamai ended up falling for the trap a few times during that last match.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they don't respect the Alolan Raichu enough yet because it's not banned, unfortunately, which is good for us because we might be able to see some more Alolan Raichu. But, I mean, to be fair, I do agree with Kamai. Like, these are probably more significant bans, you know, the Rapidash, the Hoopa, so very much worth those bans. Talon, I mean, respect to the Charizard ban. I think I do agree with this. The Charizard pick was just too good for Kamai in that first game. So, coming into game number 3 here for Kamai. Their last draft did well. I wouldn't blame them if they wanted to try and run it again, but I kind of think maybe you need to do something a little bit different. Just kind of come in and surprise Talon to get this surprise victory.
Well, so far, it's exactly the same. No surprises just yet. Potato locking in this Garchomp once again. The Suicune over on their side. So while they may not be switching things up, we'll see if Talon decide to stir the pot here.
Well, Talon might stir it with another Alola Raichu, and that ends up being the case, but Snorlax got stolen away. But Crustle is now being hovered by Kamai, so a bit of a defender shuffle between these two teams, if they do decide to go for it.
Well, I guess with Marv playing an incredible Snorlax these past 2 games, is now forced, I guess, to pick up this Crustle. And we're talking about overcoming hurdles and the momentum and everything like that. Well, what happens if you become the hurdle yourself? And that is what the Rock Tomb brings with a Crustle. That is a wall that you need to try and jump over, where the RBX can do that with a Snorlax.
I think the question is it going to be an issue, right? Because there are certain Pokemon that can kind of go over the Crustle wall. And I feel
through it.
I feel like Talon have a lot of Pokemon that kind of don't care about a Crustle wall. So maybe Rock Tomb. I mean, they can still pick Rock Tomb on the Crustle, right? If you catch somebody, you catch somebody. But I wonder if they maybe go for a different build.
Do you think they're going to go Shell Smash?
Why not?
Shell Smash? Okay, well, looking at the builds, they have the Experience Share, the Focus Band, along with this Assault Vest, knowing that there is those special attackers over on their side, being Alolan Raichu and Mewtwo-Y as well. So just giving them that extra bulk, the extra shield to try and defend against the damage that they will be bringing this round.
You know, I like the fact that Kamai more or less ran it back with only a minor change in their lineup. I really liked how they played last game, so I'm just keen to see how this lineup kind of adapts to the Crustle pick. Maybe, for all we know, maybe Crustle fits better with this lineup.
I guess it could. It could. I mean, if you think about it, the combinations, you set up a Rock Tomb, and then you have a Garchomp coming in and rushing up against them, and there's no escape. I mean,
you got 2 Pokemon that can follow through.
Yeah.
If you Rock Tomb X Scissor, that's already a long enough disable. That's follow through for your Garchomp. So it's not a new strategy. This is pretty old. It used to be very common. I want to say last year in APAC, a lot of teams love to run this because I don't know why, we love Crustle, but then again, it is very fun to watch.
It is very fun, and also the Dweeble is very cute. But there we go, folks. We are heading on into this final game between Kamai Esports and Talon. They are 1 apiece so far. We're going to have to see, well, the pride is on the line here for Kamai. Are they able to take down Talon?
Well, I do like what Talon is doing here with RBX. He is being a bit of a nuisance here, stealing away a blue buff for himself. So, unfortunately for Kamai, their Zora is going to be set back a little bit, and we'll have to try and get this last bit of experience in that bottom lane. Now, the thing is, you're going up against a Alola Raichu, who has already fully evolved. They're going to be fighting into that Snorlax, who does go for a little bit of a nap, try to heal up, but just not enough healing, unfortunately. The Zoro kicking into gear at the right moment and securing that knockout.
Yeah, well, I guess when you're in that driver's seats, you've got to change that gears at the right time, because you do not want to stall the car and kangaroo. Otherwise, those birds are going to spawn on up, and this is the brilliance that Gabite or Garchomp ends up bringing, being able to push those birds all the way back to Kamai's side, while giving Talon a taste of that experience.
And Talon just fully abandoned that lane, especially seeing 4 Pokemon in that top lane. So instead, they decide they're going to go for a central area invade instead. Beautiful eject by that Suicune to go over that wall. The chase does not continue, and Talon are going to have to back up themselves and rethink, okay, what is the plan here? Central area or back to lane? And it looks like it's just going to be experience again, just so that they can hit their power spikes, and then they can figure out what they want to do for that mid game. But at the moment, it's still relatively even across the board. We're not seeing any major advancements in either of these teams. It's still very, very even. It's really going to come down to whether or not we see a major team fight win in a moment. And Zoro, they do get the knockout, and unfortunately for Talon, they don't get the counter knockout them. So actually, they do. They finally get it on that Zoro, and they will get another one in that Suicune. So all of a sudden, pretty big swing in favor of Talon.
Yeah, 2 KO streak for that Alolan Raichu, and now they are going to be at that level 8, closer to their Unite move to come. Otherwise, we do have an engage coming in from that Snorlax, going in for a nap to just go and soak up all the damage that Kamai are trying to bring to the table.
Oh man, this is the second time that we've seen Talon try and go for a bit of a skirmish, but then the Zoro is just in the right place at the right time and coming in with the punish and really preventing Talon from dishing out any more damage. Zoro's still there though, they've got to be a little bit careful. Beautiful block by the team just to make sure that the stun does not connect onto that Zoro. We have 3 in this bottom lane here for Talon, and if Kamai want to try and advance onto this, It is a very, very dangerous lane to fight into because they do have a tank, they have a healer, and they also have a damage dealer. But I think once they realize up top, you have main core Pokemon up here getting that Regieleki. This is a sign for Kamai to just go.
It is a sigh of relief for Kamai being able to secure that Reg Ice. While it isn't the most favorable buff, only giving that HP regen over time, it is still going to give that global experience team-wide. But Talon, they're not going to give on up. Despite losing that basement objective, they're going to dive on in. But Toast, their Unite move, just wasn't impactful. They didn't end up landing the hit on anyone from Talon there.
Oh, a bit unfortunate. It looks like, Snorlax using the block again, pushing back the cross door. Eject buttons having to be used there so they don't get caught out. Oh, beautiful double stun, catching both the defender and the support. Snorlax is down, but the Alola Raichu using that Unite as well, but just not enough damage to finish through. But Suicune, the stun, the ice is there, and they even finish him off with the Latios. Oh boy, Talon getting punished here with this very aggressive play.
They are getting punished here, but Snorlax is back here to save the day with a huge heavy slam and block to push Kamai into that flux zone. That way they get slowed. But Mewtwo is trying to deal out the damage as Latios is able to pick up 3 KO streak. They end up getting a quadra. Only the Mewtwo Y left remaining, able to go back to that berry and regen this HP. But some dunks end up going in, and Kamai, well, they're left to retreat here because the defenses have arrived.
The defense finally arrived. They only lost the Zoro. I think it could have been much worse, but they did manage to escape in just the right moment at the cost of one of their teammates. But look, things are still looking up here for Kamai. They do have a huge level lead over Talon. Talon are still sitting on some rather low-level Pokemon here. And unfortunately, the supports are not looking too healthy on their side. So hopefully they can get some experience over there. Suicune being advanced on by 3 Pokemon. Beautiful 3-man free. Zacian super low, and you can see this right now. The Zoroark, you see a low-health Pokemon, you know it's your call.
Yeah, well, they ended up attempting the dive onto that Zacian, but they quickly retreated and not looking to give Talon that KO. But another basement objective has spawned as we have Potato getting to work, shredding up this Reggie Rock. Rubble Rouse is going to come on out from Marv to try and interrupt this Zacian, and Kamai Esports are able to secure themselves another basement Reggie. Talon are quite low, needing to hang about with this Moonlight and Pad to go in and look for some KOs of their own. But who members against one? Now they're just going to have to see if they can get another one on Narami. He's quite low.
They're still going though. That Zoro almost got a 4-man wipe. Just lost a little bit of gas in the middle of that attack animation. It should have gone in favor of Kamai. There's not enough health. They got a beautiful snipe there to finish things off. I have to say that went a lot better for Kamai than I originally anticipated. I thought Talon was going to come in and roll over them, but no, they fought the right targets. They picked their exit strategy perfectly, and they didn't line themselves up to just be wiped out by Talon one by one. I do want to point out here the Suicune is causing a lot of issues for Talon. I think multiple times we have seen multiple Pokemon getting frozen by this Pokemon, and unfortunately for Talon, every time they get frozen, that's a fraction of a second for Kamai to decide, do we want to engage onto this? It is our turn to maybe jump onto Talon, because Talon, Clefable's a great Pokemon, but when you're healing, you're grouping up.
Oh, they are grouping up indeed, but that defense is strong as RBX ends up getting denied that dunk, trying to moonwalk backwards, but the Rock Tomb and the Dragon Rush combo are going to shut down another member of Talon. 50 points looking to go on in, but even that is some great math coming out from Kamai, now taking the lead at 207 to 153. 3 minutes left to this match, 1 minute until Rayquaza spawns.
Again, another case of the Suicune. The freezes coming out of Suicune is just causing absolute havoc for Talon. And they're really struggling to play around this Pokemon because it has so much range. Yes, you have ranged Pokemon yourself that's there to deal damage, but too many times are we seeing Talon having multiple players, and especially key Pokemon such as a Alolan Raichu being caught by the freeze. You can't afford to be frozen, especially with how squishy this Pokemon is. Reggie Steel getting locked in here by Kamai. That's an attack buff.
That
if they get caught here, that is it.
Yeah, well, Clefable ends up getting caught on out. They do end up respawning before Rayquaza comes on in. RBX playing it safe, using that heavy slam to get out of the way. Do not want to get caught on out. Otherwise, it is still a really close match heading into this final stretch. 207 to 173 in favor of Kamai. But they are really looking in sync right now. It's just whether they can continue to overcome these final hurdles. Diving on in.
Oh, the dive coming in from the Garchomp, landing onto 2. The healer is down onto Talon, but do they have the firepower to turn things around? The Snorlax is low. Even the Alolan Raichu needs to back on out as well. But the Latios diving in deep, looking for that Alolan Raichu and gets it as well. So now it's 4 players going up against 5. We still have the Zacian nearby, being jumped on by that Latios. They will be able to knock him out, but there's that.
That's a 35-second cooldown, but look at Rayquaza's low HP. Who's going to end up doing it? It ends up being Kamai Potato on the Garchomp to lock it on down. Only the Alolan Raichu that has spawned on in and are able to stop these goals. And look at that, Crustle also picking themselves up a 2 KO streak. But Dana Lee, there's still a minute left on the clock. But is this going to be the point of no return for Talon?
Unless they get 50 points on every single Pokemon and they get complete knockouts on Kamai, I do not see this comeback happening. It's a very, very slim possibility, but you have to remember, you have to deal with all of these Rayquaza shields, and especially on a Pokemon like Garchomp.
At level 15, 3 level 15s on the side of Kamai. How do you even deal with that?
Exactly. So the comeback potential is very low for Talon, but sometimes you just got to give it a try. You've got to give it a shot, and this is the plan. They found that Garchomp. They're trying to jump on top of him. They finally break the shield, but the team is there. Latios is there to deal the damage. They've got the Crustle as well, and 2 Pokemon already hit the ground for Talon.
Oh, they have hit the ground. Crash landing there, unable to progress on through, even though these little dunks are going to come on in. It's just not enough to make that difference. And Kamai Esports here making a statement, wiping out the complete team of Talon there, looking for some more dunks in this home base.
Oh boy, Kamai, they win the series. I mean, if you're Kamai, you gotta be feeling great. You beat Talon, because Talon beat Kakalok, and Kakalok 2-0'd Kamai. What an interesting dynamic for this grouping, Kels.
It was an interesting dynamic, a very interesting match to watch. Super duper intense right until that last second. But, I mean, we were talking about this at the beginning. That 2-0 needed to come on through. So, well, where does this leave us, Danalee? Who do we actually have progressing on through to day 2?
I do believe we're going to be getting a updated graphic in just a moment. So we're going to see all of the groups and all of the updates. So we'll keep that hidden, keep it a secret. But I know some of you guys do want to know who's making it to day 2. Because I do remember seeing in some of the chats for our stream, people questioning, did this team make it through? Did that team make it through? And we will be answering that question in just a moment.
And you know what? I'm glad that we don't have to figure that out, because that seems very cool. So,
you know, I mean, if there's numbers involved, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a bit much for us.
Okay, well, there we go. We're going to have a look at the replay. And, you know, we were talking about how scary Kamai were this game. I mean, every single player really worked well together. The combinations that they were bringing on out, and I guess because of this, it just allowed Zante, I mean, in the backline on that Latios, to just scale so well. And it paired so well with Narami on the Suicune too.
I think Narami played such a big role in the team winning. Just getting so many clutch freezes on the side of Talon, and some people might just think these freezes they're just micro stuns. Like, what's the big deal?
They're annoying.
A stun.
They're annoying. A stun's a stun, exactly.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter how long the stun is. A stun's a stun. You take advantage of that. So that Suicune pick, I think, really ruined Talon. Even though they played up against it, like, you're also feeling it. It doesn't matter if it's like, okay, we're confident we can deal against it. Sometimes you have good games, sometimes you don't have great games. And Suicune is one of those Pokemon that make everyone feel and maybe look not so great.
Well, I mean, when you're constantly getting stunned by that freeze, it is definitely difficult to deal with. But otherwise, we'll have these questions answered very, very shortly to see who actually ends up making it out of this group on to day 2. I mean, it has been an incredible day so far here at the Pokemon World Championships for Pokemon Unite. We've already locked in some of those teams progressing on through, but I mean, we still have another match to come after this too.
Oh, it's a special match, in case you guys did not know. I don't think you can zoom in. If you could, it would be great to zoom into our faces, but if you can't, it is okay. The next matchup, in case you did not know, it is Luminosity versus Reject. It is probably the highlight match of the day. So if you did not know, now you know, you are in the know, sit your butt down. Don't go anywhere. You need to watch this matchup, because if you miss this one, I think you basically missed out on Worlds. So yeah, we're going to go for a quick break, folks. So if you need to do anything, do it now, but make sure you come back, because we've got Luminosity versus Rejects coming up right now.
Gotta rush. Don't want to miss it.
Welcome back to Meet the Casters. I'm Zoinks, this is Wonder Chef, and we're going to be asking each other a few questions to get to know each other better, and so you can do the same. So let's start with a classic Wonder Chef. Who is your favorite Pokemon?
I think you know who my favorite Pokemon is. It's Cramorant, but I don't actually know exactly who your favorite Pokemon is. I have a guess. I'm pretty sure I know. Who is it?
It's Banette. Banette is by far my favorite. I know I have Gengar on my t-shirt, but yeah, Banette is my favorite Pokemon. Absolutely love that one. Would love it added in Pokemon Unite. We'll see maybe that later. All right, second question. We've been doing this World Championships thing for a while now together. What is your favorite World Championship memory?
Recording this right now. No, I'm just kidding. Going out in Japan, for sure, with everybody. That was just such an amazing time. Meeting all the players, all the staff. It was great.
It's hard to beat the Yokohama memories for sure. However, I do think that first one, a special first Pokemon Unite World Championship in London, might take the cake for me. It's hard to beat the first one ever. So the next question I believe we have is, what is a Pokemon you want added into Pokemon Unite? So it's not currently in the roster of 70 plus Pokemon we have. What's a new one you want?
I would like to see Cramorant actually picked. Does that count? No, I'm just kidding. My pick will be Mousehold. Love Mousehold. Big fan.
Okay, I really do like Mousehold. I'm going to say my third ghost Pokemon I've said during this interview so far. I want Dusknoir Defender. I mean, Dusknoir is a tank. I think that'd be really, really fun. Okay, our last question they wanted us to ask, Wonder Chef. This is going to be, what team is winning the World Championships this year?
Well, I want to see how you spin this into a ghost-type answer, so I'll answer mine quickly. What team? It's so hard for me to not say Luminosity. Got to be a little bit North America biased. They're on 3 wins in a row for international championships. Nobody's ever done that.
All right. Well, for my answer to add some ghost theme into it, a bit of a spooky pick, maybe an outside one. It's not that outside. I think Zeta Division can do it. They are a team that has been hunting for a tournament win for so long, it just feels like they're ready to do it. And Chef, I'm being told we have one more question we have to ask. However, I'm not allowed to pick it. You're not allowed to pick it. Instead, we have to pick from this very special wheel. Yeah, I have not read a single option on it. Let's spin this wheel and see what we're answering. Okay. Ooh, chocolates or candy?
I don't really like sweets. I'll go candy.
Okay, great. Maybe I should spin the wheel again. We don't really like sweets. I am also going to choose candy. Just kidding. I don't think we're allowed to ask another question. All right, we're going to be throwing it over to some other casters so you can meet them too.
Whoa. The Go Zone Diner is our territory. We were gonna use this to park our ride-ons.
No way. We are gonna play electrode volleyball tonight.
I thought we were going swimming?
No, we went swimming yesterday. We're playing volleyball tonight.
No, this is not big enough for the both of us, and there's only one way to settle this.
PV plush.
Oh, it's on. Okay, you ready for this? I'll show first as a sign of good faith. We got Victory Bell.
Plush me, bro.
Hey, that's our move.
Boom, I got the Obama still. I think I have the type advantage here. I'm in the grass.
Yeah, but I mean, we got Acid and we got Sludge Bomb. We got some good attacks that we can hit back with.
Is that a Shadow Victory Bell I'm looking at?
Oh, it's always a Shadow Victory Bell.
I think 2 Protect Shields remaining. I got the Powder Snow. I got the Icy Wind. I think the Jocks take this.
I don't know, 2 shields on a Shadow Victory Bell? We all know how that goes.
Okay, all right, you got me there. I have a crazy idea. What if we simultaneous KO? And what should we do next?
Go swimming?
Let's go swimming!
Welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, the last game of day one at your World Championships in Anaheim, California. Doob Snacks, this is going to be a barn burner. We saved the absolute best for last. We are talking LG Reject.
I cannot wait. So the top team in NA, and one of the top teams out of Japan. I think earlier today, somebody might have said that's maybe Zeta Division.
I didn't say it.
But you actually are on a segment that we did where you do actually say that.
What?
However, Reject is right here. They're ready to go. First team out of Japan. And they want to put the screws to NA. Now, they are in the same group. Obviously, we know that's the group stage, of course. Both teams look locked for tomorrow. But now we're going for seeding here. Let's take a look at this group stage.
Yeah, so Group A, Stamina Esports absolutely dominating, going 3-0. Orange Juicers having a tough start to the day on broadcast, but managing to claw their way through to day 2 for North America. Group B, Team EX looking pretty fantastic out of Korea, and Peru Unite having the surprise finish in that group, only going 1-1, but they will move on to day number 2. Revelation will be out of the tournament. Heading to Group C, we just saw this. Kekalak, Talon, Komai. With how this all played out, Komai not beating Talon 2-0 means, unfortunately, even though they won that matchup, their record was the worst record out of the group. Kekalak, Talon are going to move on. Tell me about Group D here.
Well, Nouns Esports with a good run, 2-0, feeling good. Paper Rex, 1-1, of course, losing to Nouns. Version 1 from NA, you're out of here, 0-2. Let's throw some more groups on the board.
Yeah, throw the groups on the board.
Group E, QT Dig out of Japan, 3-0, looking very strong. Santos Laguna 2-1 against SAUL and You Need Coaching, Unk. They squared off on stage, we got to see that. Group F, Luminosity, Reject, Onyx. So with Onyx at 0-2, Luminosity, Reject here, this is for essentially seeding in Group F. Group G, High Five 3-0-6-0. Did not drop a map today. Insomnia also making it through, despite losing to High Five to kick off our broadcast a mere 42 hours ago. Group H, Aegis Flames 2-0. My call for just like the biggest upset. They were on one, brother. They beat the brakes off Zeta Division. However, Zeta Division able to take care of Onyx Rise, so they are moving forward.
Yeah. Amazing stuff there. I mean, Zeta looked pretty incredible at the start of the day, and then Aegis Flames just able to start picking them apart. We're going to take a look right now at some Zeta Division versus Onyx Rise that was happening on our second stage.
Yeah, we're starting at about the 3-minute 45-second mark here. As Zeta Division and Onyx Rise, we're squaring off. So we're going through this, we're taking a look, and of course, Zeta Division ends up being successful because we just talked.
Yeah, they do. We're taking a little bit of a look here at Vitopo on Dodrio. Dodrio having a great weekend. We saw Gotlu with some huge plays on Dodrio. This feels like a speedster that in the right hands is really showing up for their teams. Vitopo able to peel away from this, of course. One of the slipperiest Pokemon in the game, really hard to shut this thing down.
To wrinkle in, looking just across the board, some other Pokemon that have had some very successful days today. A lot of Mewtwo Y. I feel like we've seen quite a bit of that. And Clefable with a fresh resurgence because they got a fresh coat of paint.
Charizard also looking pretty great. Ho-Oh in that conversation as well. But there have been a lot of stellar picks. Zarina's had some big moments. Blaziken still looks pretty fantastic. Tons of power picks throughout this tournament. You can see this is something we did not see a lot of. We've got a Petal Dance Venusaur here from Onyx.
Whatever it takes. However, in this moment, I don't think it was enough. But Zeta Division, you can see how well they just stress the map.
Yeah.
Right, doing a good job. And we actually saw that in their match against Aegis Flames, where in that first game, it was just huge. They were they were just bodying them. And then the second game, it was still looking like it was going to trend that way. Great tier 2 push by AF, and they were able to get the Zeraora online, and of course we know that was the key to success at the end.
Yeah, they had that amazing lasso pull in that Clefable. I mean, I feel like that is the match of the day. We might be running into another one here between LG and Reject. Obviously, this is one of those showdowns that we have been waiting for. One of the best out of Japan, one of the best in the world, definitely the best in North America from Luminosity. Pretty incredible. But the Aegis Flames, you know, run-in with Zeta, I feel like, is the talk of the day, no question. People thought Brazil could do well in this tournament, but they are poised to get beat up in these groups. I mean, they have the toughest group run out of any region.
Without a doubt.
And Egg is coming in here, especially after that Game 1 loss to Zeta that did not look particularly close. It felt like, unfortunately, they were going to have a very, very short tournament. And then the comeback was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, the Zera Aura play was so strong out of mats. It literally, obviously they got the big lasso pull, you mentioned it, which really kicked off the beginning of the end for Zeta Division there in that second game. But it was such a powerful presence that Zeta banned it in game 3. But the reaction the chain reaction that was caused by that was that, yes, Zeta went back to the Zora Comfy. However, this allowed Charizard to go unbanned, which what Zeta Division has been doing is banning Charizard, then picking those two, because it has such a good isolating move on the engage with the Unite move from Charizard. But now it was on the table. Great response by AF. They're able to pick up the Charizard, Suicune as well, set a bunch of traps between the Leafeon and Buzzwole, so they were just playing smart, and they took themselves a convincing Game 3 win.
Yeah, Game 3 was about as one-sided as Game 1, which is kind of crazy for how that series played out. The combination they had with Buzzwole, bringing him up into the air, bringing him right back down to earth into a Leafeon Unite move, Razor Leaf, to just clip them was amazing. Incredible stuff. But now in front of us, we have two legendary teams, the #1 seed out of Japan, the #1 seed in North America.
Let's get into this draft. Charizard banned immediately by Reject, and we have a Dodrio. Luminosity doing a little bit of studying, a little homework, getting that thing off the board. Scizor getting banned, and Latios. Let's question mark on Latios. More question mark on Scizor.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the Scizor unless there's something that's been... Look, I don't know what Luminosity's been cooking up in the kitchen. I can't imagine it's Scizor, but that is what has been banned here. As we have our first pick being Suicune, for my money, one of the best Pokemon going in the game right now. A great first pick as we take a look at how Luminosity wants to approach Game 1.
I mean, you have tons of good options, right? You can go Horse, going Trainer, Leafeon, Blissey. There is still Ho-Oh available in here as well. And we've been talking how strong that Pokemon has been the entire day so far.
Wow,
And
Mewtwo Zarina. So, I mean, this is going to be interesting. I feel like letting Slash have this Ho-Oh so late is wild, but he absolutely could. We also could see Overlord pick it up.
Listen, we're already seeing the ebbs and flows of this tournament.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the day, you wouldn't dream seeing a Ho-Oh off the ban list, and now we have Overlord on Blaziken and Slash on Ho-Oh. Again, a Pokemon he was playing pre-buff. So you take a look at what they're building, and Buzzwole is having a phenomenal day on any team that's picked it up. And they're rounding out with a Clefable, which we just talked about had a new coat of paint. We're dealing with just some high-octane picks across the board.
These are great picks. I'm very curious to see how this ends up for Luminosity. Yeah, okay, so what we don't really have from Reject is kind of that ranged burst damage. You have a little from Mewtwo. You do have a little from Suicune as well with like crazy disruption, right? But when I look at Reject, if they don't burst them down real fast with the Buzzwole Zarina, I wonder how they're going to finish out some of these fights.
Yeah, you know, Luminosity, on the other hand, there is some decent self-sustain. You know, if you look at Zarina, it's a pretty good scrapper just on its own. Pair that with a Clefable, and we saw it be the key to success in previous games today where they just went truck and trailer and they were just ripping through the opposing squad. So Luminosity, no strangers to dealing and contending against these Pokemon, but that doesn't mean they're not going to have to play smart. Now, Alolan Raichu has only been played by 2 other teams today, and Luminosity, when they're gutter picking this type of stuff, it means that they're onto something, but kudos to the other teams that are seeing it because they're onto something as well.
You know, I think seeing the curse items on the side of Luminosity is also a great call into this Clefable here. The healing is incredible, but if we are reducing that considerably with those 2 curse items, Raichu had a curse item, Ho-Oh had a curse item, that could be huge for LG here. I wonder how this is going to fare because you're right. The sustain is really incredible, and they have so much annoying stun, right? They have the Buzzwole, they have the Suicune together that can create these incredible combos. If Zarina is able to get multiple Queenly Majesty resets and just sustain their way through an entire fight, it could definitely take LG down. As we have a pause on the big stage, making sure that everyone is able to connect to this game.
I'm probably going to be proven wrong immediately, as tends to happen with the caster curse. But typically when Otter is on the Blissey, it's Safeguard Helping Hand. And when Slash is on the Blissey, it can go either way, but usually ends up being the egg set. So, you know, a way to deal with some of that CC, maybe forecasting into the future a little bit, is that early Blissey pick, because if they see something different develop, they can always put Slash on the Blissey, right, and kind of change the role that it's going to play in this moment. But I see Otter holding on to it. All the things that you just called out that are kind of just obnoxious to have to contend with, that Reject is bringing to the table, leads me to believe that we might just see Safeguard Helping Hand. And like I said, as soon as this game's fired up, I'll be proven wrong immediately.
Yeah, that's how it goes. The caster curse is undefeated. But I'm with you. I think Safeguard is a great call here. Also, when you look at the item loadout that we saw on Otter, it had leftovers, which leads me to believe they don't have soft boiled. When you run leftovers, it's because you don't have any way to heal in your kit, and you're just able to kind of like peel away from the fight, use Safeguard Helping Hand, technically not engage in a new fight, so your leftovers is already triggering when you're actually actively participating. You're just not taking or receiving any damage from an enemy Pokemon or wild Pokemon. So I'm thinking you're right. I think you nailed it. We're seeing Safeguard Helping Hand right here.
You know what you just did? You just made yourself also be wrong here.
I know. Isn't that fun? It's fun how that works, right?
It's amazing. It's amazing that they choose us to do this and be here and always be wrong. Here we go. Say the thing.
All right. Reject your purple team. Luminosity, your orange team. This is going to be your final best of 3 here in day 1. Japan versus North America to end us out.
Here we go. Early quick pressure. Curios often flexing into these random picks throughout the board, doing whatever the team needs here, and Slash on a very comfortable pick as we see Otter immediately going crosstown shootout, and they're going to try and stress the resources of old Reject.
Yeah, not able to secure that, but you don't get punished that hard for a play like this. Leftovers is about to trigger right there, and you can see the HP recovery already from Otter. Trying to get away. Nice move right there.
Just hilarious seeing these two scrap.
Yeah, as Pavone is trying to push them back and get them away from this. Leftovers triggering once again for Otter, and they're continuing this, looking for the KO, but not able to get it. Wow.
Otter getting out just feels like icing on the cake right here for them. They're able to disrupt, slow things down, keep Pavone on the chase, and now we've got a little bit of pressure. Slash is there, Pee-wee rolls up, full HP, gonna try to A-press down this LG squad. Satake on the backside, quickly putting the stomps down on those birds, getting a split of the experience between these teams. It was kind of a 4v3, but Reject not too afraid of that.
Yeah, it actually looked like it went pretty well for Reject. You see the Buzzwole doing pretty well. Already level 5 here in the top end and scoring 30, getting a level 6 now. Really nice stuff for Reject. LG behind on the scoreboard. Mewtwo Y putting some pressure on right there. We do have the Alolan Raichu online.
Nice quick evolution there out of the Alolan Raichu. Some things that teams that haven't been able to get online had issues with was getting it online there. And of course, we're going to be not laying landmines with this Raichu. We're going to be trying to A-press this Reject team.
Yeah, I mean, with this curse item on there, I think they're just hoping that these boosted attacks are chaining through the entirety of Reject as they're hanging around that Clefable, right?
Tons of damage on Slash there, and they're able to just fly out of danger. Overlord's waiting for a poach, can't quite nab the Suicune Tamarine, and now the rest of the team just has to kind of snap their fingers, say, dang it, we'll get him next time.
Yeah, and we see Trainer here in a lot of trouble. I mean, being out-leveled considerably in this top path, peeling away, and they actually lose that top path goal zone quite early as Luminosity is scoring the bottom path. They caught them there. They found out where they were heading home in the tall grass and got a big-time KO. Slash in trouble, decides to break this goal zone here. They need to continue stacking to get this Ho-Oh online, but that's a double KO for Reject.
LG fans got to be concerned a little bit. They expended a lot of resource to try and get an advantage in the bottom path, and yes, they're able to close that goal zone, but I mean, Reject has been holding it down pretty well despite being outnumbered and doing tons of work up top. Now we're just trying to A-press. We now just saw the Blissey, Safeguard Helping Hand, of course, and they have to fight from their own pad here as now it's the personnel advantage for Reject.
Yeah, things are working pretty well for Reject here. The Ho-Oh moving in, actually trying to cause a lot of static. Huge flamethrower, catching multiple members of Reject here. And now they're in great position for this bottom Reggie.
They absolutely bullied Reject out. Satake up top, as this Zarina is going to be able to take Reggie Alecki for free. Luminosity, we have to see how they'll pivot. Are they willing to defend? Yes. Trainer goes back early. They're going to shred up top, and so is Overlord. Are they going to leave somebody downstairs to babysit? Slash might be on those duties. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, look at the level swing here. It's Serena at level 10 right now. Luminosity getting cooked level-wise, seeing if they can catch them right there. Barely not getting that hit from the overheat as Serena is trying to cause some problems here in the top path.
There you go. You have the safeguard on the Zarina Unite right on Kyrios, and they're knocked out instantly. Or excuse me, right on Otter and knocked out instantly there. Good use, and they can't get this Zarina. It's just too big, and it's moving too quick.
And now they're heading to the bottom path right here. Another nice score, 198 to 82. Luminosity behind on the scoreboard. But where it really counts, Dupe Snacks, it is this level advantage that they have for Reject. 2 levels higher on the Zarina, 1 level higher on the Buzzwole here.
Not to jinx old LG, but when it's when it's Overlord, Slash, and Kyrios on the world stage, those 3 players specifically forming this LG team, they have not lost a set at Worlds. Think year 1, think year 2, and now they're trying to make it year 4.
This is going to be pretty incredible for them if they can pull this off. But I got to say, Reject is putting them through the paces here the first half of game number 1. They're coming online now, though. They have their levels. They're getting there. They're still behind Reject. They're behind on the scoreboard, but they're not out by any means. You know, about 50 points separate these teams and a few levels.
I mean, the levels are actually pretty close, too.
Yes.
So, I mean, one good fight and all of that just kind of goes out the window. We're back at parity, and it looks like that's what both teams are squaring up for. I think Reject senses that they have just a slight advantage. We'll see if they use it.
Yeah, Haruto looking for a play right here. Moving forward, grabs Trainer. Knew they were in the bush with Trainer right up in the sky.
Emerald 2-step right back away, gets the KO, and Zarina goes down instantly. Slash with great pressure up front, splits Pavone from all of those attackers, and now Regice is getting shredded. And you want to talk about that experience lead, it's just gone, and now it's in the hands of Luminosity. Yes, Zarina's level 12, but Luminosity's still motoring forward. Slash might get KO'd here, but no, they get out because of the safeguard helping hand. Well done, LG, not stressing too much.
Yeah, I mean, LG played that fight beautifully, even though there was a beautiful catch there from the Buzzwole, actually noticing Trainer in the tall grass, moving forward. Luminosity pivoted on that fight, counter-punched extremely well. Now they're, pushing towards this top goal zone. Buzzwole moving in once again. Huge Unite move gets the KO on Leafeon.
And now we have to pivot back. Slash is really trying to burn down and push some stress. Nice revive there from the Ho-Oh. That's what you wanted for, and that's enough to get 2 KOs back. Pavone is absolutely getting beat down. They're the next one on the chopping block, and they try to follow me back to pad, and it's not good. Tamarine is peeling back as well, but now these points are going to start going in. The Suicune has to retreat, and it's just the Mewtwo stepping up, but it's not enough for the Legendary to do so.
Look at this, 198-203. Some great scoring there from Luminosity. Gets them ahead. They're going to try to out-secure this, and they do. Tamarine's going to have to peel back right here. Overlord looking to move forward and ego them a bit. Otter peels them back a bit with the safeguard, with 5 members of Reject are showing some real pressure towards the side of Luminosity.
Otter backs, leaving Overlord alone, but just Pavone stepping forward as the Clefable is not enough, so they have to retreat as well. Meanwhile, you see Slash kind of work in the bottom left corner of your map as Regieleki's going in. They're trying to get some vision where Reject is, see if they can find any value.
You know, the pendulum of this match really is swinging back in the way of Luminosity. They were absolutely, they were close at the very start of this match, and then Reject took an early lead, early level lead, put a lot of pressure on, way up on the scoreboard, but look at Luminosity here. Level-wise, they are now ahead by a considerable margin on a few Pokemon. 14 on the Blaziken, and we've only got 3 level 12s for Reject.
Yeah, however, at least they've kept the score line close, and that's something these top teams do. Slash still staying up front, and the firepower is there. 2 steps quickly moving forward, Buzzwole down. Mewtwo is trying to shell in as much of this psychic energy as they can, but it's not enough. Regice is taken by Blaziken. Overlord overheat always hits, baby, and they're still trying to put the pressure on, but it's not enough by Reject. They can only lay in chip shots, and I don't think LG's feeling any of them.
You know, this is something I talked about right at the start of this draft. I was wondering how Reject was going to finish some of these fights. I was wondering if they had enough damage to take down Luminosity, and it feels like in some of these moments they do not. We see Trainer trying to get their Unite move back online. We have 5 seconds until Ray hits the map. LG in a good position here, but not too many points separate these 2 teams. Buzzwole chipping it. They move right in. No, they're going to peel back here. Zarina deciding to move in and fight, and they're not not stopping.
No, their pressure is on, and now it's Overlord catching an overheat, and they're trying to put it onto somebody. Follow Me is there. Mewtwo Y Unite pop. Suicune's on the backside. Big Unite chips a couple, but doesn't get anybody down. The Bliss assistance just in time to save Overlord, and now it's just the Buzzwole that's down and matched by Otter on the side of LG. How is Luminosity going to recover?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Even though Luminosity has someone down, they still have a Ho-Oh Unite move, which they actually used to bring back Blissey, and now they're going to push towards this fight with Buzzwole down, Leafeon moving through the top here. We have a lot of pressure from the Ho-Oh, and they're looking to win this.
Follow Me is there. We still have a Zarina Unite. They go into the back line. They catch the Ho-Oh. Is that the right target? That's a big question mark. Satake is trying to keep it going for the team. Low HP is Luminosity. Straight into the back line. Satake keeps the pressure on. Overlord's looking for an overheat, and they don't see anybody. They're peeling back, and everybody's taking another deep breath.
Yeah, and here we go. It actually looks like Reject is turning onto Ray right now. They're trying to peel Luminosity in.
Oh!
Huge play. Blissey goes down. 4 members of Reject onto Rayquaza. We have Leafeon in the top path. Blaziken coming from the bottom.
We're looking for a backdoorish trainer on this Leafeon. Tons of pressure on his Pee-wee is trying to put the pressure on the Rayquaza. They find another target. There's just 2 players left standing. The Ho-Oh, the Leafeon. Is that enough? Reject is down by 5. We got some back cap action, and that is going to give them the lead. What is the recovery from Luminosity going to look like? We have 30 seconds left, and Reject continues to score.
Beautiful stuff from Reject. They were able to win enough of a fight that they could put pressure on those goal zones with only 20 seconds left, and Trainer in a horrible position. It looks like Reject is going to take this game through scoring, winning a Ray fight, but it was a war of attrition between these 2 squads. No one landing that knockout blow, but Reject able to peel away, put points on the board, and take game number 1.
What a well-crafted fight by Reject. And both teams were kind of clashing and then bouncing back, clashing and bouncing back. But I think for me was the call to use the revive there on the Blissey.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they had that idea, but no follow-up plan, right? It was like, oh, we should do this. And then they did it, and it's like a what now situation. Yes, they had the player advantage, but that Buzzwole now was coming off a KO timer at like 5 seconds left. They didn't have a window to do anything. Everybody was too low of HP, so it ended up just kind of being a burned Unite move, and I'm not sure they found any value.
Yeah, I actually think it's so funny you brought that up. As the first thing I thought is, if this Blissey revive works out, it was a genius play, right? You're using the Ho-Oh revival on a single Pokemon that, by the way, isn't that far away from coming back already. It didn't have a huge timer on it. Instead of waiting just a little bit longer and maybe bringing back Leaf or maybe bringing back Blaziken, they go for the quick play on Blissey, and unfortunately, it was not the call.
We saw some decent action here. The other thing I'm chewing on here, Spraggles, is that Alolan Raichu.
I know, yeah.
I'm having a hard time seeing what it brought to the table that offered something different than what potentially like a Mewtwo Y could have done if they drafted that earlier, or just some of our other long-range Pokemon.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Part of this was, whether or not they were going to be able to get any huge game-winning fights, and what they were able to do was fight long enough and well enough where there weren't enough members of LG around to contest Ray or contest the scores at the same time. We have the MVP of the game. We have Satake on Zarina. A lot of big plays, and of course, when you have a Clefable in Zarina's pocket, as we saw earlier on broadcast as well, it's really difficult to shut this thing down between the shields it can provide itself, the healing from Clefable, the healing from its own Queenly Majesty on Stomp. Zarina is extremely powerful, and it is loved by a lot of the teams in the TPC regions.
Yeah, absolutely. So what does LG do? They go to the drawing board, right? I do think Zarina was a key problem that they need to try and figure out and contend with. And quite honestly, they're fortunate enough that they have one of the have a very strong Zarina player themselves, an Overlord, of course. So, sometimes you ban it by proxy because you picked it, and you try and force them maybe to be on Blaziken, something a little less comfortable, a little less self-sustaining.
Yeah.
And then you commit to a plan there. I do think there's some clever choices Luminosity can make here. We're just going to see what those are. Reject, on the other hand, have to feel good about that game because they played, it was a masterclass.
Yeah, they had an amazing Ray fight. They kept it really close the entire time, and they made the exact right call when they had the amount of pressure that they could put on a top and bottom goal zone. They knew the scoreline was so close that that one little score could push them over the edge. They also continued to put points on the board after that. As we see our bans right here, you just talked about it. Zarina banned out here by Luminosity. Now we have a first pick, Suicune.
Suicune's terrific. You and I have been touting this Pokemon for a long time now, even after the nerfs. Looking and just taking in what these choices that Luminosity has target bans, and they're saying you can have every other piece of firepower you want. We just don't want to contend with these two. Fine. Let's see how they handle it from here on out and where Reject goes.
So we have the target ban, but then we have sort of the pick the other way, right? They were saying we don't want to deal with Blaziken again. We do not want to see Overlord on this thing in another match, so we're going to take it away. Slash quickly grabbing that Ho-Oh, and it looks like Trainer is deciding that Leafeon looks good again. I got to say, the start of last match, pretty rough for Trainer on Leafeon, which is not what you want out of Leafeon. Sure, they left it alone. It was hard to fight a Buzzwole alone as this Leafeon, but at the same time, a lot of the reason you pick a Pokemon like this is because of the early pressure it creates, and it's a little unfortunate that they weren't able to take advantage of that at all.
Yeah, I mean, this pick right here, this Blastoise is something you and I have just not been huge fans of. I'm looking forward to Reject making me a believer here because every time we've seen it on broadcast, it's felt underwhelming. But if you can corner Overlord into grabbing Lucario, again, it's one of those things that never feels over-impressive. Just kind of checks the box.
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing here about this Blastoise is I was actually watching Reject games before we came here, and this was one of those Pokemon that I'm also not fully sold on in this meta, but they do make it look great, and the real play with it is the Rapid Spin Hydro Pump. There's an insane amount of disruption that you get from it, and with the build that they have at, I think it's level 9, you're able to get 2 Hydro Pumps in a single Rapid Spin when you have these attack speed items. So you're just barely able to get 2 huge bursts of damage, and it's a huge area of disruption as well, where it pushes multiple members of the enemy team. We're gonna have to see how it plays here in game number 2. And Luminosity, I mean, obviously this is not how they want to finish their day out. Luminosity, your purple team, down here against Reject, your orange team, in a best of 3. If Reject wins this, they are the #1 seed out of their group.
Just to wrap up a conversation point about a Spin Pump Blastoise, also a decent secure tool. So they have that in tandem with Blaziken, and you look at the side of Luminosity, and how are they going to be securing things?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. We have Slash getting bullied out of this central area right here. Having to deal with the red buff on the Hoopa is very, very annoying. The slow from those auto attacks might not be able to make it home. We have the X speed. They're trying to actually peel away. What a heads-up play there from Slash. Actually able to avoid that, but look at the Ho-Oh. Chases them down and punishes them.
I mean, very well done. It was a long effort, obviously, but they got the prize they were looking for. And at the end of the day, that's what you want out of a Hoopa. You give it the red buff for a reason, right? And it delivered on the task at hand.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look here at the bottom path, we had Otter on this Suicune. We have Curios on the Armarouge. This is a Pokemon that actually had a huge run at NAIC. It felt like Armarouge was massive in that tournament, trying to defend this goal zone right here, but they are getting pushed around. We have the Combuskin coming in with a nice Blaze Kick, picking up a KO, but here comes that Leafeon.
They needed to get at least something there, right? They put the pressure on. They were able to stem the tide a little bit. That's what ultimately was important. Mewtwo-Y still hanging out. Curios has yet to evolve, and we know this poor little Char Cadet, well, it's not getting much done. And sorry, I didn't realize you were doing things. And for those of you at home, you don't need to know what those are. And it definitely wasn't a kissy face to somebody taking his picture right now, which I will do.
I do want to point out that we have both been blowing kissy faces at a photographer during the start of this match, which is not what we're supposed to be doing. They're looking for candid casting shots as we head towards this fight here in the middle. Nice big KO on the Armarouge. They're going to push forward towards Otter. The Blaziken moving in. There's the overheat. Living on a prayer right now. Otter in a lot of trouble getting the freeze, but the heavy slam picks up that KO.
Yeah, that was all but written in stone there. That was an easy knockout once that big overheat hit on Otter. Now they're trying to find value in other places of the map. And that is something I mentioned the previous game, but something worth touching on again here. These top teams may be getting beat down in these team fights, but they stay on top of the task at hand, which is trying to keep at least the score line close and getting experience in that way. Here we go. Luminosity pushing forward 3v2. Snorlax makes it a balanced 3v3. Overheat doesn't catch anybody. Satake thinking they're stepping forward. Haruto, on the other hand, taking a lot of pain from Trainers. Trainers going to get some points in, and Trainers hopefully going to go knock out a War Turtle.
Yeah, and they do. You know, Blastoise very bad early. Leafeon is obviously incredible. As we peel down towards this fight, we have Satake just ripping through Reg Ice right here, waiting for their cooldowns. They're ready to go. Easy, secure. However, the top path is being taken over by Luminosity. We have Lucario not moving down to the bottom path really at all. Leafeon staying there as well, making sure they can get all of their stacks. And now they're putting pressure on this top path. You see Overlord on a Pokemon that used to be one of their signatures, trying to score in this top path, but actually able to make it out there with extreme speed.
Yep, E-Speed, a very fun version of Lucario to watch. We need to see it get value this game, Spraggles. We really do.
Yeah, you know, this is one of those Pokemon that got buffed, I want to say 3 or 4 tournaments ago, and you would see teams pick it up here or there, and I was wondering if anyone was going to give it a real shot rather than just going, I didn't get the all-rounder I wanted, I'm going to lean back into the old faithful, right? We'll see what LG can do with it here.
I will say, this little Hoopa has been annoying. Pavone always getting in and just kind of couple more points, nickel and diming Luminosity a little bit, and there's another 5-banger right there for them, as they might have to pay for this insolence as they went for another stack.
Overlord right now using the Unite move to try to win this fight, but just kind of egoing them in that central area as we have multiple members of LG now pushing towards this goal zone. Might get pushed back here by Satake on this Blaziken, looking to steal someone with the Blaze Kick, but no, LG peels away from this fight. Mewtwo is Mega, but maybe not the best time for it. There aren't a ton of targets here.
Yep, and there's Pavone. They're actually going to close the goal zone out. They're going to limit Luminosity's field here and force them to retreat to a T2. Up top, though, we've got 40 points going in, and Overlord's going to be too late in stopping it. Level 11 Blaziken, level 10 Lucario.
Yeah, Lucario here, you know, it can brawl pretty well, but Blaziken with its combos feels like it kind of has Lucario's number a bit, unless there are multiple targets around for Lucario to bounce between, right, with the extreme speed. And without that, I think Overlord has to peel away. We have Slash once again invading the central area here of Reject, not able to steal anything away, but that pressure is important. It just constantly stresses your opponents.
All right, we've got some Unite moves to use here. We'll see how Luminosity plays it. Tons of damage there. And moving back as the Snorlax trying to pin Otter against the wall was almost successful. Portal is down, Heavy Slam is there, Power Nap doesn't go for the reset. Reg Ice is getting shredded. However, Luminosity have more players around it. No, they kind of get bullied out. The Spin Pump is going active right now and finds themselves an Overlord. Big Mewtwo Unite with the Hydro Typhoon, and all of a sudden, Reject is looking to take more bodies.
Yeah, the Caster Curse in full effect as Blastoise has an amazing fight with its Unite move that, of course, is incredible, and it had huge moments with that Spin Pump right there. Luminosity behind on the scoreboard. Level-wise, things are pretty close. We got a couple of 12s on the side of Reject here. Reject, once again, in control. Not exactly where you expect Luminosity to be, but this is one of the best teams from possibly the best region in the world, Japan.
Now, I mean, Luminosity is trying to keep their eye on the prize, right? They understand that they're behind in these team fights, but they can try and figure out this score lead. They have a T1 still available in the lower lane, and of course, getting the Regieleki helps stress the map. Look at all that Eos energy right there, too. So if they can get this to land, that's a bunch of easy scores.
Yeah, you know, if Slash can bother 2 of them up here, there's a possibility for Luminosity to make a play. It looks like they are going to peel away from this goal zone. Hoopa heading down to the bottom path, just leaving the Blastoise here on the top path as Luminosity is going to siege this goal zone.
They need to use these Unites now. Having Blastoise occupied is a great opportunity to try to get on this goal pad or get some knockouts. However, it's Slash that's hung out to dry as the rest of LG wants nothing of it.
Yeah, LG peels away. The fight is over. Luminosity not able to push towards this goal zone. Great defense there by Reject as they're going to be up by about 50 points heading towards Rayquaza here. A minute until Ray. And look at this. We talked about it before. Here's Pavone looking looking to make a sneaky play in the bottom half once again, just putting pressure on these goal zones.
I mean, they're almost playing this Hoopa like a Sableye, just nickel and diming, getting points, Slash kind of figuring out what was up, and just out of there in time is Pavone.
And here we go, multiple members of LG looking to make a sneaky play right here. They're heading towards the top path. We don't have Reject here. They're trying to port through. Now they're scoring, but here comes Reject to defend.
How much of LG can get out now? Because the pressure is there from Reject, and they're on the chase. Otter is going to get pinned against the wall. They get knocked out. But you can think, is the score lead worth trading a lower level support Pokemon? I think so. We've got Rayquaza on the horizon, a fast game.
Well, here goes Overlord into the entirety of Reject, just ripping through them right here until Ray is now on the board.
Well, here we go. They kind of engaged and peeled right back. They didn't find the target they wanted, but they forced out the Hoopa Unite.
And here we go. Rayquaza is now getting chipped up by these two squads. The Leafeon Unite move and they move in.
The Emerald two-step is there. Big Mewtwo Y Unite doesn't really catch any targets, but Slash goes down before they can use their Unite move. Hydro Typhoon, eject, reposition, Heavy Slam, follow-up, knockout. Overlord is one of the only ones standing, finding themselves on the side with Trainer. They're trying to E-speed through, they're gone, and blink through the portal as the rest of Reject, ready to reject the thoughts of LG winning this game. Heavy Slam on the backside, they need to separate Trainer. Hoopa and Snorlax are on the job. Rayquaza's right there, Trainer gets nicked and stunned, and Reject takes Ray, which means Reject is eating those American Hundo burgers in our own kitchen.
Wow, Reject absolutely rinsing them, and that's what a Hydro Pump Blastoise will do. The points now raining in, as we like to say quite a bit here on broadcast. 450-223. Luminosity fully getting caught out, ending their day on an 0-2 loss. This is not how LG wants to start this tournament.
No, not at all. They do find themselves in tomorrow, but they've got a whole night to think about this one. Reject really felt like they had a better grasp of what was happening in this game. Reject felt like they had no fear and no question marks when it came to what Luminosity was going to throw at them. Reject looking powerful.
Reject just having such an incredible match. What a catch on Ho-Oh. It goes down, and now there is nothing that Luminosity can do. Just the falling of the dominoes in that fight as one member after another of LG makes their way back to the Pokemon Center. A nice fight here on this goal zone, but with only 10 seconds left and hundreds of points separating these two teams. Luminosity, with their first game on the main stage, is not looking like their future champion.
No, not at all, not at all. And the caster curse continues, as I mentioned, these three players that are two-time world champions, when they're playing together on the world stage, they have not dropped a match. They have dropped a map, but not a match. And now we just saw them take a huge L against a team that they're gonna have to contend with tomorrow, because Reject looks just about as good as any other team we've watched today.
You know, there was a question as to what the best team out of Japan was, and Zeta showed up here today and looked a little rocky. So did Insomnia. But Reject, on the other hand,
no question,
showing up here today looking fantastic. You can see why they are the #1 seed out of Japan. There are a few teams that are looking, you know, like bright shining stars heading into tomorrow.
Yep.
I think the question ahead of us is Luminosity's star burning out?
Can I just say that on stage, NA, not looking great, my guy. Holy smokes. However, Brazil having a great day under the big lights. Reject having a great day under the big lights. And two teams that I'm super excited to watch tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow is going to be a crazy, exciting day. We head into our single elimination bracket. And if this was that bracket, tomorrow, Luminosity would be heading home. Thankfully for them, this is the group stage, and they already secured their spot to day 2, because they did not have a good showing here.
No, and look at the power of the tools they had on their side, Spraggles. We talked about how strong Suicune has been all day. We talked about how strong Ho-Oh has been all day, and it didn't even make a dent in Reject's armor. On the other side, we're seeing some classic picks out of Reject, saying, and we don't need all the newfangled toys to pick up W's.
You know, I gotta say, we saw this Lucario, and every time I see Lucario, I feel like it is not it. It feels like it's never it in this recent meta. Every time a team picks it, it feels like they're moving back towards a comfort pick, and they have some really impressive moments with it, but I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it wins games, at least here on broadcast. I'm sure a lot of these teams have different experiences in their scrims and such, but let's talk about that build that just doesn't work.
Listen, it's been unimpressive, but you said before this started, hey, I've watched one team that made it look good, and you're right, I've watched them too. It is Reject. And now the spin pump, well used. But I think what was even more impactful to me, every single Hydro Typhoon was gargantuan.
Yes.
It was smashing at least 3 players, and the follow-up that Reject had, it wasn't all for naught. It wasn't a great Hydro Typhoon with no follow-up. It was a Hydro Typhoon with an absolute hurricane flood coming after it, getting knockout after knockout after knockout.
Yeah, now we're going to be setting our sights on the horizon, obviously, because tomorrow out there, that's day 2, a single elimination bracket where you have to win every single best of 3 you run into. So we hit the semifinals, start moving into best of 5s before we know who's going to be heading to our grands on Sunday. Things are very different when you can't drop a single series.
Let's take a look at our 16 qualified teams. I'll do the left column, you do the right one. Here
Sure,
we go.
go for it.
We've got Orange Juicers from NA, Stamina Esports from LATAM North, who looked great today, by the way.
Impressive.
Peru, LATAM South, Korea, Team EX, Kekalak from APAC West, Talon from APAC East, Nouns Esports with a good day for once, shining star out of EU, making it day 2, and rounding out that left column that I talked about, Paper X with some of the best jerseys in the game, from APAC West.
And we've got Santos Laguna from LATAM North. 4 teams out of Japan, QT Dig, Reject, Insomnia, and Zeta Division all qualifying. Luminosity going 1-1 but qualifying. High Five looking fantastic at 3-0. And Aegis Flames with such a start to this tournament, 2-0 heading into day number 2. Now we're going to throw it right up to our big stage because we have an interview ready to go.
Let's do that.
Take
to the stage.
it away.
To the stage.
To the stage.
To the stage.
To the stage.
Come on, Psyduck, get us there,
Take it
baby.
away to the stage.
Thank you so much, Spraggles and Dupestacks. That's right. I am on stage with Pee-wee from Team Reject from Japan after such an incredible matchup. My first question for you, Pee-wee, is you just played Luminosity Gaming. A lot of people's favorite to win this entire tournament. Was your preparation for this tournament mainly focused on Luminosity Gaming or for lots of teams?
今回の大会でも強いとされているルミノシティを倒したというんですけど、今回はそのルミノシティに対しての対策をしたのですか、それともいろんなチームを視野に入れて準備したんですか？
そうですね、特定のチームを意識した構成っていうのはなくて、もう全体的にもうどのチームにも勝てるような構成を持っていったうちの一つをルミノにぶつけた形になりますね。
We didn't really have a specific plan for like one team, so we had a preparation for all kinds of teams, and we just hit them with what we had prepared
Makes
against
sense.
Luminosity. Yeah.
Makes sense. And of course, with Reject qualifying now, every Japanese team has qualified for day number 2. How does it feel to be a part of very likely this year's world's strongest region as a whole?
リジェクトが Day2 に進出したことによって日本のチームは全部 Day2 に進出したことなんですけど最も強いかもしれない日本リージョンの一部であることについてはどう思いますか？
そうですね、去年最強がフェンネルで日本が最強ってことを証明してくれたんで、今年もこの4チームで日本はまだ最強だぞっていうところを証明していきたいですね。
Yeah, last year, so Fennel also showed that Japan is a really, really strong region. So the 4 teams that are in day 2, we want to show that Japan is a really, really strong region.
Okay, looking for a repeat. Already a great start at doing just that. Now, Pee-wee, I can see here you have a lot of people already supporting Team Reject. I know people are at home supporting as well. So anything to say to both the fans here in the venue as well as watching online?
ここで見てるファンの皆様もオンラインで見てるファンの皆様に何かメッセージありますか？
個人的な話になってしまうんですが、ようやく Day2 進出できて、本当になんて言うんだろうな、価値のあるというか数字を手にするチャンスを手に入れたので、明日も頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
So I finally clinched a chance to make it to day 2. So I'm going to keep on pushing and do my best.
All right. Well, I know everybody here wishing you lots of luck tomorrow. So good luck in the rest of the tournament. Have an amazing one. Spraggles, Dupesnacks, back to you.
All right, what an incredible run for Japan as a region. Clearly the strongest region in the world. I would say all of their teams that made it here qualifying to day 2, looking incredible. On our side of the pond, North America having a real tough time to start this thing. Juicers and LG are 2 top teams moving forward, but neither of them having stellar performances, where we have some really exciting teams that had some amazing days. One that I hadn't got to see a ton before this, Aegis Flames out of Brazil, with some of the games for like the games of the day, actually making Zeta look pretty shaky.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. So yes, every Japan team is going to day 2, and they deserve all the credit and all the flowers in the world to that. However, some of the games we've seen on stage from these Japanese teams were some of the actual losses that they picked up. True. So yes, they made it through on things like tiebreakers or 2-1 records or what have you. But unfortunately, we didn't get to see them really shine yet. So I think there's a lot that these teams are going to have to do tonight going into tomorrow to kind of recenter themselves, because it really feels like Luminosity kind of limped in. Insomnia may have just kind of limped in, right?
Zeta.
So can they step out? Zeta just kind of limped in. Are they great teams? Of course. Good enough to make it to day 2 and a teams that we want to see compete, but they need to recenter themselves and get ready, because tomorrow you don't have the opportunity to falter, because if you trip and fall, you're losing the race.
Yeah, that's right. We have 16 teams, every single one of them with that goal to make it to Grands and win the entire thing. But as our day goes on tomorrow, every single game means one team moves forward and one team is heading home. It's going to be such an exciting bracket. The single elim bracket is insane, and you have to show up. You have to win. You have to play well every single game. There's no time for excuses. There's no time, we can get them next time, which just happened with LG, right? They can get them next time, but tomorrow, this is not the case. Every single team has to win every single set.
And one more thing I'll say, these teams are not only scrapping to become world champions, but also make it to that Sunday stage where we will be in an arena to go ahead and pack this thing up and crown our champion. I believe that is, in fact, the end of it for us on day 1. Spragle, say all the cool stuff. Get us out of here.
All right, thank you all for watching. Thank you for listening. Thank you for checking this out. The Pokemon Unite Championship Series continues with our World Championships here from Anaheim. Tomorrow, you are not going to want to miss our single elimination bracket. Do not go anywhere. We will not be moving at all from this position.